Attention to the pits. We need the pro riders, pro practice. You guys need down to the staging area. Your practice here. We go on the track right now. Once again, all pro practice riders going to get up here for your time qualifying your practice. It'll be a 10-minute practice. Then at about 7:10 or so, we'll be doing our first group sight laps.
Yeah, and that group sight lap is for anyone who has early motos. It's whoever wants to get a look at the track. We're going to be doing more sight laps, group sight laps after the pro practices later in the day. So their respective motos at 10 and 1. So once again, we need riders in the pro practice to be on the staging area right now. Getting ready to go. That's going to be a 10-minute time session.
All-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
All right, so 7:10, we will start the sight lap. So if you're an early moto and you want to get a look at the track, you need to be down in staging for sight laps. So they're going to start at 7:10. That's just a few minutes from now. So once again, if you're in one of the earlier motos, you want to loosen up and get a look at the track. Sight laps are getting ready to get underway for the first group of motos. And again, that's anyone in the earlier motos that wants to go out for one. But we are closing in on 7:10.
Absolutely, Dean. He's been a busy man. Bud Man has been a busy man, the B-Man. 5-time Arena Cross champion, legend in the sport, and dedicating his time now, Dean and Don and JP, to safety. We get to work with him at the Arizona Cycle Park AZ Open, and he just came in from Daytona, so a busy man and grateful to have him here, Dean.
Putting the miles on. All right, so looking for pro riders to head out for their practice session. Anyone who wants to do a sight lap, whatever early classes you have, if you want to head out for a sight lap, we will send that sight lap directly after the pro practice. So make your way down to staging if you would like to take that sight lap. So again, looking for the pro riders to head out for their practice. And anyone else with those early motos that wants to do a sight lap after the pro practice, you should be in staging right now as well. to their competition. Get ready for the pro practice, the pro riders. Your practice session, get ready to leave the gate.
All-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Every generation believes they've invented the best way. With age comes wisdom. We've come to realize that every piece of knowledge is learned, passed down from those generous and patient enough to teach.
Bogging off the bottom. Let's take a look.
Legacy. It's not about leaving something behind to be remembered by. It's realizing that the future lies within the next generation.
Let's call it a night. All right.
The nature of true progress is humbly building something bigger than yourself. Rocky Mountain ATV MC. This is our legacy.
Looks like pro riders out on the track here heading out. So pro riders now making their way out for their practice. So again, if you want to do a sight lap this morning, if you have one of the earlier motos, you need to be in staging. They will send the sight lap directly after the pro practice.
So again, guys, out on the track right now is that 10-minute pro practice, and following that, we're going to do the group sight lap. Group sight lap. Anybody that has some early motos out there want to get an opportunity to get out and see the track this morning? All right, guys, again, out of the track right now is our pro practice. Track is nice and moist today, and definitely sealed up a little more than it was yesterday. You know, we had that rain that came in, so we had to seal the track before the rain came, and the wind blew it off. So I think today the track might be a little bit different than it was yesterday, but either way, it's going to be a great racetrack out here today at Freestone MX. Again, the pro practice going out there right now. They've been out there for a little bit. And they're getting a 10-minute practice. After that 10-minute practice, we're going to have group sight laps. Group sight laps are for any of those early motos. The opportunity to get out there and check the track out this morning. And if you are race 1 and 2 in the race order, make sure you guys are up there early for your sight laps so you can get through them quickly and back up to the staging area.
All right, so the pro practice session well underway here. And again, if you want to do one of the sight laps, if you have an early moto, you want to get a look at the track, you should be down in staging, getting ready to line up for a sight lap. And then again, we'll get into opening ceremonies, and right after that, we're into the race program with the Mini Senior 1. All right, so it looks like the checkered flag getting ready to come out on this pro practice. We'll be sending out the sight laps next. So there is the checkered flag coming out on the pro practice. So going to get ready to send out this group sight lap next. So again, this is anyone who has an early moto. They're going to send them out. This will be a full caution sight lap. So that does wrap up the pro practice session here as we get ready to send out the sight lap. And we're going to need riders in the Mini Senior 1, Moto 1, to head into staging. If you're doing that sight lap, you'll head right back around into it. If you're not Mini Senior 1 riders, you're Moto 1. You need to be down in staging. Junior plus 25, race 2. Make your way to staging. And 250C 12 plus, race number 3. You should be making your way down to staging as well.
Well, Don, looks like we've got some action on the track right now.
Yeah, we do have the sight lap heading out now, so this will be the first group sight lap. We will be doing group sight laps at different points during the day. This will be the first one. At 10 o'clock, we'll do the sight lap for the pros, and then they'll send out a sight lap group at that point in the day. And then at 1 o'clock, when we have the next pro race, again, they'll do another group sight lap at that point. So depending on where your race is in the program, if you want to get a look at the track, that's going to be the way to do it.
Well, Don, what do you think about having the pros go out first and kind of cut those pro lines into this soft dirt? Do you think that changes just the way the track conforms throughout the day whenever the pros cut their lines in?
I do, because I know when we run a regular race, we never send like the 85s or the things because they're going to use way tight inside lines, and then the track does not set up the way you want it to.
Yeah, well, I was tickled. I was a little concerned because the pros weren't showing up, and I thought, well, what are we going to end up with to start the day off with? And so the pros went out and cut their kind of the pro lines in, and like you say, the A lot of the lower classmen riders a lot of times just don't use the track. They don't see the track the same way. They get pretty central focused on the track and just kind of run a center line.
Yeah, and you can end up with sort of a little bit of a one-line situation early in the day. This track, of course, is going to offer you all kinds of real estate.
Sure.
But like you said, you can't keep just using that mid-line. It's going to make the track shape up a different way.
Yeah. Well, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, Don, and watching that sunrise this morning, I'm sure you got to catch some of that.
It's just, that big sky down here.
Yeah.
And again, I love where I'm from, but there is nothing in the morning like that back in New England.
Yeah, breathtaking this morning. You just sit in awe.
So again, this is a sight lap that's out on the track. You can see there's different size bikes and different kind of skill levels, but again, everyone just doing a sight lap here. And then they'll head back down the staging line, and we need riders in the Mini Senior 1. So Mini Senior 1, your Moto 1, you should be making your way down to staging. Junior Plus 25 Moto 2 to staging, and 250C 12 Plus, you need to make your way to staging as well. Those are the first 3 races on the day. And don't forget, if you have folks back at home that could not make it out here, we'll be live streaming all of the racing action today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. So again, if you have folks that could not make it in, send them to the Freestone webpage or go to YouTube and go to the Freestone YouTube page. And you will be able to follow all the live racing action. So winding down the last of our riders out there on the sight lap. We should have Moto number 1, the Mini Senior riders down, getting lined up.
Also, guys, to remind you, all First Moto winners going to be down on the podium for a podium interview with myself.
So last few riders here coming down the Texas 12-pack. Got a few riders still negotiating out in Baggett's berm there. Looks like one young rider a little trouble getting through that section there. It's a little soft early in the day.
Folks, we're just moments away here from the opening ceremonies. We still have a couple of bikes down on the east side of the property making their way through the sight lap. We've got the great Ethan Hughes up here with FCA Motocross. We'll lead off our race day with the opening morning prayer, and we've got what we call the voice of Freestone County Raceway for decades, Mr. Don Thornton here to handle our national anthem. Don, just to brag on you, Don is what, are you 82 or 83? 82, right? 82. He cruises a Goldwing in every event. He cruises a street bike Goldwing in every event, and just a pure at-heart motorcyclist, part of the Christian Motorcycle Association, the CMA.
I think what Shand is saying is that Don is way cooler than you are.
Absolutely, 100% way cooler.
Okay, who you are out there, he's way cooler.
There is no comparison. Okay, well, with that, folks, we are ready to rock and roll, get races started. Ethan Hughes, good morning to you. Great to have you here. Excellent church service last night, Ethan, and good morning to you.
Yes, good morning. So, yes, I am an ambassador for FCA Motocross. We are pitted just across the starting line. We had a great chapel service for those who attended last night. We will also have a scavenger hunt today going on, so stop by the FCA pit to receive your hint. But with that, I'm going to start off with a word of prayer, so please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you so much for today. Thank you, Lord, that we're able to do what we love, and that's race motocross. I pray, Lord, for all the racers today that they stay safe on the track. But, Lord, I pray that off the track they can glorify you, Lord. I pray that they can just see you at the center of their lives, Lord. And I pray, Lord, that they can just accept Jesus into their heart as their eternal Savior. And, Lord, I just pray for everyone involved, Lord. Motocross is a team effort. So I pray for the families and everyone involved with everyone out here today. So thank you for all that you've done. Forgive us of our sins. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Ethan Hughes. Hope you have a great day and week down there at the FCA pit. Don Thornton, good morning, our friend. We have done this for many, many, many decades, many years, and I can stop anytime, but I won't. I love hearing your voice, one of the greatest renditions of the national anthem, and I just have a lot of love and respect for you. Tony Miller and the Millers do too. 82 years old, still cruising the Goldwing up here. Let's kick this one off, buddy, like only you can do.
Thank you, Shan. It's always good to be here to represent the Redeemed Riders chapter of the Christian Motorcyclist Association. If you would, please remove your hats, put your right hand over your heart, and face that great flag that represents the greatest nation in the world, and join me as I sing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
He kills it every time. Luke, Don, take it away, Luke and Don.
All righty. That is, as always, a stirring rendition there, Don Thornton. That is a beautiful rendition of the national anthem. Now, we've got the Mini Senior 1, so great way to kick off the race week here. Mini Senior 1 getting ready to leave the gate here. Coming to us out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, the 100 is Talon Hill.
On the 110, Gabrielle Dukeson out of Hokua, Hawaii.
On the 129 on KTM from Cypress, Texas, that's Gage Brown.
Out of South Walpole, Massachusetts, that's going to be Anthony Pasilla on the 131.
The 305 from Clinton, Louisiana, the Gas of Elliot Boucher. On the 361 Husqvarna from Maybank, Texas, it's Quint Lesro.
That one's jacked. The 521, Benjamin Harris out of Hempstead, North Carolina.
On the 528, you got Jax McCarthy from Maple Valley, Washington.
Out of Livermore, California, Kenzie Watine out of on the 716 machine.
And Tace Morgan, the 810 from Claremont, Florida. They are underway. And it looks like it's going to be the 36. The 361, I believe, actually, Quinn Lescue. So Quinn Lescue from Maybank, Texas, the Husqvarna rider on the 361. Got the Munn Racing ride out front early. I am quite likely butchering that last name. All right, so it looks like it's actually Reese Seba. I don't have him on the list here.
Yeah, not having the 36 here, Don.
So
So
it might have been a late addition there. So on the
810,
810, it's Tace
spot.
Morgan in second.
Making the trek out of Claremont, Florida, Tace Morgan holding down the number 2 there, Don.
We got a side-by-side battle for that spot right now, though, Luke.
Boy, it is on like Donkey Kong, up over 6 right now.
And Gage Brown, it looks like the 129 making the move into third, trying to sweep around. One rider going off the track on the inside, and it looks like Brown going to make the pass.
Using all. 44 and 4. Looks like going to be back there in 4th and 5th. Let's see
So
here. Who is
opening lap here for the 2025 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER.
Yeah, Nolan Ford in 4th, right out of Fairfield, California. Keeping an eye on Gage Brown, the 129. Race number 1 on the racetrack. Race number 2 on the gate. Race number 3 in staging. We're getting our I's dotted and T's crossed up here right now, aren't we, Don? Just trying to get our paperwork sorted out.
Well, yeah, you know, you need to have all of that stuff, apparently.
Coming through the 12-pack. Here they come, Don. Charging hard up over the finish line. Looks like a 305.
Yeah, that's going to be the 305 taking the lead, so Boucher
Elliot
out front.
Boucher, yeah.
Gage Brown in the 129 moves himself to the second slot. Tace Morgan third. Nolan Ford on the 44 going to round it out in 4th. And then Maddox Temmerman on the number 5, rounding the 5th spot. Connor Feather in 6th. Evan Thalman in 7th, Austin Keller 8th, Alex Campili 9th, and Talon Hill, the 100, going to round out the top 10 first time through. You see that beautiful overhead shot here from Freestone County Raceway.
Don, looks like our mechanics area is dialed in just really, really right there where it's at. Looks like a great spot. Of course, some of you might not know that. It's between turn 2 and 3, right there to the right. If you're standing on the start gate, to your right, between turn 2 and 3 down there, between the fencing area, you can see it set up down there.
All right, we've got a challenge for the lead as the 129 of Brown starting to push the issue on Bowser.
He's putting the pressure on, Don, up over number 5, and he is right there ready to pounce.
All right, here we go into that big shock sock sweeper.
He's going to take the outside.
Yeah, Brown's on the outside. That worked for him last time, and he's going to get it.
He is. I think you're right. Looks like he's going to dive up underneath. No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, Bowser's on the outside in the Blake Baggett berm, so Brown's got the lead.
Great move by Gage Brown.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there, Luke, to see Gage get around to the front. We've seen him race here a number of years, and he's pretty much a usual suspect to be out front.
He's no stranger to that point position.
Not at all.
Making their way back through the 270 loop. Gage Brown out front looks like he's starting to pull a little bit of real estate, Don.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him really lay down. This will probably be his fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's got clean air out front. I expect him to duck that visor down, put that thing on the throttle stop, and start to pull away from Bowser.
So Mini Senior 1, race number 1 here underway. Junior plus 25 next off the gate. Race 3, 250C, 12 plus, you should be in staging. And race 4, 65, 7, and 9. Make your way to staging as well. Here we go, up and over the FMF Powerwall into the 12-pack, Luke.
Yeah, through the switchback section here, up over the finish line. It is Gage Brown out front with a 305. Elliott Bowser turned a 223, did Gage Brown that lap. And I honestly think he's probably going to improve this lap from that one.
Oh, I'm not going to argue with you there at all because we know Brown is capable of dropping that lap time down a little more.
Look at Tace Morgan. He turned a faster lap time than our race leader, Gage Brown.
And, he was about 6th place here on the first lap, so
he's charging.
Definitely a very telling lap there.
Yeah, he's charging through the field right now. He's up into that final podium position. Tace Morgan in 3rd. Turned a 223.7 with our race leader, Gage Brown, turned a 223.8. But now we have clean track with, look at the 22 machine. Let's see, Tinley McCoy come over doing some sort of leg swag over the finish line. I don't think it was style points. I think she was trying to right the bike.
All right, so your leader down to the Dunlop drop. Going to watch him pop up over the top of that single into this rhythm section. And he is starting to separate out. So right now, if you're the 305 Gas of Bowser, you have got to try to hang on to the rear fender of Gage Brown because right now you're going to see Brown try to break the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's exactly what Brown's doing right now. But look at Bowser. I mean, he's carrying momentum down that hill, and he is closed back up. Look at that.
Yeah, that outside line in the Baggett berm does work really well if you've got a guy on the inside that doesn't have enough horsepower to get over that jump.
Well, he reduced that 2-second margin down to about 2 bike lengths. Like, he rolled right back up onto the back wheel of Brown. Not sure if Brown had a bobble or what, but I'm telling you.
No, I think what you're seeing is Bowser just know he cannot let him get away.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. I mean, he was going full send down the hill there.
So working their way through the big loop 270 down at the far left side of the track. They're going to head back up the hill, back down into the Team Cramp sweeper. And we'll watch for him to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill here in a moment.
And here they come up over Cemetery Hill, charging hard into the FMF Powerwall. And right now, Bowser right there on the back wheel of Gage Brown through the 12-pack.
That's what he needed to do.
Yep. He heard you, Don. He was listening to you.
Got that FM receiver in his helmet.
223.2. Elliott Bowser with a 223.3. Tace Morgan a little bit off that time with a 224.3.
Hey, to bring a little bit of light on the subject here, Gage Brown has just been incredible the last few months of the Texas Winter Series, absolutely dominating the Winter Series in respective classes. He's battled with Jake Willis, Jackson Vick, a few others here, but it has all been Gage Brown, so no big surprise here on kind of his home track to move up into that leader spot here.
Yeah, great intel, Shan.
And he's one of the riders you expect to see up front, too.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, it is home track advantage for him, but he's riding the wheels off that thing. I'm impressed right now with Elliott Boucher.
Yeah, I was going to say, somebody forgot to tell Boucher that this was home track advantage because he is staying right with him. Right now, again, as they come through that section by the Oak Tree turn, they seem to kind of stretch out a little, but watch when they get down to the Blake Baggett berm because Boucher is sweeping that outside and really laying into it.
Yeah, he's carrying so much speed down the hill here.
And we got a little traffic in front of him coming up now, too, so this could start to play a factor.
Yeah, it's going to take that outside away from Brown. And Boucher, there he goes. He's going to take that outside and just carry that momentum. Look at the speed that he's carrying out there, Don. He didn't get quite the ground that time through.
Yeah, that time around wasn't quite able to close the gap as quickly.
But absolutely flying around that outside corner. Super cool to watch.
So it is Gage Brown, Elliott Boucher, Tace Morgan, Nolan Ford, and Maddox Timmerman top 5. Alex Campili moves up to 6th. Connor Feather 7th. Austin Keller is 8th. Dylan Graham and Evan Thalman rounding out your top 10. And then it's Bryson DeYoung, Talon Hill, Tilly McCoy, Gabriel Dukeson, Benji Harris through the top 15. And then Dax Wiles, Anthony Pacella, Jax McCarthy, Zoe Moore, and Cash Tucker going to round out your top 20. As it looks like the white flag going to get ready to come out here. We're looking for our leaders up and over the top of Cemetery Hill.
I'll have him charging into the FMF power wall. Got to spend quite a bit of time with Mr. FMF himself last night. We've got...
So here we go, out of the back, that little switchback, and you're watching your leaders battle into that new Dragon's Back section. So up and over the top, and then you can see Boucher trying to close the gap, coming to the inside. They're going to go by the mechanics area.
Well, Don, kicking off the weekend with an absolutely incredible race right now. These two, Brown and Boucher, just laying it down, laying the gauntlet down. This is what we're going to expect all week, I'm afraid, which is nothing to be afraid of at all. This is going to be incredible to get to be a part of.
Well, you know what? Gage Brown is going to have his hands full, it looks like, with Boucher all the way to the checkered flag, because you can see as they make their way through that new section there, down into that left-hander and heading towards the Oak Tree turn, there is the 129, Gage Brown trying to hold him off.
Yeah, Boucher got no quit in him, that's for sure. Looks like he's lost a little bit of real estate there, but he's coming back into this section that he's got a caution flag out. He's coming back into that section that he's so good at, this Blake Baggett berm down the bottom of the hill.
He's got that section dialed in. And it looks like Boucher's lost a little time to Brown, so that is probably going to do it. So watching the riders clean through that section, going to head down to Loop 270.
Yeah, right now it looks like laundry service at the front gate, Right now it looks like Gage Brown has settled in. Hey, the last time through they turned 222s. Did not see that when they come through, but Gage Brown looks like he's settled into that number one spot pretty comfortably. Going to bring this puppy home.
Yep, getting ready to make his way back up the hill here as we look at Brown heading towards the Team Cramp sweeper. And we will watch for him to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill in just a moment.
Podium check. Podium check.
And here is your leader. One more trip through that Texas 12-pack.
And checker flag is coming out here, Don.
There you go. And it is going to be the 129 JM Racing Adventure Moto 7MX Dunlop 100% ride. Gage Brown.
With a fist pump.
Taking the moto win to start his week off right. The 305 of Boucher just going to hold off Tace Morgan. Morgan was getting a taste of that possibility to get second on the final lap, but he'll have to settle for third. Nolan Ford will be fourth, and we are looking for Maddox Temmerman, the number 5 in the 5th position. That'll do it from Mini Senior 1. Getting ready to go now with Junior Plus 25, but I believe we've got to send it down to the podium here and talk to our moto winner with Dean Dias.
Yeah, thank you. I'm down here right now with Gage Brown, the first moto winner of this whole event. Gage, man, tell me about it. How was the track out there? How was it being?
It was good. kind of to like a top 5 star and then just work my way because the outsides, they weren't deep and I was just barking them.
And solid ride for sure. Tell me what other classes you're riding here today.
Team Mini 1 and 2, Mini Senior 2, and Open also.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Who's making this all possible?
My mom, my dad, my grandma and papa, Mimi and papa, my sister, my uncles, my aunts, Adventure Moto 7, 100%, Bell, A-Stars, Adventure Moto, Trek Startles, On Track School, Jam Racing, Sonoma, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you so much.
Brown, your winner here in the Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14.
All righty, thank you, Dean. So we got the Junior Plus 25 going to head out off the start gate next. Coming to us out of Mesquite, California on the 19. That's Brooke Whipple.
Out of Smithville, Texas, the 29 of Andrew Short.
The 322 of Giancarlo Clouser out of Auburn, Oklahoma.
Out of Eagle Mountain, Utah, on the 462, Skylar Adams.
On the 508, the KTM out of Byron, Minnesota is Cody Thorne.
The 887, Shane Keeler out of Kelleher out of Cumberland, Rhode Island.
And on the out of North Smithfield, Rhode Island, riding the 910, Keegan Labonte.
Out of Sedgwickville, Missouri on the 920, Cody Lorenz.
And that is your field here in the Plus 25, the Junior Plus 25.
Looking forward to seeing Andrew Short out there again. He was out there mixing it up yesterday in practice, clicking off some fast ones.
All right, card is up. Getting ready to go sideways.
All right. Well, Don, you've been talking about Scary Man for the last day or so. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to watch Scary Man, see if he's got anything to offer the 29 of Andrew Short, and it looks like he just railed the outside.
And that looked like it was Clouser on the 322 grabbing that Tamer hole shot.
Was it really? Well, here they come, headed up to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. The Yamaha out front. So it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be the 322 of Giancarlo Clouser. I believe that's going to be the 29 Machine Andrew Short in the number 2 spot there on the KTM.
It is indeed Clouser out front, Short in second. That looks like it's going to be the 910 of Labonte running in third. I believe that's Kelleher fourth. That was the last one. That's done. All right, so looking at your leaders working down through the Loop 270 section, going to watch for them to come back up to the top. Then it's a hard right 180 back down to the bottom of the hill, heading into the Team Cramp Sweeper. As you can see, looks like the 322 of Clouser continuing out front.
They should be charging up over Cemetery Hill right about now. They should be showing up any second. Looking forward to watching these guys plowing through the Texas 12-pack. They're charging into the FMF Powerwall, into the 12-pack. Here they come, Don.
All right, watching to see who's going to get the advantage here as the green flag out on the top of the finish line. So it is indeed the 322. So Clouser out front, Short in second. A little bit of a gap back to the third place ride here.
Oh, down in the switchbacks here.
Oh, Ryder going down there.
The 910 goes
So
down.
Tracy Cloy moves into third. Skylar Adams fourth. Cody Thorne and Shane Kelleher fifth and sixth. Whoa, the 19 of Brooke Whipple just kissed the side of the finish line.
Yeah.
She hit the grass on the side of the finish line jump and somehow did not go down.
Well, and she was looping out in the process of hitting the grass, so there was a lot of stuff going on there. Yeah.
So that was Our Lady of Blessed Acceleration. Get me out of here. All right, here we go. The battle up front starting to tighten up short. Going around the outside in the oak tree turn.
He's running him down now, so the battle is on. Looks like Andrew carrying a lot of speed down the hill. I was watching some of the lines that Andrew's making as he came through here, and he's running those vet lines. He was way off in the sides of the track. He wasn't leaving the track, but he's looking all over the racetrack right now.
Using every single inch. Here we go. He's going to sweep outside here. Klauser trying to hold him back. Short's going to get a good run down that little rhythm section downhill.
Wow, look at the speed Andrew carried down the hill.
You can tell the 322 heard him coming. Close that door on the inside.
Well, Andrew had to change his lineup as he was going down to that Blake Baggett berm. He had to kind of cross from the left to the right, from inside to out. He lost some bike links there, so now he's got his work cut out for him again.
So again, coming out of that big loop 270 short on the inside. And it looks like they're both in that same line. Going to the 270 loop, they're going to come to the top of the hill. And again, that hard 180 right. Short is all over Klauser on the 322, but just can't seem to find that line around.
Yeah, watching Andrew last time through the 12-pack, he was carrying a ton of speed, so I expect him to at least roll up on and then try to maybe make the move here in the VMAX switchback.
Here we go. The FMF Powerwall, they are just about side by side. Short's going to have a run on the outside. I think that's going to be it right there.
He got her done.
Andrew Short takes the lead.
Look at his line over here. This is what I was talking about, just on the far edges of the racetrack. And that's one of these things these vet riders do. They look at the whole racetrack, and they're able to do it at 2 minutes and 22 seconds a lap, which is mind-boggling to me.
All right, so Tracy Cloy hanging on to a solid third-place spot on the 37 KTM.
See if Skylar Adams still holding on to the number 4 spot. Let's see. There is Skylar Adams.
That's the 887 Kelleher into the top 5 now. And it looks like the 910 of Keegan Labonte going to drop back behind Cody Thorne. So Thorne to 6th, Labonte 7th. And that was a little cleaner finish line jump there for Brooke Whipple.
Well, Labonte went down on the switchbacks that last lap, so still trying to probably get some dirt off the bars and all that stuff. You know how it is. You go stick that dirt, it just gets on everything. Up over number 5, Short, starting to pull a little real estate over Klauser now, getting a little breathing room.
Yeah, he's just going to start to pick his own lines and kind of just lay down a good quick lap and then bring this thing home.
Yeah, so much smoother, so much more flow now that he's out front, like you say, picking his own lines here, just going where he wants to on the racetrack instead of where he's forced.
Yep, nice midline through there. He's going to get all of that triple step up. So
Race
looking
number-
at Short, make his way down that right-hand turn and going to head down to the loop 270.
Race number 2 kind of winding down here, Don. Race number 3 down here on the gate. Race number 4 in staging.
Yeah, so 250C Junior 12 plus going to be next off the gate. 65, 7 to 9. Race 4 in staging. Then we have 2 divisions of 250B. Those Division 1 and 2 for 250B. Race 5, you need to both be in staging.
Waiting for Mr. Short to materialize over. There he comes into the Texas 12-pack. Looks like he kind of OJ'd off the power wall there, so kind of an abrupt landing there, but he is back on the gas, got the KTM flowing once again. Andrew and the boy Hudson both here racing again this weekend. They live not too far down the road there in Smithville, Texas, so they no strangers to Freestone County Raceway. They come this way and spend quite a bit of time dropping gates. So great to have the Short crew here with us again this weekend. And they've made their way over. He turned a 220 that time, so continuing to drop his lap times. The 37 of Tracy Cloy coming across, turning a 230. He's still holding on to the number 3 spot. And through the 12-pack, looks like Skylar Adams on the 462. Now Adams starting to come under a little pressure now from the 887 of Shane Kelleher. Kelleher having a good moto this last year at Loretta Lynn's. And here's the battle right now, the 508 and the 910. They come over side by side. That's Cody Thorne, Keegan Labonte. come across the finish line absolutely bar to bar, side by side. And there's Brooke Whipple, and another clean finish line jump for her. That last 2 laps ago, she came over that finish line, had us all drawn up in here. But she's cleaned it up, looking good out there on the Kawasaki. Looking out here, looking for the 29 of Andrew Short. Oh, he's checked out. He's checked out. He is trying to figure out what happened to Klauser. He shouldn't be that far off. He must have had a bit of a bobble somewhere. But we still got a really good battle between Cloy and Adams. They're coming up over number 6 right now. Adams under pressure. I believe that's.
So winding down the final moments here. They're getting ready for the white flag, it looks like. As these guys look to be doing 5. So it is the white flag coming out, Luke. And what a big surprise to see Andrew Short out front.
Not so much, not so much, yeah. No, there's some good racing going on the racetrack right now, but it's not with Andrew Short. And the white flag is out.
There you go. But Klauser doing a great job grabbing that Tamer hole shot. Got himself out front early on. Now he's kind of running on his own here. He doesn't have anybody putting pressure on him.
Yeah, and a lot of times these guys that don't ride every weekend this late in even a moto this short, they're starting to feel it in the forearms. They're starting to feel it in the chest. They're starting to gas out. So
well, early in the day, too, when the track is kind of soft like this, it does take a little bit more out of you. It's a little bit more physical when you're kind of getting into, like you say, going into that softer stuff where maybe you don't have lines cut in. As you see, beautiful overhead shot there of Andrew Short making his way down into that new section that replaces the old twist and shout. And he's going to come back up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Look at the contrast of the dirt color from the drone footage there. Absolutely beautiful.
So Short, Klauser, Tracy Cloy, Skylar Adams now under pressure from the 887 ride of Shane Kelleher.
Yeah, they've had a really good battle going on for the last lap or two. Been fun to watch.
So looking at Short come back to the inside.
That section got really rough yesterday. It's pretty gravy right now, but I got a sneaky feeling as we watch that section that rollers going down the hill there, it's going to get gnarly throughout the day.
Yeah, and you see Andrew there up and over the triple step up. Going to make his way again down to that big loop 270, the 270-degree turn. If it went a little bit farther, they'd just be doing a circle down there.
Yeah. Well, he's got to pick a rut down there and heel her over to the left and let her eat, which he is doing absolutely.
And, I got to tell you, Luke, I recommend that everyone here at the racetrack head down to that Loop 270 at the end of the race day if you'd like to see what a nightmare looks like in the dirt, because there will be about 17 deep lines through there. So you got to pick one and make it work.
And you're in it the whole time. It's not the kind of dirt down there that will just let you blow through and get out. No. Once you're in it, you're just kind of there.
Yep. So winding down the plus 25, we've got 250C race number 3 next off the gate. 65, 7 and 9, race 4 you should be in staging, and race 5 is 250B Division 1 and 2. Both of those divisions need to be down in staging, and that is going to be the checkered flag coming out. Short taking a look back there, making sure that was the checkered flag.
Vet move there. Vet move. Make sure it was a checkered.
Well, I think we all remember that year at Washougal when Kevin Windham pulled off on the white flag. So even pro riders are not immune to a mistake.
Well, Don, I'm the finish line flagger for the AMA Arena Cross Series, and I watched Vince Freese do it once this year.
Oh, yeah. All right, so it looks like Short going to get himself situated down there on the podium. We'll give him a second and get ready to send it down to Dean Dias down there with Andrew Short.
On the podium, kinda down here with Andrew Short, dude, making it look good out there. How was the track?
The track's awesome. They did a really good job. Yesterday got a little dry, but track crew did an amazing job. It's a little too wet for me right now, but that's how it needs to be. So big props to those guys. And this next moto, this 250B, will be wild because the lines are deep. And my Dunlop has been helping me, and that's about it. So I'm super stoked to be here with my kid and hopefully have a good week at these Spring Nationals.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck to get us for Andrew Short, your first moto winner.
All righty, thank you, Dean. We are underway here with the riders in the 250C 12 Plus. Looked like it was the 18 of Carden Gebbers out front with the hole shot, the Tamer hole shot. The 93 of Jackson Friesen dropped into the second spot behind him, but we'll get a look and see what the running order is now.
It looks like Talon
Becerra taking the lead. And then the 717 of Nathan Jacobus.
Whoa,
feet off the
Superman
pegs
down
to
the
Jacobus.
hill. Yeah, those two Yamahas come up over number 6. They were side by side into the right-hander, dropping down the hill. Not sure who it was. It was on that outside line, but swapped. Ended up Superman and down the hill, giving up the position. He's back on the throttle stop again, putting in the charge.
A couple of those riders really getting every inch of that triple step up there. And watching them head down into loop 270, first lap here, already starting to separate out as you saw that Grigg making their way through. So this is 250C 12 Plus, 26 riders out on the track. Working their way back to the top of the hill and then down to that Team Cramp sweeper. Watching your leaders make their way up to the top of Cemetery Hill. And we got a side-by-side battle for second. Your leader trying to get away through the Texas 12 pack. And it's going to be the 36, it looks like, of Talon Becerra taking the lead. 27 ride of Hunter Brennan and the 717 of Nathan Jacobus battling over that second spot.
Well, Hunter Brennan moved into the number 2 spot on that Suzuki, but it is back on, and it looks like, oh, yeah, it looks like the 717 going to get back around. Now it's a drag race again. Don, there's a battle royale going on the racetrack for that number 2 spot.
Yeah, Brennan and Jacobus really going at it there. As we watch your leader make his way down the hill. So there is the Yamaha ride.
Well, we're headed back up the hill over there. The leaders are headed towards the Leonard Skinner oak tree. And they still got a really good battle going on between the 27 and the 717, the Yamaha Suzuki.
Yeah, it looks like the Suzuki rider, Brennan, able to get away just a little bit. And he's trying to chase down Becerra before he gets too far in front.
I like the line choices, the Suzuki rider of Hunter Brennan. He's just hitting the racetrack in different spots, and it's working for him. I mean, he's closing that gap on Becerra. Becerra carried really good speed down the hill into the Blake Baggett berm, and both these riders out front, all three of these riders taking that outside line. Really having to stretch it out.
Yeah, when you get outside, if you get dragged into that softer stuff, you can see they're all trying to really stretch that jump.
Yeah, kissing the front fender to make it over there.
And again, top 3 heading down into the Loop 270, the big sweeper there.
Brennan is closing back up on him again, but here comes Jacobus.
All right, so making their way out of that big sweeping turn again to the top of the hill, then back down. That elevation section there.
Don, looking at the drone footage, there's a lot of shadows from the trees cast out into those ruts. I wonder if that's factored in for these riders at all.
Yeah, early in the day when that sun is sort of at a sharp angle, you will see those kind of shadowy things getting in there, but these guys seem to have that pretty well dialed.
It's on right now, Don. They're coming into the 12-pack, and the 27 machine has made the move.
We'll see if he can chase down. Nice move to lift that. Oh, a little side out there. And that might be just what Becerra needs. And they're going to head up the Dragon's back. Becerra's going to have the inside. But no.
Brennan holds on.
Yeah, Brennan. You saw he kind of stepped that back end out before the finish.
He lost drive.
His momentum.
Definitely lost a lot of drive, but he's making that Suzuki move. He's using a lot of different lines, and it's working for him. I like how he's doing this. But he's charged from third up to the number 1 spot and actually starting to pull a little bit of margin over Becerra.
Yeah, into that big double there. Becerra trying to chassis him down. He's going to make his way into that little dog leg left. And here they come to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. So it is Hunter Brennan, Talon Becerra, Nathan Jacobus, Jamin Wilkie, Jack Dawson, your top 5. Seth Drake in 6th. Jacob Austin in 7th. Kean Majors 8th. Mason Core 9th. Walker Lewis going to round out the top 10, followed by Jack Cadlow, Diego Laguna, Isla Phillips, Owen Stoddard, and Talon Trahan rounding out your top 15 here for the 250C. We got a rider down in that Dunlop drop.
Uh-oh, looks like we've lost one of our leaders.
That might be the 717.
No, I believe it's Becerra. I think the 717 is still upright.
Oh, yeah, trying to get a look at that number. We know the Suzuki rider's still out front. Cannot miss that yellow bike.
Yeah, the 717 is still giving chase. So I think we lost the 36 of Becerra.
All right, we'll see what they look like here. That would be a tough break for the 36. He was battling for that lead position again.
Well, the
so
yellow
again,
flag.
Looking at the overhead there for that big sweeping left-hander at the bottom of the hill.
The yellow flag's been holstered, so he's up and at him again, but it looks like he's going to be out of the hunt.
Yeah, and that's not the way you want to start your race week off here.
Trying to catch glimpses of the 27 Suzuki down there through the trees and through the shadows.
Yeah, he's coming right over the top of Cemetery Hill and up and over the FMF power wall.
Looks like still 2 laps to go here, Don, so we got some racing yet.
A little bit cleaner through the finish line turn there for Brendan that time around. 717 of Jacobus running in that second spot. We'll see who's going to move to third. Looks like it's going to be the rider on the 309. So Wilkie will take over that third spot. There's the 105 of Jack Dawson moving to fourth. That should put the 38 of Drake into fifth.
That is Seth still in the number 5 spot. Mom up here keeping the floor swept. Seth out there keeping the bike dirty.
And there is the 34, Austin moving to 6th. So, yeah, Talon Becerra dropping out of the top 10 there. That was a costly mistake. And riders making their way through that left-hander, going to head into the new section there.
The leader coming up over jump number 6 right now, still out front. The 27 of Brennan pulled a little bit of margin again over the 717 of Jacobus.
Yeah, Jacobus getting a little bit into that softer stuff as he came through the team cramp sweeper there, and it just looks like it just dragged all his momentum down. It's a very easy to get yourself into that softer stuff on the outside, and it just sucks you right in.
Absolutely. You know how it is. You're in that position where you're making a play to try to make it happen, and you leave that main line just a little bit. You get sucked back, and then you start getting stressed. Oh, I got to make up, and mistakes just kind of start to pile up.
Oh, and Talon Becerra dropping all the way to 19th after battling for the lead. That is a heartbreaker for Becerra.
Well, he was in the lead for a good bit of the race. Looks like we got a bike maybe fixing to give up the ghost down there.
Ooh, yeah. When you see smoke coming out of the back of the bike like that, they're not trying to signal you.
No, and this isn't the 2-stroke era, so when you see it, it's not great. So Brennan's still holding on the 27 Suzuki. Turned to 230 his last time through with Jacobus, turned to 228. So Jacobus showing he can click off some pretty fast laps here. Coming through the 12-pack, the 27 machine, and he's got quite a bit of breathing room now. White flag comes out.
And there he goes up into that new Dragon's Back section. So white flag lap here for the riders in the 250C 12 plus. We've got 65, 7 to 9 lined up next. .38 is Seth Drake trying to hang on to 5th. And he has got the smoke show, the 494 of Kean Majors. right behind him in 6th, and I don't know that Major's bike may not make the whole race here.
Yeah, it's definitely belching out the smoke. Looks like steam, actually. Looks like it's overheating. And he is still making battle there with Seth Draycott. Brennan dropping down the hill into turn number 5, coming over jump number 5.
Yeah, and he's just been able to give himself a little gap. You can see he's kind of looks like he's relaxed a little bit. Doesn't look like he's really trying to charge too hard. He knows he's got a little bit of a gap. Don't make any mistakes. You're on your way to the checkered flag next. Hunter.
Almost enough margin there to pull off and head over to one of our food truck vendors and go get your grub on, maybe a cup of coffee.
Hey, it's not that big of a gap.
Almost, I'm saying, almost.
Well, we have seen races where it looks like the winner could have just pulled off, got his boots off, and had a Gatorade before anybody else came over the finish. But I don't know that you want to let yourself do that here.
I don't think we're quite to that margin yet, but he's thinking about headed over to Big Hal's.
And who isn't?
Well, that's a good point.
So you lead around the 27 Suzuki, making his way down out of that Loop 270 ride. The AOT BC Goggles Enzo Maxima Pro Circuit 6D back Suzuki out of Winchester, California. Hunter Brennan getting ready to come through.
And the white flag being reholstered, checkered flag, been unholstered. He's fixing to pull the trigger on it. It's the 27, Hunter Brennan.
There it is. So Brennan grabs the moto win. And just a quick update for you folks that are watching the live broadcast. We do understand that we're having a little bit of trouble with some of the camera equipment. So you're seeing a static shot right now on the live stream. We are working on getting that corrected for you. So again, if you're watching the live stream, we do understand that there is a static shot on the screen. We're working on getting that a little bit of technical difficulty straightened out. Nathan Jacobus going to grab second, looking for Jamin Wilkie in third. And we'll get ready now to send it down to the podium, and Dean Dias will talk to our moto winner down there. Dean?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Guys, remember, when you get top 10, you got to pull over the impound and get your frame numbers taken. I'm up here with Hunter Brennan. I've done out there in this first moto. The track was deep, man. How was it out there?
It was pretty deep, so to pick one line and go with it.
No doubt about it. I like that strategy. How was your start? Did you get the whole shot?
I think I got like third place start, so pretty good.
Yeah, so it's kind of a little pressure to get that whole shot out there. When you're second and third, you have a chance to pick them off, man. Great ride. I hope to see you back up here again. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
The Lord Jesus Christ, can we say, Mom, Dad, BC Goggles, One Industries, 60 helmets, Arm Army, Mika Metals, Dunlop, and everyone else, thank you.
All right, guys, give up to Hunter Brennan for getting the first moto win out there.
Thank you, Dean. We're underway now with 65cc 7-9. So underway with the 65cc 7-9, looking for your leaders out of that new section. Going to make the left-hander and head to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Looked like Cameron Buckman out front early on here, right out of Huntington, New York. On a Husqvarna, 8-year-old, and he just looks like, man, gave that spot away to Jet Rao. Jet Rao, I don't know if it was given away or Jet just took it. Looks like the 72 of Jet Rao out front.
Yeah, that is definitely the 72 making the move out front. And it looks like it's going to be trying to get the numbers on that rider in second.
I believe it's Buckman still holding on to the number 2 spot.
So I
believe
you're
the
right,
16.
That is the 753, I believe, of Buckman in second.
Tate Brush back there in third on the Yamaha now.
So making their way down that big loop 270 sweeper.
Kind of in a holding pattern, waiting for these bikes to come across the finish line. The 65 machines just don't have the biggest number plates, Don, and my little squinters just struggle picking them up.
Yeah, for some reason, my eyes don't seem to focus as clearly. I don't know if it has anything to do with being old.
Could be. We're just happy you're still here with us, dude. You've been through some stuff, and you shared about that a little bit last night, so we're just blessed to have you here.
It's good to be here. Some days it's good to be anywhere.
Yeah.
So your leader is going to make their way back over the top of Cemetery Hill. Here he comes into the FMF Power Wall. We're going to look at our 65cc riders' first run through that Texas 12-pack.
Jet Rao.
Right there on the 72 Cobra. Looks like it is still a Buckman on the 753 hanging on a second. A little bit of a gap back to third. So top two riders breaking away early. There is the 16. That's the Yamaha ride of Tate Brush.
Altus Motorsports Blue Crew. Amateur racing team, Tate Brush, Atwood, Tennessee.
521 ride of Dakota Lee into fourth. It looks like it's going to be the number 3. That's the KTM of Deegan Mullen running in the fifth spot.
Dominic Steele in 6th, Gunnar Lusk in 7th, Boone Lloyd in 8th, 9th, Gunnar Robinson, and the final top 10 position there is going to go to Hudson Workman on the number 16 Gas. That is your top 10. Jet Rao still out front with a 4.4 second margin over Cameron Buckman. Buckman had the early lead, had a little bit of a bobble there down before 5, and Jet slipped up underneath there and has just continued to margin out. Tate Brush 8 seconds back.
Yeah, and that is the thing with those mistakes on the early laps. It gets very costly because you can lose a ton of positions with everybody all bunched up like that first thing. And you get somebody like a Rao on the 72 who's going to take advantage and sprint away. And you can see as he comes up over that number 6 jump into the shock sock sweeper, he is really starting to pull a gap. So Buckman doing a solid job in second, but Jet Rao starting to move away.
Yeah, not a lot of real hard, heavy racing in this. It looks like everybody's kind of just got themselves kind of gapped out and got themselves sorted, and we'll keep an eye on it, see if we can find some hot, heavy racing to call. But right now, so it's all Jet Rao on a racetrack.
That's sometimes the way it works out with the 65s. You know, they'll get into a certain pace, and unless you have some big mistake, everyone's going to kind of stick to that pace, especially early on for these smaller bikes. Track's a little bit softer and rob some of that power away. That is not a problem right now for the 72 of Rao.
Well, they should be charging through the 12-pack here shortly.
There is Rao over the top of Cemetery Hill.
Montana rider, Jet Rao. The whole family races, but Jet Rao, getting a little swappy there through the 12-pack.
Lost that drive just a little bit through there. But again, like solid gap over the field, so he's not have to worry about losing the position.
Well, he turned to 245 there. Let's see what kind of margin he has over Buckman. 7.8 second gap. Buckman turned to 248, 3 seconds a lap slower than Jet Rao. Tate Brush, good ways back still yet. That being said, all these kids up here in the front are flying. It's just Jet's just on the gas this morning. He's at another level.
So this is 65cc 7-9, race number 4. Race 5, Division 1 of the 250B is going to be next off the gate. Race Division 2 of the 250B, you should be in staging. Race number 6, Open C in staging, and we need riders in race 7, the Mini Senior 2 down to pre-staging as well. And again, we advise you not to wait to the last minute before you need to get down to staging. Know when your race is coming up. Just in case you get down there into staging and realize you have a problem or forgot something, you need to give yourself some time.
We had that discussion this morning. It's just I'm an early guy. I like to be there before and not have people waiting on me. But when it comes to dropping gates, man, the last thing you want to do is be pulling up as your competition's going through turn one.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that some riders actually do like that. My son raced with a guy who was consistently like holding his hand up right before, and they drop the gate, he'd get the whole shot.
Huh.
Some people, I think it's just maybe it's a little bit of gamesmanship to keep everybody else.
Sure,
guessing.
yeah. I've been fortunate to be close to some of the upper tier riders this year, and one in particular, he does a lot of that gamesmanship on the gate, and it just messes with people's heads, and it's super fun to watch if you're not having to compete with it. But when it's next to you, it's mental.
Not fun to watch right from next to him. Though.
Yeah.
So looking for the 72 Cobra Ride, Jet Rao continuing to charge out front. Making his way out of that lower section, the left-hand side of the track, if you are facing the track from where we are from the announcer's tower.
Getting a little bit of overcast here, which I think will be nice today to kind of help dull the shadows a bit and to keep that moisture in. Look at those flags out there, Don. They are standing, laying just straight down. Now, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, they were almost touching the ground because the flagpoles were bending. Yesterday, they were standing at attention, and today they're just at rest.
Straight out. Well, give it time. Those Wortham winds have a tendency to show up.
Touche. Here
we go. Rao making his way through the 12-pack.
Oh, bottoms out hard in that same one. He G'd almost to a dead stop.
Yeah, the suspension on these little bikes, if you get into that section in the middle there where you kind of drop into it, it definitely robs all of the power out of that rear wheel.
Uh-oh, looks like we may have a race coming on here. We've lost Tate Brush, I think. Maybe a back marker here.
Yeah, I believe Brush still hanging on to that spot.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we had a back marker come through. So Rao Buckman. Rao turned to 249. Buckman a 253. 11.7 second gap. Here comes Tate Brush, number 16, on the Yamaha. He's going to turn to 259, so he improved his lap time by a couple seconds there.
You can hear the siren call of the parents out the window here. Go, 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 go. Yes, you should. So looking at that beautiful overhead shot again here. Again, if you are watching the live stream, got that overhead shot of the big Loop 270 section. We're looking for Jet Rao. Working into the inside. There's Rao to that shock sock sweeper. And he's going to head down that downhill rhythm section. They cut that new sort of downhill roller section in this year. That's going to shape up nicely.
A little farther back in the field, we've got some racing going on, but Jet Rao has an 11.7 second margin last time across. He's probably going to be up in the 15 seconds. Impressive riding
yeah, it
for
doesn't
these
matter
guys,
where you are in the field, you're going to battle with somebody.
So Rao got a lot of real estate between himself and the rider in the number 2 spot, Cameron Buckman. So these guys are just kind of sorted out now. I think it's a long moto for these guys. Don, I don't know how often they run 20-minute motos, but that's a pretty long moto for these kids.
Well, the thing is with the 65 class, if you let them loose and just let them go and don't stop them, I'm sure they would ride for 20 minutes or more.
Yeah, you're probably right.
At this point, it's just a question of how much gas the mechanic put in the bike before the race.
Yep. I know that the Rao level of riders, they spend a lot of time training at certain lengths of moto and not just a lot of long pleasure rides. And I'm sure that they've prepared for 20-minute motos and then some.
Well, I mean, look at the lap time from the 72 of Rao. 2:47 his last time, and a 2:44 was his best. So that's only 3 seconds, and that's not uncommon even at the pro level to see those lap times as they settle in, kind of drop to that level. So he's doing a good job maintaining the pace. He comes into that shock sock sweeper, going to head down the downhill rhythm section. And into the black baggett berm, the 72 Cobra Ride Jet Rao.
Drone having to grab a fistful just to keep up with Rao down the hill. He was hauling the mail. Pounding it into that left-hand berm there at the Blake Baggett berm. Carrying a ton of speed down in there and just slamming into it. Now, I think about, I'm obviously not a 65 age rider. I'm almost getting a discounted coffee at McDonald's pretty soon. But just thinking about maintaining that heart rate for that long, and, man, it's just hard for me to get my mind around it. And a lot of times I talk to people about, single track and woods riding, and I just don't understand why you get tired so fast in moto. It's just 8 laps or whatever, but it has a lot to do with the heart rate. When you're pinging on the rev limiter for that long, it's hard to explain until you've done it. But the heart rate, being up at 180 and plus for extended periods of time, 200 beats a minute, it's insanity.
Well, the other thing is the intensity level of the racing. In some cases, you hear about riders who say, I was actually almost holding my breath that last lap.
Yeah.
And that will drain your strength. So, again, we got a good pack of riders working through there. There's battling just outside the top 10, 297 of Armbruster, Hank Tix on the 804, Caden Wood. And, again, they're all having pretty good battles of their own throughout the pack. So you don't always have to be out front to have a good time in racing here. You can always find somebody that you can bang bars with and give yourself a little bit of fun.
Well, we talked about it yesterday with some of the more beginner riders that we've known for a long time here at Freestone County Raceway. There's nobody that has any more fun than they do, and they may not get 2 laps on a moto.
That's it. It's all about what you want to get out of the ride.
Absolutely. I remember a young man here in Texas used to ride years ago that he got picked up by Cobra, and they were interviewing him, and they were saying, well, if you ever make it, what do you plan on? What do you expect? And he said, well, with all due respect, I feel like I already have made it. I get to go ride a dirt bike and enjoy myself.
And you can see the overhead shot here, that drone following those riders through that section.
Great
Slicing
footage.
in, dicing through the inside, outside into that oak tree turn. And again, beautiful view there. That looks to be the 72 of Rao going to make his way down into the Dunlop drop. And a lot of folks, have their opinion about the drone shots, whether it's amateur or the pros. I'm one of those people who loves that drone shot.
Oh, love it.
You really get a chance to see what the track looks
Yeah,
like. You get a chance
yeah.
to see what the rider is doing. As we look over the shoulder of the leader there, the 72 of Jet Rao, making his way down the hill. He's going to get to the Blake Baggett berm. Rao's going to use the inside because he's probably not going to get all of that triple step up on a 65, so wisely kind of using the inside line there. Doubles up. And again, just working his way through the field, kind of picking through the riders that he's got as the back markers. And that's the other thing about the long motos, too, Luke. You're going to run into a lot more of that lapped rider traffic, so Jet Rao going to have to make good decisions.
Absolutely, and that's a cool thing for Jet because now he's going to have to start looking at parts of the track that he may have never otherwise looked at. And or he could do what you and I are doing and just looking at this drone footage because it's going to show you things on the racetrack. The only other way to get the perspective that we're getting from the drone footage is to be on top of a motorcycle on the racetrack.
I don't think you should fly a drone while you're riding.
Probably not. But man, it would be sure handy.
Well, right now, you see that drone carving through the trees, following Jet Rao down the hill. And he's going to make his way up and over Cemetery Hill. Here comes your leader into the FMF Power Wall.
Charging into the Texas 12-pack, the 72 of Jet Rao, making the short drive from Montana down here to Texas. They've been spending quite a bit of time down here in Texas, in Oklahoma the last few years, getting Jet some seat time, and it's paying off.
And you're watching Rao into that new Dragon's Back section. Really like the way that changes up that jump. In years past, you kind of just went over the top, and there was a little bit of a switchback, a chicane, which was nice because it offered a good inside-outside option. But now riders really have to figure out how to check up. As you see Rao past the mechanics area.
Look at the track, Don. It's already materializing into a pretty gnarly racetrack.
You got a lot of lines to choose from.
It does. It does. Yeah, Jet carrying really good momentum through those inside lines there that he's picking. Like you say, a lot of these sections, these 65 riders, they can't triple out, so why use the real estate to go way outside? So just take the short distance.
Now, the position Rao is in, as you see him there working to the inside line, he's got enough of a gap that he actually could start to explore some of those outside lines. If he's got races later on, that might not be a bad idea to see. And you can see he is kind of changing it up. He's not sticking to one particular line every time through the turn.
Well, and even if he's not choosing to do that, as he's making his way around back markers these next few laps, he'll be forced to do that some, and it'll just cause him to have to look at the track from a different perspective. And you know, a lot of these younger riders, I can't imagine what it's like at the pace that they're going to be able to try to learn to process the entire racetrack. But these upper-tier younger riders are already in a place in their mind where they're doing that already. They're looking at the racetrack from another perspective than the average person just can't do it, especially at pace.
Yeah, and that's all part of learning, putting those tools in the tool chest, get you a little bit better every single time you're on the track. So Rao heading down the hill there into that big double, working through. Going to make his way back up the hill here in a moment.
Yeah, just appreciating this drone footage, being able to see the ruts down there where Jet Rao is making his way through 270 and charging back into that tight right-hander. Got a back marker to have to negotiate, so he's going to have to leave that main line. Charging up towards Cemetery Hill.
So 65cc 7-9. Again, we're talking about Jet Rao. Don't forget Cameron Buckman, Tate Brush, Boone Lloyd, and Dakota Lee. Again, still all maintaining that top five. But you can see the big gap back between second and third there as Buckman and Jet Rao. Even though there's a gap between the two of them, you look at their lap times, and they are consistently quicker. White flag is out. If you're Jet Rao, you probably just kind of breathed a sigh of relief there.
Probably, yeah.
So he's like, how many more of these are we going to do?
Yeah, it's got to seem long to him. It's just got to. It's one thing to train long, but it's another thing when you're in a moto. Motos are different. They have always been different for me because there's always something can go wrong.
Well, that's the thing you hear from every single rider. You can be, and you hear it all the time, well, that guy's the fastest guy at the practice track.
Yep.
You show up at the race, and now he's 5th, 6th, 7th. And it's like, yeah, because racing and practice, two different animals.
Yeah.
You got to do one to be able to do the other.
And we kind of asked pretty much everybody last night in our Hour of Power, asking the riders that were up here, are you a practicer or are you a racer? And across the board, most of them believe that they're racers. Yep. And I believe the people that we had in here last night are racers. It's just hard to emulate, what you're dealing with on a race in practice.
So Buckman coming through lap 8. So these guys are going to end up doing 9. That's a lot of laps on the track. Great to see the 65cc riders getting that seat time out there.
Rao, Buckman, Brush, Lloyd, Lee, that's your top 5, followed by Lusk, Still, Mullen, Workman, Dinkfelt, around in your top 10. Hall, Bull, Jones, Taggart, Gall, Robinson, Moore, Wood, Ambrewster, and Tix. Around your top 20. Race number 4, winding down here on the racetrack. Race number 5 on the gate. Race number 6 in staging. Beautiful day, Don. Look at this place. It's starting to get a little bit of movement in the flags. You said earlier that that wind could sneak up on us, but right now, man, it's just scrumptious out there.
Yeah, like
track
you're
looks
saying,
great.
Beautiful blue sky, a little overcast, kind of keep things in tip-top shape. That is perfect moto weather. And where else would you want to be right now besides Freestone County Raceway for the 2025 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER? Your leaders looking to make his way up and over that Cemetery Hill run. And it looks like that is going to be Jet Rao over the FMF power wall. And on his way to the checkered flag. So the 72 Rao Designs Cobra Motorcycles Sofa Brand Let's Ride Power Sports Ride. Going to take the moto win, starting off his week right here in the 65, 7 and 9. We're going to be looking for Cameron Buckman, Tate Brush, Boone Lloyd, and Gunnar Lusk to round out the top 5 here. But it is now going to be time to send Rao down to the podium. And I'm sure he's going to be a very happy young rider down there. So we'll give him a minute to get himself situated, get that helmet popped off. And Dean, we're going to send it down to you.
Check, check, check. All right, I'm down here with Jet Rao. Jet, man. What about that 20-minute moto? How'd you handle it?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? Did you get tired?
Yeah.
Did you know how big of a lead you pulled out there?
No.
It was pretty big, dude. Does it feel pretty good to come away with a big win?
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Who would you like to thank? Who's helping you out?
My mom, my dad, Let's Ride, Alpine Stars, Beast Moto Lab, Cobra, ASV, Money Inc., and everyone else I forgot. Thank you, guys.
All right, give it to Jet Rao, that first 20-minute moto out here on the big track, man, making it happen.
All right, indeed, a very extended moto for the 65cc riders there. Jet Rao sounds pretty happy with his performance, as he should be. Buckman hangs on to second. And we're looking for Tate Brush, the 16, to ring it around in third. All right, here we go. The first of the 250B division races off the gate. Oh, riders down in the turn. And it looks like it's going to be the rider on the 27 Kawasaki, Vincent Way.
I heard of him before.
I heard the name somewhere.
Something about
Some way, so to speak.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see what they look like as they make their way down into that section, that big left-hander, and heading into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And the 361 now going to move out front, Austin Schaefer. Oh, Schaefer into second. So it's the KTM of Schaefer to second here. And it looks like it is going to be Carson Wood up into third early on, as you see Vincent Way leading him into the big sweeping right-hander there, that shock sock sweeper.
Looks like Wood going to get drive going down the hill, going to try to make the move, but it looks like the 361 of Schaefer was able to hold on.
Schaefer goes wide, Wood goes to the inside, and Schaefer going to make the pass on Way.
Dude, that outside, if you're willing to commit and send it, that outside is fast.
Well, the bigger bikes have got the horsepower to get that drive out of the outside line where the 65s couldn't. So Vincent Way going to take the lead here as we're following them down into the big Loop 270, the Suzuki sweeper. Looking over the shoulder of our riders down there.
What a great perspective.
And the KTM rider trying to hold on. So again, back down the hill through the Team Cramp Sweeper. We're going to watch for him to come popping over the top of Cemetery Hill.
Here they are charging into the Texas 12-pack. Looks like Way in the number 2 spot now.
So it is going to be, it looks like the 361. Austin Schaefer with the lead. Vincent Way to second. Carson Wood in third. On the 231, running in fourth, Trinity Bachelor. And it looks to be the 66 of Drew Roberts rounding out the top 5. And we have got a knot of riders, 6th place through 15th, all working through that Dragon's Back section there.
Literally touching each other coming through this section. They're absolutely nose to tail. There's nobody more than like eighth of a second apart. I mean, they're just all over each other.
So the 361, Austin Schaefer trying to hold on to the lead here. And he has got the 2-7 ride, the Kawasaki of Vincent Way, putting the pressure on. They're going to head up to that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
He's starting to gap out a little bit over Way. We'll see if Way can maybe try some of these more momentum outside lines like he just did there. Looks like he's going to close back up.
I think the Way is starting to hear Carson Wood closing up on him. The Yamaha ride of Wood has been putting in a few different outside-inside line selections. So I'm sure Vincent Way is starting to feel the pressure from that Blue Crew ride.
Well, as they drop down the hill headed towards this Blake Baggett berm, let's see here. Is Schaefer going to run a defensive line and allow Way to sweep outside? Nope, Schaefer going to go outside. Way's going to go inside. Way will see it this time. Way will see the amount of real estate he lost on that inside line.
Well, even though he did lose there, I think he's doing the right thing. You don't want to follow the guy into that outside line. If he has a problem, you're going to have a problem. So Vincent Way just trying to make something happen there, but that did not work out for sure.
Yeah, there's a happy medium there when you're losing 10 bike links in a section. Schaefer still holding on, the 361 with 7/10 of a second gap when they come through, 3/4 of a second.
So Austin Schaefer, Vincent Way, Carson Wood, Trinity Bachelor, Drew Roberts, top 5. Ryder Lee, Chase Lawton, Gavin Moon, Josh Bowman, and Mason Pappas going to round out your top 10 first time through.
Well, here they come. Still the 361 out front. Looks like Way's been relegated back to third.
Way is going to drop back as Carson Wood puts that Yamaha ride into second. And we saw Carson lay down some very fast laps yesterday. So if I were Austin Schaefer, I'd start to worry just a little bit.
Well, looking at the lap times here right now, Carson Wood was 1 second faster that lap than Schaefer was. So Carson Wood got the bit between his teeth, and he's headed forward.
Yeah, he's coming.
Did we lose Wood? Nope, I was looking at the wrong battle. Race number 5 on the track, 6 on the gate, 7 in staging.
And Austin Schaefer does like those outside lines.
He does.
But he's going to drop back inside here. Vincent Way going to try to sweep some momentum to close up on Carson Wood.
It's working for him. He goes around that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, he takes that outside line, and it's working for him.
Problem is, I think when he drops to the inside in that Dunlop drop, he just doesn't have the drive out of that inside. As you can see, Wood kind of get away again.
Anxious to see what he does down here in the Blake Baggett berm because he's lost a lot of bike lengths for 2 laps in a row there.
So good charge through that section down to the Blake Baggett berm as we watch over the shoulder of the battle for the lead. So there is your top 3 right there, Schaefer, Wood, and Way. You can see Way on the 27 Kawasaki working the outside line heading down the hill. And you can see again Wood opening up that gap. So Carson Wood really fast in that section on the left side of the track. The 260 closes back up on Austin Schaefer. Top of the hill, there's a 180 right, dropping back down. And here we go. We'll watch them climb to the top of Cemetery Hill. Battle for the lead well underway here.
Uh-oh.
And that looks to be...
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
looks like Wood has made the move.
Yep. Nice move to move into the front. And again, not a big surprise. Carson Wood picked his time down there, made the move.
Oh, he just turned a 2:15 that time through. 3 seconds a lap faster that time.
Yeah,
that tells the
that's
tale.
some pretty easy math to do.
Yeah. Don't take a mathematician to figure that one out.
So
3 seconds
Carson
left will
Wood,
do it.
he's going to try and put down a heater now, Luke. I bet you're going to see him
I
bring
think
that
you're
down
right.
to
Yeah.
the 213
Yeah.
range.
He's got clean air in front of him. I think he's going to dip the visor and let her eat.
And now the battle going to be on between Schaefer and Way. We'll see if Vincent Way can at least get himself into second. That's going to give him at least a better gate pick and we get to the main event part. Because, again, this is a division race. We take the top 16, and right now the rider on the bubble in 16th is Logan Edwards, the number 12 Yamaha. So he's got to hang on to that spot, and Ryan Sampson going to take it away already.
Well, it didn't take long, yeah.
So right now the 16 of Luciano Tessin is on the outside looking in. He's got to get at least one pass made to get into the top 16.
And it looks like he's, 2/10 of a second behind Sampson, who is in 16th, that final transfer, so they're battling it.
And we are watching the 260 Yamaha ride. There is Carson Wood.
He's gapping.
Yeah, now that he's got a little bit of clear track, you notice he's going to hit that big step-up triple. Sweep down around the outside to head down to the Suzuki sweeper, that big loop 270. Little style over the jump heading down the hill. As we look over his shoulder here through that big sweeping left-hander.
It's getting pretty deep back in there, Don.
Yeah, watching the live stream here, courtesy XR Media. You should be on the Freestone YouTube page, or you can go to the FreestoneMX.com webpage, pick up the link. As we watch that drone footage there, Area 51 Films and XR providing these drone shots here. And here we go into the FMF Powerwall. Let's get a look at Carson Wood.
Another 20+1. Here he comes, Carson Wood. Let's see what kind of lap time he turned with the clean air. Is he going to drop the lap time 2:13.8, Don? He took off another 2 seconds.
And that was about the range he was in yesterday during practice. So the 2:13, 2:12, I believe, might have been his best yesterday. But that's the range I would expect we're going to see him maintain for the rest of this moto.
Well, it's like Schaefer seen that Wood shaved 3 seconds off that last lap. So Schaefer said, I can do that, and he did it. But then Wood took another couple of more there. So,
well, you know what, though? That's not going to be a bad thing for Austin Schaefer because he's at least maintaining the gap over Vincent Way.
Absolutely.
So, again, your leader heading along the RV line, going to make a left-hander and head into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Letting that back end step out just a little bit.
Way still in third. He turned another 2:18, so he's starting to lose touch. He's 4 seconds off the back wheel of Schaefer. Schaefer 4 seconds off the back wheel of Wood.
And, you know, Luke, I don't know how much time Vincent has had on the 250F. Probably just within the last year.
Yeah, I think you're right,
and,
yeah.
You know, he's not the tallest guy, so he's probably got to deal with a little bit of fatigue at this point because that's a lot of bike to muscle
Sure,
around.
absolutely. You make a good point, and it is something that some riders that are just physically, their stature just takes them a little bit longer to develop, to get used to that bigger, heavier bike with that 4-stroke horsepower.
Well,
He's riding the wheels off of it.
No. We're watching Carson Wood ride the wheels off that Yamaha, though.
Zero doubts about that. Anxious to see if he'll continue to put down the heaters and see if he can shave anything off that 2:13 lap time.
I would not be surprised, like I said, to see him maybe bring it down another second.
I think you're right, yep.
Because we know from experience talking to the riders over the years, the last thing you want to do is just relax and back it down on those last
Concentration
laps.
level goes, and silly little mistakes start to happen, and then they snowball.
And it looks like we're going to be approaching the halfway point here as I see the flagger on the finish line has the sticks crossed.
I've got a sneaky suspicion they're probably not too sad about seeing that coming out. They're probably
these
feeling
guys,
it.
I'm sure, are able to maintain the pace.
So this just in, attention in the pits, this just in. Race number 29, Division 1, Division 2, 85cc, 9 to 12 limited. That was marked to be a 20-minute +1. That's just been taken down to a 5-lapper. So race number 29, which will probably not be today, could be today, probably not going to be today. That's going to be a 5-lapper instead of a 20-minute +1. So that might encourage you to go ahead and just have a donut today instead. You were going to try to say a little bit better fitness. Go ahead and have the donut.
And again, we're looking over the shoulder of the leader here. Carson Wood working that Yamaha. And you can see he is very comfortable on that big blue machine as he heads down the hill into the Blake Baggett berm.
He turned a 2:14 that last time through, so he backed off just a bit. He felt like that 6-second margin was enough to just kind of put her in cruise control for a bit and see if anybody has anything to offer him. But I don't think anybody's going to run him down with those 2:14s, 2:15 lap time. I think he's pretty comfy.
2:14 might be his comfort lap.
I think you're right, yeah. That's crazy to say.
And you notice when he's hitting these lines in that big Suzuki sweeper, as we look at him on the drone, he's changing his lines in that section. Every lap around, he's using the inside, then the middle, then the outside, crossing back over. So he is also doing a little bit of research for later on in the day.
And still clicking off the fastest lap times while he's doing it.
That's why he's Carson Wood and you and I are announcing.
You just said it. Those who can do, those who can't, talk about it.
Well, here we go. He's going to pop up over that FMF power wall in just a moment. And into the Texas 12-pack.
Through the VMAX, switch back up over the finish line. The number 260, Carson Wood. Let's see what kind of lap time he's going to 2:16 this time through.
So the Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha ride of Carson Wood, showing how he got that ride as Austin Schaefer still maintaining a good drive. Schaefer holding on to that second spot. There's Vincent Way. And again, if you look at the lap times of Way, he's kind of staying right in the same range, that 2:18. Not going to really bring it down under that, but he's very consistent at that pace.
Well, his
that
last
was
lap,
his fastest lap of the
last
moto.
lap he was 2:20. This time through, he's so right now it looks like he might be going to kind of dip the visor and put a little charge in.
Putting a little kick in at the latter stage of the race.
Carson Wood with a 2:16.3 that last time through has a 9.2 second margin over Schaefer. Schaefer 6.5 ahead of Way. Behind Way is Bachelor, Lawton, Yelton, Lee Tate, Busey, and Brown. That's your top 10.
And you know the amazing thing about this, Luke, is this is only half of the field in the 250B. We got another division going to come off the gate here. And again, you got to be top 16 in these division races if you don't want to go to that last chance qualifier.
Well, I'm cheating a little bit looking down the list here on that next group that's coming up, and there's some fast riders out there. So this main, when we get down to mains, this could be interesting to watch.
Yeah, we're going to whittle it down to the 40 fastest. And again, you get a beautiful overhead view there of the Freestone County Raceway course. Beautiful property here, the Miller Family Ranch. Been in the family for hundreds of years. And look at that. It does not get any more beautiful and picturesque than that right there, folks.
Well, a pretty nice shower came through the other night, greened things up nicely. So the green grass really starting to come alive on that contrast.
Pretty
to the
nice
brown dirt.
shower?
Well,
that was a torrential rainstorm. That was
you wouldn't know it by looking at the racetrack. Track crew's done an incredible job. It did. It came out in buckets. The grass didn't care what form it came in. It was just happy to have some precip.
All right, so again, we're going to check in here as the 260 of Wood makes his way over the finish line jump. That's lap number 7 in the books. And again, top 16 are going to go to the main event half directly out of this qualifier. Right now, Logan Edwards looks to be the rider that has that 16th spot. We'll check in with that, but it's Carson Wood, Austin Schaefer, Vincent Way, Trinity Bachelor, and Chase Lawton, top 5. Jonathan Yelton, Ryder Lee, Kobe Tate, Riley Busey, and Asher Brown right now through the top 10. But again, we're going to let them ride through, and we'll get a look at who has that final ticket.
Looks like Edwards pretty comfortable back there in 16th. He's got a 5.7 second gap. Keep an eye on that as they come through. But yeah, it looks like he's going to settle in there and hold on to that final transfer. Race number 5A, Division 1. Race 5, Division 1 on the track. Division 2 on the starting line. This is Division. These are 20-minute plus one motos. Do want to remind you guys, race number 29 will be a 5-lapper instead of a 20+1.
And I love these 20+2 or 20+1 motos. Give you plenty of time. If you're a rider who doesn't get the start you were looking to get, you're going to have some time to make some moves.
Absolutely.
Push
Yep.
yourself back towards the front. I know looking at Asher Brown on the 75, I think he was outside the top 15 on lap 1. Works his way up into the top 10. That's going to improve the gate pick vastly.
Yeah, like you say, a lot of the riders that just aren't great starters, and some of these guys are just fitness freaks, and fitness starts to play into factor in when you start running these longer motos.
And again, beautiful look over the shoulder there through that big sweeping left-hander. That's what it looks like to ride a dirt bike at speed here at the Miller Ranch.
Charging up over Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall, into the Texas 12-pack.
So there's the 361 Austin Schaefer drone following him into that Dragon's back section. He's holding down second. Wood on the 260 Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha ride has got a 13.5-second gap right now, so he has got the lead well in hand. Schaefer doing a great job holding off Vincent Way. He's opened up a little bit of a gap of his own, and then it's about a 12-second gap back to 4th and 5th.
With the white flag flying, 1 lap to go, it looks like Carson Wood is probably going to cruise this thing around here. He will probably not go to Big House and get a snack. But as soon as he gets off, as soon as he gets done visiting with Dean Diaz,
so we're looking at the Yamaha ride of Carson Wood carving his way up the hill. Down into that Suzuki sweeper, making his way one more time through there. And it does look like Logan Edwards has opened up about an 11-second gap over 17th, so Edwards got a good shot at making his way directly into the second half. And we're looking at the beautiful overhead there, again, coming up to the top of Cemetery Hill. So following Wood there on the 260, Cemetery Hill well in sight. There's the FMF Powerwall. And one more run through that Texas 12-pack. Checkered flag going to come out, and it'll be the race win for the Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha Thor Alpine Stars FMF ride. Carson Wood with the win.
wow, Don, he made that look really easy once he finally made those couple of moves to get out front. Dipped the visor, put in a couple of heaters, got the gap.
Well, that's another mark of a very mature rider, is he didn't panic early on. He knew he had the speed. He just had to go to work.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's factoring in the fact that this is a 20-minute plus one. I've got a lot of time to work it out. Schaefer comes by, last lap with a 2:21. Here comes Vincent Way in third.
And there's your top three. So we'll get ready now to let Carson Wood pop that helmet off. And we will send it down to Dean Diaz to talk to our moto winner. Dean, I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm down here with Carson Wood. Carson, man, I was watching that moto. You started out third. Schaefer out there going to the outside, launching that single, man. How was it in your point of view?
It was crazy. I didn't get a good jump, but I followed Vincent to the first corner. I was in second, and I tried different lines to pass him, but then I got past. So I knew I had to work, but I also knew I had 20 minutes left, so I had time. So I got around Austin, I got around Vincent, then Austin, and then I just kind of rode smooth from there.
Yeah, that's what we noticed. We're all watching up in the tower and stuff, man. You had some good, consistent laps. He threw a couple of heaters down, got in the lead, and he kind of got back into pace. Was that kind of the plan?
Yeah, my first lap wasn't too good, but I started to find some really good lines, and yeah, just try to throw down some heaters.
Awesome, man. Well, I know you got a few more motos coming up, so as you put that hat on, why don't you tell me who your sponsors are, who's helping you out?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Monster Energy, Star Racing Yamaha, Pro Taper,
Race 5,
Thor,
Division 2,
Alpine
250B.
Stars, Talon, all the guys that are helping me out here today. I really appreciate you.
All right, guys, give it up for Carson Wood, your first moto winner.
Alrighty, the 79 ride, Max Shane, Team Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs, Monster Army ride, grabbing the whole shot here for the 250B 12 Plus Division 2. All right, looking at that lead pack of riders heading down to the left-hander and popping into that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. We got a side-by-side battle coming to the turn.
Look at that, driving down the hill around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, and it is on right now.
Yeah, we got a gas rider trying to work that inside. Looks like that's still Shane out front. And it looks like Will Campbell into second, the 67 Jesse Furtado into third. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the 24 into third, Owen Cavell. Furtado in fourth on the 67. Cavell going to try to make the move to second early, and he does. So Owen Cavell makes the move into second early on, coming out of the Blake Baggett berm. And right now, you better try to put a lasso around Max Shane because he had the speed yesterday.
Boy, he did. Good luck on getting him lassoed because he's already, well, he's taken with him. Who is that he's taking with him?
That's Cavell, the 24.
Cavell right there with him. Yeah, good stuff. So it sounds like Furtado had Max Shane's number throughout the Texas Winter Series this year.
Yeah, don't sleep on the 67. Jesse Furtado has really kind of come to his own this past year. A lot of time down here in Texas, and he was giving Max Shane fits in the Texas Winter Series, so we'll see how this stacks up. But don't count out my boy from New England, Owen Cavell. He knows how to go fast.
Well, here they come in through the 12-pack. Oh, he's had some pep talks from JP, so we know he's going to be charging hard. Up into the number 3 spot.
Yep. So Max Shane, Owen Cavell, Jesse Furtado, Will Campbell, Aiden Zing, top 5 over the finish line. DeAndre Ruse running in 6th, Cole Coker 7th, Gavin Player 8th, Tommy Doble in 9th, and Seth Creedy going to round out the top 10 first time around. As we look over the shoulder here, heading through the mechanics area, your top 3 riders. That drone just gave one of the mechanics a buzz cut.
Well, as they come across that top 10, it's pretty much nose to tail. There's no big gaps there, and that's completed lap 1 there. I say it's completed lap 1. But they are right on top of each other, so this should be a good race as these guys continue charging up the hill into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree section of the racetrack. Still out front, Max Shane, Cavell in the number 2 spot on the 24, keeping him honest.
Yeah,
he's still about that 1.2 seconds back.
We've lost the 67 to Furtado. He is not in third.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, we'll have to see where he ended up, but that is definitely Max Shane and Owen Cavell running 1 and 2 into the big shock sock sweeper. And it looks like it's going to be Campbell making the move to third. So something with the 67 had a little trouble on the right side of the track. All right, so following the riders down at the bottom of that section once again. And we're going to be looking for you leaders to pop up over the top of Cemetery Hill there out of the FMF power wall. So Max Shane, and it looks like Owen Cavell on a breakaway from the rest of the field here. And Really happy to see Cavell getting a good jump there and getting up towards the front. The 82 of Will Campbell hanging on to third. And we'll have to pick up where we see the 67 of Furtado, as something has definitely happened. He looks like he might be out of the top 20. So bad luck there for the 67. Hate to see it.
Yeah, what a bummer from the rider out of California. He was right up there mixing it up for the battle for the lead, and he is continuing to plummet. Max Shane turned to 217. Cavell turned to 218. So Max Shane showing he's got speed here. We'll see Cavell keep him honest. Cavell's been showing that he's not going to let Shane get away as they make their way around the Leonard Skinner to Oak Tree. And he's still maintaining that 1.3 second margin thereabout, dropping down the hill into the left-hander, fixing to come up over jump number 5. Still Shane under pressure from Cavell.
Yeah, you know, I've had a chance to watch Owen ride since he was on the 50s back up in New England, and he is always a rider that you're going to have to watch all the way to the checkered flag. He is like a bulldog when he gets on you.
Wow, yeah, well, he's showing that right now. He's got that hang-on foreverishness. He's not letting go. Both those riders taking that tighter inside line. Cavell took the outside last time, but it kind of bobbled him getting in there, so he didn't really gain any ground.
No, and that's another smart move there to not try to make that same mistake again.
Yeah.
So right now we're on 250B Division number 2. We've got riders in the Open C next off the gate. Pro riders, you need to be down in staging. Pro riders, you need to be down in staging as you will be going after the Open C. So this is first call. All pro riders, that is going to be the riders in the 250A Pro Sport. 250A Pro Sport, get down to staging.
Here they come, Don, through the 12-pack into the VMAT switchback. Still 79 Max Shane out front. Owen Cavell right on his back wheel. It's down to a 1.1 second margin, so he's closed back up. He is 0.3 of a second faster that time through with a 2:19.2 over Max Shane's 2:19.5.
Like I said, don't let that Cavell kid get a hold of you because he's not going to let go.
All right, there's been a lost phone out here in the facility. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There's a lost cell phone. So if you find a cell phone, would you please bring it to the scoring tower, to the sign-up shack, return that, do the right thing, bring that cell phone back. So once again, attention in the pits. There's been a cell phone lost. If you find a cell phone, please bring it to the sign-up building. Don, look at him going around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree right now. It is on, man. I tell you, Max Shane took the inside. Cavell took the outside. He was carrying a truckload of momentum. Look at him switching them lines. I keep jumping in on you, Don.
No, again, you're right. They're going back and forth. Now watch Cavell to the inside here. He likes this inside line, and he is right on the rear fender.
Well, he's going to have to take the outside down here at the bottom of the hill because he is so close.
Woo, step that back end out a little bit there. So we are watching the battle for the lead here, looking over the shoulder of Owen Cavell as he tries to chase down Max Shane.
Incredible battle.
Down into the Suzuki sweeper. Interesting to see where Shane goes in this big sweeping left-hander. Looks like both riders going to try to stick to that inside line. Cavell really hugging the inside, trying to shorten up the racetrack a little bit. And back to the top of the hill. Again, they're going to switch to the inside. And here we go. Team Cramp sweeper coming up here. Memories have been made and lost down there. We don't know what's in the dirt down there. Don't anybody dig too deep down there. All right, here we go. Your leader's going to battle over the top of the Cemetery Hill into the FMF power wall. And let's watch the different rhythms here. Cavell kind of skimming through on the inside. Shane on the outside.
Halfway point, they got the cross flag out. Max Shane with a 2:19.3. Excuse me, that time 2:19.3, and Cavell with a 2:19.3 as well. So matching lap times.
So once again, we've got Division 2 of the Open 250B on the track. Open C is next off the gate. And then we need 250A Pro Sport riders down in staging. You're going to do your sight lap, and then anyone else who wants to do a sight lap will go after the 250A, and then we'll line up the Pro Sport riders to drop the gate.
Well, it looks like Shane has pulled out a little bit of real estate over Cavell as they make their way around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. That 1.1 second margin has bumped out to more like a 2 second and some change now into the left-hander up over number 5, Max Shane, gapping out.
Well, we'll look at the lap times. 2:19.3 for both riders.
Yep, they matched each other's lap times there.
So it's going to come down to the fewest number of mistakes at this point because they're pretty evenly matched in speed.
They were 2 1,000ths of a second off of each other's lap times that last time through. This just in, it sounds like we need the 250A Pro Sport to make their way.
You know, I'm just going to say. And again, this is a division race, so top 16 will go. And right now, the 124 Caden Mitchell holds that final ticket. Henry Milliken on the outside looking in, but those two are not too far apart. So
1.2 seconds.
Keep our eye on that one.
Yep, that's going to be one to watch.
And also, if you are in a division race, make sure you check the official posted results to make sure you made it into the second half without having to go to the LCQ. The results you hear over the microphone are unofficial. You need to check the official posted results.
Shane up over the finish line. Cavell still in tow there, but he's lost a little ground from their last time through. That time Shane turns a 2:18.2 with Cavell turning a 2:19.0. 1.9 second margin from Shane back to Cavell in second.
And you know, I noticed that the Yamaha rider Cavell was kind of surfing the dirt in that switchback section. So really kind of trying to push the rear end around a little bit, get a little more drive out of that bike.
Well, he's searching. At least he's trying to figure something out, trying to find something, because Max Shane clicking off some heaters here. Gavin Player on the 25, one of our local riders in that final, or in the 10th position there.
And Jesse Furtado, the 67, he was out of the top 20 early, claws his way back up to 11th. So we'll follow that march through the field, and he was in second at one point. So he is probably not happy that he has to go to work like that, but he's doing a good job. And again, you look at the lap time, he's turning a 2:19 in traffic. Same lap as Owen Cavell.
Waiting for Mitchell to come through with Milcam there behind him and see where they're at in their margin there, because they were 1.2 seconds apart last time through, and that's for the final transfer.
And Cavell dropping into that same line, following Max Shane through.
Well, now Milcam in that number 16 position. Mitchell relegated back to 17th, and he has 4.3 seconds back.
Yeah, so Henry Milliken got the message on the pit board. Hey, you need one more, buddy. Go.
Well, just behind Mitchell, you got Moreau, Martin, Botiller. Bodier, I'm not even sure what you call that. Beautiful back last name. I just don't know how to say it. Botier. Either way, he's in 20th. Max Shane still in that number 1 spot.
All right, here we go. Up and over the FMF power wall. Here's your leader, Max Shane on the 79. Owen Cavell on the 24. Still trying to chase him down.
Not letting him breathe at all, Don. Just staying right there.
Nope, he's going to have to fight right to the end. Any kind of miscue from Max Shane,
there
Owen
to
Cavell,
pounce. Yep.
he is going to dive right in there. So the rider on the NSA Yamaha Monster Army Parts Unlimited Moose Elite 100% ride, looking to try and get something to make the move on Max Shane.
Well, and these are longer motos than even what these 250B guys get to ride on a regular. They get to do this from time to time, but this is a long moto. So,
and you know, Aiden Zing, Will Campbell, Tommy Doble, all pretty bunched up there. There's not a lot of separation between those three.
Wow, yeah, look at that between Campbell and Doble. I mean, Doble 5/8 of a second off the back wheel of Campbell.
Yeah, that's going to, like I say, they've got plenty of time, so that might get a little dicey.
Yeah, we've got at least 2 laps to go here. The white flag's still not out.
Furtado continuing to move forward. He's up into 9th now. So, again, we're looking at a good recovery because, again, going down on that early laps really puts you in the hole.
Shan Garcia here saying that Furtado been getting these J.P. Parson pep talks these last few months, is giving him the drive to come back from, we don't know how far down he was. He was in outside the top 20. He's in 9th right now and charging forward 6/6 of a second off of Creedy in 8th. So we're looking to see if Furtado is going to make a few more moves here before this is all said and done.
And again, you see over the shoulder there, that beautiful drone shot. Really giving the idea of the speed these riders are going. That rider coming out of the Blake Baggett berm there into that triple step up. All right, here comes your leader, Max Shane, over the FMF Powerwall. And it looks like he is starting to pull away now. So there's Shane, and Cavell going to fall back just a little bit, still maintaining 2nd.
Well, Shane clicked off another 218, so he's consistently in that 218 range. Cavell at 222 that time. Not sure if Cavell's backed off or if he may have had a mistake, but
well, you know, at this point, if you've thrown everything you have at the guy and you still can't get him, back it down a little bit. Keep 2nd place is going to be a whole lot better than making a big mistake.
That's a great point, Don, and a lot can go wrong when you're riding at that level that many laps, and so maybe he just made the decision to just back off and save it for the next moto. Race number 5 on the track, 6 on the gate, and then we're going to have 250A.
Yeah, we're going to have Open C off the gate next, and then the 250A riders will do their Pro Sport, or the Pro Sport site lap. And then any rider in race number like 9, 7, 8, 9, or 10, if you got a race coming up after the 250A Pro Sport, you can do a site lap right after the Pro Sport riders do their site lap, and then we'll line the 250A up and drop the gate for them. But it's going to be Open C next off the gate, 250A Pro Sport riders site lap, followed by a group site lap, and then we drop the gate on the 250A Pro Sport.
Flag starting to move just a little bit out there today. Just a lazy little breeze blowing in this beautiful spring day here at Freestone County Raceway. Beautiful weather.
And again, Luke, following the march up the field for Jesse Furtado, he's up to 8th now. So he's picked up a position every single lap for the last 2.5, 3 laps.
It's going to get tougher and tougher. There's quite a bit of real estate between him and Ulrich. Once he gets around Ulrich, if he does, then they're really close.
Yeah, because you got Campbell, Roos, and Ulrich all pretty close together there. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, anxious to see if he can get that done. If so, impressive ride either way you slice it. Battling for the lead early on, goes down, drops out of the top 20, up into 8th right now. Clipped off. His best lap time was a 2:19. I know he's been dealing with traffic there, but people in front of him, so a 2:19 is a pretty fast lap when you're trying to make moves.
All right, here we go. There's Max Shane over the finish line. And Cavell on the 24, maintaining that 2nd spot. And again, it does look like Cavell has just decided, you know what, I'm going to keep this 2nd spot, not do anything silly. That's a mature ride right there.
Max Shane clipping off 2:18s every lap. Very, very consistent lap times.
Aiden Zing, Tommy Doble going through. Campbell and Roos. There is the 83 of Ulrich. And there's Jesse Furtado. So a little bit of a gap here. Furtado kind of trying to catch Makai Ulrich. He is quicker lap time-wise, so we'll see if he can get it done. And again, good to see Jesse make that recovery. That's got to be a little disappointing, I'm sure.
Yeah, Furtado turning the 2:19s is he's gonna have to find something else to get it done to move up any more positions. We should have about 2 laps left, would you guess?
I'm going to say we might be looking at the white flag this next time around. I see your finish line flagger coming out of the house.
That's a pretty good indication. He's fixing to unholster the white flag.
We'll see. But, yeah, not a big surprise to see the Husqvarna Troy Lee Designs Monster Army Altus Motorsports ride. Max Shane stretching that gap out. We've seen Max over the years, always a strong rider till the end. And again, I'm very happy to see Cavell holding on to that second spot. Another one of those New England riders I've been watching since he was on the 50s.
It's really cool to get to watch these riders progress through the sport from beginners all the way up to the level that he's riding out here today. It's just cool to get to be a part of their lives in that capacity.
Yeah, you know, I was telling Shan, this year I am starting my 20th year of announcing for Winchester Speed Park, and you start to think about it, and I go, that is a third of my life.
That's pretty incredible.
Every weekend in one spot. Well, it's probably good for me not to be anywhere else on those weekends.
You know, Max Shane's still holding on to the number 1 spot. Continuing to click off those 2:18 consistent lap times. There he comes, taking the white flag, the 79 Max Shane. 2:19 that time. He dropped a second, or left a second laying out there somewhere. He decided, you know what, I've got 1 lap to go. I've got a 9-second gap.
Yeah, just let that one ride home to you. Don't do anything silly.
That 9 seconds, now 11 seconds.
Cavell still maintaining a pretty solid gap over Aiden Zing.
Well, the white flag flies here for race number 5, Division 2, race number 6 on the starting line. 250 Pro Sport.
Yeah, the Open C is going to go next, and then the Pro Sport will do their sight lap. And then we'll have a group sight lap after the Pro Sport sight lap, and then we'll line up the 250A Pro Sport riders for their moto. First time this week getting a chance to see the 250A Pro Sport riders. And again, here on the final lap, Luke, looking at position number 16. That is the 11 gas of Henry Milliken. He's got the final transfer ticket. Caden Mitchell on the outside looking in on the 124 Cowie. Oh, we got a rider off the side here in the switchback, able to get that bike moving.
Looks like Max Shane charging through the 12-pack one last time here. Checker flag coming out for the 79 with a salute to the crew there.
There you go. That's got to feel good. Knock down that win here as your first moto of the week. Hanging on to that second spot. Going to be the rider on the 24 Yamaha. There is Owen Cavell. Aiden Zing, 59 double, and it looks like the 82 Campbell going to round out the top 5. And we're going to get ready to send it down to the victory podium here. Dean Dias going to get a chance to talk to Max Shane. Dean, we'll send it to you.
Check. With Max Shane. Gotta get that hat on, get all dolled up before the podium speech. All right, Max, let's talk about this, man. Walk me through that moto. How'd it go for you?
Gave myself a great start, got the whole shot, And pretty much from there, I knew I wasn't going as fast as Owen was, but I knew I just had to be smart, check my form, and just not get tired. I knew I wasn't going to get tired, so I just kept it on 2 wheels and brought it home.
Yeah, that's amazing ride. You brought it home for sure. You got any more motos coming up? What numbers are they?
Yeah, I'm racing 5 classes, so quite a busy week. I don't even know what number they are, but I just couldn't thank Greg Albertson enough for helping me out and prepping my gate like the best. My mechanic Ryan, my mom, dad, everyone around me, John Carlo, Aspen, just all of my friends and family, Eric, CP Racing, Team Husqvarna, Darian, Jed, FMF, Pro Taper. Big thanks to TLD. I knew I couldn't get the new gear dirty, so had to get a whole shot and stay out front. Just really everyone, I couldn't thank them enough.
Amazing ride, Max Shane. You pretty much interviewed yourself up here. Get up here, Max Shane, get that win there in that one.
All righty, thank you, Dean. So we're underway with the Open C. Taking the whole shot here on the 27 BC Goggles Enzo Maxima Pro Circuit Ride. Hunter Brennan. Brennan holding the lead to 7:17 of Nathan Jacobus, hanging onto that second spot, the Phoenix Suspension Ride. And they are making their way down to the big loop 270 here. As you see a pack of riders there all up towards the front. We'll see how this one sorts out. Because again, 2 wide going through that turn, now 3 wide, NASCAR style. So here we go. Really tight battle at the front of the pack here. You can see 4 or 5 riders all in contention trying to grab that lead. And let's see how they sort this out as they come back up to the top. Oh, rider going down. 2 down. We got a few of the riders that were in the front of the pack going down there, coming through the team cramp sweeper. So that ground just reached up and grabbed him. Let's see who's out front. Still the 27 here of Hunter Brennan. 7:17 of Jacob is still second. And that's going to be the 107, Talon Trahan taking third.
So Brennan Jacobus, Tran Core, Majors, your top 5. Well, word on the street is Sean Roden with Next Level Healthcare here in the pits, moving around, ready to wrench on people. Is he set up down there, Shan? Set up next to the food court behind the start gate, doing a long time staple here. Tell us a little bit about what he's doing here, Shan.
All right, he's a chiropractor. Sean Roden here every year for the JS7, and usually always set up in the same spot, kind of next to the food court, in between the food court and the pavilion, the start of the pavilion, down behind these start gates. So he is here. He's a great chiropractor, and he's here to help out all of you athletes, all you racers, get adjusted and work out some issues on your tissues if you have some issues. So Sean Roden, we appreciate you being here. Big shout out to our friend Sean Roden, Dr. Sean Roden with Next Level Healthcare. He's a longtime motocross racer as well, so he fully gets what we're doing out here.
And wrench is the active word in that phrase. It looks like the 27 Suzuki, Brennan, starting to get away a little bit here. You got a battle going on between Jacobus and Talon Trahan for second and third, but Brennan, he's starting to get away as he airs out that big step-up triple on that Suzuki.
That's not his first time to do that today either. Brennan's been showing us that he knows how to get that Suzuki around this racetrack fast. He's been out front a couple motos already today. A 2.8 second margin when they came across the finish line, and it looks like it's every bit of that right now. It's still right about that 3 second mark.
So again, we're going to have the 250A Pro Sport Sight Lap coming off the start next. If there's anyone else got a moto coming up that wants to do a group sight lap right after the 250A lap, you can head down there. Once the 250A complete their sight lap, we'll line them up to drop the gate. But again, doing those group sight laps after the Pro Sport sight lap.
Right now, Brennan Jacobus, Trahan, Core, Majors, Dawson, Kubik, Hell, Thornbrush, and Breckmeyer. That's your top 10. Here comes Brennan on the 27 Suzuki. Let's see what kind of gap he's got here. He's pulled it out to a 3.7, so he's taken another second. add to that cushion. Brennan, Jacobus, Trahan, Majors, and Dawson. That's your top five, how they come across. 231. Brennan's lap time, 232. Jacobus, 233. Trahan. So it looks like the numbers aren't going to lie. There's Seth Draycock coming across in ninth. There's no transfer here. All these guys going straight on through. Hey, my little buddy Sage Tangler back there. Let's see where she's at.
And we're looking over the shoulder here of your leader heading down that section. Going to make the left-hand turn into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. So there is the 27 Suzuki. A little bit of a bobble there for Hunter Brennan. Got a little offline, but he's going to hang on to the lead. You watch the battle second and third trying to close in on that spot behind him. So Hunter Brennan working the shock sock sweeper there, the 717. Jacobus in that second spot. Or Jacobus. I got to tell you, the 107 Talent Trahan, he is bouncing all over the place, coming through that outside line there. You can see it's getting a little ripped up, Luke.
Yeah, see that. As you were talking about that, I was watching that bike working overtime. Maybe they can do some suspension tweaks there and calm that thing down a little bit, because it looked like it was bouncing him all over the racetrack. Brennan's still holding on to that 3.7 second margin. I think he may have gapped it out even a little bit more next time through. We'll know.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like he's on a very smooth lap there.
Yeah, once again, he's done this a couple of times already today, and he just looks really comfortable out here on the Suzuki. Track's getting rough. It's early in the day, and the track's already starting to form some really nice lines in it, starting to get some braking bumps, acceleration bumps. It's just really starting to come in early here. Little breeze starting to blow. It'll help dry things out, which some riders will like that, some won't. The water truck will probably have to be out there moving around before too long. Here comes our race leader, just about looped out there in the 12-pack.
Yeah, you got to get that thing smoothed out. But maintaining the gap. Looks like he might have stretched it out a little bit.
Another second. Yep, pretty consistent.
See, that's the way to do it. You just run your laps. You pick up a second, half a second every time. That's going to add up to a win. And we are working past the halfway point here with the Open C. 6 laps for the riders. Again, the 250A Pro Sport going to head out for a sight lap. That'll be next, and then we will have a group sight lap after theirs. Then we will line the 250A Pro Sport riders up as we look.
Not gonna lie,
here.
Don. Looking forward to those 250A Pro Sports. So they're gonna tell us some stuff about what this track's made of. They're gonna show us some lap times, give us a pretty good indication.
And they're going to be coming out at a time when the track's gotten to be worked in a little bit, so they'll have no trouble picking the lines they want to get.
Meanwhile, Brennan still continuing to margin out. Yeah.
Drop.
No real hot and heavy battles on this racetrack for the most part. You get back to about 11th, 12th, somewhere back in there, 10th, 11th, 12th. We got some racing going on. Shan Garcia, I tell you what, the dude is just an absolute animal running the show here, trying to keep the mics moving and trying to keep everything functional and working. Shan, you're a hard-working dude. It's fun to watch you. And I know that you like being on the mic, but you're trying to just get things moving, bump all the rust off. Yeah. And he's got a jacket now that just tells the story. It says, Shan Garcia, announcer extraordinaire.
Wait a second. I thought that one said aimless drunk. No. Come on.
Announcer extraordinaire, and a reminder, my shoes cost more than your house. The old Ric Flair saying, my shoes cost more than your house.
So again, nice, beautiful overhead shot. You get the lay of the land here at Freestone if you're following along on the live stream. Just a beautiful kind of scoping shot over the top. You can see all of the pits loaded here. We're looking for your 27 Suzuki ride to make his way towards us here.
So this is a 6-lapper, isn't it, Don?
Yes, it is, and that's going to be lap number 4 going in the books, so 2 to go. You see their leader just giving a look over the shoulder there, just trying to gauge where he's at. And there is a bit of a gap back to the 717.
Continuing to take a second and some change that time. It's a 6.1 second margin. And like you said, he looked back over his shoulder and seen Jacobus back there. So knowing he's probably got a couple laps to go, I don't know that I'd encourage him to back off any. I think I would try to stay focused on what's in front of me and try to continue to charge forward. He's checking behind him now.
Well, he just put his fast lap of the race in there on lap number 4, so he's definitely not backing it down.
Definitely not. We'll see if he will now that he looks back and seen that he's got a little bit of real estate there. Hopefully he just keeps on charging. He's got it figured out. He's in his second moto of running around out front. We'll just assume he knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
making his way around the Leonard Skinner oak tree there. Got that Suzuki heeled over.
I know that don't always like that looking back, though, you know. Unless you've got somebody right on you, the race is in front of you. That would cost my son some push-ups.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with it. It's just not a good practice. And I think we all probably are guilty of it in one degree or another. And sometimes it may not even be a physical look back, but our attention goes back there in our mind, and that's just as bad.
So looking at your leader down to the Blake Baggett berm here, following the 27 Suzuki. As you see, he's going to hit into that inside line. Still going to be able to get that double out of there cleanly. No reason to try to stretch that jump out. He's got the lead. So the 27 ride of Hunter Brennan, Suzuki rider making his way down to the Suzuki sweeper. It looks like he's going to hug that inside line there. Again, trying to just keep that track as short as possible.
I wonder if it's any faster going through the Suzuki sweeper on a Suzuki.
There is at least a 4-second gap.
4
second advantage, yeah. That's it. There's a small booster down there that gives you that little NOS effect. But right now he's just doing a great job picking the lines, working through a little bit of traffic. And we're going to watch for him to come over the top of Cemetery Hill. And it is indeed going to be the white flag coming out, Luke.
I'm sure he's ready to see that. I think that might have been a little bit to do with why he was checking back over his shoulder last time through, just wondering, man, how close is this? Do I have a little bit of wiggle room if I need to let off? We'll check his lap time here. It looks like he's still charging hard. 2:29, only a second off, so he's still got the bit between his teeth. He's got the visor down. He's charging.
Yeah, he's keeping the pace. Again, we've heard riders in the past say it a number of times. If you start to relax, you start to make mistakes. And it looks like Hunter not going to let that happen. He's going by the mechanics area there. You see the 7MX mechanics area. And Hunter Brennan, you can see that back tire just shattering through some of those turns. So you are right, Luke. This track is getting rough early.
It is, yeah, early. I like where the mechanics area is. You talked about the mechanics area. I like where they put that this year. It seems like it's in a good location for the riders to actually be able to see the mechanics. And it's a slow section there where they're not carrying a ton of speed. They get an opportunity to look over, check things out.
Well, I tell you what, Luke, I'm down here looking, eyeballing the start straight. We got our pros, our 258 Pro Sport, and Kay Johnson looks really intense. He's the only one up there with his elbows across, practicing starts, going through. I see him sliding his rear end back a little bit, so he's just sitting there and staging on the start gate, actually mentally prepping himself. He's the only one going through some clutch release motions.
Man, good eye, Shannon. I love doing that kind of things. You know, I'm a hunter, and so a lot of times I'll just take practice dry fire shots on stuff before I actually squeeze off, just mentally working through the process. And so seeing him do that right now, I think it's a beautiful thing.
All right, your leader out of that step-up section. You're looking at the 27 Suzuki again, right over the shoulder of the leader as he heads down the hill to the Suzuki sweeper. And again, Brendan hugging that inside line down at the bottom of the hill. You see the drone following him through there. One more trip down the hill to that treacherous Team Cramp sweeper. It actually did claim 3 riders on lap 1 here in the open sea. 3 riders went down coming out of that section. I don't know if maybe somebody's arm came up out of the dirt and grabbed them, but your leader one more time over the FMF power wall.
Got that Suzuki pounding through the Texas 12-pack on the 27 through the VMAX switchback.
And there it is, race win for the 27 BC Goggles Enzo Maxima Pro Circuit 6D ride. Hunter Brennan taking the win here in Open C, race 1. Jacobus going to finish it out in a second spot on the 717. The 107, Talon Trahan third. Looks like Kean Majors and Jack Dawson going to round out your top 5 here. So Open C riders, first moto in the books.
All right, boys, up here with Hunter Brennan, man. Didn't I just see you up here?
I think so.
Got to be honest, that first moto, man, I looked over there. I seen the yellow bike on the starting line, just made me smile. Tell me what it means for you, not only to get this win, but also to be able to do it on a Suzuki.
It means a lot to get this thing on the podium. Just got on it, kind of, so it's good.
Awesome, man. So you're still just trying to get used to this thing, huh?
Yeah, just gonna figure it out.
Well, tell me how that moto went for you. Did you get the whole shot out there?
Yeah, I got the whole shot and then just did what I did.
Awesome, man. That's what I like to hear. I can tell you a little winded, though. Tell me who you'd like to thank, and let's get back to the pit.
Lord Jesus Christ, give me safe, Mom, Dad, BC Goggles, One Industries, 60 Helmets, Dunlop, Arm Army, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it up to Hunter Brennan for getting the win there. That's 2 first wins for Hunter Brennan, and this one in the Open C. Boys, what's going on up there in the Stasic Tower?
All righty, Dean, we are getting ready to look at the 250A Pro Sport sight lap. They're going to head out onto the track. Once again, we're going to have a group sight lap after the 250A Pro Sport do theirs. So if you want to do a sight lap, you should be in staging right now. And then we'll line up the 250A Pro Sport riders and drop the gate. See who's going to come away with the top spot here. And looking at the field here in the 250A Pro Sport, looks like it's going to be the 13X, the gas out of Sealy, Texas, of Bradley Williams.
Out of Casanova, Wisconsin, going to be Gavin Templin on the 13 machine.
23, the gas from Little Rock, Iowa, is Cade Groen.
Out of Clemens, California, Cole Timbo on the 43.
The 45 out of Menifee, California, the Yamaha rider Brevin Wilson.
Out of Springtown, Texas, Jaden Searles on the 51 machine.
72 Yamaha from Clifton Park, New York, is Gavin Betts.
Out of Stigler, Oklahoma, my little buddy Clay Edwards on the 102.
The 156 from Kennedale, Texas, is the gas of Cade Miller.
The man on the start gate that Shan was talking about, the 177 out of Hideaway, Texas, Cade Johnson.
On the 444 from Haku, Hawaii, that is Ryder Bell.
Out of Raymond, New England, Diesel Thomas on the 524. Nebraska, 524 Diesel Thomas.
550 out of Richmond, Virginia, that is Cole Forbes.
Owen J. Bills is a man from nowhere on the 553.
Parts unknown. On the 667 from Vastra Frolunda, Netherlands, that is Anton Nordstrom.
Out of Duxbury, Massachusetts, Russell Boucheri on the 914.
On the 934 from Lake Elsinore, California, Yamaha rider Brian Medeiros. That's the field in the 250A Pro Sport. We're going to let him go on a sight lap. Once again, a group sight lap will go directly after the 250 Pro Sport sight lap. So if you want to do that, you should be in staging right now. Then we'll line them up and see who shapes up for the win here in Moto 1 for the 250 Pro Sport. The pros, 250A and the Open A Pro Sport, they're going to do 3 motos. So they'll do their first moto today, second moto Friday, and then the third moto is on Saturday. So, again, we're going to slot them in at 10 and 1 on each of those days. So we're going to get a chance to see them out there after the track's been built in a little bit, after it's got lines cut in, and that's going to be absolutely a blast to watch. And good to see the turnout here in the 250A Pro Sport. So we'll see who's going to come away and grab that win.
Well, 17 entries out there, Don, in this 250A Pro Sport. So excited. After watching some of these riders out here yesterday in practice, I think we're going to have some bar banging action here in this 250A Pro Sport. So super, super excited. So they're going to take their sight laps, and then the riders for the next few motos are going to get sight laps. We're going to get these guys back down on the start gate, and we'll be dropping the hammer on this 250A Pro Sport here shortly.
There you go. And don't forget, folks, there are plenty of folks out here who have helped to make this happen. We want to send a big shout-out to the folks from Yamaha Blue Crew. Attention, all Blue Crew riders. Yamaha Motor Corporation is proud to continue their long history of supporting amateur motocross racing here in Texas. They've sent their Southeast National Trackside Support Team from Altus Motorsports to support all the Yamaha Blue Crew riders. If you need any technical assistance, emergency parts, or support while you're here, head over and see the folks over at Altus Motorsports. You can head by and see Jordan Nasani and his team. Stop by, check out their display areas and all the new 2025 YZs on display.
Yeah, there are so many people that put in for us to be out here doing what we're doing here this weekend. And, of course, you're hitting some of the big ones there. I'd like to just kind of skim through. Well, they're all big ones, Don. You run through here real quick with 100% being here, Adrenaline Jerky, Area 51, Alpha, Moto Apera, Altus Motorsports, Answer ASV, Syntex Utility. They paid for all the PW50 entries, and, man, mad gratitude to that group. Clutches here in the house, CP Racing, MX Tire, DRS Suspension, EBR, Enzo, FMF. They're a year-long sponsorship here. Flow Vision, of course, FCA Motocross doing chapel in the morning invocation. Grateful for them guys. HyperX, JM Racing, Lynx Racing, Next Level Chiropractic, Mika Metals, Money Inc., MXers for Jesus, MX6, MTF, Pro Circuit, Rad MX, RMA TV, Red Bull, 7MX title sponsor. The Tyler sponsor is Stasic, Stan Benson Racing, Tamer, presenting sponsors, of course, Trans World, Verb Moto, and the Yamaha Blue Crew.
You know, Luke, let's talk a little bit about the top underclassmen award they have going this year. This is a new thing this year for the 2025 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by Tamer. This is going to be, they're going to watch for the top finishing younger riders in the older age classes. So if you're in the, say you're the micro 1, 4 to 6, 4 to 5-year-old riders, if you're a 4-year-old and you do as well as you can against that class of 6-year-olds, they might just be picking you for the top underclassmen award. And that'll be another one of those awards that'll get you that ticket for the coveted trip down to Florida. So, again, their classes are listed. If you look at the results posting area down here on the Stasic Tower, you'll see the classes that we're talking about. But, again, what we're doing is we're trying to reward the younger riders in those age classes. So they're competing against sometimes 2 or 3 older, year older riders. And that's a tall order.
It is.
Because, 2 years is a lot of growth time, a lot of strength are going to improve in those years. So we're going to give a little recognition to the underclassmen, the younger riders in some of the age group classes.
Super cool. Of course, a lot of media here in the house this weekend as well. Don, we got Texas Berm, of course, with Shan and the crew here. Huge Cinema, Area 51, Seat Bounce Moto, CNC Factory, 710 Designs, Octane, 92 Cinema, Clicked Optics, and XR. And then we got the food vendors, which near and dear to my heart. When you bring food, man, I'm just saying, it makes my heart happy. Hal's Barbecue, they've been around for a long time. Little Joe's Lemonade, Pizza Guy, Taco Lady. And there it looks like the lines are pretty short right now over in the food vendor area, so I encourage you to go over and, jump in. There's no lines at all right now. Make your way over to the food vendor court and get your grub on.
So, again, we got the 250A Pro Sport riders on their sight lap. We have a group sight lap heading out now behind them. So if you wanted to take part in that, you are on your way out onto the track. So we are looking at the group sight lap here. And folks, I just want to take a moment to point out the definition of sight lap. A sight lap is when you roll around with your wheels on the ground and look at the track. You should not be jumping the jumps. You should not be racing through the turns on a sight lap. It is a sight lap. That means you are looking at the track and you should have your wheels on the ground. So again, please talk to your riders, younger riders. If you got an older rider who just doesn't want to listen, talk to them too. Sight lap should be wheels on the ground. You should not be jumping jumps on a sight lap. So we are going to line the 250A Pro Sport riders up here and get ready to drop the gate for Moto 1 for the 250A Pro Sport.
Well, yesterday we had, who all did we have? We had Diesel Thomas clicking off really fast. We had Timbo. We had Cade Johnson.
Yeah,
some fast laps.
Those are the guys we're going to expect to maybe see battling at the front. Like you said, Diesel Thomas, I believe, was the quick rider in the 250A practice yesterday.
And he's just coming off a win in Daytona just a few days ago, right?
Confidence up. Give you a couple of extra miles an hour.
Boy, you would think so. And so Anton Nordstrom out there, the rider out of, where's he out of?
He is from the Netherlands.
Netherlands.
He's a Dutch rider who came out and has been racing every single thing he can possibly get entered into since he got here.
I got to visit with him a little bit in one of the arena cross rounds. I think we were in, I don't know where we were. I don't know where we were, but I got to visit with him a little bit. Well-spoken, just a polite young man, super cool dude.
So looking down the line here, we're looking at the 250A Pro Sport riders lining up. The big Freestone backdrop there. You see all of those logos and names. That's not just for decoration, folks. That is who helps to make these big events come off. And, of course, you see 7MX, the title sponsor here of the James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship. Great to have 7 as the title sponsor. TAMER, the presenting sponsor here this week. All right, so we are winding down the final sight lap rider here as we've got the 250A Pro Sport locked and loaded in the gate.
Looks like we're going green track here. I think our last 50cc rider has made his way off.
I believe you are right, Luke. So they're getting the signal down on the line to fire it up.
They're getting the heat in the motors down here in this 250A Pro Sport right now. They're on the starting line, ready to go. Our start gate. There's the point down. Here we go. It's about to get real. Looks like he's still dotting some I's and some crossing some T's out there.
Yeah, it looks like, Luke, they got everybody kind of bunched up there, mostly right around the doghouse.
Yeah, they do.
Well, you know, you got to have that confidence. You're going to line up way to the inside because that means you have got to get that jump because if you don't, you're going to get closed off into that turn.
2-minute hold. We got some mechanical.
Well, so Cade Groen, the 23 with the hand up down there. If you see a hand up on the line, that does not mean they're raising their hand to get your attention. They got a issue.
Here we go.
And
here's the point down, Don.
All right, let's
so
see
Timbo.
if that inside line pays off here, Luke.
Timbo in the pink gear on the Yamaha is taking that inside. He's the second one in. He's got to get the jump. RPMs are up. Visors are down. Here we go. Gates down. Front wheels are up. Driving hard down the straightaway. Timbo gets a great jump. Does not look like he's going to get the start.
All right, the 22, Jonathan Getz going to grab the Tamer hole shot. Diesel Thomas on the 524 right away going to take the lead.
Even had the decency to give him a week. Getz back out front. 3 lane changes and 2 corners.
All right, well, that one has not been decided yet, but it looks like Getz with a strong start there. Able to put himself at the front of the pack early. We'll see if that's going to pay off.
Look at that margin Getz has right now. I don't know what happened there with Timbo or with Thomas, but he obviously had a little bobble there. Johnson in 4th in that loud pink gear. He's going around the inside there around the Leonard Skinner oak tree, trying to make a bid for the number 3 spot, and he got her done. Moved up into 3rd.
All right, so it looks like the 13 moving into the top 5 now. That is going to be Brad Williams. And there is your leader, Getz on the 22. And Johnson making some moves again. So already we've had a few position changes here on about the first half a lap. We're going to let him sort it out as you see the shot there heading down into the Blake Baggett berm, looking over the shoulder of the 5th place rider. There you see a group of 3 wide coming into that step up.
The gap that was is no more. The battle is on right now for the lead. And it looks like he's going to sweep around the outside, taking that number 1 spot away.
So we're following him down the hill here. Your leader's just ahead there on the inside line.
It looks like Diesel took that spot away.
All right, here we go. Back to the top of the hill. Going to head down to the team cramp sweeper. And we are looking over the shoulder of 4 riders duking it out here, trying to get to the front of the pack.
Looks like Getz back out front on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, he's had a good advantage going down that section. We'll see what it looks like here for the top 5 running order. There's Jonathan Getz. There is the 550 of Cole Forbes. Cole Timbo to 3rd. Kay Johnson and Gavin Betts going to round out the top 5.
Well, Don, when they come by, it looked like Kay Johnson's bike was smoking a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Ooh, that is not what you want to see.
So Getz, Forbes, Timbo, Johnson, Betts, top 5.
And big problems for the 524 Diesel Thomas on down that almost dead last.
In 15th spot. He had some sort of an issue there.
Yeah, that is definitely surprising.
Well, him and Getz were battling, and the next thing you know, when they come out of turn 3, Getz has a big lead, so you knew something had to go wrong.
All right, so Jonathan Getz trying to keep that lead.
Up over number 5, the Kawasaki still out front. Into the right-hander fixing to charge down the hill, headed towards Blake Baggett berm. Getz still out front with about a 2.5 second gap.
Timbo on the outside trying to set something up, Luke. They come to the Blake Baggett berm. He's going to be on the inside. Can he get it? No, not quite able to get it, but he's going to go after him again, side by side. He's going to make the pass.
He got it done.
It took a couple of feet to get it done, but he did it.
He did, yeah, and it didn't look like he was going to be able to pull it off, but he was able to get the Yamaha power down, drive up the hill there, and make the move.
You know, and sometimes giving up a little position on one turn will give you in a better spot for the next. It looked like that's what he did.
Yep.
So again, heading down through that big Suzuki sweeper, the big Loop 270, as your leaders here in the 250A Pro Sport. And this should be a 20+1.
At a breakneck clip, these guys are flying. I'm anxious to see lap times. Here they come through the Texas 12-pack. Here comes Getz on the Kawasaki, the number 22, up over the finish line. Going to click off a lap time here. See what he's turning, 2:13. So hauling the mail is Getz. Timbo in the number 2 spot. Forbes. Johnson still in third. Didn't see the smoke coming out of Johnson's bike that time. Last time through, he was belching smoke out from underneath there.
That might just have been a little bit of overflow coming out the box. Sometimes that'll happen.
Yeah.
You'll see that out the bottom of the bike.
Yellow flag
then,
coming out. What do we got? Not sure who it was.
The 72 of Gavin Betts, I think, was stuck on the top of that Dragon's back there. That's going to be bad if that was Betts, because he was running 5th.
Yeah, he's going to drop a bunch of positions there. Unfortunate for Betts if that's who that was.
It did look like the 72 on the back of the jersey. He will get some confirmation when they make their way around.
Jonathan Getz continue to margin out breathing room here. Making his way through the left-hander up over number 5. Kawasaki rider, solid 4 seconds. 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds.
Getz a Florida rider. We've seen him here at Freestone a number of years, so he's no stranger to this track.
Watching Getz manual down the hill there, just a beautiful sight. Had that thing heeled over at an angle going manual.
So again, looking at the overhead view here of the riders battle out of that Loop 270 down the hill to the Team Cramp sweeper. Here's your leader over the top of Cemetery Hill into the FMF Power Wall. The 22 Kawasaki ride. Jonathan Getz going to make his way through the rollers and into that switchback.
Last time through, he was 0.4 of a second faster than Timbo. Let's see what he's got here this time. 2:12.
Yeah, he a little bit of leg swag all the way out.
Both these riders turning 2:12s there, so Timbo not letting him get away.
Yeah,
1/10 of a second off.
That's what I was expecting to see after we watched that practice yesterday.
Yep.
You know these guys are capable. The track is in perfect condition right now. So we'll see if that can even get down to a 2:10. What do you think, Luke?
Man, I think it's going to be a tall order. The track it's in good shape, but we're seeing a lot of chatter that was materializing early. I think a 2:10 could be tough, but if anybody's going to do it, these guys are on the racetrack are the ones.
There you go. So this is the 250A Pro Sport. We've got Mini Senior 2 next off the gate, race 7 in the order. 450B race 8 in staging, 65-7 to 11 race 9 in staging as well. As we work through the first day of racing here for the 2025 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship, presented by TAMER.
And a beautiful first day it is, Don.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous weather here. Nice cool breeze. Nothing like the hot air we're expelling up here in the booster.
Getz charging down the hill hard. Timbo in tow. They make their way through the left-hander. Down there's Blake Baggett berm up over the step up there. And it looks like he's gapped out a little bit from the last time. I don't know. Maybe it's about a maintained. Anxious to see their lap times. Are they going to drop the lap times? Because Getz is not getting away. Timbo's not going to let him have it easy. They're going to have to continue to push. They're going to drop those lap times still yet, possibly.
No, and we were looking over the shoulder of the third-place rider there, the 550 at Cole Forbes. Forbes trying to do his best to close up on that battle out in front of him. Right now, you can see that those riders are starting to get away. Looking at that bright pink gear on Cole Timbo. The rider in second. He is not letting Getz open up too much of a gap. Like you said, Luke, he's matching his lap times almost exactly the last couple of times around. So we got a pretty good battle going early. We'll see if the time will start to change that up.
Yeah, good chance these longer motos could start to gap them out a bit. Not yet. As they come through the 12-pack, Timbo's still right there on the back wheel again. Let's see what kind of lap times we're looking at. 2:13 that time.
Yeah, 212.
Oh, he did, yeah. Closed it down to a 1.7. So he stayed in that 212 range where Getz dropped back into the 213.
So Timbo continues to chase down Jonathan Getz. Forbes in third. Kay Johnson running a solid fourth, but we've seen smoke coming out of that bike a few times. And I don't know whether or not he's overheating or it's a clutch issue or what it is, but we have seen a couple puffs of smoke, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
He's still clicking off really fast lap times. I don't know that he even notices anything going on. May just be something we're witnessing.
Well, you know what they say, Luke. If it's smoking, keep riding. When it stops, that's when you got problems.
Things are fixing to go south, yep.
Oh, looking like it's blue smoke, so a little bit of oil burning off of that thing. So we'll have to see if that ends up becoming a factor.
Getz still out front, but look at Timbo. He is reeling him in now. He's right there. He's got him inside.
Yeah.
He's starting to feel the heat off the exhaust there.
Through that downhill roller section, we're looking right over the shoulder of the second-place rider trying to take the lead away. So absolutely great footage here as you can see that battle going on.
Both riders taking the inside line there.
Luke and Don, yesterday we were talking about these kids that we watched since 50s. Jonathan Getz out there leading this thing. Had a couple of industry insiders up here going, Getz is now in the A class? I said, yeah, he is. And you rewind, there's a photo we've got of one of the first few JS7 races, spring championships, where I'm interviewing him for the championship. He's on a 50. So here he is leading the 258 Pro Sport 10 years later. Pretty cool.
From a Cobra to a 258 Pro Sport in the blink of an eye.
Well, Timbo doesn't care about all that history and all that cute stuff. He's in second place, but he's clicking off the fast laps right now.
Looking to make a little history of his own, Luke.
Yeah.
So great battle here for the lead in the 250A Pro Sport. We've got plenty of laps left to run.
Here
Whoa!
they come. Oh, my goodness. Timbo all over the back wheel of Getz. Getz getting swappy through the 12-pack.
We are at the halfway point over the Dragon's back after the finish.
Timbo turns another 212, so that's 3 212s in a row. Getz turned a 212, a 213, then a 214. 0.6 of a second gap right now from Timbo to Getz.
Just chiseling away at that lead. Getz trying to stay out front, and Timbo going to work on him as we watch him come down the hill, working through that old twist and shout section, going to come down to the left-hander into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree section.
Don, it's kind of cool watching the different styles here. Jonathan Getz on the new Dragon's back, entering the number 1 section. He actually hit that Dragon's back and cleared up over completely, while Timbo back there clipped off the top, probably to shave down a little bit, just a fraction of speed, but just really cool to watch the different approaches here.
Yeah, he was trying to get that tire back to the ground as quickly as possible.
Well, they're charging down into the left-hander here before number 5. Coming up the hill, Jonathan Getz still out front. Timbo keeping the pressure on, up over 6. They're fixing to go through the right-hander, drop down the hill here in toward that Blake Baggett berm section. Both the riders have been taking the inside line down at the bottom of the hill there. They're still able to clear the jump, so why not?
Yeah, Timbo's going to fade back into that inside. As you see, he's going to try to get underneath the line as Getz kind of using the midline through that one that time around. So going to be interesting to see if he can make something happen.
Well, right now it looks like Getz may have realized that he's got pressure, and it looks like he's dipping the visor again.
You know, and that can be one of those things where you're going at the max pace you can. You got to back it down a little bit, and then you start to get that pressure, Luke. And all right, it's time to let it hang out here.
Anxious to see their lap times next time through. In the meantime, they're back in the far back section there, waiting for him to pop up over the top of Cemetery Hill.
If you notice, a couple of times now, you've seen Getz giving up that inside line to try to hold the momentum. And it looks like he may have opened up a little bit of a gap now, watching them as they come up to the top of Cemetery Hill.
Well, he's got just enough real estate there that he can give up that inside. Now, if that margin was any closer, he wouldn't be able to trust that inside like that.
Yeah, different selections at the end when they get to the switchback. Timbo's going to fade out over and follow him through. So gap was a little bit longer that time around. He picked up about 1/10 of a second on him. So Getz is able to get a little bit away. A 2:13 for him that time. But like I say, about 1/10 of a second quicker than Timbo. So you're right, Luke. Maybe he got the message from his mechanic, hey, it's time to drop the hammer.
Well, it's a combination there because Timbo was about a second slower that lap, too. He's been turning 212s consistently, and that time a 2:13.8. So once he caught the back wheel, then it's once you catch him, it's one thing, but then to pass him is another, and so you have to start leaving your preferred line.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You got to get out of those lines and try and make some things change up. So this has not been the moto I think Diesel Thomas is really looking for, as he's going to drop out of the top 5, stalled the bike out before the finish.
I don't think it's the moto that we expected from Thomas either.
No,
I think
we were. Luke, you're right about that. We definitely expected this out of Jonathan Getz and Cole Timbo, though.
So out front got Jonathan Getz, followed by Cole Timbo, Forbes, Cade Johnson in the number 4 spot. In 5th, Jaden Searles, Diesel Thomas back in 6th now after that little bobble here in the switchbacks. In 7th, Gavin Betts, Brady Williams in 8th. In 9th, Owen Bills, Brian Medeiros in the number 10 spot. In 11th, Gavin Templin, Cade Miller. In 12th, in 13th, Clay Edwards, followed by Ryder Bell and Brevin Wilson.
And we're getting more smoke out of the 177. Johnson's bike is really starting to puff smoke out of the.
Yeah, look at that.
Out the left side.
Oh, like I think it just pooped out on him. Like he just.
Yeah, he's slowing down.
Yep.
That might be all she wrote for the 177. Yeah, he doesn't have any drive up that hill. Oh.
Yeah.
And he is well off the pace. That bike is about done. So
Heartbreak for Cade Johnson. We've seen it the first lap, talked about it a little bit, and then it kind of went away. Then it came back, and it's obviously come back and bit him hard.
Well, no worries out front for the 2-2 ride of Jonathan Getz. Cole Timbo going to drop back a little bit. I think the gap's going to open up to 2.2 seconds there. So
37 championships. Well, in these longer motos, is Timbo, is he pumped up? I mean, is he gassing out? Probably not, but
I think it just comes down to what we were talking about earlier. He had to get out of the main line to try to make a pass.
Yeah.
That might have cost him some time.
Well, he was consistently turning 212s, and then he dropped 213, that time a 215.
Yeah, and as they come down to that left-hander before the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree section, it does look like Getz is also going to start to move away. As look at the gap now. Getz into the Oak Tree turn. Timbo just coming up that section.
Yeah, it's a solid 3-second margin right now, just counting it off.
And there is the 177 of Johnson. He is going to probably have to pull off. Yeah, he's going to be done in this one. That bike is had it.
Yeah, heartbreak for Cade Johnson. He was running top 4. He was running in 4th, I think, and he's just exited the racetrack.
Yeah, and that's nothing to mess around with. That bike quits on you in the middle of a big jump, and that is going to be bad.
Well, it looked like he lost power going down the hill here. It just, you could see him. He was on the gas, and it almost kind of threw him over the bars, and then the smoke started coming out.
There was nothing left.
Yeah.
So, again, we are following your leader over the shoulder of the 22 Kawasaki, Jonathan Getz. He has got a solid pace going out front. Cole Timbo starting to fade into the fade out of the picture a little bit here as we watch that drone shot.
Diesel Thomas into 5th now after that hiccup he had down here. He's charging back. Didn't hurt nothing
just got to recover. You know what I mean? You have those little miscues. He's doing a good job of recovering from it. Keeping himself in the top 5. That's not a bad place to be. 3-moto format. That 5th could still end up getting him a win. So here is your leader. Timbo's going to close up a little. That time he's a little quicker.
Getz turned to 215. Timbo a 214. So a 2.0 second gap.
Little yo-yo there back and forth.
Yep. So maybe Timbo's kind of remounted, reloaded, going to make a late moto charge here. We'll keep an eye on that, obviously. They could be coming into some back markers here before too long, which could factor in.
You know, with a rider like Getz and Timbo there, they're going to be no stranger to having to work through some lapped riders. So I don't know that unless something really egregious happens, those guys are pretty good at picking through. It's when you get those new riders who have never run out front before, that's when you see they might have some trouble with that. But
right.
I think Getz will be all right picking through. Thomas picks up another spot as he gets around Jaden Searles. So Diesel Thomas trying to march back forward.
Gets really animated on the bike, coming over number 6 there, over 5 and 6.
Yeah, dragging that leg out to the side.
Yeah, leg
there.
swagging there.
And again, down that roller section as we look over the shoulder of Timbo here. And again, Get's going to go right to the outside. Timbo was that midline. Both riders going to get all of that jump, no problem. Those big dogs got plenty of horsepower.
Oh, yeah.
So down they go, down to the big Suzuki sweeper. And
Haven't really been
like
watching.
This seems like a spot where Timbo is quick.
Looks like Timbo going a little wider line there, trying to keep the momentum. I haven't been watching that a whole lot, but it looks like that first little section there, he went a little wide, trying to keep the momentum up.
Yeah, and you see, he maybe has closed up a little bit. Oh, hard little G out there in that turn. And again, love the drone footage. You get a chance to see stuff like that, that G out in the turn. You'd never see that normally. And here we go into the FMF Power Wall.
We'll be pounding through the Texas 12-pack. Here he comes, race leader Jonathan Getz on the 22 machine. And here comes Timbo. Look at that. He's closing it up.
So you might be right, Luke. He may have just been kind of laying back a little to make that last charge.
Well, he just turned a 214 to Getz his 215 that time. So that 2.6 second margin is down to 1.1 now.
And we've seen that a few times in this race where it'd be, all right, 214 to 215, and then swip it up, and all of a sudden Getz would be faster, and the gap would open up again. So you get that yo-yo effect.
As we start to wind down this first 258 Pro Sport motor from a manufacturer standpoint, you got a Kawasaki K-Team and Husqvarna in your top 5. You got 2 Yamahas up there in the top 5, plus and 6. So Yamaha standing really strong here, top 6, 3 Yamahas in the top 6. Kawasaki, of course, with Getz leading the pack right now.
Yeah, they're getting into some lap traffic, and like we were saying earlier, we don't think there's going to be that much trouble for him to get through, but
it just cost him huge right there.
Jonathan Getz kind of gets hung up as some of the lap traffic just changing up lines, trying to get out of the way, and sometimes the best of intentions ends up getting you in trouble.
Well, and like we've been talking a lot today, it's sometimes they're not doing anything wrong, but the leader has to leave that main line and get out in the mush, and it can cost whenever you've only got 0.3 of a second gap, then you don't have, or a second gap. You just can't afford those little mush stops,
No, and the thing is you're running against other riders who are maybe trying to hang on to a top 10 finish and things like that, so they've got their own race going on.
Sure, yeah.
I know the popular thought is if there's a race going on, you're not in it when you're being lapped, but guess what?
But
those guys are racing their race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is a cute statement, and it's funny and all that, but the reality is they're racing too. Most of those riders that are being put a lap down, though, they're aware and they're trying to stay clear. They're not wanting to be that rider.
Yep, you're absolutely right. So looking at the top 10 here, it's Jonathan Getz, Cole Timbo, Cole Forbes, Diesel Thomas, and Jaden Searles, your top 10. Gavin Betts, 6th. Brady Williams in 7th. Owen Bills, 8th. Gavin Templin is 9th. And Brian Madero is going to round out your top 10 on the 934.
I got some important information here about the yellow flag rule, okay? The yellow flag rule. Yellow flag is fine. You cannot jump the entirety of the jump. If you get a little bit of air, that's okay. As long as you show caution and you're rolling, you don't gain an advantage, no passing on the other riders. So again, no jumping the whole entirety of the jump on the yellow flag. If you jump out a little bit, that's okay. But you must roll and show caution.
Yeah, you don't want to hit the brakes when you're committed to a jump, but like you said, you're trying to do your best to kind of tamp it down. They're going to understand what you're doing, but if you're airing that out on a yellow flag, expect to be called on it.
I know a lot of riders have been riding arena cross, and with AMA arena cross, yellow flag just means there's something coming, but it's still race. You don't roll, you don't wheels on the ground until it's a red cross.
No, but the presence of mind to know where you are, I think that's what they're expecting.
Yeah, but it's a totally different animal in arena cross, what yellow flag means and what it means here.
The same thing with pro supercross and things like that. Like you say, yellow just means caution. Doesn't mean don't do those things.
You still race.
But this is an amateur event, and here yellow means do not jump.
So I'm really tickled Dean came up and clarified that, because people have been questioning what is a yellow.
And again, we're looking over the shoulder of Cole Timbo as he tries to chase down Jonathan Getz. And again, Getz just quick through that section. They're going to drop down to that big Suzuki sweeper. And we must be getting close to that white flag at this point.
Yeah, looks like he's making his way out of the doghouse. Nope, back in. Yeah, Getz.
Just checking the weather.
Yeah, checking the weather. 1.8 seconds last time through, but it looks like he's gapped out a little more. He just unholstered the checker, or the white flag, rather. He's fixing to pull the trigger on that puppy.
Yep, so your leaders are going to drop down to that big team cramp sweeper and head up Cemetery Hill. And as you can see on that shot, we're looking over the shoulder of Cole Timbo, and Jonathan Getz is starting to get away a little.
Looks like they're going to pull 12 laps out of this thing today, and that's a lot of moto.
Yeah.
This Freestone County Raceway, that's track's rough. 12 of those laps, that's pretty gnarly. Here he comes, pounding through the Texas 12-pack. Jonathan Getz on the Kawasaki. Cole Timbo keeping him honest. Still no white.
He must have got across just ahead of the white flag, so time had not expired yet.
Calvin nodding out there. Yep, they got through just in time. They get another couple laps.
And again, that's one of those situations that's a double-edged sword. If you're Jonathan Getz, you're not happy about that. If you're Cole Timbo, all right, I got two more to go.
I got hope.
And the gap now 2.5 seconds, so that lap was a good one for Getz.
Yeah, he turned to 2:14. Yep, they just accordion. Yeah,
taking turns getting the fast lap,
trading blows. Well, Jonathan Getz gets a 2:14.6 that time, where Cole Timbo a 2:15.1. So it's Getz, Timbo, Forbes, Thomas, Searles, Betts, Williams, Bills, Templin, Medeiros, Edwards, Miller, Wilson, Bell, and Cade Johnson had to exit the track with that motor belching smoke out from underneath it there earlier.
So following the 22 down to the Dunlop drop here up and over number 5 as we wind down the 250A Pro Sport Ride. Again, Mini Senior 2 going to be next off the gate. That's race 7 in the order. Race 8, the 450B in staging. Race 9, 65, 7 to 11. And race 10, Senior 40 Plus, should all be down in the staging area.
Top 4 different manufacturers: Kawasaki, Yamaha, KTM, Husqvarna. Jaden Searles there in 5th, the second Yamaha in the top 5.
Good spread of the different manufacturers there.
Drop down to 7th. We get a gas jump. Hopped in there.
And here we go again. That leaning into that left-hand turn. Getz going to work through some lap traffic here. Working down the hill to the inside. Going right by there. So Getz going to get around Gavin Templin. And we'll watch for him to come to the top of Cemetery Hill. And into that Texas 12-pack. And it is going to be the white flag coming out this time around. So final lap, Jonathan Getz looking to hang on and start the week off right with a race win in the 250A Pro Sport. As you see Getz working past the mechanics area. Oh, Timbo, trouble there, heading to the mechanics turn. Didn't drop the bike, but he got stuck in that turn and absolutely lost all of his momentum. And that is going to hand Jonathan Getz a big gap on the final lap here. Got a chance to catch that on the drone footage. So Jonathan Getz, I know he didn't see that behind him, but he's now going to have a little bit more of a comfort level. Probably when he comes around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, he's going to be able to see that Timbo has dropped back. So the gap extending, Getz working around some lap traffic here. So Timbo got himself a little stuck in the turn right after, or right before the mechanics area. Didn't go down, but it looked like maybe he just missed a shift or something, but he lost all of his drive, almost came to a dead stop.
Totally missed it, but I can see the real estate between him and Getz now.
Yeah.
White flag is out.
And, I mean, that's a bummer. It looked like maybe he was trying to get some drive in a different section of the track there, maybe going for some line he had never used. And, you know, sometimes it works out for you, sometimes it doesn't. He doesn't lose the spot.
You got to try. Yeah, you got to try.
But, yeah, you got to give it a shot. You got to do everything you can.
They're running on lap 12 right now, so he's running out of time. He had to try whatever he could try. Didn't, like you say, it didn't work that time, but next time he knows, I probably won't try that one late in the moto.
There you go. We live and we learn.
Yep. He is unholstering the checkered flag, fixing to pull the trigger. Final lap of this 250A Pro Sport.
We are following the 22 of Getz over the FMEP Powerwall into that Texas 12-pack. And here we go, Luke. That is going to be the checkered flag and the race win on the 2-2 Kawasaki. That is Jonathan Getz with the win. Solid run for the 43 Cole Timbo. I'm sure he's not happy coming up second, but you know what? First moto of the event.
Yeah.
Second place, not a bad place to be. Cole Forbes will hold third.
Diesel, it looks like he's going to grab fourth.
Yeah, nice recovery there as Thomas was all the way down in 15th. And we will let your winner get the helmet popped off down there, and we'll get ready to send it down to Dean Dias. Talk to our moto winner. Dean, we'll send it to you.
Hi, guys. I appreciate that. It's all over, get their frame done. The guest Omegas, we have the podium, man. This guy does not even look tired right now. 25-minute moto. Dude, that was a long one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You made it happen, though. Your lap time was good. You and Timbo had a really fast pace going. He kept you honest that whole moto, didn't he?
Yeah, I got tired.
Made it happen. How are we looking going to the second moto? Is you going to be able to recoup from this one?
Yeah.
How did that moto go for you?
Yeah, I just pulled the whole shot and then just read my race.
That's what it's all about, man. Get in the zone. You definitely got in the zone. Who's helping you get in the zone this year?
My mom and dad, Tutu Graphics, Fast Flex, Ithaca, Pro Circuit, Monster, the Shoals, Fly, and everyone else, thank you.
All right, guys, get up. You did an amazing job out there at 22 Kawasaki. I was holding him up here on the podium. He didn't realize it. But you guys take away the tower. What do you got going on up there?
Well, looks like we have got a little bit of water going down on the track, Dean. Next, we're going to have the Mini Senior 2. So again, just a little bit of a break in the action while I do some water out on the track. Mini Senior 2 rider is going to line up for the next moto.
Race number 7 fixing to be making their way down. Race number 8 in staging, like Don said, putting a little moisture down right now to keep this thing juicy. Track is in incredible shape today. Conditions today are beautiful. We've had overcast on and off and real mild wind, and track crew has been on top of things. We had those buckets of water come in a few days ago and thought, man, there's no way that we're not going to have wet practice for yesterday. But the wind blew, I don't know how many miles an hour consistently, but it just sucked all the juice right back out. So put the track crew back into the water truck, and they're keeping it on point.
Yeah, great job to keep ahead of all that stuff here. It's a balancing act, trying to keep the dirt in the right shape without putting too much down, and they do a great job of that.
Big Hal's up there in the food court along with Little Joe's Lemonade, Pizza Guy, Taco Lady, and, of course, Clutch Coffee set up there as well. They're in the house. They've got iced latte, cold brew, hot latte, drip. Big Hal's got just about everything you can think of. Pizza Guy, well, it says a lot for himself there. Taco Lady the same. But we're blessed to have food here in the food court. Go capitalize on that. No need in using your propane up. I got to send my wife to town to get propane. We used ours up cooking yesterday. Shame on us. We should have went to Big Hal.
You always think you have enough until you find out you don't.
Yeah, get right up until then. Well, night before last, we like to froze to death. We didn't run the heat, so we decided to run it last night and didn't realize we were running so short on propane. Like you say, until you run out, you think you got enough.
So again, beautiful day here for the first race day of the 2025 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER. Again, a little water going down. And again, folks, make sure you check out Seven's 25.1 collection. It is available now. Check out the all-new Zero, Rival, and Vox lines in their latest drop. That's going to showcase their innovative designs, the latest materials to push the limits of product performance. Head over to 7mx.com and explore both the youth and adult collections. And this week, you can use the code Freestone20 at checkout to get 20% off on select styles. That is Freestone20 at checkout. Make sure you take advantage. That his only offer is only good through Sunday, March 11th. So make sure you take care of that. Big thanks to 7MX, redefining limits.
Looking back at this 250A Pro Sport, there was 4 Yamahas in the top 10. Jonathan Getz, of course, on the Kawasaki, taking top spot. There was Husqvarna there in third, KTM in fourth. The Yamaha's representing here in this 250A Pro Sport class.
You know, it's funny, Luke, how over the years you'll see certain bike brands that seem to surge.
Yep.
Everybody's riding Honda one year. Next year, everybody's riding Kawasaki's. Yamaha has really come to their own in the last couple of years.
Boy, they really have.
I mean, the Monster Energy Yamaha Blue Crew team there. And, of course, all the satellite teams that they have going with them as well. That's, they've been able to spread around the kind of R&D.
Sure, yeah. That's a lot to be said for that. As you get those satellite teams, they pick up little tidbits here and there that gets passed along, and they get to take advantage of that.
Yeah. And especially with the advent of that Star Racing Yamaha team doing some of the work with the folks from Yamaha, they have just come on strong. KTM for a while, you had the KTM charge there for years. So it's always interesting to see how it kind of comes and goes in cycles.
Yeah.
Cycles,
yeah, it
get
is.
it, Luke? Cycles?
Yeah.
Sorry, I could not resist the pun there.
Well, now it is neat to watch what you're talking about, though, as the manufacturers, they continue to keep each other honest. They continue to push the limits and continue to have to strive forward to be the next one, and they're always all working at it. Right now, it does look like Yamaha.
Yeah, and folks, speaking of Yamaha, make sure you check out YamahaBlueCrew.com for more information on the Blue Crew program. Register to earn your share of the $5 million they have posted for the 2025 Yamaha Contingency Program. Also, all Yamaha riders that attend a Blue Crew Invitational event in 65, 85, or 125 classes, you could be eligible to attend the Blue Crew Super Finale event that's going to be held in conjunction with this year's Motocross of Nations. That event's going to be at Ironman Raceway. It is a great year to be a member of the Blue Crew. So again, a little water going down here as we work through the race program here, day 1. Mini Senior 2 lined up on the gate.
Some really fast riders down there on that starting line right now in this race, number 7 Mini Senior 2, 13 to 16.
Yeah, coming to us out of Visalia, California, we've got the number 5 of Maddox Temmerman.
On the 18, Blake R. Westbrook out of Jacksonville, Texas.
Out of Genola, Utah, that's the 21 of Britt Erkenbrock.
Out of Stockton, California, the 22 of Alex Campili.
The 38 out of Lafayette, Louisiana is Matthew Goschow.
Out of Carlsbad, New Mexico, the 41 of Jake Willis.
The 44 from Fairfield, California is Nolan Ford.
Out of McKinney, Texas on the 65, Connor Hensley.
On the 66 from Hollister, California, that's the Husqvarna of Travis Lawrence.
Out of Austin, Texas, the 81 of Bryson DeJong.
The 94 from Flower Mound, Texas, a KTM mounted Cash Tucker.
Out of Canyon Lake, California, the 96 of Dylan Graham.
On the 99, you got Evan Thalman out of West St. Paul, Manitoba.
Out of Cypress, Texas, the 129 of downtown Gage Brown.
The 131 ride from South Walpole, Massachusetts is the KTM of Anthony Pacella.
Out of Driggs, Idaho, the 161 of Tristan Wellicher.
From Hempstead, North Carolina on a KTM, the 521 is Benji Harris.
The 528 out of Maple Valley, Maple Valley, Washington, Jax McCarthy.
And coming to us from Claremont, Florida, the Yamaha is the 810 of Tace Morgan. That's the riders lining up here, 19 in the Mini Senior 2. As we'll get ready to go with that race shortly. 450B 12 plus, race 8 in staging. Race 9, 65 7 to 11 in staging. Race number 10, the Senior 40 plus, you should be in staging as well. And then coming up, race 11, we got a pair of divisions in the 85 10 to 14.
So divisions are taking the top 16, correct?
Should be top 16 out of the divisions and 8 out of the LCQs. Make sure you check your official posted results if you are in a division race. Remember, folks, what you hear us say over the microphone is unofficial.
Officially unofficial.
Officially unofficial, because some things can happen that affect the final results that we don't know about. Sometimes there's a change in the rider. Sometimes we just don't know what we're talking about. It happens.
Sometimes JP has a mic.
Well, there you go, and that's a crapshoot for everybody. But, again, make sure if you're in a division race, you check the results board for your official results finishing position. make sure you're ready to go to the second half, or if not, you got to go to an LCQ, and we'll keep you posted on when those races are going to come up later on in the program.
Race number 7 stacked in like Stovewood down here on the starting line. Mini Senior 213-16, getting that last little bit of juice squirted out here on the racetrack. We'll be dropping the hammer here in a short order.
Yeah, looks like they touched up a couple of the faces of those jumps there as I see the dozer rolling off the track now.
The little bit of overcast has done an incredible job of helping keep it juicy here today. And just the light winds. Again, we talk about it a lot today, but it's just a beautiful day to be at Freestone County Raceway for the JS7 Spring Championship. Food vendors wide open. Lines are short. Make your way on down to the food court. Have yourself a little, what time of day is it? Probably brunch, 10:55. Yeah, you can start looking at lunch.
Brunch invented for people who are too lazy to get up in time for breakfast.
Yeah.
And still too hungry to wait till lunch.
Yep. I'm kind of in that category right now. I did not eat breakfast, and I should have done something about that. I should have grabbed a snack.
Well.
Shan says, wait a minute, I'm the announcer extraordinaire, and we didn't even get breakfast up here.
And, you know, if you look, Shan really looks like he cannot miss a meal. He's just wasting away to nothing over there. He is just on the ragged edge of anorexia. All right, looks like we got everybody lining up. The mechanics are pulling back, and I can hear the bikes starting to roll. So we are getting ready to drop the gate here for the riders in the Mini Senior 2, 13-16.
About to get real, Don. Here we go. RPMs are up. Visors are down. Front wheels are up. They're driving hard up the start straight here. Let's see who we get through turn 1. Looks like the 810. Taze Morgan out front.
Morgan. So the whole shot for Taze Morgan on the 810 Yamaha. The Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Dunlop 100% Monster Army ride.
Maddox Timmerman in the number 2 spot now.
And that's the guy you do not want following you out of that turn because Timmerman is going to put the pressure on early.
Yeah, some of our fastest lap times of the day yesterday come out of this group. There were some really, really fast riders in this Mini Senior 213-16. We're fixing to get to watch them battle on the racetrack.
Timmerman already going to work.
Look at
the
that.
inside. Morgan saw that coming and moved over.
You see the speed Timmerman carried around the outside. Man, that was impressive.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to set up to the inside, maybe get under the leader, but then he realized he wasn't going to get that line. So like you said, hammered the outside of the berm and just kept it pinned.
Really good drive on the inside there, Timmerman.
Yeah, it looks like Jake Willis into third, the 22 of Alex Campili into fourth as they head down the rollers.
That does look like little essay back there in third, doesn't it? Is that Jake Willis?
Yeah, I believe Willis is in the rider in third right now.
He is under pressure.
So top 3 or 4 riders going to head down through the Suzuki sweeper. As we follow on that overhead shot there, you can see 4 riders all bunched up towards the front of the pack.
Great footage there. Far enough back that you can actually see the battle. See the racetrack.
Yeah, I love that over-shoulder shot like that right there. But that, like you said, that high-vis shot there, you really get to see how close they are and who's where.
The over-shoulder really lets you get a good feel of what the track looks like or what the rider sees.
It's like you're sitting on the bike with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Which you shouldn't do, by the way.
Probably not.
I've never seen that work out.
Yeah, 2 up don't usually do good on moto. Here they come through the Texas 12-pack, and look at the speed they're carrying.
Here we go, the number 5, Timmerman trying to go to work. Morgan going to hold him off. There's Willis, and there's the 22. So Campili in 4th. Nolan 4 going to round out the top 5. Gage Brown in 6th, so Brown going to have to go to work.
Morgan come across with 0.6 of a gap over Timmerman. Willis 1.2 off the back of that. Campili half a second off of a little essay there.
And here's the thing. This is a 5-lap race, Luke, so you've got to bring the intensity early. Gage Brown is going to have to move.
And all these riders are going to transfer here, so.
Oh, yeah, this is a straight-up race. This is not a qualifier, so these points count here towards the overall.
Yep.
So, again, looking down over the shoulder here as we watch those top 4 riders coming back up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Oh, Morgan bobbles. Oh, he missed a gear. It's like I don't know what he did. He missed a gear there. It took him 2 or 3 huckabucks with his body to get it back into gear. So he gives up the position to Timmerman, going to take that number 1 spot away.
All right, working through that the big sweeper there, the shock sock sweeper heading down that downhill roller section into the Blake Baggett berm. And there's your top 3 riders. And, yeah, that one little mistake, that drive on the inside he lost, cost him the lead. So, and let's face it, there was no way that Maddox Timmerman wasn't going to charge around and try to steal that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he was 0.6 of a second off when they came through, so just a couple of bike links. And that kind of a hiccup, yeah, there's no way.
So it looks like we're looking at Alex Campili here as he is now trying to charge himself into the 3rd spot.
Back to the little bobble from Timmerman and Morgan there. You talked about it earlier. You want to stay out of those same lines, and it paid.
We just had another rider go down. I think that might have been Willis. We lost one rider coming out of that Suzuki sweeper. We got to get a look and see what the number is, but I think it was Willis.
The drone got down a little too close to the roost there.
Caught a little bit of taste of the flavor there. Need some roll-offs for the drone there. That's what you need. You need to be able to push a button and just roll off that screen. All right, so your leader,
Timmerman,
the 5, making his way through. Tace Morgan in 2nd. It's Willis, Willis and Holt in 3rd. So
he
it
did
must
not
have been
go
Campili.
down. Must have.
Campili, the 22, is the rider who must have gone down.
44 moved up to the number 4 spot now.
And so just caught that on that drone footage there. Watch that rider go down.
2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all running 2:27. So Gage Brown charging his way, trying to move up forward. Dylan Graham back there in 6th. Thalman in 7th. Campili. So Campili did go down there. He's back in 8th right now. Travis Lawrence in 9th. Top 10 is Bryce DeJong. The 225, Timmerman out front, and then the next 3 riders all turning 227s. Morgan, Willis, and Ford.
You know, Luke, Shan was just asking us, why do you think Gage Brown is down in 5th? Because normally you see him out front. Well, we talked about the Underclassman Award earlier in the day. Gage Brown is 13. He is the youngest rider that you can be in this class. So the 13-year-old versus the 16-year-olds, that might be why you see him where he is.
I think Willis just went down over 5.
Somebody did.
It was Willis. That was a rider in 3rd.
Yep.
He's back up.
Mistakes happen early.
It looked like he just didn't recover a scrub there. Well, I just caught the tail end of it, but it looked like he was scrubbing and just didn't get it recovered.
Yeah, sometimes that does not work out for you on those sharp, peaky jumps.
Yeah, almost drug a foot peg over it or something, and it slapped him down. He's up and circulating again. Lost a few positions.
Yeah, that's going to.
And he's down again.
Oh man,
down in the Blake Baggett berm.
You know, you hear it all the time. Don't turn one mistake into 2 and then 3. And unfortunately, he might have got a little bit rattled by that one mistake, pushed too hard in that turn.
Absolutely. The heart rate goes through the roof. Your mind just starts to fall apart.
Yep, that a little bit of panic can sometimes cause that to compound those issues.
Yep.
Well, that is going to certainly move Gage Brown up.
Yeah.
So Nolan Ford should move to 3rd, Brown to 4th. And we'll follow the battle all the way through as, again, looking over the shoulder here, coming up over the FMF Power Wall. There is the rider working through the Texas 12-pack.
Yeah, Timmerman up over the finish line on the number 5. Turned to 223 that time through. Let's see what his nearest competition turns. 225. Everybody's improving.
Rider going down. right in the switchback, and that was Brown, the 129. So Gage Brown, he tried to slam the inside of that berm there, and it just asked a little too much out of his front tire.
I don't think he lost any positions because after Willis went down.
No, just time.
Yeah.
Willis back up and running, it looks like, in 6th. Unfortunately for Gage Brown, the amount of time he lost is going to probably cost him a shot at 3rd because that was an 11-second mistake.
Yeah, that was, that was a big one for him. Timmerman, Morgan, Ford, Brown, Graham, Willis, Campili, Thalman, Lawrence, and DeJong. That's your top 10.
And this one's turning into who can make the least mistakes.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Timmerman not making a whole lot of mistakes, flicking off those 223s. He's hauling the mail.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's settled into a good, comfortable pace as we watch him coming into that big shock sock sweeper right there on your screen, looking over the shoulder of the leader, heading down that roller section into the Blake Baggett berm. He's going to go inside, and let's see, he's going to probably just double up and then just launch off that 3rd jump there. Yep, going to double up onto the top of that triple step up. And then it's a right-hand turn down into the Suzuki sweeper.
You got the old folks up here in the scoring tower talking about dance moves that they did back in the 20s. J.P. Parsons.
Yep. J.P., a well-known jitterbug dancing champion. All right, here we go, up and over the top of the Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall, and we're going to look at again at the number 5 ride. Maddox Timmerman, the Fox Dunlop DRS suspension Monster Army Mika Metals ride.
Really clean through the 12-pack.
And white flag is out, Luke.
I don't think he's sad to see it, but he's good. Let's see, he turned to 224 that time, so he's still ripping off fast laps. Tace Morgan going to come across with a 226, 6 seconds off.
44, Nolan Ford. He's kind of survived all the carnage that went around him.
Yeah, he's had riders in front of him tipping over and making mistakes.
He's like, all right, well, I'd like to pass you, but if you're going to fall down, I'll go by that way. And there's Gage Brown hanging on to 4th, but again, that little mistake cost him a shot at 3rd.
Looks like Jake Willis may have moved back into the number 5 spot. I think he's gotten around Dylan Graham.
You are right, Luke.
Both of them turned. Well, Campili, where'd Graham go? Must have lost Graham. Did he come through? He did come through. He's lost a couple of spots there. Willis and Campili both got by.
And that's good recovery for the 22 of Campili. Back up into 6th here. He's got a shot, maybe. Is he got a shot at Willis? Well, I don't know. 3.5 seconds. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Mistake out of Willis, but with the way things have been going, you never know.
Yeah, well, Willis was in 3rd, and then he made those 2 big mistakes.
So we are following the leader right down that roller section one final time. The number 5 of Maddox Timmerman. Again, he's going to hit that midline. This bike's not going to get him up and over the triple, so he's going to double up. Very smooth landing there. Keeps the momentum going. That's that roll speed you hear people talking about all the time.
It's a really fast approach. They're doing that little double and then just hopping off of there.
Yep. And that's perfect for that size bike.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the line choice that they're making, they're going way outside right now would just be a ton of real estate, a waste of time.
Well, not only that, but you have to decide, is it worth it? Can you do it? Yes. Is it worth it? Probably not, because you're not going to gain time.
Well, in whatever shape the track's in, can they do it now? Who knows? I mean, it could be beat up.
Yep, you're absolutely right there, Luke. All right, down to the bottom of the hill here, the Team Cramp Sweeper. We've already seen a couple of victims down there. I don't know what happened. Shan Garcia's ghost is down there. Up and over the FMF Powerwall and on his way to the checkered flag. That is going to be the race win here in the Mini Senior 2, 13-16. For the Mika Metals Mototas Motorex Fox Dunlop DRS suspension ride, Maddox Timmerman with the win. Solid run for Tace Morgan. He had the lead early, going to hang on a second. Nolan Ford on the 44th, 3rd. Luke, that's a good solid ride for him as well.
Absolutely. No, it was a great start from Morgan to get that whole shot. Got out front early and clicked off a lot of really good laps, but Maddox Timmerman was just the man with the plan for that moto.
Absolutely. So we've got the 450B off the gate next. But first, we got to take care of a little podium business and talk to our moto winner down there with Dean Dias. So, Dean, I'm going to send it on down to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Maddox. This young man, a solid ride that was out there. Little mistake by Chase Morgan allows you to get out front and take away this big victory out here, man. How's it feel?
Feels really good. This is my first moto of the week, so it's good to get it started off early.
Absolutely. How many more you got for first motos?
For first motos, I got about 3 to 2.
Awesome. 2 or 3 more out here today. That's a great plan. What are you planning on doing out there?
Winning some more motos.
Absolutely. Hey, important question for me personally. How long do you think it is before you beat your brother?
Probably like 6 more years, I think. Maybe.
That's a long road, but it's coming. To say long roads, who's helping you on this journey?
My mom, my dad, Fox, DRS, Monster, Motor X, Mika Metals, DT1, Guts, Only Creation, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, guys. Out there. Track boys, what do you see?
All righty, thank you, Dean. We are underway here with the 450B 12 Plus, and it's going to be Max Shane with the Tamer Hole Shot, the Team Husqvarna Shortly Designs rider. Right behind him in second, we've got a copycat of the earlier moto, Owen Cavell, the 24 NSA Yamaha Monster Army Parts Unlimited Moose Elite ride in second. Henry Milliken on the number 3 in third for the Utah Motor Company Barn MX ride. And it looks like the 16 ride rounding out the top 5 right now. Get a better look at those numbers as they make their way through. And Chase Lawton going to move up into the top 5, so the 50 Yamaha. And gets around into 4th as he gets around the 111 ride. So it actually looks like Lawton getting around the 171 at Chase Haynes. So looking at the battle for the lead early as they make their way down to the big Suzuki sweeper. Top 5 riders, look at that. Everyone in a different line selection. Everybody used a different line in that turn.
Well, there he comes, Max Shane on the Husqvarna 79 out front. Owen Cavell in the number 2 spot on the 24 machine, followed by Lawton, Haynes, Furtado, Zing, Schaefer, Campbell, Ulrich, Boosie, Gavin Player, Creedy, Double Bowman, Tate, Oric, Yelton, Brown, Looney, Southbury at your top 20.
Well, I'll tell you what, Luke, this is looking like a race back at home with Owen Cavell and Chase Lawton going at it second and third. That's a pair of New England guys who've grown up racing
really?
each other.
Wow.
I feel like I'm at home.
Yeah, well, we feel like you're at home having you here. I feel at home having you here. I'm tickled that you're here because it's just, you never know, but here you are, here we are.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's see if Jesse Furtado can get a better run this time around. He had a good start earlier in the day and had a little bit of trouble, really had to go to work to get himself back to the top 5. So right now he's sitting in a much better position. See if he can move forward here.
Shan pulling up the binoculars to try to give us a little intel.
So there's Max Shane. There is Owen Cavell. There's Chase Lawton. Haynes hanging on to that spot with Furtado right behind, putting pressure on him in 4th. All right, let's see if Cavell and Shane can break away like they did earlier in the day in the 450.
Shan Garcia looking through the binoculars, watching Furtado. Furtado in the air over jump number 6, looking up the track, watching the leaders, trying to keep a finger on the pulse of where they're at. Not wanting to let them guys get too far ahead. Max Shane and Cavell Lawton get a little bit of breathing room. Furtado came by in 5th last time through. I think he's in 4th out there on the racetrack now.
All right, here we go. Max Shane up and over the FMF Powerwall. Owen Cavell going to follow him through.
Foul by Chase Lawton, Chase Haynes, and Jesse Furtado as they come through the VMAX switchback.
And JP, look at this. Furtado all over the back tire of Chase Haynes. He's going to try a different line coming to that Dragon's back.
Boy, he is applying the pressure, Don, as they go through turn 2. Sometimes a lot of passes and back there, they go over the number 3 tabletop in the back section of the twist and shout.
That's a good spot for him. I've seen him really work those inside lines in that back section. So looking at these battles out front here on that drone footage, that looks to be the battle for, and I believe Furtado made the pass. So there's Max Shane coming up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. There is Owen Cavell, Chase Lawton, and it does look like Furtado is going to make the move to 4th. Oh, Furtado going wide in the turn. He's going to lose that 4th spot. Give it back to Chase Haynes.
And ripping it through that shock sock cistern, down the Freestone Freeway, into the Blake Baggett turn. It's a 79 Max Shane.
Yeah, right now we're looking over the shoulder of Chase Lawton as he heads down into that section, getting that big triple step up.
So right now looks like Don doing like 2:17 lap times.
So it looks like Jesse Furtado going back to work on Chase Haynes, JP.
Yep, looks like he may have moved up to 4th. As soon as they get a little closer, we confirm that.
But look at this battle early on. As I said, looking over the shoulder as they make their way up to the top of the hill. Back down towards that Team Cramp Sweeper as the 24 of Cavell tries to reel in Max Shane. We saw them duke it out in the 250B lap after lap, and Shane able to get the better of him there. You know, JP, that makes you want to get that guy even more.
Oh, absolutely, man. I'd be twisting the throttle. I'd be trying to find smoother lines.
Screaming, yelling at him as you go through. All right, here we go into the Texas 12 pack.
Yep, through the VMAX switchback. Still about evenly spaced.
Yeah.
So Shane out front, Koval in second, riding for the Yamaha Blue Crew.
And we're going to start to see a battle between Chase Lawton and Jesse Furtado as Furtado moves into 4th, and he is not done moving forward.
Yep, Furtado also on the Blue Crew team, where I met Jesse was at the 21st Annual AZ Open.
Yep.
Drove 5 classes, only missed 2 hole shots, but in 2 turns he captured the lead, won 5 classes.
Yeah,
Shan interviewed him. He's got 5 AZ Open hats, sombrero hats.
Tag those things on top.
Yeah, he goes, JP, you want one? Okay, I got so many of them. Anyways, back to race action here. Max Shane out front, Owen Koval in second.
Yeah, and we're looking at the 24, JP. Look at this on the drone. You can see him closing that inside line, and he's been trying to switch up lines, trying to make some kind of progress towards Shane, because he knows from earlier in the day you cannot let these laps go. So there it is, the Yamaha ride of Cavell trying to chase down the Husqvarna Max Shane.
Yeah, but Shane, no stranger to Freestone. You know, he's picking the right lines, and you know he's got pressure coming up behind him, and he's not making any mistakes.
No, we've seen him here getting wins year after year, JP. So you're right, no stranger to this Freestone course.
I tell you what a great day. Beautiful weather. The track is awesome from our viewpoint up here.
It really is.
The new changes that they've done to it, I mean, that's exciting. And, you know, it's exciting for the riders and our spectators.
And, you know, the best thing about that, too, is that they change the stuff that you need to change. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe this section wasn't really what we wanted, so they make that. But the stuff that everybody loves, that you know is a raceable section, they leave it alone. So that's the great balance that we have here with Freestone, is they know when to make adjustments and when to let it ride.
And we're letting it ride right now with the 79 of Max Shane. But look at our Yamaha lineup. Owen Koval, Chase Lawton, Jesse Furtado, 3 Yamahas, second, third, and fourth.
Yep, that is a good day for the Blue Crew there, as they are 2, 3, and 4 right now.
At the halfway mark, the flags are crossed.
All right, and it looks like just a little bit of a change in the gap.
All right, here comes the 50. of Chase Lawton
Ooh,
and Furtado. Furtado pulls the trigger.
Lawton with a good line on that Dragon's back, JP, though. He's going to hold him off, but Furtado right back on him.
I mean, Furtado's trying to push him in these tight turns, and there's got to be a place where it's a little bit more open for him to make the pass.
Yeah, because he's able to close up, but like you said, he's trying to get tight to the inside, and Lawton is being stingy with that real estate.
Yeah, so they're going through the new mechanics area over the number 3 tabletop, and we're still going to see what happens when they come out of the twist and shout section,
I'll
which
tell
is
you what.
always exciting.
Their mechanics are both twisting and shouting over there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably nervous, biting their nails.
All right, so Max Shane holding off Cavell still, but Owen Cavell starting to close up. Here's the battle for third. Lawton and Furtado.
Looks like Furtado has made the pass. That should put him in the third slot.
There you go.
And he rolls, goes down through the dunk-on drop, makes that left-hand sweeper over number 5 into 6, into that famous Shock Socks S-turn.
And, man, you can really see the G out in that Dunlop drop. When those riders hit that midline, watch the back end of those bikes slam down.
I mean, you know what? People don't realize how rough it is. If you get over there, and look at it, it's really rough. If you ride through it, it's insane.
I don't even want to walk through it.
You know, and hey, one thing I want to say about our Friday night, our night race on Tuesday night, my helmet is off to every one of those riders. They rode like champions. The wind was the most intense thing we've ever seen, and we had a fair turnout. The track was fantastic. Unfortunately, the wind kind of made everything go away.
It was the parasailing SMX edition.
Yeah, that would have been real easy to do.
All right, so winding around that section there as we watch the riders come up to the top of the hill. There is your second place ride of Owen Cavell trying to chase down Max Shane up and over the FMF power wall. We're past the halfway point now. And it looks like Shane going to open it up just a little bit more. It was 1.8 last time. And we're up to 2.2. So, yeah, Max Shane just kind of inching away from Owen Cavell.
Yeah, Jesse Furtado moves up into third place over the 50. Chase Lawton, both out of Yamahas on the Blue Crew Yamaha team.
Yeah, we're still looking at second, third, and fourth on Yamahas. No change there.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like that because I got a Yamaha. I'm kind of a Yamaha guy. So.
Kind of a blue guy. You bleed blue.
Yeah, I got a blue truck. My stuff ain't right. It ain't wrong.
So working through the 450B, as I said, we're past the halfway point. Max Shane, Owen Cavell, Jesse Furtado, Chase Lawton, Austin Schaefer, top 5. Chase Haynes, Aiden Zing, Makai Ulrich, Will Campbell, and Tommy Doble through the top 10.
And on 11th, it's Gavin Player, followed by Riley Busey, Seth Creedy, Kobe Tate, Josh Bowman, Asher Brown, Ethan Derrick, Cole Coker, Jonathan Yelton, and Kyler Looney is top 20.
And we are following your second place rider still as we look over the shoulder of Chase Lawton. Just about looked into his rear wheel there as that drone closing right in. And again, you can see Lawton is working, Cavell is working every single line, trying to get inside. And just Max Shane is just keeping on pace.
Yeah, I think maybe we should have a trophy for the Area 51 guys. I mean, they're just amazing. When I met them like 10 years ago at Three Palms Extreme Sports Park, I said, how in the heck did you guys do this? They played a lot of video games because they got the goggles on. It's crazy, man. First when they started doing it, Don, they were too close to, I think I told you, too close to the rider. Then they backed off. Now they got it dialed in.
Yeah, it's a kind of a fine line to walk there to make sure you're where you can see everything and not too close. The great thing, too, is you have a lot of riders who are getting used to that. They don't even hear that anymore. So,
nope.
So looking for your leaders to make their way up into that beautiful Texas 12-pack. There's Max Shane working through.
Boy, Max Shane through the VMAX switch back. He is smooth on the move, in the groove, and followed by the 24, Yamaha-mounted Owen Coville.
Jesse Furtado, a 218 last time around. He's going to match that with another 217. So he's trying to close the gap on Cavell. But right now, Owen is just trying to stay in tow with Max Shane. And this is kind of what we saw in the 250B earlier.
Right. I mean, there's still some time. We still got about 2 or 3 laps. So, I mean, anything can happen. We got some of the fastest guys in the country out here.
And if you're in the top 3 in Moto 1, you put yourself in a good spot for the overall. Anything can happen once you get those top 3 riders. So there's Max Shane working the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. There is Owen Covell. So Shane working that inside rhythm, going to work down the Freestone Freeway.
Well, it's so cool to watch them when they're picking their lines. You can see the guys focusing on that. And, of course, he picked a very, very smooth line through these shock socks sweeper. And
if you can find one.
Well, that's true. Well, there are a lot of options. I kind of like that outside, like near the grass.
You almost can bank off that little lip there where the grass is. It's almost like a berm.
Yeah, I was wondering that. I saw that. I thought it'd be pretty cool to be able to bounce off that thing.
Yeah, because you hit that first downhill roller, and then everybody kind of fades right there. Catch that little edge. So again, following the leader down through that big sweeping Team Cramps corner. And he is going to whip it up Cemetery Hill. Max Shane on his way to the FMF Powerball.
Max Shane through the Texas 12-pack, through the VMAX switchback one more time. He's about a second or two more on Owen Covell, and we'll give you it's 4 seconds lead now from a 2-second lead. Now Jesse Furtado is only 5 seconds behind Owen Covell, also Yamaha mounted with the Blue Crew and Altus Motorsports EBR.
So Covell, the Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha Moose Parts Unlimited Dunlop rider, trying to chase down the Husqvarna of Max Shane. Furtado, also that Altus Motorsports Blue Crew ride, sits in third. Austin Schaefer, Chase Lawton, 4th and 5th as we wind through the laps here.
All right. On the track right now, ladies and gentlemen, is 450B, 12 plus. The food court is open. We got the Ice Cream Man, Taco Lady, Pizza, Big House Barbecue, big, tall, and small. We got it all right here at Freestone Raceway for the 15th annual James Stewart Spring Championship, brought to you by TAMER. Remember, TAMER, unleash the beast.
There you go. The original hole shot device.
Yep. Love Kevin. Such a great man, and always good to see him. Maybe he'll come up here. We can do an interview with him.
So winding down the laps here for the riders in the 450B 12 plus.
Look at this, Max Shane powers through the VMAX switchback, almost slides out.
Covell is closing the gap on him. That little mistake probably cost him a second.
Man, it's crazy at their speed, but one little millisecond makes all the difference. And Furtado, Yamaha mounted Jesse, man, he has not given up. He's got him in sight. He knows they're far away, but a few more minutes in this race. Should be getting down to about 2 or 3 laps.
So again, Max Shane just trying to bring this one home as he's really not getting away. A 1.9, so he does have a little bit of a gap, but any little mistake, Covell's going to be right there to take advantage. So Max Shane going to have to keep it on point as he comes out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. and heads down into the Dunlop drop, and you can see the 24 of Cavell still trying to chase him down.
And I tell you what, this track surface, this track has been enhanced the racing just immensely. It's so cool to see.
Yeah, they do a great job, and like you said, that really makes a difference when it comes to this point in the day. Tomorrow, when it's starting to really get rough, it's going to be, that's the tail of the tape, as they say.
That is true.
So looking at Cavell coming back to the top of the hill there, and then down into that big Suzuki sweeper, chasing the 79. You can see Max Shane just ahead of him there. And that has just got to be the most frustrating thing to see the guy right there all race long.
I mean, you're almost there. You're
Just
almost there. I
can't
can
get
catch
him.
him. I can catch him.
Just out of the reach of the fingertips. Which you should not be trying to reach your hand out and get the guy. That would be a bad thing to do.
Well, you might be able to high-five him when you go by or slap him on the back. And not quite at that speed. If we were just kind of cruising around and idling.
Whoa, look at this, though. He's closed up. That section there coming up the hill, he really picked it up.
Well, let's see what happens through this Texas 12-pack. Look at this. Man, Owen Cavell is throttling hard. Man, he is on the charge. He's got to let it all hang out for this last lap in the 450B class 12+. Right now, it is Max Shane and Owen Colville on the charge.
And Cavell pushes all the chips in and says, I am all in, boys. Let's do this. So following that battle, JP, look at this. Right over the shoulder on the drone shot. Cavell trying to get closer. And he really picked up time on that lap. The gap went down to under a second, a little over half a second.
Wow, and that's from 4 seconds back.
I mean, either Shane had a big problem or a miscue, or Cavell just found another gear, and it looks at the lap times, he was 2 seconds quicker. So Shane must have had a little bobble somewhere. Out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And Shane looks like he's able to stretch it back out a little bit.
It looks like about a second and a half, 2 seconds maybe.
Wow, boy, that he got close. And boy, if you are Owen Cavell, that has got to really give you a little boost. That'll charge you right up there.
Well, you know, he's going to go back into the pits and strategize and come back out and have a different game plan, you know, to go after Max Shane on the Husqvarna.
Yeah, so both riders clearing that big triple step up. And down the hill we go again.
Well, this could get interesting coming up on some traffic, but Max Shane is just...
And, you know, JP, I wonder if that was what was the cause of that, you know, sudden
that could have been
lack of the gap that we had there. Yeah, maybe he got into a lapper or couldn't get around. If you're Owen Cavell, you don't care what happened. You only know you got close, and you want to get closer. But Max Shane looks like he has stepped it up on this final lap. So we're looking at him over the FMF power wall.
We're going to bring it on home through the Texas 12-pack on the 79 Husqvarna, taking the checkered Max Shane.
And Owen Cavell going to hang on a second, looking at Jesse Furtado.
In the third slot.
Yep. So the Altus Motorsports Blue Crew Yamaha Moose Parts Racing riders going to fish it out second and third. Austin Schaefer and Chase Haynes will round out your top five. But I'll tell you what, I think we're going to see Max Shane and Owen Cavell battle it out all week long here, JP.
It's going to be good. Really good. So they still got 2 more motos. So
oh, yeah.
That's the beauty of the 3-moto format.
Well, let's see what Max Shane thinks about it as we get ready to send it on down to Dean Dias down there on the podium. Dean, we'll send it to you.
Thanks, guys. I do appreciate it. Max just taking that helmet off, getting a little bit rested. That's that nice. So, Max, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, what did you think about that moto? How did it go for you as you took it in this victory in the 450B class?
All right. Scenario that you clear. Oh. I mean, other than that, I just tried riding smooth, not anything crazy. Stayed off the ground. I knew I could have went a little bit faster, but I mean, I won, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly, did exactly what you needed to do. Speaking of doing what you needed to do, you're getting all these hole shots, man. What's your secret? Robertson, he's the guy that gets it done. Love to hear it, man. I know you got a lot of people helping you out. Who else would you like to thank?
Yeah, big thanks to my mom, my dad, mechanic Ryan. Great. Like this thing that I could 100%. Team Husqvarna, Jed, Darius, Teal. So we're gonna try and do that the rest of this week. And
awesome. List just goes on and on, guys. Give it a Shane, the 40B class. Looks like we got some little bikes on the starting line. What do you got up there in the tower, boys?
All righty, thanks, Dean. We got the 65cc 7 to 11, race number 9, going to get ready to leave the gate. Senior 40 plus, race 10 should be in the staging area. And then we have 2 divisions of 85, 10 to 14 in the staging area for race 11. Race 12 is 65, 7 to 9 limited. So we're getting ready to drop the gate on the 65, 7 to 11 class. Yeah, it looks like they getting them situated down there on the line. Yeah, it looks like we got a little bit of water going out on the track there. So coming off the gate next year for the 65, 7 to 11, the 3X from Palmdale, California is Tyler Hinton.
On the 3 out of St. George, Utah, and Gas Sierra Bull.
The 16 slash from Glen St. Mary, Florida is Hudson Workman.
On the 16 Yamaha, Atwood, Tennessee is Mr. Tate Brush.
Out of Freeport, Florida, the 20 is Dominic Steele.
By the way, at Canyon, Texas, on his KTM, the 23 of Beckham Smith.
The 32 KTM from Saline, Michigan is Parker Beckington.
On the gas, number 41 out of Fresno, California, Landon McBride.
From Creston, California, the 43 KTM is Caden Sedgwick.
On the 47 Cobra, by the way, at Denham Springs, Louisiana, Ryder Anderson.
Coming to us out of Thornton, Colorado, on a 66 KTM is Eli Herrick.
Out of Big Sky, Montana, on a Cobra, it's a 72, a Jet Row.
From Derby, Kansas, on the KTM, that's going to be the 84 of Talon Cotton.
My sheets are stuck. Okay, on the 96, out of Glenburn, North Dakota, on a KTM, Tucker Tix.
From the Las Vegas, Nevada, Parker Renneker, the 100 Cobra.
And on the 125 gas, out of Culberson, Montana, Asher Hunstein.
The 141 from Pleasanton, California, the KTM Humana Burning.
On the 149 Yamaha, out of Clovis, California, Talon Hinson.
Out of Whitesboro, Texas, the 190 gas Brim Brockmuller.
The 200 Husqvarna out of Chamberburg, Pennsylvania, Tristan Hill.
The 211 Cobra coming to us out of Lincolnton, North Carolina is Gunnar Lusk.
Out of Claremont, Florida, on the gas 221, Yaoa Fiera.
The 226 from Bucierias, Northern Antilles, that is going to be Diego Calbildo.
On the 254, out of Brookville, Florida, on the Cobra, Racing Kyler.
From Blair, Nebraska, the 391 gas Brody Jones.
On the 395, KTM out of Kent, Texas, Elijah Taggart.
The 521, the Cobra from Sanger, Texas, that is going to be Dakota Lee.
On the 714, out of Yucca Valley, California, on a gas Landon Corbin.
From Longview, Texas, the Husqvarna ride, the 724 is Brady Hall.
On the 753, Husqvarna, by the way, Huntington, New York, Cameron Buckman.
Out of Glenburn, North Dakota, on the 804 KTM, you got Hank Tix.
On the 914 gas, out of Yuba City, California, Maverick Gresham Lewis.
And that is the field lined up on the gate there. 32 riders in the 65, 7 to 11. We're going to turn them loose in just a few moments. Again, got a little bit of water going down here in some sections of the track.
Yeah, no, you, JP, you're going to interview. I just want to say, welcome, Trump Truck.
Yeah, we saw him for a brief moment at the 21st Annual AZ Open. Didn't get a chance to see him, but he's up here right now. Come over here. Let's see. Tell us what you got going on down there, besides a lot of Trump merchandise.
Well, if you love your president, come on down and support him. We got shirts, hats, water bottles, flags, you name it. And you want to piss off some of your mean neighbors, come on down and get some ammo.
All right, go down there and get Trumpized.
All right, here we go. Card's going to go sideways for the rider in the 65 7 to 11. Revs are up, and the gate is down. Let's see who's going to get the hole shot. Oh, looks like Maverick Gresham Lewis with the Tamer hole shot. And then moving to second, it's going to be Caden Sedgwick. 72 a Rao, trying to hang on to third, might have dropped back one. And it looks like it's going to be the rider on the 153 moving forward a little bit here. Don't have a name to match that yet. We'll wind it up here in just a minute. All right, so leader's going to work down into that turn right before the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree section. And the 72 wasting no time, making a couple passes to move to the front of the pack. Jet Rao taking the lead.
Man, what a little speedster, you know, and they're from like Big Sky, Montana, and the mom rides. I think Teresa is 51 now. And then, of course,
I don't think we need to bring that up, you know.
Well, and she's okay with it. Well, she's under 100. Okay, well,
there you go. So Maverick Gresham Lewis into the second spot. And it looks like that is going to be Cameron Buckman, the 753 into third. So there's your top three heading down into that Blake Baggett berm as we watch them head into that triple step up. Again, most of these riders are going to double up and then launch off that little section at the end. 65cc riders don't really quite have enough horsepower, I think, to get that except under ideal circumstances. And right now, the track is not quite ideal. It's a little rough.
It's going to get rougher.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like right now in Loop 270, normally the ruts are like, they're like 14 inches, 16 inches. Not quite as radical right now. It's a little bit smoother sailing.
So we go over the shoulder of Buckman. Now we're going to catch up to that battle, the second place ride. So there is Maverick Gresham Lewis. And here we go up to the top of Cemetery Hill. We'll watch him launch the top of the FMF Powerwall. And here comes Jet Rao down the Texas 12-pack. JP making his way down into the VMAX switchback.
You know, it's just amazing how fast these 65 riders are and the bikes themselves. And it just,
you know, you and I have been around long enough to remember the KX60, the RM60.
Yep.
You put those bikes out there now, and a Cobra 50 would walk circles around them.
It's insane. You know, of course, those are all, you know, billet and sheen, you know, made in America, though.
Yeah. Well, the thing is technology marches on, and that's exactly what we've seen there. I mean, they don't call it the Cobra Revolution for nothing.
That's a fact.
And we're now in the middle of that Stasic revolution. We watch that be the new game changer in the industry.
Well, I know. You start with a Strider, then you get a Stasic, then you get a PW50, and then you're all in.
250F.
Yep. Well, not quite that
all right,
quick.
We might want to wait. Maybe go to 85 first.
Yeah, that'd be okay. Yeah, I've never seen a 65 to a 250F yet. So
yes, you have.
What?
His name is Hayden Deegan. He rode those big bikes when he was on a 65, if you remember
correctly. Well,
that's
actually rode his dad's 450.
450, too, yeah.
He goes, if he can start it, you can ride it. Once he gets out there, it's an electric start. He gets out there.
I was going to say, that's an electric start, man. That's
I always liked riding the big bikes when I was growing up. Hey, man, can I ride you 500? Oh, yeah.
All right, looking at Maverick Gresham Lewis there as he got a little kind of dragged into that rut. It's going to lose a little time to the leader. So beautiful overhead shot here. You get a sense of the expanse of this track here at Miller Ranch. So looking for your leaders to work through that far left-hand side of the track. Jet Rao, the 72, trying to get away. The Rao Designs Cobra Let's Ride Power Sports Flow Vision ride. So 65cc 7 to 11 race 9 on the track. Senior 40 plus next off the gate. And then race 11, Division 1 and 2 of 85, 10 to 14. You should be in staging. 65, 7 to 9 limited. Race 12 in staging. And we need the riders in the 450B 12 plus limited. First call for you to head down to staging for race 13. And looking for the 72 Cobra coming up the hill here. So looking at your leaders coming up the hill there. There is the 72 of Jet Rao at the end of the Texas 12-pack. And even some of these ruts in that 12-pack, the switchback, starting to get pretty deep. You can see some of these riders sinking into those ruts. Maverick Gresham Lewis hanging on a second. Looks like the 149 of Talon Hinson going to move to third. Buckman will drop down one to fourth. And there's the 41 of Landon McBride rounding out the top five.
All right, so right now it's Jet Rao out front on the 72 Cobra. On second, it's 914 of Maverick Gresham. In third place, Talon Hinson, Cameron Buckman, Landon McBride, Diego Cabdillo, Beckham Smith, Joey Fiera, Parker Beckington, Eli Herrick. That's your top 10.
And we are looking over the shoulder of Jet Rao coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, heading into the Dunlop drop. You can see he switches back out to the outside before that because that inside line is starting to get a little chewed up. And it looks as though the smaller bike might end up just getting sucked into that inside line there. So a very wise choice for the 72 around.
Well, we know how rough that little section can get. We've seen it be rough. We've seen people ejected.
Yep.
And one of them was 45 Hayes Edwards.
I was going to say. I remember that.
That was a classic one that's going to be imprinted for a long time.
I remember that one. He ended up in somebody's RV on the other side of the fence there. Oh, we haven't seen anybody take a swim recently, though. We did see one rider do that at the end of the Twist and Shout.
Hey, it's early. You just might have created and announced one of the first announcer jinxes.
Well, you can go ahead and blame me. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
Look, no.
So, again, looking at the battles working through here on that big triple step up. As I said, most of these riders are going to double up and then cleanly jump off as we follow this battle. 3 riders down into the Suzuki sweeper. And you can see how good or how close, I should say, the drone brings you to the action there as he's getting dirt thrown up on him. Trying to keep that lens clear. All right, so Jet Rao working that Dragon's back, the 914, I'm sorry, Maverick Gresham Lewis coming across the finish line. Rao with a 9.5 second gap. Hinson, Buckman, third and fourth.
You know, Jet Rao was up here for the first time. He's been coming here for years. The whole family is. We love having them here. And he's never been up here before, and he's one of the real quiet, shy.
He is a quiet dude.
But, man, when he gets on that bike, man, it's all business.
Hey, sometimes you let the ride do the talking for you.
That is exactly true, especially right now, your leader on the Cobra, number 72, Jet Rao, out of Big Sky, Montana.
And, again, following the battles back in about third or fourth. That looks like Parker Beckington on the camera right now. So Beckington running in 6th, trying to chase down the 5th place ride. And again, line selection key there. As you saw, he came out of that inside nice and smooth and closed up on the rider in front of him.
You know, especially on these 65s, being line selection is so crucial. These guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, that is the battle for 5th. Diego Calbido and Parker Beckington battling over that 5th place spot. And it looks like Beckington having to switch up lines there to get around a lapped rider. Laying into that center.
I'm noticing our YouTube girl, Racing Kyler, on the 254 Cobra. She's gone from about 24th or 25th, and she is now up to 17.
Got to move forward, and she's doing a good job of that. So it looks like we are approaching the halfway point here. And again, this is a 20+1 for the 65-7-11, so we're at the halfway point here. So Jet Rao on the 72, the Cobra Ride, getting the crossed sticks as he comes over the finish line there, meaning we are at the halfway point. And given these 65 some long motos here.
I mean, they're like riding two motos in one moto.
Yeah, they are. Well, the good thing is most of the time you got to flag them down to stop them from riding anyway.
Hey, I'd be right in there, man. Keep riding. It's so much fun.
Keep playing, you stay young, JP.
That's what we're trying to do.
I am too. I didn't think I was going to last this long. I would have taken better care of myself.
Well, I wouldn't change anything in my life. I might go back and do change a few little infractions and take a couple different lines.
So again, following this battle here, as we look at the 72 of Jet Rao out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, heading down to the Dunlop drop there. So Rao heading down the Freestone Freeway to the Lake Baggett berm. So we are working through the laps here past the halfway point for the 65-7-11. Again, we've got race 10, senior 40-plus next off the gate. And then race 11, we got a pair of divisions of 85-10-14. And I do want to remind folks, a division race, you got to qualify top 16 to go directly to the second half. If you're not top 16, you're going to have to go to an LCQ. So make sure you check your official posted results.
All right, cheerleader Jet Rao makes that right-hand turn down to the number 8 downhill ski jump.
Yeah, and he is now thick into the traffic, so doing a good job picking different lines there as he works around some of the lapped riders.
And, and he's pulled away from Maverick Grisham, with 11, almost 12-second lead.
Yeah, so at this point, he can just kind of be careful as he works through. No reason to push the issue, but he does have to get through that traffic. And there's Maverick Gresham Lewis and Talon Hinson. Hinson closes up, JP. He has really gotten close to Maverick Gresham Lewis.
Yeah, so that's like within a second. But Jet Rao has extended his lead up to 14 seconds over Maverick Gresham, followed by Talon Hinson, Parker Beckington, Diego Cabdillo, Cameron Buckman, and Yoea Vieira.
Yeah, and looking overhead here at that battle for second place as they come out of the mechanics area. And heading into that sharp left-hander down into that new section there. That used to be the twist and shout section. They've got a little step-down double now. Another set of doubles there as they head into that left-hander.
We could call it the double-double.
The double trouble, double-double?
That could be.
Got a little Stevie Ray Vaughan reference there. We're in Texas after all.
Double trouble. Dig that, yeah.
So Rao continues to lead here, coming through that shock sock sweeper down the Freestone Freeway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing a scavenger hunt up for FCA. Go over there and get you a water bottle, and it's got a clue in there, and it'll give you a hint for the prize. They're going to give away a pair of Fox goggles for this first scavenger hunt. Go over see FCA, go see Ethan Hughes, and they will get you online. Back to race action. Still out front, it's the Jet, literally, Rao.
Something about that name.
Well, you know, sometimes
Jet
parents
Lawrence.
pick names. They pick the right one for him.
Yeah. Jet Lawrence, Jet Reynolds, Jet Rao, Talajet.
And,
we go back
and
and
there's a lot of jets, and you know what? They're all working. They've all been fast.
There you go.
Oh, thank you very much.
So again, that big sweeping overhead shot, you see the entirety of the Freestone course. The beautiful green grass there as we pick up the battle with the leader working through the traffic. Up into that,
you know, it's amazing.
VMAC switchback.
You know, also, Don, it's amazing on these little 65s that how the suspension's working so well.
Oh, and so much more of it too than you used to have.
Hey,
like you were saying before, you probably had an 88 Montesa that had about 2 inches of travel.
Oh no! It was 4.5 or 5.5 in the front, and then 4.5 in the rear.
What? And today we've got 4 times that, just about.
Right, and then the 65s have more suspension travel than the old 125s,
Yep.
and they're almost as fast.
Yeah, I was going to say that earlier on. I was saying you put one of them Cobra Rocket 50s up against an old 125, you'd have a battle on your hands.
Yeah, if you had like Jet Rao on there, I would think that would happen.
Yeah, and you look at him smoothly working through the traffic there as he continues down that far section of the track. Going to make the turn up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn section. And just a great job picking through the traffic, picking his lines.
I mean, look how smooth he is.
I mean, maturity for a young rider.
Yeah. Yeah, 10 years old.
Beyond those years in riding experience, because I've seen him come here for the last 4 or 5, so... As we follow your leader through that big Shock Sox S-turn or sweeper and down the Freestone Freeway. That section has turned out really nice with those rollers going down the hill. That's kind of built up some nice lines. We were talking earlier about hitting that outside berm of the grass there, but there's good lines all the way through that.
Man, the track guys have done a good job. David Burnett, Brian Burnett, of course, Vernon McKitty, VMAC Tracks.
So again, Rao just doing work, heading down the hill into the Suzuki sweeper, stretching his lead out, an 11.8 second gap last time. Hinson and Gresham Lewis, though, still have a decent battle going for that second spot. Parker Beckington, we'll see if he can get up there. Yao Fiera on the 221 gas, rounding out your top 5. So we've had a few riders making moves through the field here. And you were talking about Kyler early on, racing Kyler at 54 up to 15th, and that's a rider we watched in like 22nd earlier on. So
yeah, 22nd. You know, that's good. I mean, it's a good stack class. There's 32 riders in here.
And, you know, people sometimes ask, well, why would you talk about a rider in 15th? Because that's where it starts. That rider that can work their way through a little bit, that's when you start to see, all right, you know what? Maybe that's somebody we need to keep an eye on, because if you're able to make moves and get through the pack, that's an advantage.
There's possibilities. And if you could get a decent start, I mean, with this track, with the competition level that we have here, man, the start, end start.
Oh, yeah, you hear him talk about it all the time. So Jet Rao got that drone over his shoulder as he heads over that Dragon's Back section, going to make the left-hand turn. And I'm sure he's going to get a signal from his mechanic saying, keep doing what you're doing, buddy, because it is absolutely the right one.
And it seems like a 45-minute plus 2 lap like the old days of outdoor nationals.
I bet it does for them, JP.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But again, yeah, you won't hear anybody complaining about the 65s not getting enough laps, because they are getting them.
I think these riders are going to be feeling it.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if they ride for more classes, which most of them do. They'll sleep well tonight.
Oh, yes. Won't be any trouble wearing them out. So, again, you're looking at your leader on the 72 up into that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Jet Rao, Talon Hinson, Maverick Gresham Lewis, Parker Beckington, Yao Fiera, Diego Calbito, Landon McBride, Cameron Buckman, Caden Sedgwick, Tyler Hinton through the top 10. Hinton in 11th now. Brim Brockmuller in 12th. Ryder Anderson 13th. Tucker Tix and Rayson Kyler rounding out your top 15.
And 6th place is Asher Honstein, Gunnar Lusk, Landon Corbin, Parker Reniker, and Dakota Lee. That's your top 20.
So again, your leader down the Freestone Freeway into that Blake Baggett berm. And, Baggett's someone who's kind of dropped off the radar for a little bit till a couple weeks ago when you see him on a dual sport bike, just laying it to the guys on the motocross track riding on a dual sport.
That would be hilarious to watch. It looks like that white flag baby coming out, Shad, for Cobra Jet Rao.
There you go. So indeed, we got that white flag in hand here. We are getting ready to put that out. Signify the start of the final lap here for these 65 7-11 riders. And here comes the 72 of Rao into that VMAX switchback. White flag is out.
So about a second slower this time, like a 2:44. So he's kind of
back
on a little bit of a cruise mode.
Well, again, he must have gone through the mechanics there and been getting the signal. All right, you know what? You don't need to do anything crazy. Just maintain the gap.
Shan Garcia, the announcer extraordinaire, would say, for any crazy, unforeseen circumstance, he should be our winner.
Barring any crazy, unforeseen circumstance.
That goes out to you. Shan, man.
So the white flag flying, Jet Rao, Talon Hinson, Maverick Gresham Lewis still top three. Gap back to the fourth place ride. Here's Parker Beckington on the 32. And we're looking for the 221 of Eyal Fiera. Hang on to that fifth place spot.
Yep. Our leader, Rao, once again around the Leonard Skinner oak tree. Through the Dunlop drop, he makes that left-hand sweeper. All rolls over number 5 in the 6th.
Yeah, and launching that up to the inside there. Going to lay down into the inside line and head down the Freestone Freeway.
Tell you what, great job by Area 51. I mean, it's I don't get it, but they get it.
You know, it's definitely a skill that you have to be able to wear them goggles all day. Like I was telling them, I don't think I could do that without getting vertigo and just falling on my head.
You would think your eyesight or your brain would.
Exactly. But I guess like we was talking, he says you get used to it after a while, and after that it just doesn't feel any different from just looking at something. So winding the final lap down here as the white flag flies for the 65cc 7-11.
And over the finish line tabletop, it's the 254 Rayson Kyler moving up into 13th. So she has gone from 22nd to 13th. But the white flag is out, 1 lap remaining for the 65cc 7-11.
So, yeah, winding down this final lap here, as you can see, the finish line flagger has got that checkered flag in hand. And here is the 72 taking the moto win here. The Rao Designs, Cobra Motorcycles, Let's Ride Power Sports Flow Vision Ride. Jet Rao with the win. Looking for Talon Hinson and Maverick Gresham Lewis to hang on second and third. Parker Beckington and Yal Ferreira looking to round out the top 5. But we are going to get a chance to talk to the Jet. So we'll let him pop that helmet off down there, maybe get a little sip of water, and we'll send it down to Dean Dias to talk to our moto winner. Dean, what do you got going on down there, sir?
Well, I got Jet Rao down here. He's super excited. And Jet, first of all, I got to ask you, Do you got to be fast because your name's Jet?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I figured. But walk me through that moto, buddy. Tell me how it went.
Gate good. Got a good start. And
Yeah, man, that was a solid ride for sure. And doing it here in the 65cc 7 to 11, does it feel even better than doing it in your actual age group, being that it's an open class?
yes.
That's kind of what I figured, man. I know you got a couple more motos coming up, so tell me who you'd like to thank. Who's making this all possible for you?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Game, Beast Moto Lab, Money, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, give it up for your winner of the 65cc 7 to 11. Looks like I see Kelleher with a whole shot, boys. What do you got up there in the tower? Mistaken. That's Fitch quickly taking it over. But you guys got better eyes. Stacy Tower.
All right, so senior 40-plus riders out on the track here.
Race number 10, hot and heavy, going down. Well, they're heading all the way around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree right now. Not sure who that
looks
is on
like
the Yamaha.
the 676 of Fitch out front early on.
Kyle Dangler out there as well. Looking forward to getting to watch Kyle ride after we had him up here for the interview last night, Don. He said he wasn't very good on a microphone, and I thought he absolutely greased it.
He's a smooth dude.
Yeah.
Didn't give himself enough credit. So there it is. It is indeed. Looks like Robert Fitch out in front. The FMF ride of Kyle Dangler into second. On the 887, that's Shane Kelleher, the Honda rider, in third. And then it looks like it is going to be, can't quite get a look at those numbers there. And then it looks like Tressa Rao right behind in the fifth spot.
Tressa, 51 years young out here, young lady out here slicing and dicing without these old dudes. Jet just coming off the racetrack. He's just walking off the podium right now. Tressa's little baby boy.
You know, actually, they're all younger than she is.
What's that?
They're all younger than she is.
Oh, well, in that case.
So we have got the 40-plus out on the track here. And again, Nick McBride on the 314 coming to you out there. 549 is Kyle Dangler. 676, Robert Fitch. Tressa Rao, the 701, and, of course, the 887 of Shane Kelleher. And that is the field right now out there in race number 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 riders, 5 states.
There you go. Got to spread it out geographically.
Might as well. 5 riders, 5 states, 2 sexes. Here he comes, race leader.
Yeah, so there you go. The Rocky Mountain Cycle Plaza MTF Fly Racing Ride. Rob Fitch out front. There is the FMF KTM of Dangler. And the 887, the scary man, Shane Kelleher running in third.
Watch. Well, watching Dangler come through the switchback. Oh, watching Tressa Rao come through the switchback section. Don, track is getting rough, man. I'm telling you, it's just nasty out there, and Tressa just about got it handed to her.
Yeah, you know, there's a couple of spots where it looks like that must be the preferred line because they're digging deep into some of those ruts.
Yeah, I was watching Dangler come through, and he was trying to leave those main lines and getting up almost up into a little off-camber just to start cutting a new line in there. And that's one of the things you'll see these vet guys do a lot of times is they'll start – it might cost them a little bit, but they'll start making new lines in places where there is nothing so that the next few laps they can build there.
So right now we're looking over the shoulder of the 887. We almost hit him there.
Wow.
Up close and personal with Cumberland, Rhode Island, Shane Kelleher.
Yeah, that was a close one. That was cool.
And I know with the drone it always looks like you're closer than you are. But, but that was some up close and personal footage there. You get to see what the design is on the side of his goggles. And here we go. He's coming inside on.
And he cross-rutted out. Yep.
You can see he was trying to set up that inside line on Kyle Dangler. and that cost him that step up as well. So he's going to have to go back to work. But again, just one of those riders who is going to dog you to the end. So if I were Kyle Dangler, I would try to do everything I can to get as much horsepower moving as I could.
Yeah, got to stay focused right now. Right now, just little bobbles, and like we saw there, it caused him to cross rut, and then he couldn't do the step up, and so it just kind of a trickle-down effect where it snowballs. And Dangler getting a little bit of breathing room right now after those couple of little bobbles.
And you know what? This good battle for second going to be good news for Robert Fitch as well, because Bob's going to be able to get a little bit of his own race going on there while those two try to slug it out.
Wow, the acceleration bumps in the ruts coming out of that left-hander there, pretty impressive.
So here you go, second and third up and over Cemetery Hill as we watch our leader into the VMAX switchback.
Up over the finish line. There he is.
Here we go. Kelleher making a run through the 12-pack. He's going to pull alongside. And that is going to be it right there. The FXR Honda ride. That factory connection suspension working for Kelleher. Oh, dabbing the foot there. I'm going to lose a little time. Dangler almost able to get him back. Battle for second through the mechanics area.
Dangler goes around the outside. Oh, he stalled the bike. Fitch stalled the bike there in the left-hander, so Dangler gets back around the outside.
That was Kelleher who looked like he might have dabbed his foot there and maybe missed a shift. So, yeah, Kyle Dangler goes back into second.
And then Kelleher runs off the track over there before the number 3 jump, back on the track. A lot of bobbles right now.
He just rode over to punch somebody that was giving him a hard time at the fence there.
Great race between him and Dangler, though. It's been
look
fun
at
to
this,
watch.
right back on it. And that's the thing, you know, some of these guys, they can be all over the place, make a mistake, and then they just pick the pace right back up. And here we go, coming into that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn again. Kyle Dangler going wide. Kelleher trying to work the inside.
Kelleher making some mistakes here and there, and that's what's costing him. He's got the speed. He's just making little bobbles here and there.
And he's again going to pull up on the inside.
He's able to get it done.
Yeah, and this is that is not the guy you want on the inside of you, because he is going to take that line whether you want him to or not. Here we go. Dangler again going to work back on the outside. Can he get him? What a good battle back and forth between these two guys.
Yeah, absolute hoot to watch. And Kelleher bobbles again, cross ruts, looks over his shoulder. There's Dangler. Dangler going for the triple.
Like, oh, is that going to cost me? So senior 40 plus out on the track. And that battle for second. Right now, Robert Fitch, he is all alone out front, and he's running about a 7.5 second gap. So all he's going to have to worry about is running his laps. Kelleher and Dangler battling over second. Cardona sits fourth. And Tresserau, the 701, rounding out the field in fifth. So we've got senior 40 plus on the track. Two divisions of 85, 10 to 14 going to be next off the gate. Division 1 and 2. That's race 11. Race 12 is the 65, 7 to 9 limited. And we should be coming up on about time for the Open A Pro Sport Moto here about 1 o'clock, but we'll get a clarification on that. So looking at the overhead there again, you get a beautiful overhead view of the expanse of the Miller property here for the Freestone County Raceway.
California, Texas, Colorado, Montana, Rhode Island represented here.
There you go. The biggest little state in the union, baby.
Never been there, but I'm going to try to make it this summer. I'm going to try to catch it.
Well, you can fit the entire state inside the King Ranch here in Texas.
Really? Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
People say, you know, you can drive across Texas. It's going to take you 2.5 days. You can drive across Rhode Island the long way in 50 minutes.
Wow.
From the ocean all the way up to Massachusetts, 50 minutes.
That's crazy.
Baby.
Wow.
So there is your leader. You're looking down the Freestone Freeway, 676 Yamaha ride. The Rocky Mountain Cycle Plaza Fitch Racing Suspension FMF Alpine Stars ride of Rob Fitch with the lead here. Coming through the inside, Kelleher hanging on to second with the FMF-backed ride of Kyle Dangler in third.
Fitch clicking off 2 minute 30 second lap time for his fastest. Kelleher 2:33. And, of course, Dangler 235. So that's about where they fit, just where they're running first, second, and third. Fitch clicking 230, so that's pretty quick with a track like it is right now. It's nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so getting the word now, we've got two divisions of 85, 10 to 14 that are going to be off the gate next, Division 1 and 2, and then after that, we'll do the Pro Sport. So the Open A Pro Sport, those riders need to make their way down into staging. Open A Pro Sport, you're going to go directly after Division 2 of the 85, 10 to 14, and Division 1 is on the gate now. So again, Open Pro Sport, you are going to go after Division 2 of Race 11, and you need to make your way to staging now. And then, of course, we'll do that group sight lap after the Pro Sport sight lap. And once again, I want to remind folks that a sight lap is not a race lap. A sight lap is not a lap where you jump the jumps. It's a wheels on the ground sight lap. So please tell your riders they should not be jumping during that lap.
Yeah, great reminder, Don. We had guys out there earlier that were treating it like a moto.
Sight lap, and
things
that's just
can get
not
wonky
safe.
quick. Yeah, it just is what it is. That being said, the man with the plan, Calvin Kinney, on the finish line flag and stand, got the white flag out. One lap to go. We'll be looking for Mr. Fitch to come rolling through here in a shortly. 676, Mr. Robert Fitch
Yeah, that's
on the
how
Yamaha.
you do it, man. Get that whole shot, bring it to the checkered flag, Luke, and that is the recipe for the win.
That'll do it. You do that a couple of times in a weekend. Wowzers, like that was gnarly watching him bounce through that section.
He hit that outside line hard.
He did, and that suspension went full travel and then sent him kind of hemming the bike up in the air. And he's throwing drain pluggers over the triple over there, so he's having fun. He's feeling good.
I got the camera gang walking through the inside here. You got 70 grand worth of camera equipment between those five guys.
It is crazy what those guys delve out into those cameras. I mean, there's some high-end stuff. But some of the stuff those cameras can do is incredible.
So, again, looking at your leader through that big Loop 270, that Suzuki sweeper. He's going to work his way to the top of the hill, drop down one more time to the bottom of the team cramp sweeper. And the checkered flag going to be waiting for Rob Fitch the next time he comes up to the top of the track here. And there he is over the top of Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall. Launching that little single on the downside. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win for the FMF Alpine Stars TAMER Basic Moto T-Rex ride of Robert Fitch. So the Yamaha rider with the win. Looking like it's going to be the 887. The Honda ride of Shane Kelleher will hold on to that second spot. And looking for Kyle Dangler, the FMF Fly Decal Works Factory Connection Pirelli-backed ride for third. But now it's going to be time to send it down onto the podium to talk to I'm sure, a very happy Robert Fitch. So, Dean, we're going to send it on down to you.
Man, Robert Fitch. Make it look easy out there. I mean, we should have had lunch. Hey, look, there goes second place. But I know the competition. Everybody out there is competition. How'd the moto go for you?
Cut in some lines and look at everything for kind of get everything just dialed, and then doing a little bit of testing and stuff with the bike, seeing some throttle control, stuff like that. But bike's working really good. Just trying to get a flow back into motocross again.
Absolutely, man. I heard you did Daytona. How'd that go for you?
It actually went really good. I was pumped. I was only out by a couple hundredths of a second, but rode great. I rode like myself back in 2010, 2011, and I could feel it. It was awesome. So I'm stoked to go back to Birmingham and see what I can do again. So.
Wait, we're racing Birmingham?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, man. So look out for him, Robert Fitch. Get it done, and who's helping you get it done this year?
I want to thank Rocky Mountain Cycle Plaza. I want to especially thank my wife, my kids. I want to thank Yamaha, Fitch Racing, VP Race Fuels, FMF for sure, seat, all of our gut stuff on our seats, and Recluse, Performance Cycle, Hilton. Dunlop tires are hooking up great. Can't thank them enough. Fly Racing, Oakley, everybody, Danny Lewis for helping me out as well. We got a really good crew behind us right now, and it's showing. So,
no doubt about it. So a big shout out for that family. But give it up to Robert Fitch for getting that win and the Senior 40 Plus. Good job.
All right, so we are looking at two divisions of the 85 10-14 class. We've got one division on the gate right now, second division in the staging area. And don't forget, Open Pro Sport. You are going to head out for your sight lap after the second division of 85s, which are coming off the gate in just a few. So Open Pro Sport riders, you need to be down in staging. You will head out for a sight lap after Division 2 of the 85 10-14. And that is coming up almost immediately. And then if you want to do a sight lap for, say, races 12 through 15, 20, if you want to do that, you can go after the Pro Sport sight lap, and we'll send riders around. And once again, let me reiterate that a sight lap is not a race pace lap. You should keep your wheels on the ground during a sight lap.
Tressa Rao coming across there. 701 Honda rider out of Montana. Wheels on the ground sight lap.
So putting a little water down, Luke, let's give it a shout out
Let's
to the
do it.
riders who are going to come out here, coming out in the 85 10-14 Division 1, riding the number 3 Suzuki out of Winchester, California, is Chase Brennan.
Out of Berry Creek, California, Jade Smart on the number 4 machine.
The number 5 Husqvarna from Visalia, California, is Maddox Temmerman.
On the number 6, out of the Woodlands, Texas, Patrick Davis.
The 16 from Twapo NA, that is probably Australia, the Husqvarna ride of Connor Feather.
Out of Orlando, Florida, on the 23, Austin Keller.
The 44 from Fairfield, California, the KTM, and Nolan Ford.
Out of Mounds, Oklahoma, on the 55, Dax Wiles.
Out of the 55 on the 55 is Adam Graham out of Muskego, Wisconsin.
Out of McKinney, Texas, the 65 of Connor Hensley.
From Kemp, Texas, the Gas, the 95 of Everett Taylor.
Out of Hokai, Hawaii, the 110 of Gabriel, help me out.
Dukeson,
we'll go that.
Out of Oxford, Michigan, the 127 KTM is Joey Vicari.
Out of Battleground, Washington, the 208, Liam Aslin.
The 361 from Maybank, Texas, the Husqvarna ride of Quinn Lescuro.
Out of Liberty, Kentucky, on the 421, Braxton Baldwin.
From Mounds, Oklahoma, the 467 Husqvarna Cade Nightingale.
Out of Kemp, Texas, the 504 of Terry Kinney.
On the 518, the Husqvarna from Calgary, Alberta, that is Parker Hatt.
Out of Washougal, Washington, the 537 of Corbin Leonard.
The 630, the KTM out of Norwood, Ontario, is going to be Mason Murdy.
And out of Livermore, California, 716 of Kinsey Watani.
And that is going to be the riders, the 22 riders here in Division 1. We've got 22 riders in Division 2. Going to whittle that down to 16 out of each of these division races, and the rest of them go to an LCQ. Once again, make sure you check the official post results, and also check the schedule for any lap time changes. We have made some changes to the amount of laps in some of these classes. The race order has not changed, but the amount of laps that a class is going to get may have changed throughout the race day. So make sure you check on that. Most of the time they're going to be moving to a lower number, but it also might be longer, and you want to get that bike prepped. So again, the order has not changed, but some of the laps have changed. So make sure you check that on the official posted results board. And as always, make sure you check your results before you go out anywhere else to make sure you know exactly where you finished.
And if all else fails, race to the checker flag.
That's it. Never, ever race until that checkered flag comes out, or never, ever stop, I should say, until that checkered flag comes out. But if you do that, I mean, every now and then we've seen that happen, and you just don't feel bad because even at the pro level it happens. You've said it happened at Arena Cross to a rider. We watched Wyndham do that at Washougal a number of years ago.
Vince Freezy did it first round this year.
So it happens.
Raced right on to the white flag.
Yep. Just absolutely do not stop. And if you race through the checkered flag, they might have to stop you once you get off, but don't worry, they will do that.
I like wording it race through the checker instead of two because you've seen, it's been several years ago when Jason Anderson landed on the finish line and started to celebrate and then got landed on because he did not race through the checkered, but there was still a race going on behind him.
That was MX Nations, I believe that happened.
It sure was,
And we want to send a big shout out to the folks from Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Rocky Mountain ATV MC, proud to support the James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship and racers everywhere. They are the primary source for off-road gear, parts, and accessories. Rely on Rocky Mountain ATV MC from start to finish. Visit their website for the lowest prices, the biggest inventory, and fast, free delivery. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready. You know, and don't forget the folks at Verb Moto have stepped it up again. Just when you thought Verb couldn't do anything new, they have stepped it up with a Prospects app. So go on the App Store and look for the Verb Moto Prospects app. And what that is it's a way to see the results from all over the country, all the different races, all the different tracks. They're all gathered together in one spot. That gives you an idea of who's racing where, when they're racing, and also they have put together a ranked numbering system. So depending on the event you go to and the number of riders you race against, you will accumulate points in the Prospects app. It's a great way to try to measure yourself against riders around the country who maybe you don't get a chance to line up against. But once again, go to the App Store and download the Verb Moto Prospects app for a new way to look at how to get yourself compared to your riders around the country. So looking at the start gate there as we hover over the top of that start line. Getting ready to go with a couple of division races here. The 85 10-14 Division 1. 85 10-14 Division 2 should be in staging right behind this race. And open pro sport riders need to be down in staging for your sight lap right after Division 2 of the 85 10-14. And once again, if you want to do a sight lap for the next group of 5 or 6 races, head down there. You can line up and do a sight lap after the open pro sport riders do theirs. All right, here we go. We are off the gate with the 85 10-14 Division 1.
Number 4 out front. That's going to be Jaden Smart, sure enough. Maddox Timmerman in the number 2 spot now. 16, it looks like Connor Feather. And then Austin Keller on the number 23 machine in 4th. And Nolan Ford in 5th. So there's your top 5 here off the start in this 85cc 10-14 Division 1.
Looking over the shoulder of this battle out front here, you can see from the drone footage, everybody kind of bunched up there a little bit. So top 4 still in a very, very tight battle there as they make that left-hander heading up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. All right, leaders back up and over into that number 6. So Maddox Timmerman taking the lead early on. Jaden Smart will drop back to 2nd. Ford in 3rd. And the 23, Austin Keller still hanging that 4th spot. Starting to get a little dicey for 5th here as riders are starting to duke it out as we follow those riders down the Freestone Freeway.
Well, Don, these kids out here doing 20-minute motos of both of these divisions.
Oh, yeah.
And a whole lot of this is people, why you're running 20-minute motos? Well, listen, man, Loretta Lynn's is 20-minute motos. This is going to start to prepare these kids for the reality of what they're looking at this summer. Because let's make no bones about it. Most people, that's the pinnacle. That's the top of the food chain of amateur racing. And when they start thinking about going to Loretta's, that's one of the biggest deals to prepare for is rough tracks and 20-minute motos. Well, guess what you're going to get here this week?
A few years ago, they started doing the 20+1 with the 250B riders and 450B riders because, again, that's what they were going to be doing as they moved, especially into the Futures program and things like that. So you might as well start getting used to it now at the amateur level because that's where you're going if you want to go there.
Absolutely. Yep. 20 minutes and rough track, and you're going to get both of those here this week. So,
this track's not rough, Luke.
Not yet. Not yet. We're working that way.
This is just a walk in the park, man.
Here comes the number 5, Timmerman, holding on to that number 1 spot with a little bit of real estate.
There you go. Nolan Ford makes the move to second,
Wow.
getting around the 4, Jaden Smart. And then the 23, Austin Keller, the 127 of Joey Vicari, 4th and 5th. Connor Feather in the 6th spot. Cade Nightingale running 7th. Chase Brennan is 8th. Mason Murdy 9th. And Braxton Baldock, the 421, going to round out your top 10. So it looks like Temmerman's starting to get away at the front of the pack. Battle still between Jaden Smart and Nolan Ford. Smart trying to get that second spot back from the 44 of Ford. And again, we've got battles all through the pack here as we follow, it looks like 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place riders into the Blake Baggett berm. And you can And, boy, I'll tell you what, there is no shortage of line selection there making their way out of that turn. Yeah, we had a chance to talk to Austin yesterday up here in the tower as we did a little bench racing session with a few people up here.
He's a pretty good, well-spoken young man. I asked him a couple of questions that I thought would kind of back him up, and he just took it like a man, poked his chest out, and went at it. That was the bummer. Yeah, that hurt my heart a little bit.
I was a little surprised.
Throwing him a lob ball, just a meat ball to tee off on.
Yeah, guess what, though?
You got something negative to say about Dean? No.
That guy is going to be training you. That means that guy could make your life a little bit more difficult. So Austin did the right thing, if you ask me.
I felt that way until we found out that he moved to MTF, and it's like, okay, you could trash the dude.
All right, so Temmerman stretches out his lead. Ford now a big gap over Jaden Smart, the number 4 Yamaha riders holding third, but starting to lose ground to the top 2.
Smart, 11 years old out there, mixing it up with these older kids and doing a great job of it.
And there is that battle we're following on the drone. That is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th through the Dragon's Back section, and they are dicing through those turns, heading into the mechanics area.
Wow, it's anybody's game. They're nose to tail there through that left-hander.
Oh, yeah. And again, one little miscue, you're going to lose a spot to maybe 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, 5-bike battle going on. That's really cool. Look at the ruts right there, Dom. Man, it's getting deep.
Really nice, though, for these riders because they can really kind of pick a rut anywhere to lay into with these smaller bikes.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options.
So trailing them through that step-up double there into the next double into the turn. The double down section.
Wow, they're flat. Killing it in that right-hander there around Leonard Skinner to Oak Tree. In the meantime, Timmerman continuing to margin out on the field.
Well, look at that. 5 riders all in that turn together.
Beautiful stuff.
Holy cow. Look at this. That
Coming
is
up.
a slugfest, Luke.
Up over number 6, all 5 of them in the air at the same time. That's impressive stuff. Wow, great drive there from the KTM rider.
Yeah, that was Vicari on the 127 making moves. He got that outside line.
He's going to try to slip up underneath here. Can he carry enough momentum on the inside? It looks like he's going to get it done.
Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Up into that step up. And again, those riders doubling up and then stepping off that section. One rider goes wide to the outside, the other one's on the inside. And guess what? That outside line is working because you just saw a pass get made there.
A lot of commitment to take that outside line because you got to keep her on the throttle stop.
Well, you know, if it works, you've had a lot of commitment. If it doesn't, you should be committed.
Yeah, yeah. We got G.I. Shand up here taking care of the floor.
All right, we've got another battle going on here now for the 5th spot. So these guys are absolutely locked into that battle.
Whoa, getting a little kicker action there. From
Ford
over
getting
the
a little
finish.
booted there.
Smart coming across on the 4 machine. That battle starting to make its way into the Texas 12-pack here, that 5-bike battle.
And it was Vicari who made the move up into the 4th spot.
Did you see Vicari flat tracking his way up the finish line pace?
Yeah. Trying to get every inch out of that bike there.
Cross-rutted a little bit, but, man, he just kept it on the throttle stop. The back end was stepped out. He just stayed in it. So Timmerman, Ford, Smart, Vicari, Nightingale, Brennan, Keller, Feather, Baldick, and Murdy. That's your top 10 right now. Husqvarna, KTM, Yamaha, KTM, Husqvarna, your top 5. Got a Suzuki there in 6. That's really cool in this 85 group. See a Suzuki out there mixing it up.
So Timmerman, Ford, and Smart still your top 3. Vicari into 4th, but he has not gotten too far away from Cade Nightingale, Chase Brennan, and Austin Keller. So we've still got 4 riders there all duking it out for that 4th place spot. Vicari, the rider holding it.
And they're on lap 3 of about, I don't know, 8,
72.
9? Yeah.
This is indeed, it's a 20 plus 1.
And for some of these kids, stamina might be what factors in there where they start to kind of separate themselves here in a bit. That 5-bike battle looks like it's starting to cool off a bit here on lap 3.
You know, honestly, I really think maybe it's not so much fitness as it might be arm pump from just getting so tightened up on the bars. That might be where the muscle fatigue starts to come in.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, it's a long race. You start to get a little bit, all right, can I hang on to this thing?
Yeah, when you're battling like
tighter
that,
and tighter.
the track's getting rough. It's tough to just hang on tight. And
so we'll see if that plays a factor in it. So there's Vicari. There is the 467 of Nightingale and the 3 of Chase Brennan. So that is 4th, 5th, and 6th as they have that battle going on.
it looks like they're officially halfway through here. The
old cross sticks
green, white
coming out.
cross come out. Yep. Calvin Kinney letting them know halfway there. Race number 11, Division 1 out here on the racetrack. Race number 11, Division 2 on the starting line, and then we're going to be moving over into the whatever that pro class
the
is.
Open Pro Sport.
Open Pro Sport.
Yeah, so we'll head them out for a sight lap first, Luke, and then we'll do the group sight lap.
The group sight lap, that's that wheels on the ground sight lap,
That's
isn't
exactly
it?
right,
Yeah,
sir.
Yeah.
In case you were wondering, we're trying to make a point here, folks. The sight lap is wheels on the ground.
Or potentially DQ'd. How about that?
Well, you know, I'm not going to try and make any predictions, but it won't be going good for you. Looks like Chase Brennan closing up the gap now on Cade Nightingale. They're going to come into that inside section. And Brennan is closing up a little on the Suzuki. There he is going through the shock sock sweeper, heading down the Freestone Freeway.
Blowing feet off the pegs and just keeping it on the throttle stop, man. Beautiful sight.
They don't care. I'll
they
get
do
my
not.
feet back sometime.
Yeah. Feet come a dime a dozen. I got to win. Water trucks working overtime. We had the little bit of overcast we've had today has done an incredible job of helping keep it juicy. But the track crew here is always on point of keeping things in shape.
All right, so there's the number 5, your leader on the Husqvarna Maddox Temmerman. The Fox Dunlop DRS suspension Monster Army Mika Metals ride holding the lead here. Got out front early and has not looked back. Nolan Ford on the 44. The Orange Brigade Monster Army Fly 100% Dunlop ride in second. And looking for the number 4, the Yamaha. There is the Altus Motorsports Girl Pro Yamaha ride. That's the Blue Crew. Shaden Smart in third. And indeed, it looks like Chase Brennan, Luke closing right up on Cade Nightingale. He was only about a half a second off him on that finish line.
Yeah, he's got that Suzuki wringing its neck, keeping the pressure on. It looks like he's not going to just relent just yet, and they've got a few laps to go, so a lot can happen here. That Suzuki, that RM85, absolutely hammered down here. 85cc. Division 1, 10 to 14 on the track. Division 2 on the gate.
Yeah, and then following Division 2, we'll have our sight lap for the Open Pro Sport Moto. So Open Pro Sport riders, you need to be down in staging. Open Pro Sport, you need to be down in staging as you will go after the division race that's on the gate now.
And that's wheels on the ground sight laps, isn't it?
Well, you know, the Open Pro Sport, maybe we let them have a little leeway, but everyone in those group sight laps, you absolutely need to keep those wheels on the ground because we got a whole mixture of different bike sizes out there. It is a sight lap, not a race lap.
Things are pretty well gapped out with the exception of Nightingale and Brennan, and that's for 5th and 6th.
Yeah,
Top spot right now, Timmerman, followed by Ford, Smart, Vicari, Nightingale, Brennan, Keller, Feather, Baldick, and Murdy is your top 10. Wiles, Graham, Hatt, Aslan, Taylor, Hensley, Leonard, Watani, Kenny, and Davis. That rounds out your top 20. Lescaro and DeCosin. Well, Connor Hensley in that final transfer spot with Corbin Leonard back there in 17th, but a pretty good gap between the two of them, so it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of battling going on right now for that final transfer. Hensley looks like he's settled in there, going to hold on to it. For now, there's still quite a bit of moto to happen. Anything can happen, but right now looks like Hensley holding on for that final transfer.
And Chase Brennan able to make that move finally on Cade Nightingale to get himself into 5th. So the number 3 Suzuki persistence paying off. So following the leaders here through that downhill section into the Blake Baggett berm, down the Freestone Freeway there. As we watch him hit that inside line, and you can see with that drone footage, a deep line right through the middle there, dragging the pegs a little bit as he hits that step-up double. Going to step off into that section. So, again, some of these riders, you know, you get into that Summer Deeper stuff, it just robs the power. You're not going to get all of that triple. So wisely deciding to go double single. So there is the number 5, Maddox Temmerman. So Temmerman and Ford still 1 and 2 there, looking for Jaden Smart on the number 4, working through the rollers. There he is into the switchback.
Timmerman turning the fastest lap of a 2:26 versus Ford turning a 2:28. And so you see that 30 and a half second margin he's got over Ford. Timmerman definitely the class of the field here.
Yeah, and that, like you say, that big of a gap, it just continues to build and build and build.
Some really, really fast riders out here. Jaden Smart, 11 years old out here, mixing it up with these older kids. So, the future's bright when you got 11-year-olds out here running top 3. Look down here for that final transfer. Still Hensley in that final transfer position. It does not look like, well, it looks like Watine now has moved up into the 17 spot, which is out of position there, but he's 20 seconds off of that transfer spot. So barring anything crazy happening, does not look like he's going to go through. So Watine in 17th, going to be making his way to the LCQ if things stand like they are.
And, normally you'd say, well, you go to the LCQ, you get a little extra track time, but I don't think these guys want any more track time than this.
I don't want no more.
You be careful what you wish for. And again, we've got Division 2 of the 10 to 14 coming off the gate next. Open Pro Sport Riders, you should be in staging for your sight lap. White flag is out on this division race.
On the rev limiter, yeah.
So working through the final lap here. And Maddox Temmerman doing work early on in the moto. He did all of his hard laps early on, opened up a gap, and he has just put himself in a good spot to ride his race and bring it home. So winding down the final lap here. And there you go. Checkered flag comes out for the number 5 of Maddox Temmerman, the Fox Dunlop DRS suspension rider, with the win. He has got a big gap there, looking for Nolan Ford, Jaden Smart, and Joey Vicari second, third, and fourth, with Chase Brennan going to round out the top 5 there.
You ain't whistling Dixie, a big gap. Look at that, 33.8 seconds last time by.
That is an entire day.
That is getting close enough now to actually go to Big House.
All right, so looks like it's going to be time to see exactly what Temmerman did to get that big gap out there. As we're going to send it down to Dean Dias down on the podium. Dean, will send it to you.
Thank you, boys. Man, Maddox, what's your secret? Yeah, that's what it's all about, man. Getting that good start and riding your laps. You said earlier it was going to be 5 years to catch your brother. I think it's going to be a lot.
I still don't think so.
You'll get there. How did it go? We know it was a long one.
Yeah, it was a long one, but got a good start. And once I passed Smart, I kind of just rode my laps and checked out.
Yeah, bro, that's what it's all about. I hope to see a lot more this week. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, Fox, DT1, Mika Metals, DRS, Only Creations, Motorrad. Everyone else forgot, thank you.
All right, guys, give it to Maddox Temmerman. Get the win there in that 10 to 14 class. Take it away in the tower, boys.
All right, so it looks like we got the next division of 85, 10 to 14, getting ready to leave the gate here. So 85, 10 to 14, Division 2, going to get ready to go. So again, 85, 10 to 14, Division 2 going to be next off the gate. We need the open pro sport riders in staging. You will have a sight lap directly after this Division 2 race. And then riders in the next, say, 5, 6 motos, if you want to get a look at the track, you can line up for a sight lap that will go directly after the pro sport sight lap heads out. It looks like we're going to have a little touch up there on the face of the finish line jump, as looks like it's starting to get a little bit dug up there and trying to make sure we keep that a nice lifted takeoff there, as well as making sure we keep all the transponder scoring items completely covered by the dirt. You need to make sure you take care of that. So just a few minutes while they touch up the face of the finish line jump. Greg Brotman in the house. My boy from Rad MX, Greg Brotman, in the house here. Cruising that red quad. You can't miss him. video and music together and all that stuff. That's a cool thing. So again, good to have Greg from Rad MX in the house. There you are, boy. Good to see you, Greg. Make sure you talk to him over there at the Rad MX trailer. Greg does personal rider videos, and when I say personal, I mean you are never going to get the kind of footage of your kid riding like Greg is going to, because he's not going to be behind the gate and run into the mechanics area. He's going to follow your rider through all of the motos, get footage of them all over the track, put it together with some great music, some graphics, and things like that. If you want to have a marketing tool for your rider to talk to sponsors, you need to talk to Greg, because he also can help you out with that kind of stuff, website, a little bit of SEO stuff. But again, Rad MX, you'll find him out there in the pits, the Rad MX trailer, and talk to him about getting those personal rider videos, because again, I believe he does the best in the business when it comes to those personal videos.
Well, Don, we've both known him for over 20 years. He has been at the game a long time, and always a friendly face, and great to see Greg here. So Greg, Shan Garcia, JP up here, as well as Luke Navarre, and you heard Don Collins telling you hi, Greg.
Shan, that was a little too many longs there. It was almost getting offensive. Like, you know, that's getting pretty old to put that many in there. Oh, they're getting the finish line dialed up down here. Had a little bit of a icky spot materializing, so they got the dozer out here, the 450J, tidying things up down here. We'll be going race number 11, 85cc, 10 to 14, Division 2 here shortly. Then we'll have pros come out for their sight laps, and then we'll have the next few classes come out for their wheels on the ground sight laps. Calvin Kinney holding down the finish line this weekend. Great to see you out here, Calvin. Concession stands wide open, y'all. No need in heating your rig up. Just run on over to concessions and show them guys a little love, and you're doing yourself a favor by doing it, because you're showing yourself a little love. Big Hal's Barbecue, Little Joe's Lemonade, Pizza Guy, Taco Lady, and, of course, Clutch Coffee. Ice cream, man. Ice cream. Sure enough, don't want to forget the ice cream guy. Yeah, they say he invented ice cream.
All right, so 85, 10 to 14, Division 2 going to come off the gate next after they finish this touch-up here. Luke, let's talk about who's going to be coming out to do battle in this one. It's going to be the number 9 KTM from Draper, Utah, Ryder Hansen.
I'm just assuming this is probably a close family member out of Draper, Utah, Brecklin Hansen on the 009.
Yeah, that's a pretty good guess. We're looking at twins maybe there. The 13, Jackson Stanley out of Great Bend, Kansas on a Husqvarna.
Out of South Jordan, Utah, the 18 Y of Nixon Jukes.
On the 22 from Stockton, California, that's the gas ride of Alex Campili.
Out of Fair Oaks, California, on the 24 machine, Aiden Steinbrecher.
From Bastrop, Texas, the 38 KTM is Liam Levering.
Out of Moroni, Utah, on the 48, Grayson Wilkie.
On the 81 KTM from Austin, Texas, Bryson DeYoung.
Out of Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, Jackson Wright on the 94.
On the 96R, it is going to be out of Menifee, California, Nixon Menike.
Out of Canyon Lake, California, on the 96, Dylan Graham.
The 99 Gas, Evan Thalman out of West St. Paul, Manitoba.
Out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, the 100 of Talon Hill.
On the 116 from Jonestown, Pennsylvania, the Yamaha of Austin Bolts.
Out of Cypress, Texas, the 129 of downtown Gage Brown.
The 132 Gavin Whiteson out of Orlando, Florida, the Gas Rider.
Out of Pittsburgh, Texas, on the 173, Kyler Pruitt.
The 298 from Bucieres, and A is going to be Javier Nicolas Cabildo.
You did good on that, dude. I just want to throw you some props on that when you crushed it. Out of Maple Valley, Washington, on the 528, Jax McCarthy.
St. Clairsville, Ohio's 698 is Carter Gray.
Out of Flower Mound, Texas, on the 941, Cash Tucker. That's going to round the field here in 85cc 10 to 14 Division 2.
And we need Tony Cardona. Tony Cardona, please go down to the registration window. Tony Cardona, please go down to the registration window. Yeah, who knew, Luke, that my geography would improve from being a motocross announcer?
Well, speaking of geography, there's quite a few represented here. There's a lot of
a
lot of states, a couple of countries.
Yeah, see a couple Canadian folks out there, and again, some looks like some folks from. I believe that is going to be Australian at Bucieres, but I'm not sure on that one. That might be a little bit farther south of the border. Whenever you see NA, they just said, "I don't know where I'm from." I have no idea. They don't want to tell you. That's it. Listen, why do you want to know where I'm from?
Let's see. There's Utah, Kansas, California, Texas, Pennsylvania. Already got California. 11 different states and countries represented here. Cool. Well, they got the finish line cleaned up. It looks good. Got the dozer clear. So we should be going at it here.
Yeah, it looks like we're back in tip-top shape.
They're getting them fired up down there.
I like to start on time. I'm like, dude, you and I are in the same boat. All right. Card is down. Here we go with Division 2 of the 85, 10-14. And here we go. Let's see who's going to grab the Tamer hole shot. Oh, the 22 ride. That is going to be Alex Campili. And now the 129, Gage Brown taking the lead away, so Campili going to drop back to second.
Downtown, little home track advantage here, maybe putting it to use, but he's out front early here.
Well, he's been out already in another race, so he knows exactly what to look for there, Luke.
Gage Brown out of Cypress, Texas, just down the road here, just a piece. And, of course, Campili out of Stockton, California.
Yeah, I don't think Campili's done. He's coming right back after Brown into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Brown going to go far
on the inside.
Wow, the momentum around the outside. Pulled it out. Did Gage Brown. But, wow, what a move by Campili trying to slip it up underneath there.
He did. He got alongside him.
He
but
did,
just couldn't make it stick.
Dylan Graham in the number 3 spot. Keeping these guys in sight early on here. The 132 machine back there in 4th. That's going to be Gavin Weldine. And then the 24 machine just behind him. That's Eden Steinbrecher. And Evan Thalman, out of West St. Paul, Manitoba. So race number 11, Division 2, 85cc 10-14, Division 2 on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, going to be looking at the Open Pro Sport Sight Lap next, and then the Open Pro Sport Race. And, of course, don't forget, if you are a rider in races like 12 through, say, 16 or more, you want to take a sight lap, get down into staging now. We will send you after the Pro Sport riders go for their sight lap. And right now, looking at a big overhead shot here of the Miller Family Ranch, the Freestone County Raceway course. As you see your leaders down to the bottom of that team cran slip, they're going to come up the hill and hit into Cemetery Hill Step Up. So there's run 29, reaching up to clear the vision over the finish, Gage Brown.
Such a smooth tear-off. Oh, that was greasy.
Oh, Campili swaps out hard going up the face of that step up. He hit the Dragon's back and both ends went sideways. And he is right on the other side of that jump.
Yeah, the bike mounted right there on the peak of the Dragon's back.
Oh, man, that was a hard hit. So Campili hit the gas going through that ski jump and just got cross-rutted coming up the face of the Dragon's back, and boy, he swapped out hard. I mean, I looked at both of his side plates as he swapped that bike out. That is not a good scene.
He's on his feet, walking.
Yeah. Good
so
to see
great
him
to
back
see
up.
that. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. Clayton Miller ain't much to look at, but, man, he's pretty handy out there on the racetrack for clearing bikes out of the way.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous situation that the track crew did a great job of cleaning up quickly. Hopefully
Really cool.
Alex is all right. He's going to get back on the bike.
He's
He
back
is.
on. Yeah, really great to see Campili back up on the
my.
bike and riding away from the scene of the tip over there.
And he got viciously whipped off that bike.
Really?
Like, really, like a Gumby kind of stretch whip off that bike. It was bad.
Well, these kids are tough, and he's proving it right now as he's back on top of the machine.
Somebody must. So that is going to change up the complexion of the race out front. Gage Brown holding the lead. It's going to be Dylan Graham, Eden Steinbrecher now second and third. Gavin Wazen in fourth, and Bryson DeYoung is going to round out the top five now. And, man, I am glad to see Alex Campili back up and riding that bike out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Whew, that was a scary moment.
Well, no doubt the track is getting gnarly, and he was just charging through those ruts there and got swapped up.
That's it. Yeah, he knew he could see the leader in front of him. He knew he wanted to get him.
Well, he was staying committed, and that's one of the things you'll see a lot of these riders struggle in the ruts. They struggle in it because they don't get to do it very often. These front runners, they get to see this stuff pretty often, and he was showing he knows what he's doing in the ruts. You just got to stay on the gas. It just cross-rutted him and bit him.
So there is Gage Brown.
I wish Gage would pull another tear off again. That was so fun watching it last time. So Brown, Graham, Steinbrecher, Walzine, DeJong, Gray, Thalman, Pruitt, and Hill, that's your top 10. Followed by Tucker, Stanley, Hanson, Bolt, Cab, Levering, Wright, Menike, Wilkie, and Jukes is your top 20.
And we need DeCosin back up to the registration building. Mr. DeCosin, please come back up to the registration building. And can we have Mrs. DeCosin please come back up to the registration tower? Mom DeCosin, please come back up to the registration tower.
Man, the dirt's beautiful out there right now. They've just got really good moisture in it. It's rough. The track's rough, but the dirt's got moisture in it throughout. Not seeing dust kick up anywhere. Absolutely beautiful. Race leader charging down the hill now, going through the rollers, riding the hind tire, just manualing down the hill. Headed into the left-hander Blake Baggett berm. Wow, really clean down there through that section, through the acceleration bumps up out of that rut. Just stayed on the gas, heeled her back, got the front end light, and powered through.
Yeah, and watching him head into that step up there. Gage Brown just stretching out the lead here, 12.5 seconds the gap, and doing it, trying to stretch it out as much as he can.
It looks like Campili comes across in 20th position there, so from second to 20th.
But I'll tell you what, hats off. That is one tough rider to get up after that. You know, like I said, a vicious get off. He just got spit off the bike. And hopefully what it was is that he managed to catch the downside on that Dragon's back when he went, because the bike stayed on top and he seemed to be able to roll down the downside. So.
Well, and the bike was in such a precarious spot, he couldn't just get back up there, even if he was healthy, because it was just sketchy.
No,
so he just had to wait for the crew, everybody to come by before he could even sort of think about getting out there.
Yeah, that was best case scenario, how they rectified that situation for sure.
Get down, Gage Brown, hammered down. He is 12.4 seconds out front last time through. Dylan Graham waiting for him to come across the line here. The 96 Husqvarna, here he comes. Let's see what kind of gap we got.
Yeah, and Brown going by the mechanics area there, Luke, heading off onto the far right side of the track.
17-second margin. Get down on the gas, taking care of this Division II 85cc 10-14.
And, you know, if you look right now, I'm thinking that the plan for Campili right now is to just try to get into 16th, so he doesn't have to go to the LCQ. Because again, this is a qualifying race. So if you're Alex Campili, you don't want to go to that LCQ. You want to at least climb up a few more spots.
JP Parsons here telling me a little bit of the history of Get Down Gage Brown and how he got his name, and just checking with Gage recently, making sure it was still kosher to call him Get Down Gage Brown, because I've been calling him that since he was on 50s, and Gage gave the green light and said, heck yeah, I like it. Speaking of Get Down, making his way into the Blake Baggett berm down there at the bottom of the hill, got her heeled over on the throttle stop, the KTM driving up out of there.
And again, very wisely doubling up to then step off that section there.
Well, their last time through, Don, Gage Brown was 17 seconds out. Anxious to see where Campili ends up his next time through, because he had dropped back to 20th.
Well, and again, he's got to get up to 16th,
Yeah.
or else he's going to go to an LCQ, which I'm sure he does not want to be a part of.
I got a sneaky suspicion he's going to be able to pull it off. Halfway flags are coming out right now, so I think he's going to have time to do it, but he's got to keep it rubber side down. And, again, he's working through the field right now, working through traffic, and things can get wonky really quick.
And there he is up and over the finish line jump. And still sitting 21st, unfortunately. But again, like you said, plenty of time. Don't need to panic.
Right now in 16th position, that final transfer, Jackson Wright, right behind him. A half of a second behind him. It looks like Grayson Wilkie. Campili back in 21st. So not sure if Campili may have had another issue. He was in 20th.
Well, the bike might be tweaked just a little bit too, because that bike did take a pretty good tumble, so he might be dealing with clutch levers or bars that are bent.
Could be.
But no problems right now for the 129 of Gage Brown as he continues his laps, leading out front here up to a 22.5-second gap. He is in another zip code there.
So Brown, Graham, Steinbrecher, De Jong, Welzine, Thalman, Tucker, Pruitt, Hill, Hansen. That's your top 10. Run on down to the top 16 here. Then you got Stanley, Gray, Cab, Levering, Bolts, and Wright. Those are your transfer spots right now. Looks like Wright got his sights set on Bolts, or Wilkie rather, got his sights set on Wright, and going to try to take that final transfer away. Yeah, not sure what happened to Campili after he went down. He got up in 20th and he come back across next time through in 21st, and he was 7 seconds behind 20th. So I'm thinking he's going to have to come back for that LCQ and try to make it happen there, which I don't think it'll be too big of a struggle for him, but he's got to keep it rubber side down.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the adrenaline may have wore off. He may have just taken a really nasty digger. He hit the deck hard.
You know, and that's the thing where sometimes you don't feel it until about 10 minutes later.
Right.
And we are at that 10-minute mark now.
Yeah.
So,
well, my prayers are that his bike maybe just a little tweaked, and tweaked handlebars trying to run ruts like this can be really weird. Some riders can handle it better than others, but it can be really weird when your handlebars are turned and you're going in a rut. It just doesn't line up. It's just confusing.
Yeah, everything looks like it's the wrong angle.
Yeah. So hopefully it's just something like that, and they can get that thing straighten back out and bring him back out for the LCQ and let him.
Looking over the shoulder of these riders working through that downhill section, bottom of that team cramp sweeper into the double down section.
Gage Brown come across, still clicking off 2 29s there on lap 5. There's Dylan Graham. He is 26 seconds down, clicking off 2 33s here. Steinbrecher comes across in third, still holding that final podium position.
There you go.
So Brown, Graham, Steinbrecher looking back down there at that final transfer. That final transfer looks like we still got Wilkie there. Jukes in the number 17 spot. And he is 4.6 seconds off the back wheel of Wilkie. So he's got his work cut out for him. Going to have at least a couple of laps to go. Probably 3, I would guess. 2 or 3 laps to go, I'd guess. So he's got some time to make it happen. But
he's got a lot of real estate to cover.
He does. He's 4.6 seconds off the back wheel of Wilkie. Right, not too far off the back wheel of Jukes there, but they're all pretty gapped out. Man, mad props to Alpha Moto Apparel, making life better for us all out here. So Alpha Moto Apparel set up down here in the pits. Stop in and show them Alpha Moto Apparel folks a little love.
All right, so looking here to see where we can pick up the 22 of Campili. Looking at 16th, it looks like that was the 13 of Stanley in 12th. The 298 ride running in 13th is Javier Nicolas Cabildo.
I just took about 5 gulps of Little Joe's lemonade, and I'm just here to tell you it's next level. So Little Joe's lemonade, I think they're set up over there pretty close to Alpha Apparel. So go check out Little Joe's, check out Alpha Moto Apparel. Stop in and show them a little love. Don Gage Brown is in another zip code. He is out front by probably 30 seconds or so now. And it did him a lot of favor in that regard when Campili went down over here on the Dragon's back. Give him a whole bunch of real estate on his own. Campili's still out there circulating, though.
Yeah, he's still trying to push forward. Got himself up into 19th now, and he's only got like a half a second to Jackson White in 18th. But he has got to get to 16th if he wants to stay in the get into the main event without having to go into that LCQ.
Well, it's a lot of real estate between him and Wright, but if he catches up to Wright, man, looks like he might be able to pull it off. But didn't look like he was carrying near the speed that we're used to seeing him carrying. So, again, I think there may be something tweaked on the bike or
totally
something
understandable.
Goofy. Yeah, for sure. For sure. The fact that he's even out there circulating right now.
You know, I got to tell you, Luke, if that had been me getting ejected off the bike like that, I would be on a morphine drip right now. Laying up in a hospital bed for about a month.
Yeah, if my big old butt would have hit the deck that hard, you'd have felt the ground shake.
Little seismic activity.
Yep. It'd have measured on the Richter scale.
So again, following riders right over the shoulder there. Up and over the top of that Cemetery Hill step up and into the FMF power wall.
Got one down in the Blake Baggett berm. Enter in the Blake Baggett berm, but he's going to hop back up. Well, started to hop back up. He's rethinking.
See, in that kind of situation, that type of stuff that happens late in the moto, that could help Alex Campili.
Absolutely. Yep,
so
you're right.
Close the gap if that was a rider who's in front of him.
Yep.
So looking at your leader there, Gage Brown, up and over that Dragon's back. Heading into the mechanics area as he continues to run way out front. So Gage Brown doing what he needs to do. Lap number 7 going into the books for the 129 KTM ride. And yeah, folks, don't forget, coming up tonight, 6 o'clock, the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. There's FMF trophies for the biggest and the smallest fish. and a Malcolm Stewart signed jersey for the biggest fish caught. That's at the big pond out by the gatehouse. That's at 6 o'clock. And then 7 o'clock, we'll be doing the Stasic racing over on the Stasic track. That is right behind or to the side of that barn there. So again, fun stuff tonight. FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament 6. Stasic racing at 7. So we're nearing the final moments of the 85 10-14 Division I Open Pro Sport Riders. Going to be next off the gate for their sight lap. We will do a group sight lap after the Open Pro Sport go out. And then we'll line up the Pro Sport Riders and get that gate drop underway. And, you know, we talked about Greg Brotman and RadMX a little while ago. Just want to remind folks, RadMX has been filming and making riders look good since the year 2000. They are the originator of producing personal rider videos all over the country for racers. And the videos they produce make a great tool to market yourself, folks. We talked about that. Market yourself on social media with those things. Make great study tools. And most of all, they are a keepsake. You're going to get a chance to see your kids race and grow up throughout the years. In many cases, that might be the only thing you have left when your amateur racing career is done. So it can help you with social media, content management. They can help you with scheduling, website development, hosting, resumes, SEO, all kinds of stuff over there. They do it all at RadMX. So follow RadMX on Instagram and Facebook. They have got thousands of examples of those online riders. Millsaps, Villapoto, Cianciarulo, Webb, Plessinger, Hampshire, Deegan, Hymas, all kinds of riders have done those personal rider videos, interviews, drone the races. You can message RadMX via Instagram or stop at the trailer. Again, 25 years of experience, thousands of videos. You can depend on him to give you that quality video you'll cherish for a lifetime. So videos still available at this race. Let RadMX help you capture those memories.
You know, you're talking about 25 years of history with Greg. Greg's one of the few, Don, and Greg's one of the few, and correct me if I'm wrong here, does not look like he's aged. He looks like he did 25 years ago still.
He does look well preserved. I guess all that Florida sun has just kind of dried the skin out. He's never going to age. Just going to get that sort of sanded look to him.
Well, the white flag out here for race number 1185 CC 10-14 Division II. Got a sneaky suspicion, like a lot of these kids, these guys are kind of excited to see that white flag come out. Calvin Keeney getting droned. So Open Pro Sport, going to go out and get a sight lap. And then we'll do some wheels on the ground sight lap action.
That is it. And just looking for the 1-2-9 of Brown to work his way down through one final lap.
38.9 seconds out last time through.
Yeah, that is a comfortable lead.
Check out Campili in 14th spot. He's made his way up into the transfer.
Did it. Like I said, you had to know he was getting the sign as he went through the mechanics area. You don't want to go to that LCQ, man.
Right.
Go.
It's just better gate pick. Every pass he makes right now. And when you start getting that late in the gate pick area, it really starts to matter. There's only a few good ruts, even sort of good ruts, and then they start just really falling apart.
Well, there you go. Checkered flag. Race win. Going to go to the 129 of Gage Brown. Looking for Dylan Graham, Eden Steinbrecher, Bryson DeYoung, and Gavin Wilson to round out your top five. But, boy, I got to tell you, he's going to finish, it looks like, in 14th. But Alex Campili's got to feel like he got a win just getting into that second half. But right now it's going to be time to talk to the rider who did win this 85 10-14 Heat 2. And that's Gage Brown down there on the podium. So, Dean, we'll send it to you.
Some time and adjust on the podium here. I like your style. I like the way you put the bike up on the stand and everything, facing forward. You got all kinds of style, not only up here, but out on the track, man. Making it happen, holding on to a big, comfortable lead. Gage, tell me, how does it feel?
It feels good. Come off to a pretty good start and just rode my race from there.
You mean you didn't get the whole shot?
I think I did get the whole shot. I don't know.
That's pretty good, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. You got another moto coming up today?
I don't know if they'll get to it. It's 21. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Would you, aside that, would you rather race this evening on the rough track, or would you have first thing in the morning?
First thing in the morning.
Yeah, you're a big morning moto guy?
Yeah, I like the fresh preps where you can make your own lines and just rip.
Awesome, no doubt about that. I'm the same way, but no doubt about it. You're going to be on it no matter what. Tell me who's going to help you get on it.
My mom, my dad, my grandma and pawpaw, my Mimi and pawpaw, my aunt, my uncles, my sister, Venture Moto, Hudson Brand, Bell, All Sport Dynamics, On Track School, T-Rex Throttles, Drag Up Coffee, 7, 100%, A-Stars, everybody else that we got. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, give it up for Division number 2 winner, Gage Brown. Take away the tower, boys.
All righty, thank you, Dean. Good to hear from the winner down there on the podium. So it looks like a little bit of water going down. We're going to send the Open Pro Sport Ride out shortly for their sight lap. And again, got to send a shout out, a little recognition there for the 22 Gas. Alex Campili gets himself back into a qualifying spot after that vicious crash on lap 2, sitting in the second spot. But again, went to work, knew he didn't want to go to that LCQ, gets into 14th, so that's going to be good enough for a ticket into the second half without going to that LCQ. It's going to be time now to put the Open A Pro Sport riders down there for their sight lap. We got a little water going down first. So once again, want to remind folks, tonight we're going to have some fun stuff going on out there. 6 o'clock tonight, the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. That is at the big pond over by the gatehouse. That is always a lot of fun. They give out trophies for the biggest fish, but also for the smallest fish. So if you bring in that little tiny fish, and by the way, you can't go into an aquarium and pull a fish out of there. You got to bring it over on the hook so we can weigh it.
Can't net out a minnow.
No minnows. But again, they're going to have some trophies for the biggest and smallest fish, and then a signed jersey from Malcolm Stewart to give away for the winner with the biggest fish. So that's a lot of fun. And then 7 o'clock, we're going to turn you Stasic maniacs loose for the Stasic racing over on the Stasic track next to the gatehouse. Next to the barn. And again, that is going to be what's going on tonight. 6 o'clock for the fishing tournament, 7 o'clock for the Stasic racing. Tomorrow night, we're going to have some fun stuff going on with the Tamer dodgeball massacre that'll happen over there next to the start straight.
That's right, Don. Always a fun time. Hey, speaking of Tamer, stop on over and check out Mr. Kevin Merritt and All Things Tamer Whole Shot Devices, our presenting sponsor now for the second year in a row. Tamer's been a long-time supporter and sponsor of the Freestone Spring Championship, but the second year in a row, he's been the title sponsor.
And, you know, Kevin's a great guy. Always got a smile on his face. You see him over there doing stuff. And you know what? You buy one of those whole shot devices, guess what? They'll help you put that thing on. So if you're not sure how they work or how to put them on, Tamer are going to be stepping up to help you out with that. And they've also invented that rear whole shot device, which is a whole different level of technology. So get over there and talk to them about that, because let's face it, you got to give yourself every advantage off the start gate.
Right.
You hear it over and over every race you go to. The starts are the most important part of the race. So go over, see Tamer, get yourself hooked up with a Tamer whole shot device, and improve your racing game.
Speaking of some of our sponsors here, we got the Alpha 15% off code cards. We're going to give a couple of these away here, so stop on by and see Miss Brett Verna at the Alpha Moto Apparel. She's got leggings, moto undergarment, moto socks. So check out everybody's needs a few pair of undergarments and moto socks.
You're going to be getting some special undergarments
That's
over there,
right.
Shane?
I got a 15% off code for you, Don.
Oh, there you go.
She'll measure you, she'll size you up.
Something in a light and silky black, perhaps?
That's right.
You know it's my color.
Hey, Stephen Reed. our boy used to run Pro Taper and a long-time Tucker Rocky employee. Stephen, thanks for listening to us up here in the Shan Garcia, Lynn Nickerson, J.P. Parsons suite. We appreciate you, Stephen. Glad you're chiming in. Hope you and the kids, the family, and the wife are doing good, and your girls. Stephen Reed, a long-time industry employee, an industry veteran. I like the hashtag industry driver, really.
Industry driver.
Industry driver. Well, Don, we're taking a pause for the cause here. Little H2O out on the track before we jump into the sight lap. Just a reminder for all of you riders, the sight lap is wheels on the ground. Wheels on the ground sight lap. Finally get to call a moto here, Don.
There you go.
You and JP and Luke took over the controls this morning, and it was really fun listening to you guys hammering them down. So glad to join you for this pro moto, this opening pro sport.
Out here, Shand?
Yep. Mr. Bobby White still here from ACP, Arizona Cycle Park. Good to have our good friend Mr. Bobby White on deck here.
So, Shan, let's go ahead and set the table for this race here. We've got the Open A Pro Sport on their sight lap. Coming out to race this one on the 13X out of Sealy, Texas, the gas of Bradley Williams.
Out of Wisconsin on the KTM, it's going to be Gavin Templin, bike number 13.
From Little Rock, Iowa, it is the 23 gas of Cade Groen.
It is the super legend out of Smithville, Texas on the KTM, former factory KTM and Honda racer Andrew Short, bike number 29.
From Calimesa, California, the 43 Yamaha is Cole Timbo.
Also aboard a Yamaha by way of Menifee, California, Brevin Wilson, bike number 45.
Out of Springtown, Texas, the 51 Yamaha is Jaden Searles.
Also aboard a Yamaha out of Clifton Park, New York, Gavin Betts, number 72.
The number 90 from China, Spring, Texas, is a KTM-mounted Cameron Harrison.
On a gas out of Kennedale, Texas, it's the 156, Cade Miller.
On the Yamaha 177 ride out of Hideaway, Texas, you got Cade Johnson.
Also aboard a Yamaha out of Azle, Texas, Tanner Paulson joins the fray. He'll have the number 407 on the number plates.
On the 444 from Haiku, Hawaii, that's Ryder Bell on a Yamaha.
Out of Eagle Mountain, Utah, aboard the Kawasaki, it's the 462 of Skylar Adams.
The 508 KTM from Byron, Minnesota is Cody Thorne.
Out of Raymond, Nebraska on the Husqvarna, fresh off of a championship win there at the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Supercross, it is Diesel Thomas, the 524.
The 550 KTM from Richmond, Virginia is Cole Forbes.
On the Husqvarna, no city listed here, but we know he's from planet Earth, Don. It's going to be Owen Bills, 553.
The 667 from Vastra Frolunda, Netherlands, that is Anton Nordstrom.
And out of Lake Elsinore, California, aboard the Yamaha, rounding out our 20 entries here, Brian Medeiros, bike number 934. Medeiros. I knew it didn't roll off the tongue, right? Yeah, Medeiros. I knew it didn't roll off my tongue, correct?
You were close.
I was close.
But being as I grew up in a town that was basically a Portuguese fishing village,
that's right,
I know how to pronounce those names.
Hey, Stephen Reed just texted back and said, tell Don and JP I said hello.
All righty, thank you very much, Steve. Good to be back here in Texas.
Steve, I would tell JP that you said hello, but that would call for me turn into a 20-minute conversation. We'd miss the entire pro moto because JP would get off into another conversation you don't even care about. There we go. Check out the flaggers. Yellow flags waving. Good job. Wheels on the ground here for the sight lap.
A lot of riders not paying attention to that.
Looks like most of them are, except for the finish line. There's no yellow flag there. It's checkered flag up and over. Ooh. She's about to measure your undergarments. Brett. Thank you, Miss Brett Verna. She pulled out the 2-inch tape measure for Don Collins. That's as far as it goes right there, 2 inches. Great to have Brett Verna up here with Alpha Moto Apparel. Let me on the downhill real quick. The whole program spirals out of control.
It very
got women up here with tape measures.
Very quickly got family unfriendly.
That's right.
So again, you can see if you're watching the live stream that beautiful overhead shot. Give you the landscape view of the Freestone County Raceway here. We are ready to drop the gate on the Open A Pro Sport next.
Yeah, but you're listening to us live here. We are on a sight lap. You're going to see a lot of amateur riders behind the pro riders. Pro riders will go back up the exit chute and start to line back up in the staging area, or the gates here, while the amateur riders will load back in the staging area. The track crew here doing an outstanding job. They just put some water down on the track to...
And you know, the best thing about that to me is when they put the water down here, this track has got the loam that's kind of deep and it's been rutted in, so you don't see the water just sitting on the top.
Right.
You don't see those shiny spots with the water sitting. It just soaks right in and ends up giving them a beautiful race course to work with.
Well, Don, let's talk about this Open A Pro here. Andrew Short has had some incredible pro motocross national results 15 years ago here at Freestone County Raceway. Last year, it sounds gnarly. Last year, listen to this, Luke. Last year at the Texas Winter Series at Oak Hill Raceway, Andrew Short lined up in the Open Pro Sport class. He had a 41-second lead A-class riders. Then at Billadilla last month at the round number 4, I think, of the Texas Winter Series, Andrew Short shows up again, lines up in the Open A Pro Sport class, Luke and Don. He busts out a 28-second lead over the best we had to offer. So you got the former factory Honda and KTM rider, the veteran, the factory superstar, and make no mistake about it, Andrew Short was a factory superstar lining up in the gate. Let's see. I don't know that he's going to be there at the end of the 20-minute moto, Don, but I think for the first few laps, if he gets a whole shot, nobody's going to have his speed.
About it before, there is a big difference between A rider speed and pro rider speed and national pro rider speed. And Andrew Short, you never forget how to go fast. You might forget some technique, you might lose a little fitness, but you never forget how to go fast.
No, and he has not lost technique nor fitness. He's 41 years old and still just here. So we're going to, I'm just calling it the way it is. I'm going, I cannot deny an Andrew Short whole shot.
No, and you know what? A 40-second gap speaks for itself.
Sure.
You do not need to deny or accept. Clock does not lie.
He has the most experience getting out of the gate. Remember those third gear starts in Supercross back in the day?
Oh, yeah. So Open A Pro Sport rider is going to line up now. They're going to let these out their sight lap.
So Luke, you got the eyeballs on. Tell us where Andrew Short is lined up here. All right, first gate choice inside the doghouse. He's done this before on the amateur side of things, and of course in the pro motocross championship.
Yeah, you'd have to say he's put in a little time on this Freestone course. He knows it well.
He's going to have a hungry Cole Timbo, Jaden Searles, Cade Johnson. There's just so many of them he's going to battle, but I think if he can get out of the gate here, those guys will finally probably work him down. But those first few laps, I anticipate Andrew Short getting a great jump out of the gate like he always does. He's a master at it. And leading in this rough, extremely rough and rutted layout right now.
See, here's the thing, though. You get out early, you get that big opened up gap, and it does get rough. And as time wears on, you probably let the end of the moto because you've already opened up all that real estate.
He's got the most experience riding in rough conditions.
Oh, yeah.
And he was doing all that before any of these youngsters were born.
I was going to say, he rode in the desert, the Dakar Rally. If you think the track is rough, try to get out in the middle of the desert where you got to ride on a rim because otherwise yourself.
You're absolutely right, Don.
I'll never forget that video footage of him flat out like fourth gear pinned on that Dakar bike with no rear tire, just a rim.
Just ripping.
Insanity.
All right, we've got J.P. Parsons with one set of binoculars and Luke Navarre with another set of binoculars. So turning each other.
You look far away.
Yeah. JP's like, far out, man. This reminds me of the partying of the 60s.
All right, so it looks like we've got every rider down there in the gate for the Open A Pro Sport. Just letting the rest of the crew finish out their sight lap here.
Hey, JP Trammell, thanks for online. Our good friend JP Trammell out of Longview, Texas, on the Cave Woman Racing banner and the CGL Racing League.
Go.
Well, we don't like to play favoritism up here, but I got to say, Don, who are you calling for? Who are you guessing is going to grab the whole?
It's hard to bet against Andrew Short because Shorty was one of those riders who's always great off the gate. You can't bet against that. And again, that's another skill that you just don't lose.
No, you don't.
You know?
Yeah. That's right. Jackie. Fast.
Going to be a long night for him if he doesn't because she's not going to let him live that down.
Yep, and his son Hudson's not going to let him live it down either.
Well, you know, he fueled up with a good steak dinner last night. We had a chance to see him and Hudson down there at the gin.
I tried to jump over there and pay for their meal, but unfortunately their meal had already been taken care of.
Dang it.
That's right. I tried to
ahead of him.
Bobby White's up here going, you were going big last night. Bobby, I'm an announcer extraordinaire. I don't know if you realize that. I go big.
Yeah, that comes with the commensurate pay bump.
That's right. Bobby White, my shoes cost more than your house.
So again, getting everybody settled in the gate here.
That's right. Gentlemen.
Not the only one. All right, looks like track work is completed. Sight lap here. Yep, looks like we got one more to finish out the sight lap.
We got a rider down there in the team cramp corner, taking it easy. Speaking of Andrew Short, that's the legendary team cramp corner. The story with Andrew Short on the opening lap because Tommy Hudson, Andrew's father-in-law, Jackie's dad, we'd have gate dropped. There were 16 beers had to be chugged in one mug, in a GNC mug, by the time the leaders came through. And it was Andrew Short. He came through on the opening lap and waved at everybody, leading the Pro National. Team cramp corner, Andrew Short right there. Little history for everybody.
I never saw a whole. So there you go.
Leave it to Shan.
That's it.
But that was an Andrew Short. Tom Hudson was down there. Rest in peace, Tom Hudson. Tommy Hudson. The Red Baron. Well, I'm not sure, Don, what is going on here.
We have one more 50 rider, I believe, waiting to finish that sight lap out.
You did just say that 30 seconds ago, and $20 entries here coming up in the Open A Pro Sport. Williams, Templin, Groen, Short, Timbo, Wilson, Searles, Betts, Harrison, Miller, Johnson, Paulson, Bell, Adams, Thorne, Thomas, Forbes, Bills, Nordstrom, and Medeiros. Round of applause here for the 19 on that hot lap. Little sight lap here for our youngster on the 50.
All right, bikes fired up on the line here, so it looks like we're getting ready to go. Counting them down the line for the gate drop in the Open A Pro Sport. And the 2 card goes up. And here we go. Card is sideways, and we are ready to drop the gate.
Andrew Short into the lead. Don, Andrew Short in control of this moto here. Who's that?
Oh, it looks like
Kay Johnson there in third. Don 177, followed by the 934.
Yeah, that's the 553 or 550. I'm sorry, Cole Forbes in fourth.
So
and
Forbes.
looks like we got some passes being made early, but let's see if Andrew Short can.
Check out Andrew Short, the 41-year-old here. The 29, 42 years old actually. Andrew Short is 42 years old. And you just could not bet against him in a hole shot, in a start.
No, but you know what? These riders understand the sense of urgency. They've got to get around him early. Do not let Andrew open up that gap. So you can see the second and third place riders gap early.
Don, I truly think around the 15-minute mark, the youngsters will start to make the passes on Andrew Short. He'll drop back a few positions, but this is a walk in the park and a cakewalk for him right now on the opening lap. This is all he knows, and this is exactly how he made a career and a living his entire moto life, adult life. All these riders behind him are trying to get to where Andrew Short was for so many years.
So here we go down to the big Suzuki sweeper, that Loop 270. As you can see, it's shook an over-the-shoulder look here with the drone cam. Working through that big 270-degree left-hand turn. Going to head back to the top of the hill. Drop down to that.
Oh, and Short being pressured now in the Team Cramps corner.
See, somebody got the memo. You can't give him that opening lap.
That's right.
He might get the whole shot, but you cannot let him get away.
They're going to triple up. So we have a lead change here. It is the 72 out front. That's going to be Gavin Betts.
So there you go. Betts in the lead, Short in second. Looks like the 550 of Cole Forbes hanging on to third, but he's got pressure on the outside from Kay Johnson. Thomas in the fifth spot, Antoine Nordstrom sixth, Cole Kimbo seventh, Kay Gruen eighth, Cameron Harrison ninth, and Jonathan Getz going to round out your top 10 here. Shan?
Bradley Williams in 11th place, Jaden Searles in 12th, Brevin Wilson in 13th, Skylar Adams back in 14th, Owen Bills in 15th, Tanner Paulson's round out your top 16 with Medeiros, Miller, Templin, Bell, and Thorne. Medeiros. I'm going to get that eventually, Don. Medeiros. It's just going to take me, half a. So Gavin Betts around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. And now Kay Johnson moves his way up into third. Kay Johnson going to put some pressure on Andrew Short.
Yeah, and you would think right now that Andrew Short would be Gavin Betts' best friend on the track because he's got an opportunity to try to get around the 29.
Yep, that is the buffer right here.
So following Andrew Short and the 177 of Kay Johnson down the Freestone Freeway into that Blake Baggett berm. And Betts is starting. I'll tell you what, though, Shorty is not dropping off that pace.
No, he's not going to. He's been riding. He's been hustling. 25 years older than Kay Johnson out there. Andrew Short, 25 years older than our rider there in third position. So perfect opportunity here for Kay Johnson to watch Andrew Short learn and study.
That's the sure. So looking at the lead down at the bottom of the hill here, there is that battle out front. That's dropping back down to the bottom of the hill and up and over the top of the Cemetery Hill step up through the FMF power. Just kind of sticking with Shorty here, starting to close up the gap a little bit. And then we got riders side by side in fourth and fifth.
Yep. Huge battle here through the VMAX switchback.
Yeah, Diesel Thomas trying to get around Forbes.
And he has made the pass on Forbes here, Don.
Yep, following that battle up to Forbes trying to get back to the inside. Can he do it? No. Thomas shuts the door into the mechanics area. And he's going to go wide a little bit there, open up the turn.
Look at those ruts outside just after the mechanics row.
Oh, man, yeah. And now we got another rider joining the party. That looks like it's Cole Timbo in the mix in the top five.
Nordstrom back there in seventh. Jonathan Getz in eighth. Getz, of course, winning that first 250 Pro Sport Moto back in 8th position right now, so Getz not getting the jump out of the gate like he needed.
Well, you know what? I got to wonder if maybe he's riding a 250F here instead of a 450. A lot of times, those younger riders that move to the pro sport, they stay on the 250F for both of them. Most likely is why we're seeing that little bit of a gap in speed there.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right, Don. Here comes our leader, Gavin Betts in the shock sock sweeper. And Cade Johnson has moved up to second, made his way around the wily veteran of Andrew Short, back in 3rd position.
Let's see if Cade Johnson can get out that Popeil pocket fisherman and reel in.
Andrew Short putting the pressure back on Johnson. Andrew Short in the Blake Baggett berm going to the outside line, and he is putting pressure on the 177 out of Hideaway, Texas.
Like, listen, young man, you know who I am here?
Respect your elders. I bet there's the biggest smile on Andrew Short's face right now. I'm running 3rd.
I don't know if he's smiling. That would get a lot of dirt in your teeth, but he's probably pretty happy.
That's right.
And look at this. He is really working that outside-inside line selection. Back to the inside here at the top of the hill. Well, I'll tell you what. If you're the 177, you're getting a master class right now in how to try to stay ahead of a rider. Shorty is going to keep applying that pressure like a tournament.
Up and over Cemetery Hill into the FMF Power Wall we launch. And they're going to make their way into the legendary Texas 12-pack whoop section here.
All right, so there you go. Leader through. There's Johnson. There's Short.
Here. Timbo.
Yeah, Timbo getting around the 550 of Forbes.
So Don Getz now gets around Nordstrom.
And I think that's what it is that we are seeing. Getz has got the speed, but he didn't have that
start
horsepower off the start, so he kind of got a little disadvantage, but he's working his way forward very quickly. And a 2:17 lap time, that's the same.
Right. Cade Groen there in 9th, Jaden Searles in 10th. It's Bradley Williams in 11th currently, with Cameron Harrison there in 12th, Owen Bills in 13th, Paulson back in 14th, Adams in 15th, Metaros in 16th, Cade Miller 17th, Templin in 18th, Ryder Bell in 19th. Cody Thorne rounds out your top 20 here on lap number 4.
So Betts going to come out of that single over the top of number 5, heading into that number 6 jump into the shock sock sweeper. Johnson not really putting any, not closing the gap on the leader. And now it looks like Short going to start to deal with Diesel Thomas.
Well, also Johnson is not separated from Andrew Short.
No.
Andrew Short right there to capitalize on any mistake that Cade Johnson may have. I think it's a matter of just those first couple of laps. Andrew Short settling in here. In 3rd position right now, just ahead of Thomas, Timbo, Forbes, Getz, Nordstrom, Groen, and Searles rounding out your top 10 here on lap number 4.
Man, how about Anton Nordstrom? That guy has been racing every single minute he's been in the States. He's done arena cross, supercross. He did the SMX the other night. Is this guy going to do the IndyCar racing next?
That's right.
What the heck?
Well, that's what we call all in. He's all in. We're going to give him an all-in decal.
He's making the most out of that trip to the States, that is for sure.
That's right. The Tour of America, Don.
So here we go, picking up the battle there with your leader coming up to the top. And into that V. And look at this. Johnson in the 2nd spot, and here comes Andrew Short. He's definitely closing the gap back up.
You see what Andrew Short just did? He doubling up over that little supercross technique.
Yep. So nice overhead shot there, view of the entire Freestone course with that overhead drone.
I like that new section they added. They got rid of the twist and shout section of the track, which was JP's favorite part of the track.
I'm going to have to call that the double down section.
That's right. The double shots.
Double down.
The double down.
I want to name a section of this track, dang it.
Do it, Don, do it, go.
All right, your leader back into that inside as you look at Gap. consistent lap time, staying in that 218, 217 range. Second, third, and fourth right there. It is Johnson, Short, and Diesel Thomas. And they're bringing Cole Timbo with them.
Yep, and Gavin Betts did exactly what he needed to do. He needed to make that pass early on to set the tone and separate from Andrew Short and the rest. Short is the buffer now for Betts.
Yeah, he's his best friend on the track, that is for sure.
Cade Johnson has not been able to separate from Andrew Short as they launch off the number 8 ski jump into the Loop 270, the Valley of Love, the Suzuki Sweeper.
That's a lot of names.
That is. That place has three
nicknames and 75 ruts.
That's right.
And there you go. You see that battle coming back up the top of the hill. There's Timbo right there on the 43.
You can't tell by watching, but that's actually a pretty good gradual decline, a descend.
Oh yeah. And it puts it into a little bit of an off kick.
Then you come out, and then you got to go uphill into that triple section they're doing just before Cemetery Hill.
All right, we're at the halfway point. So Gavin Betts, Cade Johnson, Andrew Short, Diesel Thomas, and Cole Timbo. That is still your top 5.
And doing that cleanly, you
Yeah,
just see those
double over the
supercross
top.
skills.
Oh, yeah. You know, and I'm surprised a couple of the riders behind him don't sort of pick up on that and try it. But it might be just a case of, well, you know what, I might try it, but I might end up on the ground.
Sure.
So
Why ruin a good thing? They're all in 4th, 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th. We were at a race at Cycle Ranch a couple of years ago. We had some of our 3-digit local hot shoes in the A class. Andrew Short showed up, and there is a double rhythm section at Cycle Ranch, and Andrew Short was triple and quadding. The rest of the guys were like, no way we're attempting that.
We do not want any part of that.
No part of that.
So following the race in the top 5 down through the inside, that Dunlop drop.
And Don, here comes Diesel Thomas. The pressure on Andrew Short. He's going to make the pass here. Diesel Thomas down the Freestone Freeway.
I don't think so. Shorty says no. Nope. Holds the spot.
Wow. Unreal. The
And,
grit.
you know, that just gets to be a game of, all right, do you want to stay on the throttle longer or do you want me to? 'Cause
Right.
Little game of chicken there.
Sure.
So again, following this action down at the bottom of that big Suzuki Sweeper. As again, great footage there on the drone. Close enough to read the numbers on the back of the bike. Like I said, that's that section where it's a gradual downhill into that little bit of an off-camber left.
That's that team cramp corner right there, and then you go uphill. You can't tell on the monitor, but it's a pretty good little uphill run here.
Yep. Well, it always looks easier on TV.
Sure, absolutely. He's got about a 7.5 second lead over Cade Johnson and Andrew Short.
Yeah, Diesel Thomas makes the pass on Short, so he did make it pass. So Shorty now in 4th.
So what I say? I said around the 15-minute mark, Andrew Short will start getting passed. That's exactly what just happened with Diesel Thomas. That is just father time.
Not outrun time.
JP has for some reason.
I think he made it stop.
That's right. So it is still Jaden Searles in 10th, Cade Groen in 9th, Nordstrom in 8th, Forbes in 7th, Jonathan Getz 6th, Timbo in 5th, and just outside your top gas in 11th position with Harrison in 12th, Cade Miller in 13th, Gavin Templin in 14th, Owen Bills in 15th, Tanner Paulson 16th, Skylar Adams 17th, Brian Medeiros. How do I not? I need to quit reading that. Medeiros. There we go.
His
Medeiros
entire family is going to be angry at you, sir.
That's fine. They're not the first family angry at old Shan Garcia.
All right, well, Diesel Thomas continuing to slice through as we follow him over his shoulder here on the drone cam. And just really trying to put the fast laps in. Thomas able to get around Short, but the gap between him and Johnson is not that big. And down the hill they go. And again, that deep.
I like that high outside line, Don.
Oh, yeah.
Carrying some momentum.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing, if you can get your bike leaned into the right angle there, that is actually an acceleration point.
Sure.
So here we come, back up the hill, looking for your leader down the Texas 12 pack. There is the 73 Sports Millsaps Training Facility Adventure Brand Moto Star O'Neill ride. Gavin Betts out front. You know the crew over there in the MTF rig hanging over the fences, yelling and screaming right now as Betts goes into the mechanics area.
A pair of Yamahas, 1 and 2 right now, with Cole Timbo on the Yamaha back and third with Diesel Thomas, and of course KTM and Andrew Short there in fourth.
And Timbo starting to close up the gap on the 29. We'll see if he can put himself up into fourth.
So it is Wilson in 20th, Bell in 19th, Medeiros in 18th, Adams in 17th, Paulson in 16th, with Bills in 15th and Harrison in 14th. Well, you know, that won't last long. I'll butcher his name here.
Clock is right twice a day.
That's right, exactly.
So following your leader down the Freestone Freeway, there is Gavin Betts. Oh, Thomas to the inside, making a move on Johnson. Snuck right up on him. Woo! I don't think Johnson knew he was there. Let's see if he can get him back in the Blake Baggett berm. No. Diesel Thomas. Line into the shock sock sweeper.
What?
And again, I don't think Johnson knew he was there.
What a pass here by Diesel Thomas to move up into second.
Well, there you go. Picking the spot exactly where he needed to be there.
Your front runners down the Suzuki sweeper, Don, as we are clicking off the laps. We're on second lead over Thomas, Johnson, Short, Timbo, and Getz.
So here is your leader. Charging up to the top of Cemetery Hill and into that FMF power wall. There's Thomas. There is the 177 of Johnson. The 29 is Short. And the 43 of Timbo. So top five working through here.
Yep, just outside your top five is the 22 of Getz in sixth. Forbes in seventh position, the 550 on the KTM, Don, followed by the 45 machine here.
So your leader working down into that new double down section there. Right along the RV line, far lower section on the right. Turn. And I'm curious to know if Thomas is going to be able to close the gap, because he was 2 seconds quicker last lap around than Gavin Betts. So Diesel Thomas, he has got the fast lap on the track on lap 8, a 2:15.5. All right, looking at Gavin Betts, top of the hill. He's going to drop back down.
Thomas has shaved in to Betts' lead here.
is going to be this time because he was fastest last time around. That was his fast lap on the race.
He's consistently 2 and 3 seconds faster than Betts, Johnson, Short.
Got to say, he's finding some speed out there for sure. And that did hold him up a little bit, not much, but Diesel Thomas is coming.
Yep.
Another fast lap. He just went faster on lap 9 than the last one.
The Diesel is trucking through here.
Ooh, you ain't kidding.
2.1. He has shaved off 3 seconds in the last lap here.
That big Diesel needed a little time to warm.
And all bets are off now. Gavin Betts going to be in some pressure cooker situation here in just a few seconds.
So down into that double down section, Betts holding the lead. They're going to come into a lot of lap traffic now. They're all in the 229, 223 range. They is much slower than the top two riders are going through. So let's see if that plays a factor. As you see, two riders in front of Betts. He can't do that inside line. Coming back to the inside, that jump stand number 6.
And
able to get clear.
So the battle for third is not over with yet.
Nope. Yeah, see that? Shorty says, you know what? It might be long in the tooth, but I've got a little bit of tricks up my sleeve.
Sure. But the last person you want to see is look back near the end of the moto and see Andrew Short behind you.
What?
Andrew Short out in the novice class when he was getting lapped. It was kind of a cool bragging right. When do you ever take out Andrew Short? CGL Racing.
And here we go, looking at this battle. Coming around that outside line. I'm back up to the top here in the right-hand side of the track. So there's Diesel Thomas trying to close down the gap on Gavin Betts. They're going to come back up the hill. Now let's see what the gap looks like this time around.
There is no gap whatsoever.
All over him.
And the battle for first and second is the same as the battle for third and fourth. Johnson being pressured by Short.
Holy
Thompson
cow.
putting the pressure on Gavin Betts.
Two great battles in the top 5.
Short all over Kay Johnson now. He says, I'm not settling for fourth. I've spent way too many years doing this to finish fourth.
Not going to happen, young man.
He is all over Kay Johnson, Don.
So Gavin Betts, Diesel. Anton Nordstrom, Jaden Searles, Bradley Williams, your top 10.
Outside that, Groen, Templin, Miller, Medeiros, Bills, Paulson, Harrison. Back there in 17th with Adams, Bell, and Wilson, your top 20. Check this out, Don, through the Shock Sox S-turn. The Area 51 Films drone.
Yeah, looking right over his shoulder as he tries to make the pass on Gavin Betts. Both riders using the inside. Thomas going to fade out a little bit to the outside as they come back towards us, Shan. And then down the hill they go. Thomas scrubbing that jump down the hill. The outside.
And Betts closes back to the inside on him.
Heard that big dog running up alongside him.
Got a couple back markers here they're about to close in on, so let's see how this comes into play, Don.
Thomas goes wide. Betts trying to use the inside. They're going to split the difference with the lappers.
Oh, look at Betts. He
that
comes
got
back
close.
over.
And they still got time. It doesn't look like we're going to get the white flag this time around into the FMEP Powerwall. And, well, maybe it is. Yep. Time has expanded. Oh, and the 72, putting the foot down there. He got a little bit sideways.
VFW Hall members are all cheering on Andrew Short.
And Gavin Betts going to get past. Diesel Thomas gets him. Coming after that, little bit of a dragon's back. You get into the turn, and Thomas able to make the move. And let's face it, Shan, he has been coming for the last 4 laps consistently quicker. But it was a quarter of a second enough.
Yep, you're absolutely right. He deserves this. He deserves this win to make the pass on the white flag lap.
Well, I don't know if Betts is done as they come back towards the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
You are absolutely right, Don. It's a pressure cooker here around the Leonard Skinner. Betts showing him a wheel. The same thing to Kay Johnson as the VFW Hall members are all lining the fence cheering on Andrew Short.
All right, here we go back towards that inside. Going to head down the Freestone Freeway, and it looks like Thomas, a great line through that middle section, and he's going to get away a little bit.
Arm kicking out a few inches.
And he does not care. He's going to just keep that thing going. You're going to have to rip him off that bike.
This is going to be a great interview by Dean Dias. Cannot wait to hear what Diesel Thomas has to say about coming up through the ranks. Passing Andrew Short, passing Kay Johnson, passing Betts.
Real estate still.
There
if
is
anything, we know anything, we know those goons are going to go back and forth. But it does look like Thomas going to head down the hill towards the Tam Cramp sweeper, and he does have enough of a gap that it looks like Betts can't get inside on him. And here they come. They're going to pop back into view for the spectators up and over Cemetery Hill.
What a fantastic moto here for Diesel Thomas, the 524, your first moto winner in the Open A Pro Sport class, fresh off a championship at Daytona last week.
And there you go. That is the definite confidence booster. Kay Johnson going to hold off Andrew Short for. And it is going to be the rider on the 43, Cole Timbo, looking to hang on to that 5th place spot. But yeah, Shan, you are right. I cannot wait to hear the story down on the podium on this one.
Diesel Thomas worked for that one, Don.
All the way through. So we're going to let him pop that helmet off. He's probably got a few people that want to high-five him. And then we're going to send it. Dean, what is the story down there?
Yeah, thank you, boys. Diesel, I had to tune into this one. I was watching, like, I think Diesel got this, man. You laid the hammer down. You made it happen. Tell me, how did you dig so deep, and what was it like out there?
Man, the track's really rough. There's a lot of bumps everywhere, and kind of just got to be creative. I got a good start. I mean, I sat behind a few guys a few laps, and 25 minutes makes it nice. You have plenty of time to, work your way to the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about that, find those lines. I've seen that line yesterday. I was watching Bragg able to step over that thing and got to go hard to the right there and really open that next corner. How was that pass set up?
I started setting him up before the side of the roller, and he was checking up at the top, and I just kind of squared him up and beat him in the next turn.
That's what it's all about, man. I'd love to see it. I know you have a lot of people in your corner. Who would you like to thank for that strong moto?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Nova Sag, Monster, all the guys over at Munn, Big J, Big Dan, Race Tech, Enjoy Graphics, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it Diesel Thomas, your first Open Pro Sport Moto winner. Take away the tower, boys.
All righty, thank you, Dean. Looks like we're underway with the 65cc 7-9 Limited.
That's race number 12, correct?
It is indeed.
I think Sierra Bold. Good race action out there. So good luck, Sierra Bowl. That's the number 3 out of St. George, Utah, Sierra Bull.
And it looks like it's going to be the 72 Jet Rao out in front here. The Freestone Freeway.
Well, looks like Jet Rao showing him the fast way around once again. He's
said a lot of time here at Freestone. He's been racing here, pretty consistently over the years. And that gives you the idea of, how the dirt's going to react. You know how the lines are going to form up. So not a big surprise to see Jet out there. But you know what? This race ain't over yet. So we'll see,
sure
see what we can get.
enough. He's been spending a lot of time there the last year and a half or so down at Game Moto. And it's showing in the work. And he's keeping it on the throttle stop out there, making that Cobra look well.
And hey, folks, want to send a shout out to our presenting sponsor, the folks from TAMER, the original whole shot device. TAMER is the #1 whole shot device on the market, and that is for a very good reason, my friends. Moto Concepts, Club MX, Yamaha, Phoenix Racing, Honda, AEO. Using those TAMER whole shot devices, and the WS 2.0 is fully redesigned. TAMER is the original inventor and patent holder on the front and rear shot whole shot device. With over 25 years in the business, they can guarantee that you are on the best. So TAMER, the #1 whole shot device on the market for a reason. Make sure you stop over.
Lap 1 complete. Jet Rao out front, 5.3 seconds ahead of Cameron Buckman. Dominic Steele there in third. Dakota Lee in fourth. Tate Brush following him in fifth. Then Gunnar Lusk, Deegan Mullen, Daxton Dinkfelt, Ezra Armbruster, and Boone Lloyd here in the top 10. So this is an absolute race here. There's no qualifying here. So this is for first moto honors here.
For some of the marbles. Not all the marbles
Not
yet.
all of them.
Some of the marbles.
First moto marbles.
There you go. Which, if you get a cat's eye, that's good luck. So
I've never did marbles. I don't know a lot about cat's eyes, but
I never did either. Being the jerk little brother that I was. And when you hear somebody say, "You crashed my cat's eye," you kind of remember that sticks in your head. I was more of a hammer than a...
Gotcha. Jet Rao, look at that. He just manualed. He just did the Eli Tomac all the way down that hill, riding the hind tire. He had it set at about 9. Absolutely scrumptious watching Jet Rao go down the hill there. And kicking off them lemonades to us, and mighty fine drinking right there for sure.
That is some delicious lemonade, folks. If you haven't gotten over there yet, go see Little Joe over there. Little Joe, great big giant cup of lemonade.
It is. It's a bucket.
That's a
it's
quart
pail
cup,
of lemonade.
baby.
Yep.
See if you can stretch out that lead early here. You're already out to a 5-second gap.
I think he has stretched it out even more here in this second lap.
Yeah, there we go.
Here comes Jet Rao through the VMAT switchback section.
Yeah, there we go into that Dragon's back section, following over the shoulder of the 72. Dropping down to that inside line, almost rubbing his elbow on that hay bale on the outside line there. Rao into the mechanics area.
I'm looking forward to seeing Rao drop back down the hill over here, see if he can do some more of that Eli Tomac.
Off into that new section that they've just cut in. I'm going to call it the double down section just because I'm going to continue to say that until I ingrain it in Shan's head. Then he won't even realize he's saying it after that.
It'll just materialize.
Right. It'll be like Medeiros. All of a sudden, just got it.
Cameron Buckman now, after lap number 2 was complete. And he's going to be making his way into the back markers here on the shortly. Making his way around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, driving down the hill here. Keeping those drone pilots working hard, just trying to keep up with the little rouster.
And, you look at the...
Rao almost goes down off the track. Back on the track there. The front end tucked on him, and he...
That's the thing. You can be out front and charging, no one around, and then the track can still reach up and grab you.
Yeah, there's a lot of competitors out here on top of dirt bikes, but there's also one under you called Freestone County Race. And it's steady evolving throughout the day. The track is changing every lap. Throwing stuff at you every time around, something different every time you come through a section.
So looking at Rao heading into that downhill section here in just a moment, heading towards the Suzuki Sweeper. So this is 65, 7-9 limited, race number 12 on the track. Race 13, 450B 12 plus, you should be on the gate. 50C 12 plus limited, you should be in staging. 85, 9-12, race 15 in staging. And 16, race 16, the Mini E Open, you should be down in the staging area as well. Race 17, you should be making your way down to pre-staging as we continue to click off the races here on day one. 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER.
How many of these have you seen, Don? How many JS7s have you been here to announce?
This will be my 10th year.
Wow.
Would be 11, but I was not able to come last year.
Yeah.
Instead, I XR Media from my home.
Rao comes across, turning a 248 that time by. Looks like he's going to continue to margin out real estate between him and the rider in the number 2. Buckman.
Yeah, and you see Rao following through some of those deep ruts, going through the mechanics area there, just laying.
Yeah, they're getting deep enough that basically just their chest and head up is sticking out of the hole.
You know, the thing is, if you watch him riding, he's basically using that as an effective berm. He's getting the kind of rut as a berm.
Yeah, get up on the
and
wall.
Accelerating through it. So I think that's the reason you're seeing him not really struggling with those ruts and opening. You say, kind of get up towards the top edge of it and run at the top of the line. So here he comes into that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Going down the hill here. Through there, so we'll see if he'll switch it up. Looks like he's moved a little more to the right this time.
Yeah, you can see how deep the lines are on the inside. Like you said, he got into that inside.
Yeah, he scooted over several feet to the right there. It looked a lot smoother through there that time.
It's one of those things where you come up to that turn and go, you know what, I'm not going to do that again.
Yeah. A little dab of a foot there, but
run down the Freestone Freeway. So again, Jet Rao still holding a solid lead here. The battle behind him, Cameron Buckman and Gunnar Lusk 4th and 5th, Deegan Mullen 6th, Dakota Lee 7th, Ezra Armbruster in the 8th spot, Boone Lloyd 9th, and Daxton Dingfeld going to round out the top 10, followed by Hudson Workman, Brody Jones, Brady Hall, Elijah. Top 15. We saw McLaughlin on that SMX track the other night have some good races, so good to see the 779 of McLaughlin. Motocross track here for the 65 riders.
yeah, conditions over there the other night were absolutely gnarly. The wind blowing like it was, but again, like you, track, the night track over there and the lighting over there was second to nothing I've ever seen anywhere.
Beautiful.
At a night track was absolutely incredible.
It's almost like they contractor.
Mr. Miller probably had some connection that way.
And for those of you that are listening out there and don't know, is the reason that you have the Miller name on that the Miller Electric ride. That is the electrical contractor we're talking about. So again, no big surprise. White flag is out.
47 that time, so a second faster than his last time through. Got a sneaky feeling he's going to be getting close to that 30-second margin between him and the rider in second place of Cameron. Brush, Steele, Lusk, they're behind Rao. That's your top five.
So Buckman hanging on to that second spot. Nobody putting pressure on Cameron either. And yeah, 28.5 there, the separation.
Last time through, Tate Brush was So, yeah, you're right. Pressure has pretty well gapped itself out. Looks like most of these riders are just kind of settling in.
And, you know, like we were saying, at this point in the day, the track was a solid position. You're certainly not going to try to take any unnecessary chances.
The 450B guys, 450B 12 limited. Number 13 getting heat in the motors down there. You can hear them.
Yeah, those big 450s. After that, we're going to have the 250C 12 Plus Limited. That's race 14. So working through the race program here on day one.
Be too far out before we should be.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at him pop over the top of that FMF power wall here shortly.
Well, Calvin's showing his ambidextrianism. He's got the white flag in one hand and the checkered in the other.
That's it. You got to be versatile.
He's ready. Look at him. He's out there ready to toss the checkered. Here he comes.
Eye on there. You could see he was looking at that number. No, that is not who you wanted. But we'll be seeing Jet Rao as we make his way up towards the FMF power wall. Looks like there's Jet right there.
The Jet pounding the Cobra through the Texas 12-pack into the VMAX switchback up over the finish line to take the checker flag here, moto number 1. Race
there
number
you
12.
go. So Jet Rao with the win. We're looking for Cameron Buckman, Tate Brush, Gunnar Lusk, and Dominic Steele to round out your time. Jet putting himself in another good position here, looking towards scores for the second half, but we're going to find out exactly how that race went for him. Send it down to the podium with Dean Dias going to talk to our moto winner. And Dean, I'm going to send it on down to you, sir.
With Jet Rao, Jet, man, I'm going to ask you, how do you go 8 seconds faster than everybody else out there on the racetrack?
I'm not sure.
Just putting the hammer down, huh?
Yeah.
How'd that moto go, though? Did you get out the whole shot? The track's super smooth? Riders are telling me how rough the track is, and you're telling me on this 65 the track's smooth?
Yeah.
All right, you got to listen to Jet Rao. He knows what he's talking about for sure, man. You got any more motos today, or is this it?
This is it. Or I think. Oh, I got one more 85.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck on that one. I can't wait to see you ride that 85. Tell me who you'd like to thank for making it happen here on the 65.
Speed's Moto Lab, Money Inc., and everyone else I forgot. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, give it a Jet Rao. We're getting it done there in a 65cc 7-9 limited. Take it away in the tower, boys.
All righty, thank you, Dean. And yeah, a great race. He doesn't know how he got.
A lot of it is just a lot of hard work because I know them, I know the family pretty well, and they have worked their tails off these last several years, and it shows. I mean, you can't deny people are working hard. It shows once you hit the racetrack.
Well, you know, it's like that old saying, Luke, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? You practice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, 8 seconds a lap faster was Jet Rao than Cameron Buckman. Not that Cameron Buckman's not putting the work in, but Jet Rao making it work. Race number 13 down there on the starting line. Don, they're getting the engines fired up, getting the heat built up, and they're ready to terrorize this racetrack.
So 450B 12 Plus Limited. One. And we'll wait for it to go sideways. And here we go. The revs are up.
Shan Garcia on the binos. He's ready to call them out, let us know what we got out here on the racetrack.
Well, we got a lot of riders, that's for sure. And
Max
the
Shane
79
out front early here. Looks like the 25 Gavin Player jumps up into the number 2 spot with a wow to boot. Gavin Player makes it around 2 riders to go from 4th to 2nd, and Shan is just wowed over here. He just threaded the. He had a pretty good tip over yesterday, and it looks like he's just trying to survive. But right now, it don't look like there's anything about survival. It's about trying to win right now. Gavin Player on the 25 machine going around Leonard Skinner Oak Tree on the gas. 29 machine in the number 3 spot, holding down the final podium position early on. That's McCaden Fitch.
Is able to make those moves early. That's what you want to do. You got to strike early on before people start to separate.
So Austin Sheffer in the number 4 spot now. Right now, early on, though, it looks like the 79 machine breaking away early.
So looking at your leaders making their way down to the bottom of that big sweeping left hand to the 270-degree. And there it is, the battle top 3 going to head back down the hill. Oh, and your rider on 3rd looked like he stepped the leg out on the side there. So here's your top 2 going to come over the top of the FMF power wall.
Charging into the Texas 12-pack up. Gavin Player still holding on to that number 2 spot. Looking really good. The 29 machine wheeling out of the corner there. That's Fitch. So we got Shane Player, Fitch, Schaefer, Busey, Batchlow, Boucher, Shields, Harrington, and Brown. That's your top 10. They come across for lap 1. Max Shane got 3.1 seconds. So 13 on the track, 14 on the gate, 15 in staging.
All right, so Max Shane, another great start. But, he's not going to get away too cleanly here as he got a couple of riders really putting the pressure on. Gavin Player feeling the pressure from McCaden Fitch, so he's trying to push forward. Shane, a little bit of a gap.
The 29 moved into the number 2 spot. Where's Gavin Player? He has dropped off the radar, it appears. 361 machine moves up into the number 3 spot. Player had some sort of a bobble out there, some sort of a mistake. He's dropped back several spots. The 2nd, Schaefer into 3rd. I'm going to assume it's going to be the 404 Busey in 4th. Batchelor into the 5th spot. So not sure what happened with the Player. Had a great start, made some stuff happen early on, then had a little bit of a bobble there somewhere and give up half a dozen spots or looks like some good Max Shane footage as he's making his way. There is Schaefer, followed by Fitch, Batchelor, Busey. How far back did Player drop? Looks like he's continuing to fall. Gavin Player in 9th spot from 2nd to 9th. 2:19. Max Shane with a 7.147 margin over the rider of the number 2 spot of Schaefer. Not too far off the back wheel of Schaefer. Fitch on the Yamaha, the 29 mounted Yamaha. Back there in third. 1.7 off of Schaefer in second. 2.0 seconds behind him is Brown, Player, Shields, Rosiak, Staggs, Lawton, Gish, and Saucy. That is your top 15. Ten seconds out right now. We're starting to see a lot of these latter motos. We're just really starting to see these gaps build out.
And I think it comes down to Shane being able to get that hole shot and sprint early. He's able to open that gap, and with the track the shape that it is right now, it's not as easy to charge and switch up lines. So Shane's done himself the biggest favor by getting.
Some people get to train on this kind of stuff more often than other folks, and the more seat time you get on this, the better you get at it. And it's hard to emulate these conditions. It's hard to find conditions like this to train in and practice in, and people talk about it a lot. We want to go find a track that's rough, but it takes 1,000 bikes, a bunch of laps to make a track this rough. And
yes. So that's been always my sticking point when it comes to training facilities. If you're riding with the same 12 guys on a prep track, you're not doing yourself any favors.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Seat time is a beautiful thing, but if you're just mindlessly burning fuel, questionable.
So here we go, looking at Max Shane working over the top of that drag. And Shane opening up that gap, and again, he's able to pick whatever line he wants, doesn't have to worry about anybody being near him. Cannot say the same for the riders in second, third, fourth, or fifth. And Franklin Bauscher now the 105 trying to get himself that fifth spot as he's all over the 404.
Well, Schaefer matched Shane that lap time, actually got a 10th on him. Sneaky suspicion Max Shane is not too concerned about a 10th here and there.
Yeah, you got to do more than a 1/10 of a second if you're going to close that gap. You got to knock down 2 and 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, but you got to give Austin Schaefer props because he just turned his fastest lap of the race on lap 3. So maybe he's got a little bit of steam left in him. Maybe he can find some stuff and
knows what the track is doing. This is where you start to see those guys bring those lap times down. We're at the kind of third lap point here, so they know exactly what to expect. Where can you push? Where do you have to back it off? And it looks like right now you can see him working through that inside section. And the 29 of McCaden Fitch, he's pushing as well.
Well, Schaefer has a 4-second margin right now with a 4-second gap, so he can, like you said, look at the entire racetrack, sort out what's going to be the fastest line, not have to ride defensive, and maybe drop those lap times. But yeah, you're right, McCaden Fitch on the gas. Turned to 220 that last time through, but he has reduced that distance between him and Schaefer down to a 3.6 second margin. Shane, Schaefer, Fitch, Bachelor, Busey. Beautiful weather conditions still. We're just continuing to have this light overcast and it's keeping the track nice and juicy. Of course, the track crew has been a big part of that, running the water truck around, taking care of it. Looks like he's going to clip off a 2:19, so a second slower. Was Schaefer than Shane, but those margins that he's picking up tenths and less than tenths of a second per lap, that's just not going to cut the mustard.
Oh, we got a rider going down in the switchback. The 20 Kawasaki machine there, that is Parker Shields, slid out the back end, and luckily nobody ran him over because he was covering that whole spot. Mason Brown on the Kawasaki, I think it was the 20 Kawasaki. He's going to drop out of the top 10.
Yeah, we got a 20 and a 20X, but I think you're right. I think it was Brown.
All right, looking for the 79 of Shane Husqvarna back to the inside.
Yeah, there he is. In the right-hander, the Shock Socks right-hander dropping down the hill here. Well, about that mid third of the way out there, up over the triple. Max Shane clicking off consistently, really good lap times here. So, where's Player at now? I haven't seen him in a bit. There he is in 8th. He dropped down to about 10th. He's back up into 8th.
Yeah, now Lawton, the 50 of Lawton not getting a good start. Just when he's in 9th, had to work his way up from about 15th. So Max Shane, Austin Schaefer, McCaden Fitch still top 3 here. And right now we've got the 450B off the gate. Race 15, 85-9 to 12 in staging. Race 16, Mini E Open 4 to 8 limited. You should be in staging. And race number 17, the girls 12 plus or women's 12 plus. You should be in staging as well. So again, make sure you're getting yourself down into staging on time. Don't wait to the last minute.
Turns to 220 to Max Shane's 221. So continuing to just peck away. But just minuscule little margins that he's picking up. And at this rate, not going to be enough. But that being said, any kind of a hiccup or bobble for Max Shane, that real estate can close down rather quickly. So we'll keep an eye on it. But right now, Max Shane out front. That's Mason Brown. $13 on the track, 14 on the gate, 15 in staging. Fishing tournament tonight at 6 o'clock. Tournament over there. And then 7 o'clock going to have Stasic racing going on over on the pit bike track. On lap 2. Austin Schaefer not too far off of that with a 2:18.7. He did that on lap 3. But since then, it seems like everybody is kind of slowed. Well, I say that. And McCaden Fitch, his fastest lap was on lap 5, turned to 2:20.4. So about 2 seconds a lap off. Staggs, Yelton, Gish. Gish, Rosiak, Shields. Got to find that bike's number to see what his name is. Good at that, man. I'm impressed.
White flag out here for the 450B 12 plus limited. Seventh and 8th, and those 3 riders have been battling all the way through since about lap 2, and they've actually walked each other up through the field. Started out in about 14th, and now all 3 of them have moved up into the top 10.
Well, I know that the 24 machine, Wyatt Harrington, he was very. I love it. I love the fact that he's just on point, making sure that he's not stopping too soon or any of that stuff. Like we said, race through the checkered.
So Max Shane making his way down the Freestone Freeway. Got that drone over the shoulder there. Looking at Max Shane down into the Blake Baggett berm as he's going to head to clean over the top. Oh, Mason Brown, the number 20 Kawasaki rider. This is his first race in the B class, so welcome to the B class, Mason. Nice run there in the top 10. We are looking at your leader into that or through. So out front here, Max Shane did the work off the gate. Luke, you get that good start, and you can see Max Shane has been able to do it all day, and it adds up to a win.
Well, you've talked about it all day, Don. Is getting those good starts, getting out front, and being able to pick the line that you want and not have to deal with roost and all that. Right off the gate.
Keeping that front number plate nice and clean.
Yes, sir. Making it easy in case the scorer needs to look at a number plate. Nice
so there
fist
you go.
pump through the air there from Max Shane.
So Shane with the race win, the 361. Austin Schaefer going to hang on to second. And it looks like Trinity Batchelor making the pass into third on the final lap as he gets around. Bussy, rounding out your top 5 there in the 450B 12 Plus Limited. So another solid start and finish from Max Shane on the 79 Husqvarna. Let's get a chance to talk to that young man down there as he pops that helmet off. So, Dean, we're going to send it down to you on the podium.
All right, thank you, boys. Yes, I'm back up here again with Max Shane. You know, we always talk about he's one of those guys kind of just get the podium every single moto. He is back down here again. Max Shane, first I want to start with, I've seen you get a Husqvarna.
I took off like a month from breaking my wrist, and right before Minios, I put 3 days on it and just raced and did what I could. But yeah, now I've been loving this bike a lot and made a lot of progress coming to Spring Nationals. This thing's like amazing. I love this bike. I love it. Noticing big gains, just being enough to TLT. They treat me like a pro, so I couldn't thank them enough. Yeah, no, it was got off to a good start, like always. Thanks to Greg, giving me the best. And
yeah, absolutely, man. I can't wait to see you do the second motos. You done for the day?
No, I got 2 more.
2 more today?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. You might have 2, you might have 1, you might have none, huh?
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I think I gotta get back though, so I couldn't think I'm ready enough.
Absolutely, Max Shane, get done.
Got the 250C 12 Plus Limited coming off the start straight next. Going to be 19 riders ready to go here in the 250C 12 Plus. So we're going to let them count them down the line there as you see the 2 card out on the start straight. There you go. See that? Shand cursed you, Mason. Shand made me say that. Cursed you. So coming out here in the 250C 12 Plus Limited, we're going to have the 14 of Ryan Haley out of Royce City, Texas.
Out of Hawaii, I'm not even going to try that again. Hawaii, the 22 of Nawai Glushniko.
The 27 from Winchester, California, Hunter Brennan.
Out of Keller, Texas, the 34 of Jacob Austin.
The 36 from Rosenberg, Texas, is Talon Becerra.
Out of Topeka, Kansas, the 57 of Peyton.
On the 107 out of Spring, Texas, Talon Trahan.
Out of Corinth, Texas, the 118 of Walker Lewis.
All right, looks like we're underway, so we'll have to pick up who has the whole shot here.
Talk to us, Shay. Who's out front?
All right, looks like it's going to be Becerra with the whole shot there. The 22 into the second. And Hunter Brennan, the Suzuki rider, taking the lead away.
Once again, he got past. Sounds like the Suzuki got past. Not sure who it is out front. Looks like a Yamaha.
Talon Becerra, the 36. So Becerra taking the lead, the 27 of Brennan in second, and the 105 of Jack Dawson now third. Wade Gravitt moving into fourth. So leaders up to the inside. And boy, these riders dealing with very deep lines coming down that Freestone freeway. As you can see them getting sucked into those outside ruts. Really struggling here to get down that section cleanly in the 250C. So
12 plus limited. 19 entries out here. All these guys going to go straight through. This is a moto.
So top 5 riders trying to get out of that Suzuki sweeper and separate out from the rest of the field. Right now, it is still pretty bunched up as we look at the overhead shot there.
Suzuki sweeper, you got to think the 27 is going to get the advantage coming through that section. He is on the Suzuki.
We'll have to see if that karma works out for him down there.
Yeah, yep. He's been out front a lot today. He knows how to lead, but look like Brennan.
Yeah, going to get it. So there it is, the 36.
Yeah.
DC Goggles ride in second. 717 making the charge. Nathan Jacobus into third. On the 105, that's Jack Dawson running in fourth. And it looks like it is going to be the 237 Wade Gravitt rounding out the top 5. Kian Mages, Jamin Wilkie, Talon Trahan, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Diego Laguna rounding out your top 10 with Jackson Friese.
Luna, Destiny Burgess, Jacob Austin, Ryan Helly, Walker Lewis, and Mason Core. That's your top 15.
And looking at your leader coming down that new double down section here on the lower portion of the track. Going to head into that left-hander and up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Battle for the lead.
Solid 3 seconds, probably a little more gap between Becerra and Brennan right now.
Well, it's early. We'll see, Luke. That can change quickly. As we've seen, the fortunes can shift in the blink of an eye.
Well, so far it's been changing since Becerra got around Brennan. He's been making that margin.
Able to get sort of a double rhythm down that, and Becerra did that right in front of him. So I think at this point, the 27 might be just trying to figure out where the lines are that the 36 is using to get around him. And we'll see if he tries to mount an attack after that.
Well, I watched both of those riders. Becerra and Brennan took that far outside there in the Blake Baggett berm. They're just looking for smooth line now. Yeah. They're just getting punished in there.
Well, you know what it is, that inside's going to develop those acceleration bumps because people drop into that inside and they really have to hammer the throttle to get out. So that is going to be the spot where you're going to see more of that chattery bump.
Well, and that's an interesting section now because the ruts are deep enough. You really can't stand on the pegs for those acceleration bumps because you'll get your feet drug off.
Wouldn't be a good idea.
Well, you're going to get your feet ripped off is all. So you can just Superman through there.
Just lay down flat on the seat. It's
there
more aerodynamic.
Yep.
All right, so your leader coming in through that Texas 12 pack. There is the 36 Yamaha. So Talon Becerra, the Altus Motorsports. Over Brennan's shoulder as he hits that Dragon's back and into that big sweeping left-hand turn going by the mechanics area. And that's another spot on that inside where you're just getting slammed around from those braking and acceleration bumps.
Well, Jacobus matching Brennan's lap.
It's just going to be the tail of the tape with that one.
Yep.
Because like you said, he can run the same lap times, but you can't close the gap if you go in the same speed.
Yep. Race number 14 on the track, 15 on the gate, 16 in staging.
Leader out of the outside line there for the Leonard Skidder.
Just to keep from beating themselves up, trying to save some energy.
You're going to have to look on the pit roads for that.
I think you're right. The water truck lane probably going to be your smoothest line of choice.
So watching the 36 Yamaha, Brennan, feet off the pegs coming through that turn. And that was a little illustration of what you...
Oh, he cross ruts out of there, and he has a bit of a bobble and hiccup, looks back over his shoulder, and there's that Suzuki coming on strong, Hunter Brennan.
He was lucky that he wasn't right there on the inside because he did almost come to a complete stop there.
Well, conditions right now are definitely bringing out the are long and you start getting fatigued, and one of the first things to go is the technique. The form starts to fall apart, and as that happens, then the mistakes just start to compound. They just start to add up.
And yeah, we are doing a 5-lap race here for the 250C. And we have Ducosin over to the registration, please. Ducosin, the Ducosin. Fence down there, please jump off. Thank you. It's a dangerous spot there, sir. You got a good camera. Use it.
Here comes that battle.
Here we go. Brandon up and over the finish line turn. And it does look like he's closed the gap a little on Talon Becerra. That
shaved 2 seconds off. It shows on both sides of the clock there.
It looks like Talon Trahan able to make the move up around the 237 to get into 6th. Trying to chase down the 105 of Jack Dawson, and Dawson is not too far ahead of him.
Yeah, it looks like he's about 3.3. Final.
Yeah, a little quicker that time around. Not 3 seconds quicker, but a little bit.
A little bit matters when you're that close. It'll add up. Yep. Top 5 position there. So it is Becerra, Brennan, Jacobus, Majors, Dawson, Trahan, Gravitt, Wilkie, Laguna, and Burgess. That's
into that Dunlop drop, and it looks like the 27 Suzuki of Brennan shaving that gap down to about a second now.
Becerra just looked back over his shoulder. He's heard that Suzuki back there.
Yeah, all of a sudden a flash of yellow behind
glow
you.
There.
So
now Brennan gets a foot blown off the peg in that same section that Becerra did it last time.
There you go. There is no easy way. Fading out to the middle line there, and you can see the Suzuki throwing the roost. Only able to get the double up.
They're struggling to get the double up. It's getting rough out of that section.
Hill, the big Suzuki sweeper. Let's see who can lay into that inside line. Although right now you may have to shift over to the next one over because that inside might be getting a little bit choppy. All right, here we go. The battle is on. The white flag is out. We've got one to go, and it looks like Talon Becerra going to deal with the 27 of Hunter Brennan. All right, so look at this battle following the Suzuki around the outside. He is all over Becerra. Hunter Brennan putting the pressure. They're going to go down the hill. Luke, look at this battle on the screen here. He is on the outside to make the move. Almost
he's going to get it. He's going to get it. He got it. Look, he got the drive out of there.
And now as they make this left-hander.
Have to go bonsai around the outside. Whoa, they almost make contact.
That was close, but the Suzuki's going to have the inside into this turn.
Oh, he's got it. He got it, man. They got a back marker right in front of him in the same line. He's got to have to get out of that line. He jumps over to the left, and he got it, dude. He made it. With the white flag out, with about a half a lap to go, Brennan has made the move.
I don't think Becerra's done yet. He's going to Brennan with a mistake. There we go. Just as quickly as he got it, he gave it back again. Let's see if he tries the inside here. Man.
Right now on either one of those riders, it's just through the roof, pinging on the rev limiter.
Just banging. So down the hill they go.
Becerra got really good drive. 270 down there. Becerra's got a little bit of breathing room now with about a third of a lap to go.
Yeah, he's able to open up enough of a gap there, but we just saw the lead go away quickly with one little mistake. Sure.
They should be about to materialize there over the...
Well, here's the thing. Look at this. They've got a ton of traffic in front of them as they're going to come back down the hill to the team cramp swing. Run through the rollers. He gets him.
Wowzers. Becerra swapped hard. He was so fortunate to keep that Yamaha underneath him. He almost ate it hard through the 12.
Oh, he's going for a ride, but no. Got it back. What a battle there on the last lap. And Hunter Brennan on the 27 snatches victory. Becerra's hands there. And that was a good battle. I can't wait to hear about the Suzuki riders' perspective on that one. So we will send it to Moto. So, Dean, we want to hear about this one.
All right, I'm down here with Hunter Brennan. I think been doing an amazing job out here all day. That was an intense mode. I was watching back there. I knew as soon as Town looked back, you were going to be there to make something happen. You did just that, or did you make?
I made a couple mistakes, but I don't know.
Feels good though to get over with, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I can go home and I'll go in my camper, sleep.
Are you ready for tomorrow's racing?
I hope so.
All right, man. Who would you like to thank?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. Mom, Dad, BC Goggles, Women's Trees, BC, Mika Metals, and everyone else.
All right, guys, give it up for Hunter Brennan for getting it again. And this time, 2DC 12 Plus Limited. What do you see up there in the towers, boys?
All right, well, we got the 23 of Beckham Smith out front here in the 85 9-12. Here we're going to look at the numbers as they make their way back out of that lower section. As you see the overhead drone shot, big pack of riders through that big sweeping loop 270. the shoulder as they go back down to the bottom of the hill.
Don, look at that track, brother. That's so gnarly.
There's a couple ruts down there, Luke.
A couple, yeah. And that is track. See the rut. See how gnarly it is. Yeah. Beautiful.
Brutal shots.
They're driving up over Cemetery Hill here, waiting for our race leaders. Here they come.
There it is. The 467 going to take the lead. So Cade Nightingale out. KTM ride running in third. That is actually, looks like Austin Keller. Chase Brennan in fourth. Beckham Smith rounds out the top five. Braxton Baldick, Joey Vicari, sixth and Steinbrecher ninth, and Liam Aslin. The 208 going to round out your top 10. Luke, early, big pack of riders trying to get it done.
Well, like you said, all day, getting this. Putting himself in that good spot early on in the moto here to try to keep everybody behind him and get the line selection that he gets to make with being out point. But I tell you what, that point right now, I believe the four of Jaden Smart all over the back wheel.
Yeah, Jaden Smart going to get him on the inside there, but he's going to come back up.
Look at
so
this,
Nightingale
man.
Dukes back to the inside. Pass made again.
Did you see the speed Smart carried around the outside there? That was impressive.
He knew he could not get back to the inside to try to close down the line, so just powered that outside
just
line.
Keep it on the throttle. Swag coming over there. Smart feeling good out front right now. They're going to drive down the hill here. Look at that. Those bikes are disappearing in the ruts. Beautiful track. In this stuff to try to come out and race in this stuff, and they're making it look impressively easy.
Right now, Austin Keller dealing with Chase Brennan. Brennan on the number 3 trying to close down on the Beckham Smith coming along with him in that battle. So 3 riders out of the Blake Baggett berm, all trying to get that third spot. We'll see if the rider on the 23 can hold. Dean Dias and working down at the MTF facility now, but I know Dean was talking to Austin. We had him up here last night, so we'll see if Austin can hold on to that podium spot.
Right now, on the Suzuki back there in fourth, Beckham Smith in fifth, Baldock in sixth, Vicari, Will Steinbrecher, and Aslin. That's your top 10. 16 on the gate, 17 in staging. Lots of activities tonight, lots of stuff going on this week. You don't want to miss out. Fishing tournament tonight at Nightingale, or Smart rather, swapping out of the 12-pack.
He just bounced out of that 12-pack section. And if you're the 467 of Nightingale, you got to look at that and you might say. So looking at the overhead shot here, heading into the mechanics area. And it is indeed Jaden Smart, Cade Nightingale, Austin Keller.
3.052 over Nightingale. Austin Keller back there in third, 7 seconds back.
And looks like Nightingale losing a little time as Smart is going to stretch that lead out. Look at him over the top of number 5. And that is definitely more than 3 seconds.
Absolutely is. And he's got that leg swag going every time through there, just getting some style points.
You know, it's funny, you talk to some riders who do that, and they don't even realize they're doing it after a while.
Yep.
There's just these certain ticks that you see that riders will develop.
One of the cool things about it, though, a lot of times is whenever they're at that state where they don't even realize they're doing it, there's a comfort level that they're at to be doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's riding comfortably to be just tossing that leg off casually like that.
It's like a tell in poker.
Yep.
That's how you know they're looking good, feeling good. Carmichael was famous for grabbing the chin part of his helmet. He'd go over a jump and reach up and adjust his helmet.
Yeah.
So following the leaders down at the bottom of the hill here, that big sweeping turn. And the pressure is on.
I'm looking forward to seeing Keller and Brennan. They were absolutely side by side when they went over the triple there. Waiting for those guys to come back into view.
Yeah, and that I think is going to be the fight right now. Jaden Smart trying to get away. But like I said, it looks like it's more than 3 seconds, so
totally agree on that.
To say,
Yeah,
we'll
here
see
he
if
comes.
Brennan can get the advantage on Keller. So there's your race leader on the number 4 Yamaha. That is the Altus Motorsports GoPro Yamaha Blue Crew ride. There's the 467.
It looks like Brennan's made the move. Looks like he's into that number 4 or 3 spot now.
There you go. Keller going to deal with the 127 of Akari now as he got around Baldock.
Smart, Nightingale, Brennan, Keller, Vicari, Baldwick, Steinbrecher, Beckham Smith, Murdy, and Hatt. That's your top 10.
So this is 85-9 to 12. And this is another 20 plus 1 moto. 20 minutes plus a lap. So plenty of time in this moto to make moves, plenty of time in this moto to make mistakes. And we'll see who can limit those. Right now, Jaden Smart, the Yamaha rider, coming back to the inside and looking like he is doing exactly that. Trying to fade out to that outside a little bit, find a little smooth real estate.
I know it probably gets redundant hearing me talk about it, but man, I'm just impressed with these kids, how hard these bikes are working. The suspension is absolutely going full travel just about everywhere on the racetrack right now. And these kids are making it look relatively easy. It's just impressive. These front-running kids obviously get to work this stuff on the regular. And that's how they make it look so easy. It's just a lot of time.
And we're looking over the shoulder of the 127 of Akari as this is the battle 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Heading down the hill into that Suzuki sweeper. Side-by-side battle. And one of those riders has got to back off to get into the rut behind him. And I believe that was Vicari who was able to hold on to the spot. Austin Keller dealing with the pressure. So again, 3 riders battling for that spot right there, heading back down the hill.
Tried to take that tight inside, but man, it's such a rough exit. Now he's going to go outside, see if he can sweep around. Looks like he's going to get it there.
Nice move. That was the momentum he needed.
That inside out worked.
So there you go. Jaden Smart going through halfway point here. There is Cade Nightingale, and it is the number 3 of Brennan hanging on to 3rd. So let's see who's got up to 4th. And it's the 23. Austin Keller holding on to it. Vicari moves to 5th. Steinbrecher up to 6th. And there's Beckham Smith. So Baldock to 7th, Smith in 8th, Mason Murdy 9th, and it looks like it is going to be the 518 of Parker Hatt still hanging on, rounding out the top 10.
Well, I believe that's one of Smart's slowest laps at 2:31, and it's still faster than Nightingale's fastest lap. So that's how he's got a 10-second gap already on lap number 4.
Yeah, good start. Laid down those fast laps, like I say, knocking down a couple of 229s. And that had opened it up to 10 seconds. And he just needs to kind of run in maintenance mode now, just manage the race.
And try to hunt for something smooth out there. Good luck, but there's got to be some smoother stuff than others. And I'd be probably surprised if he wasn't doing a little bit of that right now, just looking the track over, trying to find that smooth stuff.
Well, he's not finding it there.
Not at all, no.
That did not look smooth in the least.
Yeah, that's not it, buddy. That is not it.
Well, the bonus to that is that it doesn't seem like the rough stuff bothers him one bit, so.
No, not at all. There's some really good racing going on farther back in the field.
Yeah.
I mean, all
like
over
I say,
the
that
racetrack.
battle between Austin Keller, Joe Vicari, and Eden Steinbrecher right now, yeah, going at it. Brennan able to just clear that battle a little bit.
Halfway through, the halfway flags are out. So they should be cranking off another 4 laps or so here before it's all said and done.
Race number 15 on the track, 16 on the gate, 17 in staging. Right now we've got Jaden Smart out front of Cade Nightingale, Chase Brennan, Austin Keller, Joey Vicari, Aiden Steinbrecker, Braxton Baldwin, Beckham Smith, Mason Murdy, Parker Hatt, Dax Wiles, Carter Gray, Kyler Pruitt, Aiden McKitty, Chase Brown, Gavin Welzine, Adam Graham, Nixon Minicky, Ryder Hansen, and Rayson Kyler. That is your top 20 here on lap number 5. Jaden Smart clicking off a 2:35 that time through. Nightingale with a 2:35, so a 13.7 second margin does Smart have over Nightingale.
And Vicari and Steinbrecker making the pass on Keller. Baldick's going to get it as well, so Keller going to drop down to 7th.
Well, Vicari not too terribly far off the back wheel of Brennan, so we'll keep an eye on that. He might be able to run him down.
A little quicker that time around, too.
Yep. Yeah, about a half a second faster there. Oh, get to visiting up here with Don Collings. We get to chuckling just a little bit and kind of miss up what's going on out here on the racetrack. But it's still Smart out front of Nightingale and Brennan in third. Waiting for those guys to materialize here. Kind of off the path a little bit here, but there's the 254. Rayson Kyler running in 20th spot. Got those golden locks flapping in the breeze there.
Looking at your lead ahead down to the bottom of the team cramp sweeper. So we will be looking for the number 4 Yamaha ride, the Blue Crew ride of Jaden Smart. Head up the hill here. And here comes Smart into the Texas 12 pack.
Wow, look at the speed he's carrying through there. First 3/4 of it, he was hauling the mail. He got a little bit steep, had to kind of chill out a little bit there and lost his momentum, but still yet, Jaden Smart turning a 2:33 that time through and probably going to be out around that 17, 18 second gap between him and Cade Nightingale in second.
Yeah, and right now he's able to use any line he wants on the track, so that is going to be a big advantage too. You don't have to worry about anybody alongside. Even if he does come up on lap traffic, he's got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to panic.
Well, Smart turned to 2:33 that time. Nightingale turned to 2:34, but it's all semantics at this point because there's such a margin there with 14.8 seconds, 15-second margin back from Smart to Nightingale.
Yeah, right now the one to watch is what's the gap between Brennan and Nightingale because they're both identical at 2:34, 2:34.7, 2:34.9. I mean, that's very close. And that's a 5-second gap there. So can Chase Brennan get on the horse?
Well, and it looks like Vicari is starting to catch Brennan.
Vicari's got a good lap time, too. Yeah, he's 2:33.
That's the second time in a second lap in a row he's been.
And I'm pretty sure Vicari has come down from about 8th. He started out 8th and moved his way up.
Yeah, it looks like he's the man on the charge right now because he was in that 3-bike battle that you'd been talking about quite a bit this moto, and he's moved up to the front of that battle, and he's starting to roll up onto the back wheel of Chase Brennan. I got a sneaky suspicion next time by we might be really talking about that battle.
So there is Jaden Smart down the Freestone Freeway into the Blake Baggett berm. Here comes Cade Nightingale into the center. And there is the number 3 of Brennan. Let's see what the gap is between him and Vicari. There's Brennan, and there's Vicari. So it's definitely chopped down from 2 seconds rather. I'd say he's about a second off him now.
Yeah, he's really close now. So just keeping an eye on that battle, see what they're going to do here as this thing winds down. We've got at least a couple laps to go here. Still no white flag.
Again, that beautiful drone shot over the shoulder of your leader. He's going to charge up the hill here. Jaden Smart into the FMF Powerwall. All right, so there you go. Jaden Smart still cruising through here. Time getting close to running out on this moto. As you can see, they've got the stopwatch in hand down there. So Jaden Smart, Cade Nightingale, Chase Brennan, Joey Vicari, Eden Steinbrecher still top 5.
Look at the gap between Brennan and Vicari now.
Oh, yeah. Brennan is going to deal with him.
Yeah, 3/4 of a second back. So Vicari all over Brennan. Kind of felt like that was going to happen when they came through that last lap. I thought, man, it looks like he's charging up. I think we're going to be watching that one a little closer the next time through. And sure enough, he's right on him. $15 on the track, $16 on the gate, $17 in staging. We got a Yamaha, Husqvarna, Suzuki, and a bunch of KTMs after that. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all KTMs here.
All right, here we go with that battle between Chase Brennan and Joey Vicari. They're into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, and look at the traffic.
Gaggle of traffic. It looked like Brennan made the best of the traffic there.
He did get clean of that, but it looks like Vicari going to split the difference in the middle and get right back on him. A little hung up in that turn. And there you see Brennan over the top, and now Vicari able to get through, so he's sticking right with him.
Brennan got through there cleaner, but Vicari didn't lose too much ground at all, so he's still right there ready to pounce.
They both were able to get through, and like I said, I don't think it's going to affect either of them too adversely. And we still have time. I haven't seen the white flag yet.
Yeah, no, we've got some time left. He's outside the doghouse there. He's got it in hand. He's fixing to pull the trigger on it.
Just looking at that stopwatch.
Yep.
All right, again, big shout out to Adrenaline Jerky. Got that garlic pepper beef jerky, all different flavors. They've got some great flavors. We had the bacon jerky the other night. My friends, you want to get over there and get some of this beef jerky. It is delicious.
Well, I'm gainer in a pike position. I'm going in head first here, gainer and a half.
All right, here we go. White flag is out. Jaden Smart taking the white flag. We know he's got this one pretty well in hand. Let's follow this battle between Brennan and Vicari. Cade Nightingale going to be next through in second. There's Nightingale through the switchback, and here's that battle. Vicari right on the rear tire of Brennan. And let's see if the Suzuki rider can hold him off up the Dragon's back. Brennan a little cleaner line out of the end of that section. They're going to go by the mechanics area.
Both those riders turning 236s that time through.
Yeah, 236.7, 236.8. That is almost identical. The gap is down to about 3/4 of a second.
Steinbrecher back there in 5th turns 235, so he was a second faster, and he's only a second off, so we could have a 3-bike battle coming out of that final podium position.
And this is the thing, with the traffic in front of them, those lap times might not be the tail of the tape.
Right.
All right, so Jaden Smart back to the inside. Nightingale heading into the Dunlop drop. Here's the battle for third in the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Wow, it's gnarly, that right-hander there after number 6. Watching Smart just disappear in the rut down there.
So Jaden Smart working through here as he is well in hand for this race. No pressure put on him.
Looks like Brennan getting through the traffic. Well, not really getting through. Looks like he's kind of hung up.
Yeah, they're both kind of dealing with it at this point. I don't think anyone's got an advantage in this. So into that big step-up triple. They're going to double up and then step off. we're going to have to see who gets the cleaner line down there through that Loop 270 section.
Did Brennan catch Nightingale? It looks like he's right on Nightingale.
No, I don't think he got him. He's close to him. He's close. Yeah, there were a couple of seconds here at the start, but I don't know if the lap traffic is going to play into that or not.
Well, it looked like he was right on the back wheel of Nightingale when they went through the left-hander down there, Blake back at berm.
All right, so here we go. The number 4, Smart, going to come through the rollers one final time. Checkered flag waiting for him.
Well, Don, we could have a 4-bike battle for second when they come through here.
Could get dicey. And here we go. And there's the 467, so Nightingale holds that second spot.
Yeah.
Brennan will hold third. And it looks like Steinbrecher going to get fourth. Oh, Vakari dropping back. Steinbrecher gets fourth. And Vakari going to hang on to the top 5 on the 127. But Jaden Smart, dominant performance here in the 85 9-12. And I am sure he is going to be a very happy young man. We'll let him pop that helmet off. We'll give him a chance to get situated, and we'll send it down to the victory podium. Talk to our winner with you down there, Dean.
It is peculiar.
It's absolute silence. There's the 218 across in the 15th spot. That's Weston Fry. And if you're out there in the infields or out on the fences, make sure you make some noise for these little guys and gals on these mini E's. This is where it starts out for a lot of these riders, and it's great to see the minis getting a lot of time out there on the track and getting a lot of them out on the gate.
Well, they're still banging bars out front as Lloyd and McLaughlin making their way around the Linda Skinner Oak Tree. They're literally nose to tail there, both of them running the same line down the hill, but they're on the throttle stop with these little e-bikes.
And the thing is they're both on those Cobra electric bikes, so you got to know the bikes are pretty evenly matched. There's not really any hopping up you can do with the electric bike.
They come up side by side up over number 5.
Yeah, that is McLaughlin trying to work the outside. He's got a little cleaner jump. Oh,
Went
no,
full
that was
send.
that was Boone Lloyd who
Yeah.
got that full send on the outside.
Oh, my goodness.
McLaughlin was cleaner in that first jump, and then
They're
Lloyd.
literally side by side going down the hill, and McLaughlin just drag race down the hill, made the move. He's going to rail around the outside, and it's a drag race up over the Texas 3-step. They're going to go side by side. What
Still.
a battle.
Not even an inch separating them there.
These dudes absolutely hammered down here. Lloyd and McLaughlin. I can't even tell who's out front anymore.
I think it's still Lloyd holding the lead. There you go. There's the 412 out front, the 79 in second. All right.
Both them riders turning 2:13 lap times. They were 0.3 of a second off each other that time.
Carter Renneker still hanging on a third. Tedesco, Bryson Smith, 4th and 5th.
Bryson Smith turning lap times comparable to the rider in third there of Renneker.
But I'll tell you what, they are bunched up in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, so there is not a lot of separation, or I should say up through the 7th spot. As you can see,
Right.
less than a second separating 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah, they're close enough. Their Duracells could arc across to each other. Yeah, you can hear the flags flapping mid-moto here.
You can hear some tongues flapping out there as well.
Yeah.
Dad's yelling at those minis.
The Fitty Dad syndrome, yeah. No, some of it is awesome hearing these parents cheer for their kiddos and stuff. For the most part, it's a beautiful thing to hear.
All right, here we go. Leaders down in the Dunlop drop. And here we go, coming back into that inside rhythm section.
Going full send once again.
Yep, McLaughlin takes the lead back. Lloyd back to second. Watch this run down the Freestone Freeway. Oh, man, Lloyd getting booted all over the place.
Right now, Lloyd in the number 2 spot. Checker flag coming out, Don. Here he comes. The 79, Billy McLaughlin.
Nice run there. McLaughlin taking the win. Boone Lloyd will hang on to the second spot.
One thing about Lloyd and McLaughlin both, they got really cool locks flapping out of the back of the helmet there. They got the coolio.
I fully support that, Luke. I fully support that.
I bet you do.
All right, 29 at Carter Rennick are going to hang on a third. There is the 18 Tedesco fourth, and a little no-footer for the 12 of Bryson Smith. Some style in the fifth spot. Great job by all these Mini E Open riders, and it's time to talk to our winner down there on the podium, and we'll be able to hear him very clearly. So, Dean, we'll send it to you.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here at Cleveland, dude. Billy, I've seen you do the motocross. Like, man, this kid is on fire. And now you're continuing to out here on this Mini E-bike. How does it feel?
It feels really good to win the race. It's my first time here at JS7. The track's so deep, the rip is so deep, it's so nice.
You're a big fan?
Yeah.
You get the whole shot out there?
Yeah.
Does it make it easy when you get a whole shot?
Yeah.
What's your secrets? I need all your secrets right now.
I don't have a secret.
Just go for it.
I don't know.
No secrets. No, any of your secrets at all?
No secrets.
What?
For sure.
Yeah, looking ahead, that's a good one, man. Who would you like to thank? Who's making this all possible?
Money, Mom, Dad, BC, Fast House, Micah, Simi Valley Cycles, everybody else, thank you.
All right, guys, go to Billy McLaughlin, get it done there in the Mini E class. Take it away in the Station Tower.
Thank you, Dean Diaz. Race number 17 on the starting line right now. Race the women's 12 plus. We've got some heavy hitters down here on the starting line. RPMs are starting to fire them up down there. 2-minute board in hand.
And I can see Shan Garcia standing just past the Tamer hole shot line.
Oh, yeah.
Videographer action going on down there.
Shan all over the place here this first day of racing here.
That's the bad thing now about with Shan and JP, Luke, is that now they are officially crowned as legends.
Yeah,
so
both of
not
them.
just in their own mind.
Yeah.
But they've
It's
actually
official,
been crowned as legends.
When you start getting towers named after you, you've got some credibility to do whatever the heck you want.
What's that? He's probably downstairs or over at FMF. He's too big for this. All right, 2 card goes up. It's turn into 1. We'll watch for it to go sideways and see who's going to grab the whole shot here in the women's 12 plus. Here we go. Oh, big jump up the center. Lachlan Turner, the 99 with the whole shot. Destiny Burgess in the second spot on the 127. Isla Phillips in the third spot. And the 63 of Zoe Moore running in the fourth spot right now. It looks like Moore may have gotten past there. We'll take a look at the running order as they make their way down that double down section. All right, so Lachlan Turner on the 99, Lala out in front here. Burgess on the 127. Oh, getting a little tight on the inside there, losing the drive. You saw Burgess dab the foot. And if you are one of the women lined up on the gate, you do not want to see the 99 get out front and get a whole shot because she is going to hammer down.
Lachlan getting swappy going down the hill there, but just keeps it on the throttle stop. She was talking yesterday. She did the exact same thing, just getting full on side to side down there. and just keeps it hammered down like it's nothing but the thing.
Nothing's going to help you more than acceleration at that point.
True that. It would benefit me a little bit if she would act a little bit scared.
No way. Fear is not an option.
Yeah, she has none of it.
All right, well, here we go. We're following that battle. Looks like third and fourth place riders through the Suzuki Sweeper.
Yeah, it looks like Zoe Moore back there in fourth still.
It is indeed the 63. Trying to work on that third place rider. Everybody trying to chase down the 99 of Turner.
Well, Zoe has been one that here just in the last few months, she has flipped a switch. And she's hitting things at a different level right now, and it's just fun to watch.
Yeah, you know, Luke, that riders, they kind of plateau, and then all of a sudden they just get that little extra,
Yep.
They get that confidence, or they get some other technique or skill, and they jump up a whole bunch, and that's probably what Zoe's been doing.
Well, I think Lachlan had done the same thing because she just come across. Here comes the rider in second. There's the rider in third, the 19 machine. Destiny Burgess still in the number 2 spot. Mela Herrick in third now. And Isla Phillips, where is Zoe?
Oh, she dropped back a little bit coming up the hill. So Phillips to fourth, Tinley McCoy to fifth, Moore now down to sixth. Kiana Kurtz and Haley Johnson seventh and eighth. Jaylee Galasher on the 88 and ninth, and Skylar Drake at the 24 going to round out the top 10. Followed by Lana O'Brien, Annie Ferguson 11th and 12th, Tressa Rao 13th, Sage Tangler in 14th. Angelica Vasquez is going to round out the top 15.
I got to meet Annie Ferguson last week in Decatur, Texas, in the emergency room.
Not where you want to meet somebody necessarily,
Not
but
necessarily,
how you doing?
But she was on our radar. Somebody wanted to meet from Canada, and so my daughter had a tip over last week, and we were in the ER, and she was in there with her boyfriend. They were down from Canada training, and he had a tip over, so we got to meet somebody that we were hoping to meet from Canada eventually.
There you
Anyway,
go. You meet some of the nicest people in the emergency
you
room.
do,
You
yeah.
Really do.
It looked like
All right,
Lachlan
here-
had a bit of a hiccup coming over 5, but
yeah, no problems though. The 99.
Watch her going down the hill here. This is where she usually freaks me out. She gets swappy. She kept her in line that time.
She's been one of those riders. I've noticed that over the years. I've been watching Lachlan for the last 4 or 5 years, and she does like to hang it out. She's one of those riders that likes to let the bike run underneath her.
Yeah.
Doesn't get too worried
Yeah.
about it, and it works.
Yeah, a lot of people, when they talk about Lachlan Turner riding, they say she don't even look like a girl on the bike. She looks like a dude. And they don't mean that as a dig. They mean that as a compliment because, like you say, she likes to let it ride loose. She's not real conservative. She lets the bike do a lot of stuff. But she comes from pretty good stock. Her brother turning some heads up there at Supercross these days.
Yeah, I've been watching Lux and Lala over the years here in Texas, out in Mammoth. Seen them in Ponca, all over the place, and not surprised to see the 99 out front.
Right now, Turner, Burgess, Herrick, Phillips, McCoy, Moore, Kurtz, Johnson, Goucher, and Draycott. That's your top 10.
So working that big sweeping left-hand turn, going to come back up the hill as you see this battle. I believe that is the battle going on for the second spot.
Here comes Lachlan through the VMAX switch, back up over the finish line, the 99 Yamaha. Just hammered down here.
Yeah, and right out over the front fender there, really
Very
just kind of
much.
charging.
Yeah.
That is the attack position, as they say.
There
Burgess
is.
and Herrick there, second and third still. So there is that battle for second place. We saw Burgess and Herrick go over the top of the Dragon's Back into the mechanics area turn now. And Burgess able to maintain the gap. Following them over the top here. They're going to come back towards us.
Well, Lachlan turning at a 233. Destiny Burgess turning at a 238. So 5 seconds to lap there. Lachlan has a 12.7 margin over Destiny Burgess in the number 2 spot. Lachlan's fastest lap so far is on lap 2, turning that 233.3.
So following the 99 of Turner back into the inside rhythm section here. And again, up and over that number 6 jump. Going to head down the Freestone Freeway. And got a good shot over the shoulder here as we look at her go down that section, straightening that line out now into the Blake Baggett berm. That rut kind of just snatched the rear tire out a little bit. No big deal. So Turner going to head down the hill here, trying to stretch that lead out. You know, you watch Lachlan ride, and to me, the style is very reminiscent of Hannah Hodges. I don't know if you saw Hannah racing.
Yeah.
That's that same kind of always leaning forward, always on the gas.
Yep.
And just whatever happens to that back tire, she's not concerned. I'm just going to keep the throttle down. And very similar style.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And she does stay in that attack position. She keeps that chin up over the bars. And
so
lets
far,
the back move a lot.
Very similar results, too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she lets that back in do a lot of stuff back there. And like you say, don't get too worked up over it.
No, you let that suspension work for you the way it should.
Here she comes swapping through the 12-pack as we talk about the back end moving.
And I mean, you see a lot of pro riders that have that same kind of, I'm not concerned too much about the bike moving around. Just going to let it do its thing underneath me.
Some really good racing going on through the 12-pack right now between Burgess and Herrick.
Yeah, those two riders have been going at it. Burgess not able to shake the 19. Mila Herrick just staying right on her there. 38 ride of Isla Phillips. She's kind of all alone in fourth. No pressure at all. That's a good place to be. Isla Phillips.
Really good battle here between Bud Moore's baby girl.
She's going to move up to fifth, Luke.
Yep.
So Tinley McCoy having trouble on that lap. So Zoe Moore to fifth, Kiana Kurtz to sixth, Haley Johnson now seventh.
Has Tinley come through yet?
I have not seen the 22. So it looks like a little trouble back there for the 22. We'll see if she can bring things back.
Whoa, swapping into the rollers. Not sure who that was, but what a save. Wowzers, the 45.
So Angelica Vasquez taking a ride, and I believe it might be Tinley McCoy in between the Cemetery Hill step up and the FMF Powell. I saw yellow flags there, and there was a rider down in between. Oh, no, that was Drake.
Yeah, Skylar favoring her left leg. She's coming across, holding her left leg off the peg.
We're at the halfway point for this moto. Drake going to keep on going, so just going to roll it out. Sometimes that's a better way to go. Just kind of loosen up that injury, shake it out as much as you can.
Well, not sure what happened to Tinley McCoy, but we did see Skylar Draycott come through, and it looked like she was favoring her left leg there. Still waiting on Tinley, the 22, but in the meantime, the 99, Lachlan Turner, clicking off 233s, 235s, halfway mark coming across. She's going to have, let's see here, what kind of margin. She had 16 seconds lap time. She's probably going to have 20 plus this time.
Oh, look at that. Looks like the 22 of McCoy having a bike failure. So she's walking, she's upright, and the bike is being pushed. So it looks like maybe the machine and not the person had the issue. That'd be a best case scenario.
Yeah, you hate to see that, but you'd rather see the bike being pushed off than the rider.
This battle between the 19 of Herrick and the 38 of Phillips. Phillips getting the better of her. And Isla, she had been working on that pass for about 3 laps.
Yeah, something happened there. It looked like Mila had a bit of a bobble there after the Dragons back. Lost a little bit of real estate on Isla.
It's easy to make those mistakes at this point in the day, that's for
it
sure.
Is, yeah. Especially when you've been pressured that hard or putting pressure on that hard. And I always struggle being that close to somebody, being able to see my lines without getting my vision disrupted by the bike and the rider being there. Always hindered me from being able to ride quite as clean. Haley Johnson coming across on the 995 Yamaha. She's back there in 7th. Lachlan have a 20-second margin right now, 20 and a quarter second. And she's driving down the hill into the left-hander, the Blake Baggett berm.
And look, it's Shan Garcia down there helping her push the bike off. Does that guy do everything, Luke?
He's not helping push. He's watching.
He's going to be oiling filters later on. He'll stop by and swab out your porta potty for you.
Yeah, what a bummer for Tinley, but glad she's okay. Hate
Yeah.
to see the bike broke, but glad she's not broke. The 379.
Yeah,
coming
frustrating,
across.
but at least not hurt.
Yep. And Skylar Draycott going to have to look like she's going to go ahead and exit the track as well. Maybe her and Tinley did get into each other there. Maybe they're fixing to start pulling. No, they're not going to pull each other's hair. I thought Skylar was going to jump on her. Skylar coming through the tunnel here, I think.
I think those were separate things. I don't think there was any crossover there.
Oh no, I just thought it would make good sell point to have them pulling each other's pigtails, but no, both those are sweethearts. They are absolute sweeties. Have become really close with Skylar Draycott and the family there the last year or two.
All right, Turner knocking down another lap out front here. 2:36 that time around.
Looks like she's backing off ever so slightly.
Yeah,
but
no
she's
need
got-
to charge
yeah.
here. But let's face it, 2:36 isn't exactly slow.
Not at all. No, in these conditions, not at all. And that battle that was brewing there between the 127 of Destiny Burgess and Isla Phillips, Mela Herrick.
Yeah, there's the 19. So Herrick is going to get the spot back. A little trouble for Phillips on that lap. After doing all that work, she's going to give the spot back and drop back to fourth.
And there's Isla coming across. She's in fourth now. Is that correct, Isla?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, she had gotten around Herrick before and then dropped back on that lap. So little back and forth battle.
Looking for the 63 of Zoe Moore, see if she's still holding on to that fifth position.
Yeah, a little got back to that battle. So this is race number 17, the women's 12 plus out on the track. Race 18, 65, 10, 11 next off the gate. Race 19, the 125, 12 to 17, you should be in staging. And race number 20, Masters 50 plus and Vet 30 plus, you should be down in staging as well.
Well, don't forget the fishing tournament tonight at 6. Big fish and small fish tournament.
Yeah, the old FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. Malcolm Stewart involved in it this year as well. FMF also makes some really cool trophies for this, too. So whether you get the biggest fish or the smallest, they come up with some really cool trophies from the FMF rig. I know Kyle Dangler over there, the mad scientist, probably went to work to make himself some trophies for the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. And, of course, that's at 6, 7 o'clock. Stasic Madness on the Stasic track. Luke, you're going to be dealing with the Stasic maniacs over there.
I'm excited to be the guy to go over there and kind of spearhead that. Looking forward to the Stasic World Championships tonight.
That's just because they don't want you over there cheating at the fishing tournament.
Yeah,
to go over there with a bow and
get the
arrow
old
and bringing in
telephone.
some big fish.
Yeah, the old crank telephone. I'd be shocking them up.
So there's Turner. The 99 Yamaha ride continues to run out front with a solid lead. So the Fly Factory Connection 100% at Cherby's Mika Metals DT1 ride continues to get it done at the front of the pack here in the women's 12 plus.
Turner, Burgess, Herrick, Phillips, Moore, Kurtz, Johnson, Gallagher, O'Brien, and Ferguson. That is your top 10.
And I'll tell you what, Mela Herrick picking up the pace now. She just put in a 2:34 to Burgess's 2:40. She just chopped 4 seconds off the gap. Now it's down to 4.8. So Herrick finding some new gears out there.
Well, these longer motos, you know, I know Herrick gets quite a bit of seat time. You don't know what Destiny Burgess is getting in, but these long motos and these track conditions, I don't know if a lot of people have maybe never experienced it before, but when the forearm pump happens and you just can't breathe anymore, but the forearm pump to me was the worst. I couldn't feel my levers anymore to tell how much brake pressure I was putting on or the throttle I was given. I mean, it just, the wheels come off at that point.
Yeah,
and
you're along for the ride.
Yeah, and that might be what we're seeing with Destiny here. We'll keep an eye on that, but Lachlan making her way through the field, through the back markers here.
Yeah, looking at her go down that Freestone freeway, the overhead shot from the drone into the Blake Baggett turn. And again, she's been pretty much consistently hitting this line right through the middle, going to fade out a little bit, try to get as much drive up the top as she can.
She is noticeably on cruise control right now, Don. I mean, she is back so far off. She's just checking things out, looking the track over, keeping herself and the bike in one piece.
And I'll tell you what, Luke, Herrick is chasing down the 127. They're going to be down in that Blake Baggett berm together now.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, I think
it's just a question of time now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it might just be a matter of she doesn't run out of laps. It looks like she might be able to pull it off. Dealing with a little bit of back marker action there right now, but looks like she's going to get around there clean, does Herrick. And she's got her sight set on Burgess. Like you said, last time through there was a 4-second margin, 4.8 second. When they come back through this next time, we'll be able to get looks like the white flag in hand here. So one lap to go once they come across. And here comes 99 Lachlan Turner. She is absolutely cruising through the 12-pack here.
And that's going to be the white flag. So the battle between Herrick and Burgess might get a little hectic now because this is the final lap. So waiting for him to come down into that Texas 12-pack. It's going to be just a few seconds. Here we go. Side by side, and the 19 makes the move.
Wow.
So Mila Herrick picking off Destiny Burgess on the final lap. And it does look like Burgess might be struggling with a little bit of arm pump. You notice she's really grabbing with the legs up and over that jump, which tells me she wanted to try to loosen up her grip a little while she was in the air.
Yeah, once you lose it, it's hard to recover out there on the track. It's really tough to get it back. But, yeah, that's what it looks like probably happened. She probably just pumped up, running, pushing hard, these long motos. And
a rough track. You're trying to hold on for dear life in some cases.
Yeah, it's a spooky feeling. It really is. It's scary because you're trying to run your 10/10ths and trying to keep the position, but you can't feel your hands anymore, and it's just a crazy sensation when they go numb.
A few of the riders I've talked to about that over the years, that's what they said. It's like you get to the point where you don't even feel like you can hold on anymore. You're literally going to get pulled off the back of the bike.
It's absolutely mortifyingly scary because you can't feel your hands anymore, so you can't feel the bars. And, I mean, there was literally times when I would, out of my peripheral, just kind of look to make sure the bars were still in my hands. And when I would hit a swap, get a tank slapper, and it was like...
Do I still have a hold on these things?
Yeah.
Well, whatever the issue, the 19 of Mila Herrick going to be the benefactor as the Gas rider marched up through and made the pass into second. And again, second place in the first moto. That puts you in a good position for the overall.
Yep.
Yes, Lachlan Turner is probably going to be the favorite, but we've seen it happen.
Yep. Anything can happen.
You got to get all those laps in.
We
and
just
in a
watched
long
Timmy
moto,
McCoy push a bike off the racetrack, so
That's it.
anything can happen.
Yeah, you never know. But for right now, I think we do know that the 99 Yamaha ride going to be on her way up to the checkered flag shortly as we follow her down through that lower section one final time. And that's it, the checkered flag, the race win. The Fly Factory Connection 100% FMF Team Dunlop Elite Ride of Lachlan Turner. Lala taking the win there in the women's 12+. And I got a feeling, Luke, we're going to be saying that a lot over the years.
Yeah, no, it's not an unfamiliar name to anybody in the sport, but yeah, these next few years, she's turning heads.
Yeah, so Mila Herrick going to get that second spot. Destiny Burgess going to hang on to third. We're looking for Isla Phillips and Zoe Moore to round out the top five, but now it's going to be time to talk to our moto winner. And we will get ready to send it on down to the victory podium to, I'm sure, a very happy Lachlan Turner. And Dean, will send it to you.
Finally got here Lachlan Turner. Lachlan, that was a pretty long moto, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not used to that long.
Yeah, but you made it happen. You fought it out. How rough is the track out? Is it getting pretty rough?
It's pretty rough, just, yeah.
Is what it is, right? Well, how'd the moto go for you? Did you get that whole shot?
Yeah, I got a whole shot, surprisingly. I've been getting better at those. And yeah, I just rode consistent, I guess. My hands kept flying off, but I tried to hold on the whole moto.
Does that due to maybe a little bit of arm pump?
Yeah.
I've been there, done that. I got pumped up one time. I was going through the roller section. I totally lost my grip. So hopefully you get back, get hydrated, get that figured out. What do you think?
Yeah, I just need to ride more.
I hear you. Well, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Mom and Dad, the whole Altus Yamaha Blue Crew amateur team, 100% Nick and Dave from 100%, Rob Fox from Dunlop, FMF and Joel, and just everyone who believes in me and gets me here.
All right, guys, go to the all up here in that win. What we got next?
All right, Dean, we've got the riders in the 65, 10, 11 next, but it looks like right now we are taking a moment to put a little bit of water down on the track, rejuvenate the track surface a little in a couple of spots here. So we are indeed going to throw down a little bit of water as you see the trucks rolling down those water truck lanes.
These guys have done an incredible job today, Don, of keeping this track in fantastic shape, keeping the moisture in it. Race number 18 on the starting line. That's the 65cc 10 to 11. Not sure how deep we'll get today, but nice to see us at least race number 18.
Yeah, I mean, we've been looked at the weather earlier in the week, and it may not have looked like we were going to be doing this, but as always, the Freestone track crew getting everything ready to go, back in tip-top shape, and they've been right on it all day long. You have to take a few breaks for this water because the wind is still blowing a little bit, certainly not like it was on Tuesday or even yesterday, but we are still seeing the flags move, so they got to keep that water in the dirt, keep the traction down there for the riders. Hopefully everybody making their way around the pits to talk to all the vendors, all of the sponsors of the event. We've got plenty of time here this week to do that, so make your way through the pits. There is a whole bunch of people out there that have helped to make this happen. And don't forget, coming up tonight, 6 o'clock, the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. We got FMF trophies for the biggest and smallest fish and a jersey from Malcolm for the biggest fish caught. And then, of course, 7 o'clock, we got the Stasic race. And right now, we've got the 65, 10, 11 off the gate. Let's see who's going to grab the Tamer hole shot here. And it looks like it might be Racing Kylan. So the 254, Racing Kylan, going to grab the hole shot. Beckham Smith on the 23 will make the move around immediately. And now the 66 ride. Eli Herrick going to make the move into second.
Podium check, check, check. Podium check, 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 check.
So leaders out of that double down section going to make the left and head up to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Well, Don, what an incredible start by Racing Kyler, getting that hole shot there. She come out of off that start gate, just heeled back over that back fender, letting that little Cobra eat. She's still holding on to the number 3 spot. She's coming under pressure now as they drive down the hill there into that left-hander before number 5. And it looks like she's going to give up that final podium position for the moment.
The leader's coming back to the inside here.
Looks like Beckham Smith on the 23 machine still out front.
Yep, Smith with the lead here.
66 still holding on to the number 2 spot.
Yeah, and it looks like Parker Beckington on the 32 making the move to 3rd now.
Race number 18 on the track, 19. 19 on the gate, 20 in staging. Looking down the list here. Trying to deduce. Waiting for him to come up over Cemetery Hill. Slam into the FMF power wall, down through the Texas 12-pack. And here they come. Into the FMF power wall. And here is Beckham Smith on the 23 machine out front here. Through the 12-pack up over the finish line. And there's a 66 still holding on to that number 2 spot. The 32, there's a 314. It looks like Racing has been relegated back to 5th. But she's still got that Cobra on the throttle stop, letting her eat. So right now it's Smith, Herrick, Beckington, Gresham, Kyler, Henson, Cabildo, Paxton, Sedgwick, and Hinton. That's your top 10. In 11th, you got Tix, followed by Annison, McBride, Brockmuller, Corbin, Hohenstein, Reneker, Cox, TeCrebe, Cotton, and Hill. That's down through 21st place. Looking out here on the track, looking down the bottom of the hill there into the left-hander up over number 5. Still got the 23, Beckham Smith out front. Still looks to be the 66 machine. Eli Herrick out of Thornton, Colorado. 11-year-old KTM mounted rider, clinging tight to that number 2 position. Looks like the 32, Beckington still in the number 3 spot. But he is coming under pressure now from, looks like, the 914 of Maverick Gresham Lewis out of Yuba City, California. And it looks like Gresham Lewis may have been able to take that spot. Let me get the binos up. Not so much, nope. He did not take the position away from the 32 of Beckington. They're back into that Loop 270 section. Into the mildly rutted Loop 270. Looking out here across the racetrack, getting our visit on up here, but here he comes up over Cemetery Hill. Beckham Smith on the 23 machine, up and over the FMF power wall. Pounding through the 12-pack. Really carrying good speed through the 12-pack is the 23 of Beckham Smith up and over the finish line here. There comes a 66. The 32 still under pressure from the 914. Racing Kyler brake tapping, trying to bring that front end back down. She's really having to stretch it to get over this finish line here. And in order to stretch it, she's having to basically kiss the front fender, get it high, and then she's having to tap that rear brake to bring the front end down so she can land on the gas. So Beckham Smith turning a 2:43 lap time. Eli Herrick turning a 2:47. Beckington turning a 2:48. Right now, Smith has a 7.9 second margin out over Beckham Smith. Over Eli Herrick does Beckham Smith. Beckington 3.2 seconds back off of that. Maverick 1.2 behind there. Talon Henson back there in fifth now. Racing Kyler drops back into that number 6 spot. Followed by Paxton, Tix, McBride, and Anderson. That is your top 10. 3 KTMs on the podium here. Followed by a Gas, a Yamaha in fifth. Then we go Cobra, Gas, KTM, Gas, Cobra for your top 10. Smith, Herrick, Beckington, 23:66.32. Smith turning the fastest lap with a 2:43.8 on the second lap, with Herrick turning a 2:47 as the next fastest lap. So, yeah, 4 seconds a lap faster is Smith over his closest competition of Herrick.
And it looks like we got the cross sticks out there, so approaching that halfway point, Luke.
Here comes Smith through the 12-pack. He's going to get that halfway point that Don was just pointing out. I'm sure Beckham is excited to see that. He's got at least a 10-second margin now, probably a little bit more. He turned a 42.3 that time. Fastest lap of the race here on lap 3 turns Beckham Smith. Let's see what his competition's turning. A 2:48. So they're 13 seconds back. So he's going faster. They're going slower.
So we have got the cross sticks out. We are at the halfway point here for the 65-10-11. Beckham Smith, Eli Herrick, Parker Beckington, Maverick Gresham Lewis, and Talon Henson still running in the top 5. And looking at the deep ruts as we follow this rider up and over that Kawasaki. The triple step up there and up into...
Don, you're not whistling Dixie on deep ruts. It's gnarly
ridiculous
out there. Every part of this racetrack is gnarly right now. They ripped it deep and got it nice and juicy this morning, and so it's national track rough right now, that's for sure. Smith turned it to 2:42 that last lap. Herrick at 2:48. Beckington turned to 2:47, and he's not that far off the back wheel of Herrick. So we're just halfway through the moto right now, just a touch over halfway. We might be able to see Beckington and Herrick do a little battle, and not too far back behind that is the 914 Gresham Lewis. So we could end up having a 3-bike battle for that number 2 spot. We'll keep an eye on that between the 6632 and 914. Right now, Beckham Smith, the main battle he's got is just to keep the bike in one piece and keep his mind in it. Don't let this big margin let him get too comfortable with this lead. He's coming through the VMAX switchback, and he just took a line that Shan Garcia pointed out to me that he just showed me video of it, and I just watched Beckham Smith take that line. And that's next level stuff for these young riders to be able to sort that stuff out at pace, to find these lines in this track that's so decomposed, to still be shopping, still be hunting and looking for smooth lines. Beckham Smith still turning 243s out there. Let's see what Eli Herrick turns. I know we're talking about the 65cc 10 to 11, but Shan Garcia showing me an iPhone photo that he just took of Lachlan Turner out there, just strutting the form, strutting the technique, man, absolutely beautiful. She's a fun young lady to watch on a dirt bike, and she's so humble, so laid back. I got to interview her in Amarillo a couple years ago at a qualifier and had her come up for an interview a year or two ago, and she was just so meek and humble. And I don't know, I'm a Lachlan fan, have been for a long time, and it just keeps getting better. The fandom keeps just getting stronger. Like to watch the young lady ride. Right now, Beckham Smith has a 17.225 margin over Eli Herrick. And Beckham Smith starting to turn his slower lap times here on lap 4, turning a 243. 997 versus his best lap of a 242.355. And continuing to margin out. Even turning his slower lap times. Race number 18 on the track, 19 on the gate, 20 in staging.
I got to tell you, look at the 100 Cobra of Parker Renneker. He's got that gold rim on the front, black rim on the back. Just went through that Dragon's back. That's a pretty stylish look on that little 65.
Well, you know, as a parent, I always like trying to do that kind of stuff with my riders because I can spot them from afar. They're easy to pick. Nowadays, you can't do mohawks or stuff hanging off the helmet, so you have to find other ways to be able to differentiate your rider. Your best bet is to just make him be the one out front. Right now, it's Smith, Herrick.
All right, yeah, looking through. Picking up the over-the-shoulder shot here. As heading up the Cemetery Hill step up and into that FMF power wall. And here comes your leader down into the Texas 12 pack.
Don, did you catch any footage of the drone footage of the other side of the power wall just then?
No, I did
it's
not.
Nasty,
I didn't have
bro.
It
it's gnarly.
There you go.
Yeah, it's beat up.
I would say that there is nowhere on this track that is not beat up at this point, Luke.
Right, but you know the line that Shan was just showing us from the woman that was coming through the VMAX switchback, that one smooth section I just watched last lap, Beckham Smith take that exact same line. So he's out there shopping. He's
been here a few times before. He knows where to look.
Yep.
There's Herrick on the 66 hanging on a second. Maverick Gresham Lewis and the 32 Parker Beckington there is third and fourth.
Talon Henson coming across, still holding on to that fifth spot there on that Yamaha, the 149. Racing Kyler, she took the whole shot. She did. She took the whole shot. She ran out front there for a couple of corners, and she ran towards the front for a couple of laps there. And she's been looking really strong the entire moto, turning a 254 that time through. She's 11 seconds off the rider in fifth, Talon Henson. So it's Smith, Herrick, Gresham, Beckington, Henson, Cotter, McBride, Tix, Paxton, Anson now. That is your top 10. Oh, we got one down here
Yeah.
after the finish line. Threw the rollers here before the Dragon's back, but he's getting back up on top of the machine.
Yep, pulling it up.
Great to see that rider get back up on top of the bike. Did not
Yeah.
see what happened there. Just seen the bike and rider laying there from the caution out.
Tough spot to be in, too. He's trying to get that bike going. He's kind of sitting in the middle of the ruts. That's a tough spot.
Yeah.
All right, there is the 23 KTM. There's Beckham Smith, and there's the white flag, Luke. So we are on the final time around for the 65 10-11.
Well, we should be seeing him come through here in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds for that final lap. 19-second margin over Herrick. Right now it's Smith, Herrick, Gresham, Beckington, and Henson. That's your top five. Beckham Smith's fastest lap on lap 3 was a 2:42.355.
There's Maverick Gresham Lewis, the 914. Oh, the 32, Rhett Beckington bouncing that finish line jump. Well, and sometimes that can go badly if you
Yes,
bounce
it
off
can.
that thing, but he
Yeah.
was able to just corral that horse back underneath him.
Watching these riders going down the hill over there, they're just looking for anything, not smooth, just smoother.
Just relatively smooth.
Yeah.
Something that's not going to boot you all over.
Yeah. And they're having a tough time finding that anywhere on the racetrack right now. It is rough. This is national caliber rough, no doubt about it. One of those kind of deals that if you get an opportunity to get some photos, just to archive, to have in memory lane of, man, I rode this when it was that rough.
So we're going to final lap here for 65cc 1011 race 18. 125 rider is going to be next off the gate. That's race 19. Race 20, the Masters 50 plus and Vet 30 plus. You should be in staging. Race 21, the Super Mini 2 in staging as well. All right, well, there we go. Checkered flag, and Beckham Smith gets the race win. And a solid and commanding lead for Beckham Smith. 23-second gap. We're looking for Eli Herrick, Maverick Gresham Lewis second and third. Beckington and Talon Hinson to round out the top five. And right now we're going to get ready to let Beckham Smith pop that helmet off. Get ready to go and send it down to the podium. So, Dean, we will send it to you.
Yeah, I'm down here with Beckham Smith. Beckham, a solid, outstanding ride. How'd it go, man? What's the track?
Harder than you think it is.
You know, I think it's pretty hard, though, man. What's your favorite part of the track right now?
Probably the whole thing, but my favorite part is the rollers.
Yeah, dude, I'm a big rollers fan, too. Just hold it on, let her eat. How'd that moto go?
It was good. I got a good start. Got the whole shot and just run my race.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Well, hey, I know you got a lot of people in your corner, so tell me who you would like to thank.
My mom, my dad, my brother, Jesus.
All right, guys, that's that's Beckham Smith getting it done right there on the podium, taking that first moto win. Hey, you guys up there in Stage 6 Tower, what's coming up next?
Race number 19 on the starting line as these last few riders, race number 18, making their way across the finish line. Dean Dias, you've been doing an incredible job down there today, man. You always crush it down there. Race number 19 on the starting line. It's 125cc, 12 to 17. 30 entries down there, Don. Then we got a pretty full gate. This ought to be a humdinger to get the call.
Yeah, we do. 32 strokes, getting ready to fire off that start gate. Here we go.
RPMs are up.
So Brady Olson with the whole shot there. And it looks like, Tristan Pruitt in the second spot on the number 7, but Olson, nice whole shot there on the Adventure Moto, WTT Race Team, MX Tire, Scott Dunlop Tamer ride. That Tamer whole shot device helping him dial in the start. All right, looks like Cody Lesser going to make the move up to third on that 11 Yamaha ride. And we got a side-by-side battle for the lead. Looks like the 7 on the inside going to take it away. So Tristan Pruitt making a move up into the lead. And Mitch Pearson on the 4. Actually, it might be Kane Bolasana. So it is Bolasana taking the 4th spot. So first lap well underway here for the riders in the 125, 12 to 17. Looking at your top 3 in the overhead shot from the drone. And Pruitt starting to get away. And here we go down to the big Suzuki sweeper. Luke, we have got 3 riders duking it out front.
They're all just picking different ruts, trying to find the best one of the bunch. And there is plenty up and down there.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely, but whatever you pick, grab a fistful and put it on the throttle stop.
Oh, here we go. Pruitt going to get a little bit ahead. We've got a good battle for second.
Boy, it is tight. Going to try to sweep around the outside is the 14 machine.
And the drive up the hill. Here we go over the FMF Powerwall, looking for your leader to the Texas 12-pack.
Here comes the race leader, pounding that number 7 machine through the 12-pack. Looking for anything smooth here through the VMAX switchback. Look at the 14 machine carrying the momentum.
Yeah,
wow.
That's the 14 of Bolasina. So Tristan Pruitt, Kane Bolasina, and Brady Olson, top 3 Lesser on the 11 in 4th. And Cannon Hargrave going to round out the top 5. Luke?
Anderson there back there in 6th, not too far back with 1.6 seconds, followed by Camden Kemp. Cameron Dorman, that's your top 10. Race number 19 on the racetrack right now. Race number 20 on the gate, 21 in staging. Pull up the trusty timepiece, see where we're at on time. .427 right now. Not sure how far we're going to go here. We'll let you guys know as we know. Race leader dropping down into the left-hander there before number 5, coming back up over the top. Got that bike heeled over. Suspension working triple time now. These guys not just getting time and a half. They're getting triple time as much as the suspension's working. These guys going far out to the edge of the track, trying to find the smoothest stuff they can find driving down the hill. These bikes absolutely swapping back and forth. Lock to lock on the bar stop coming up.
So it looks like Lassar on the 11 kind of breaking away from the 5th place ride of Cannon Hargrove. Starting to see a little bit of a gap developing there. Chase Anderson, Austin Camden right there with Hargrove. So we'll see if those riders can push forward and make that a 4-way ride for that 4th place spot.
Following back through the Suzuki sweeper right now. Looks like the 14 machine getting some close drone shots. Standing on the pegs through that rough stuff, trying to keep that suspension working and not working against it by having his Keesler on the seat. Into the left, into the deep stuff there on that far outside as they're driving up through
All right, here comes your leader, Pruitt, over the top of the FMF power wall. 125 is going to go 5 laps. We got the Masters 50 Plus and Vet 30 Plus race 20 next off the gate. Race 21, Super Mini riders, you should be in staging. So we've had a lot of folks asking us what will be the final moto today. We'll be racing through moto number 23, and then after moto 23, they're going to flatten out the track a little bit and do the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive. And that'll be the last moto today. So again, we're going to race through the 65, 10, 11, race 23 in the order today, and then take a break to do a little bit of smoothing on the track. And then the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive will be the final moto today.
Yeah, Shane Garcia pointing out we got a lot of fans down here going old school, got the hats whirly-birding around trying to cheer their riders on. Actually, a lot of spectators down here on the infield. Cool to see that. Yeah, it's scrumptious out there, man. Everything about this day has been absolutely perfect for racing dirt bikes.
All right, so looking for your leaders all the way down to the bottom of the hill here, following the around the outside, heading back up out of the Team Cramp sweeper. And looking at the rider on the screen there into that Kawasaki step-up section.
I just watched Landon Bartol going down the hill here. Made one of those kind of saves where after it, you said, I don't know how I saved it. I know how he saved it. He closed his eyes and hung on real tight because he was just about to loop that sucker out and just stayed in it.
It's a good plan.
Pruitt comes across turning a 222 that time. 222.4.
Bolasina closing up on him, though, for a 222.6. He's cut the gap down.
Just a touch slower was Bolasina that time. Dirty old man.
So looking at the number 7 of Tristan Pruitt working the right-hand side of the track. Going to make that sharp 90-degree left up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Look at the suspension working on that number 7 machine as he drives down the hill.
Yeah, look at that overhead shot. As he goes down there, look at the lines in this turn right here, Luke.
Wow.
They are deep and...
Whoa,
he
cross-runs there.
Right out.
Dude.
Man, that is 20 miles of bad road down there.
Look at him going to the far outside, just trying to find the smoothest stuff he can find. A lot of these riders going all the way to the edge of the track down the hill here.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, that was what Andrew Short was doing earlier. That was the smoothest place, and it hard to believe that that's still it. But when you watch the bikes going down through there, when you go through those rollers, man, it really upsets the suspension.
And he's able to hold the advantage over Kane Bolasina, so... Like I said, almost identical lap times, but they've got, Bolasina's going to have to find something else to close that 2-second gap.
Yeah, also not too far off the back wheel there. He's 5 seconds back off Bolasina. Any kind of a bobble there, and he's ready to kind of make a move. But
mistakes easy to make at this point in the day.
Absolutely.
So again, we got race 19 on the track, race 20, the Masters 50 Plus and Vet 30 Plus next off the gate. Race 21, Super Mini 2, 13 to 16, make your way to staging. Race 23, Micro 3 Senior, 7 to 8 Limited in staging. And race 23, 65cc 1011 Limited, make your way to staging. And then right after race 23, we'll have the final moto today, the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive.
All Right now it's Pruitt, Bolasina, Olson, Lesser, Hargrove. That's your top 5. Husqvarna, Yamaha, KTM, Yamaha.
And I'll tell you what, Kane Bolasina's got his whole crew down there on the fences. As he came through chasing after Pruitt, they were just cheering him on.
Well, he's
going
right
to move
there
over to the
now.
inside now.
He turned a faster lap time. Did Bolasina did over Pruitt that time by just about a half a second.
Cuts it down to a 1.5 second gap now.
Yep.
And we're on the white flag lap, so if something's going to happen, it's going to have to happen soon.
You're right. White flag is out, so he's going to have to put the head down, try to make it happen here. Try to keep an eye on that battle a little closer.
Here we go, coming out of that double down section. Pruitt holding the gap.
Wow, Pruitt carrying really good speed down there through the double down. Charging hard up to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, the right-hand corner. Looks like both riders. Now looks like
Pruitt kind of went through the midline there, but
Bolasina took a little tighter line there.
And again, this spot here with all of those lines, we watched Pruitt get booted around there before.
Watch the cheering section here for Bolasina. Got them caps off, doing the rally.
The rally caps are on.
Yes, sir. Charging down the hill into that Blake Baggett left-hander. Up over the Texas three-step, doing the two-step on her.
Neither of them able to get that triple because it's just too rough as a takeoff.
Yeah, the run-up is so gnarly over there right now.
All right, here we go. One more run down through the big Suzuki sweeper, the Loop 270. Bolasina using the outside line. He is absolutely laid over on the gas.
Well, he's got about a quarter of a lap to try to figure this thing out.
Oh, nice move to the inside. He's right on him. He was right on him on that inside off camber, but couldn't get cleanly out of the turn. And we are going to watch for the run up to the top of Cemetery Hill here in the battle for the lead. There's Pruitt. There's Bolasina. And it looks like Pruitt may have just enough of a gap to hang on to this one.
Looks like he's going to make his way clean through the 12-pack into the VMAX switchback. And you're right. Looks like the 7 machine going to take the checker. Looks back over his shoulder, gives a fist pump.
I'll tell you what, yeah, that was a great battle. And Bolasina made him work for that one. Brady Olson going to hang on to third. There's the 11 of Colby Lessar, fourth. And we are looking for the rider on the 71, Alessandro Carmina. Going to round out your top 5. That'll do it for the 125 riders. We have got the Masters 50 Plus and Bet 30 Plus next off the gate. But right now it's going to be time to send it down to Dean Dias to talk to our moto winner down there on the podium. And Dean, we'll send it to you, sir.
We had to get those freight numbers down. We got them down up here with Tristan Pruitt, man, making it happen, Captain. How's it feel?
Feels good. Had a little bit of a rough weekend last week, but it's good to get back on top of the box.
But that's what you got to do. You got to move onward, right? Onward. How'd that?
It went good. I was second on the start behind Brady Olson. He's a good friend of mine. He had good starts, made my passes quick, and then just had a good race.
Doing a fishing tournament tonight?
Probably not.
All the kids go down there and check you out.
I thank God for keeping me safe. My parents, everything they do for me. My grandparents, my grandma's here. Motorsport Hillsborough, give me some bikes. Lynx Racing, give me those fast bikes. TCD Suspension, keeping it smooth out there. Mika Metal Bars, Bell Helmets, Monster Army. This is a monster paid event. Get some money with this. Just everyone that helps me get up here. 110 Racing, Alpine Star. Everyone, thank you.
All right, Pruitt, you're winning the 125 12-17 class. Done like a champ down here. What do you guys got going up there in this beautiful Stasic Tower?
Well, I'll tell you what, Dean, we have got the Masters 50 Plus and Vet 30 Plus next down the start straight. Race 21, Super Mini 2 going to be next in staging. Race 22, Micro 3 Senior in staging. And the 65, 10, 11 is going to be the final race in the program as far as the order goes. But right after race 23, 65, 10, 11, we are going to bring out the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive. So those riders need to start making their way down to staging as well. The Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive will be the final race today. They're going to do a little bit of prep before that PW Moto. And here we go with the Masters 50 Plus, Vet 30 Plus. So it looks like we don't have a number on that one there. That might be Cody Lawrence. Shane Kelleher, the scary man, up into second. And it looks like Dangler about fourth as they run. But we've got two different classes out there, so we'll have to solidify who's where as far as which class goes. All right, so the rider out at the front of the pack right now, no numbers at all, so parts unknown. Apparently he is on the FBI watch list. He can't put numbers on the bike. Yep.
Second
so
off the
Shane
track.
Kelleher, the 887 there running his second. Looks like Keegan Labonte, the 910 in third. All right, so nice overhead there as we watch our lead pack in this Masters 50 Plus Vet 30 Plus working through the first couple of laps. Up and over the top of the FMF power wall. And it looks like Tracy Cloy out front on the KTM for the Vet 30 Plus. Shane Kelleher in second on the 887. Keegan Labonte on the 910 in third. It's the 549 of Kyle Dangler running fourth. Brooke Whipple in the fifth spot there. Kevin Lizarraga, the 86, out in front in the Masters 50 Plus. Tressa Rao in second. So Tracy Cloy with the early lead here, the 887 Kelleher trying to hunt that rider down. Keegan Labonte on the 910 going to come around and up and over the top of number 5 running in third. And Kelleher and Labonte, a pair of New England riders who are very familiar with racing against each other. So Masters 50-plus vet, 30-plus riders on the track. Again, race number 20 in the order. So we're going to be doing Super Mini 2, 13 to 16 next. Micro 3 Senior, 7 to 8 limited. You should be in staging. 65, 10, 11 limited in staging. And then we will go to the final moto today, the Micro 1, 4 to 6 shaft drive. You should be in staging as well. All right, Kelleher on the gas, trying to chase down to 37 Cloy as they head to that Dragon's Back setup. The left-hander going by the mechanics area now.
Well, look at these lap times between Cloy and Kelleher. They're both turning 232s, so they're right there on top of each other. 1.8 seconds back is Kelleher behind Cloy. Lizarraga out front of Rao. Rao 1.2 seconds off Lizarraga, so we'll keep an eye on that battle. See if Tressa has anything to offer Lizarraga.
So Tressa Rao taking the lead away in the Masters 50-plus. Lizarraga now to second. Don Wells running in third. And here is the battle for the lead in the vet 30-plus. Tracy Cloy, Shane Kelleher. Kelleher closing the gap up. It's down to 1.8. And he is continuing to try to close the gap. Whoa, Labonte getting booted all over in that Freestone freeway. Oh, Kelleher goes down in the rollers. Kelleher swaps out and goes down in the roller section.
Before he hit the ground, he was already getting that bike back up.
Yeah.
Dude, he's an animal.
I'll tell you right now, that guy is as
Scary
tough as a
animal.
piece of shoe leather. That guy is tougher than any beef jerky that you've ever had in your life.
Well, speaking of beef jerky, this adrenaline jerky, they just brought some samples up, and it's some fine dining, boys.
Oh, yeah, it is not tough at all. It is tender and
It
sweet.
is.
Get you
I
some of
opened
that.
my package, and there was a youngster sitting here, and I could tell he was eyeballing it. He finally said, "Can I have a piece of that?" And I was like, I almost
Slapped him
backhanded
right across the
I
head.
let him have a piece, but it was like I was honestly a little bit grudging. I was like, I want to take that home and eat it myself, you little weirdo.
That's it.
Yeah, we haven't fed us today. That's my Did you already eat yours? No. Oh, stashed it. As soon as I started opening it, I could feel all the eyes of everybody in the room on me. Yep. And that little guy, he just kind of started moving in for the kill. Well, much gratitude for the Adrenaline Jerky Company taking care of us up here.
So after that little miscue, Tracy Cloy going to have plenty of room here, not going to have to worry too much. Kelleher really making a charge on that lap, and it looked like he just got a little too much to the side in the rollers. I just happened to catch that right out of the corner of my eye. And, yeah, you are absolutely right, Luke. He was already trying to jump up before he hit the ground.
Yeah, he was
Just
flying
roll
through
out
the
of
air
it.
trying to scoop himself up already.
That's it. Roll right out of it, lug that big dog up, and get going.
There's Tressa Rao coming across on the 701. She is out front in the plus 50. You got to know these plus 50 guys are loving every second of this racetrack at this point in the day.
Yeah, it
Or
is
not.
going to take all the years of experience you have to navigate this course, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal out there. So we are on race 20, race 21 on the starting line, 22 in staging and in pre-staging. Race 23. We're going to try to run through that one today.
Yeah, 65, 10, 11 limited. And then we will go right after that to the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive. The PW will be the final moto today. And as you know, we are going to be doing a little bit of track prep before we send them out there. So, again, Super Mini, Micro 3, 65, 10, 11, and then the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive. So working the final lap here.
All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We got some packages here. We got Verb Moto. You got a package. Bachelor. Looks like Bachelor, you got one out there. Duroc as well. So Duroc, Bachelor, Verb Moto, and of course Weber. I think y'all had one earlier. Maybe you got another one in there. But Weber, Duroc, Bachelor, and Verb Moto. Again, attention in the pits. We got some packages delivered. Verb Moto, Bachelor, Duroc, and Weber.
So looking at the overhead here, that wide shot as we watch the riders head down the up and over the FMF power wall. And through that Texas 12-pack there is your leader, Tracy Cloy. And the checkered flag going to come out. That'll be the race win for the 37 KTM of Cloy.
I feel like the 50 Masters guys got robbed by not getting a 20-minute moto. I just don't feel like that's fair at all.
They definitely want that. 30 plus 2.
Yeah, 30 plus 2.
But Tracy Cloy taking the win there. We're looking for Shane Kelleher, Keegan Labonte, second and third. And the race win in the Masters 50 Plus going to be Tressa Rao with Kevin Lizarraga and Don Wells second and third. And that's going to do it for the vet riders. And we'll get around it now, send it down to the podium. We're going to have a couple of riders down there to talk to you, Dean. So we'll send it to you.
All right, taking the moto win in the Vet 30 Plus, Tracy Cloy, man. How was it out there?
Man, it was good. It's
angled, but that's what you come to do, is come here to ride for 20 minutes and ride a gnarly track, get ready for the rest of the year. So.
Absolutely, right? A legit motocross track.
Yeah.
Race number 21 underway.
All the weather and everything they got dealt.
Waiting for the word from Shan Garcia.
Track changes
Darren
are
Pine
awesome,
time.
Hasn't been my favorite place to come race, but it's actually been really fun today. I had an early moto, a late moto, so both conditions, track, man, it's good. I wish I had a little more endurance to do it, but yeah.
That's awesome, man. Well, I'm glad you're having fun, and I know you got a lot of people supporting you, so who would you like to thank?
Yeah, my wife for taking care of the company while I'm gone doing this stuff last minute. Thanks to her mostly, family. Yeah, just fortunate to be able to ride these things and do what we love. So yeah, family, HB Moto, Adventure. Alpine Stars, Rental, Guts Racing, Recluse, 100%. Yeah, it's just cool to be out here.
All right, guys, give it for Tracy Cloy. You're winning the vet 30-plus class. Dress her out. Just get off the track. See if she's going to make her way up here. While we wait on Tressa, let me know what's going on out there on the track, boys.
Thank you, Dean. Man, sorry about jumping on top of you there. I couldn't hear you over the bikes taking off, and I got all excited. Shan Garcia was calling out the whole shot. I've jumped on him twice down there today, and just feel goonish. But hey,
don't believe him, Dean. He did it on purpose. You're going to have to fight later on.
Yeah, sure, might as well.
So Darren Pine, the gas rider with the whole shot here for the Super Mini 2, he's going to try to lead him around. We'll get a look at the numbers and the running order shortly as they make their way back up the hill. As I can see him heading down to the team cramp sweeper. We're going to look for him over the top of Cemetery Hill in just a moment here.
Man, had a great interview with Darren Pine last night. It was great to talk to him, talk about him over recovering from injuries, and one of those guys that they just don't seem to really haunt him too deeply. And that's a knack in its own right. You have some people are just gifted that way, and he seems to be one of them. He seems to be gifted to make his way through the Texas 12-pack. He's coming through on the 58 machine out front here. To finish lap one with a 1:29. No surprise at all to see Gage Brown, downtown Gage Brown in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, Reese Seba in third. Ryder Ellis and Dane Pappas going to round out the top 5. And then Brody Moss, Knox Lewin, Elliott Bauscher, Maddox Temmerman, and rounding out the top 10 going to be the 41, Jake Willis. What do you think? We're going to see Darren Pine run away with it again there, Luke?
Man, I think there's a pretty good chance, but this is a 20+1. The track is extremely rough. And as we've seen throughout these last few motos, anything can happen.
Not only that, but Gage Brown has had a pretty good pace today, too. He's taken himself to the front of the pack a couple times.
He sure has, yeah.
This looks to be a pretty good battle we're going to see shape up here.
Yeah, these guys are no stranger to seeing each other on the racetrack. And right now, this is a battle of Texas. Shan Garcia telling us.
They see each other on the racetrack. They're in the restaurant kind of elbowing each other, trying to get to the table first.
Either one of them just super excited to get down to the podium so I can try to interrupt it.
There you go. See that? Something to look forward to.
Darren Pine on the 58. Who's JP? Who?
All right, so Darren Pine, Gage Brown, Reese Seba, Ryder Ellis, Dane Pappas in your top 5. Brody Moss, Knox Lewin, Elliott Bauscher, and Maddox Temmerman through the 9th spot. Willis in 10th, and we'll see if that's going to change up. I'm surprised to see the 41 of Willis back in the 10th spot. We normally see Jake up there battling up towards the top 5 at least, so maybe didn't get the start he was looking for there, Luke.
I think you're right. I think you got to see sneaky suspicion we're going to see him make his way through the field, but I did see him go down earlier today. Pretty solid, so he might be gimpied up a bit. Who knows?
Yeah, you can be a little sore once you get that first lap under your belt there. It'll loosen you up.
I got
to start to forget about that.
We're going to watch him move through the field.
Yeah.
Well, as we talk about Jake Willis, that is a stacked field there. Now that we look at the field a little better, there's a lot of really fast riders out here on the racetrack.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Gage Brown, the 36 of Reciba. Ryder Ellis now up in the mix. Dane Pappas hanging on to 5th, but barely. Brody Moss, Knox, Elia Bowser. Knox Lewin going to drop back one. Temmerman still hanging on to 9th. Looks like the 810 Taste Morgan going to move to the 10th spot as the 41 of Willis having some trouble on this lap.
Hannah Jamison on the gas, man. Clicking off 234 flat there. Darren Pine, 225.587 with a 3-second gap. He is a second faster, a second a tenth faster than Gage Brown in second.
And the good thing for Pine is Gage Brown's got to deal with Seba and Ellis. That might kind of slow him down a little as he has to start to ride a little more defensively.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, there he comes. Dead last, the 41. Not sure what happened, but Jake Willis had some sort of a hiccup out there. He comes across in 22nd. Got riders down there in the left-hander at the bottom of 4-5.
Oh, yeah, a couple riders got into that inside line, tipped over. Oh, the 35 has to pull off the side.
So Pappas,
yeah,
having to pull
Looked
off.
Like maybe the chain came off the bike. He is messing with the chain.
Well, he was in that battle when there was 4 or 5 bikes duking it out there.
Dane
Looks like he is
Pappas'
out.
chain is off.
Wow.
He is off the side of the track trying to put it back on himself.
Trying to get it started. There he goes.
Got it
Mechanic
back
and
on.
skills paid off.
That's it.
Shade G Mechanic, literally.
Yeah, make your kids work on their bike because he might have to in the middle of a race. You know, it looked like it popped off as he came over this rhythm section into number 6, so you might be right. That might be a loose chain.
Yeah, he's struggling.
It could have all gotten wrapped up together, and that might be the issue with the chain coming off and bent the shift lever down.
Could have. He may have to do the dungeon and shift in the air, huh?
Oh, yeah. That was the gnarliest thing I think I've ever
Was
seen.
that not incredible? That was super cool to get
insane.
to watch, yeah.
So Darren Pine, Gage Brown, Brody Moss, Ryder Ellis, and Reese Seba now going to be the top 5. Pappas unfortunately going to drop down the order. We'll see if he can nurse that bike through here.
Look at all these 225 lap times. These top 3 riders all turning 225s.
Yeah, just a few tenths of a second separating first, second, and third.
Mila Herrick coming across on the throttle stop there, trying to panic rev out of something. Pappas on his second lap turned to 225, but he's dropping after that. Whatever happened there, so heartbreak to see Pappas having the mechanical.
Yeah, he is down the side road here. Looks like he is going to be done.
Jake Willis moved up to 17th from dead last. He was in 10th, had some sort of an issue, dropped out. Yeah, you make a good point, Shan Garcia. It is a 20+1. He's got a lot of work, a lot of time to work here. Don's dancing all over the place. He's looking to figure something out here.
Yeah, no, there's something up with the bike. He's going to consult with the mechanic here. Oh, what a heartbreaker for Dane Pappas. As again, it does look like something happened to the shift lever. Again, we can't really see it from up here. They're looking down at that left side of the bike. The chain was off briefly. Or did he do something with it? Was it the chain wheel maybe? But again, tough break for the 35. You hate to see that, but Darren Pine, Gage Brown, Brody Moss continue their battle. So Super Mini 2 riders on the track. Micro 3 Senior going to be next off the gate. 65, 10, 11 Limited, you should be in staging. And then we're going to go to the final moto today, the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive. You should be down in staging right now.
Yeah, Pine, Brown, Moss running the same lap times, but there's a 3-second gap back to Brown and a 3-second gap back to Moss. So same lap times aren't going to cut the mustard at this point.
Nope, you got to find a way to go faster if you want to close that gap. Otherwise, we're going to look at this, a consistent, steady gap for the top 3.
Oh, and Darren Pine pulls out a 2:24 that time. So he's decided, you know what, these guys talking about doing better lap times. I might as well be the one to do it out
There
front.
you go. Drop that hammer.
So he's got a 5-second margin now.
All right, here we go. Coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, the 58 of Darren Pine, trying to get away out front. Again, kind of a equal separation. And side by side over the finish line jump. Battles all the way through the field. Drew Marson, Britt Eckenbrock, Hannah Jameson, Ben Komar. They are 20th, 18th, and 19th, respectively, still duking it out. But right now, it is all in the hands of the 58 Gas ride of Darren Pine. We're up here ruining dinner for kids, feeding them candy and donuts.
Darren Pine clicking off the fastest lap of the moto that last time by. That lap 4, 2:24.818. Pine, Brown, Moss, Ellis, Seba. That's your top 5. Race number 21 on the racetrack, 22 on the gate, 23 in staging. Here he comes, the 58, Darren Pine. What kind of lap times are he going to pull off here, Don? Let's get a gander. 2:25, still clicking off the heaters there.
Yeah, and this is a 20+1, so he's got to keep that pace consistent.
Gage Brown dropping a couple of more seconds to Pine.
Yeah, Moss looks like he's trying to pick up the pace as well. Ellis and Reese Seba still 4th and 5th, so we haven't seen much of a change in the top 5. Temmerman trying to make his way into that top 5. The number 5 closing on the 36 of Seba.
Yeah, Seba 1.1 seconds off of Ellis, so that'd be something we can keep an eye on to see if Seba can do anything with that gap between him and Ellis, 4th and 5th there.
And we're looking at the rider on the 58, Darren Pine, making his way down that lower section, the double down section. And he's going to make the left-hand 90 heading up into that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. So
dropping down the hill into the left-hander, up over number 5, Darren Pine.
Your leader back into the inside here as you see him being trailed by the drone, giving us some great shots over the shoulder there for Darren Pine, working to the outside, going to head down the Freestone Freeway. And nice line right through the center there. He was able to get clean through that section. Going to try and pick a rut right in the middle. Double up.
.8 seconds back from Pine to Brown. I don't think that's going to reduce any. I think that's probably going to continue to stretch out ever so slightly every time through.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lap times, Pine is on a consistent 2:25 and Brown at a 2:28. That's just not going to – you're not going to close on the guy like that. So he's got to hope that there's some problem for Pine or Pine has some mistake that Gage Brown can try and close up the gap.
Here he comes through the 12-pack. D-Mac switch back up over the finish. Let's see what kind of lap time Pine turned that time, 2:26.
And that is the drone on the back tire of Gage Brown.
And so it is consistently turning 2:28s, but when Darren Pine, the leader's turning 225s and 226s. You're going to end up with a 10.5 second margin.
And, we might be looking at the fact that Brown is just kind of at the max point. He's going to have to really hang it out if he wants to go faster, and then the mistakes can come. So he may be just trying to put in a smart ride, keep himself as close to Pine as he can. That way, if there is an issue, he can take advantage. But no sense in putting yourself on the ground trying to ride over your head.
Yeah, it is a two-moto format, and so they'll get another opportunity to square off again here in the next day or two and decide on that one. But right now, Darren Pine looking like he's quite comfortable turning off those 226s. Gage Brown turned to 225 at one point. Darren Pine turned to 224 as their fastest laps. Lots of 225s in the field. I say lots, a few 225s in the field. Don, this overcast and cloud cover has just been absolutely beautiful today. It's been great for the racetrack. Yeah.
Perfect. That's the thing. We got a little bit of wind, but it's been kind of negated, like you say, by that little bit of overcast. Yeah. You get that wind in a bright, sunny day, we'd have a much more activity out of the water trucks.
Yeah, and they've done a great job of keeping just the right amount of juice in it, but they've had some help from the good Lord above by giving us this cloud cover and the minimal wind. It's like the 32 machine pushing the bike off over here.
Oh, that's a tough break for sure.
Yeah, that's Knox.
Knox Lewin.
Lewin, yeah.
So, again, mechanical issue, better than crashing out, but always disappointing when the bike lets you down. And you see the finish line flagger looking at the stopwatch coming down out of there, and it looks like he's going to pick that white flag up.
So the little overcast and cloud cover might change the baits that you use tonight over at the fishing tournament. Might not use quite the dark colors you were looking at yesterday with that bright sunshine, and you might be able to do some chartreuses and some purples and some different things that not quite so dark. None for me to worry about. I'm going to be over at the Stasic race, so I'll just have to hear about it.
Well, I think the smart fisherman is going to use a little small piece of hot dog on a hook. That might be the money bait there.
Man, I like it. I understand they've got some pretty nice FMF awards there from the FMF.
Yeah.
Big Kahuna fishing tournament.
They do a great job with that. And it's just a lot of fun, too, to get everybody over there throwing those lines in, seeing who can reel them in. I got to tell you, one year we pulled a bullfrog out of there that was about the size of a dinner plate.
Really?
Yeah. It's like, okay, that doesn't count, but kudos to you, sir.
Did you just see Hannah Jameson manual down through that hole straight away?
No.
That was scrum.
Oh,
it was just beautiful.
Go. See that? Doesn't matter how rough it gets. They're all figuring out a way to get through it as smoothly as they can. So we're working the final lap here for the Super Mini 2. Micro 3 Senior going to be next off the gate. And then 65, 10, 11 Limited, you should be in staging. And then the final moto today, the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive. You need to be down in staging right now.
Micro 3 Senior, 7 to 8 Limited on the starting line. 24 entries. Awesome stuff to see the Micro 3 gates being chubby like that.
Yeah, always good for the health of the sport when you see big 50 classes like that.
Yes, sir. Darren Pine clicked off at 228 that last time through on lap number 7.
I mean, how consistent has he been?
Man, he's just been like clockwork. Just set your clock on him.
Because I think that's like the 5th 228 lap he's done in a row.
Yeah, he's backed off a few seconds of his 10/10ths time, but being able to hold that consistent lap time, that 228 zone. Just,
limit the mistakes, nice and smooth, keep those laps going.
And he was a smooth. I just enjoyed getting to visit with him a little bit last night during the announcers' power hour, interviewing him, and just how smooth and buttery he was in his responses, and well-spoken kid. He's just a great kid to be around.
Yep, and taking another win as the checkered flag comes out for the 58 gas ride of Darren Pine. The 129 KTM, there's Gage Brown. Going to bring it across, hanging on to the second spot. The 710 of Brody Moss third. Reese Seba and Ryder Ellis looking to round out the top 5. But now it's going to be time to send it down to the victory podium. And I'm sure we have a very happy Darren Pine down there. So, Dean, we'll send it down to you.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We got Darren Pine time up here. Darren, your #1 fan here. You look really good out there at AT&T Stadium, crunching that Supercross last weekend. Tell me about right here, Freestone.
Horrible jump. I guess I just hooked up good. And then rode my race. I spread it pretty much the whole time. The last lap, I just put around, just brought it in. Dad, TTMX, Van Martin, Gas, Monster, Mika Metals.
Hey, Darren, I'll tell you what, man. You stick around for a couple minutes, I'll tell you about my career, all right? Darren Pine time. It's done. Good job, Darren.
All right, looks like we're underway here in the Micro 3 Senior. Looks like the 418, that might have been Caden Wood, the Zephyr Hills, Florida rider with the whole shot here in the Micro 3 Senior. Not as easy to spot those 2-inch letters at 100 yards there, is it? Looking into the sun.
Well, nowadays they put all those glittery, shiny numbers back at you. Not that he had them, but a lot of times they look like a bass lure, and you just can't see. It looks like fish scales or something.
Well, take that side plate over to the big
put a treble hook on it, drag it through, yeah.
All right, big pack of riders coming through that turn and on their way up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
They're carrying a truckload of speed on a really rough track right now, Don. Look at these guys go. Wow.
Yeah, looked like we had a little brief lead change there. So the 412 Cobra taking the lead there. That is Boone Lloyd. And then it's going to be Billy McLaughlin running in the second spot on the 779. And then it's Indigo Spinaculp running in third. And then the 297 Ezra Armbruster going to run it in fourth right now as they head down the Freestone Freeway. And man, these mini Micro 3 Senior bikes getting booted all over.
Yeah, the little travel these bikes have, which for the weight of the riders versus the bike, that's a lot of travel. But for the little travel of these guys' bike, they're using all of it.
Every single inch. Things bottoming out in some of those ruts out there.
Yeah, they're going to have tire marks on those fenders underneath there. Race 22 on the racetrack, 23 on the gate is our final race of the day. Then we'll have the P-Dubs come down. They're going to clean the track up a bit.
All right, here we go. Leader up and over the FMF power wall. We're going to see our first run through the Texas 12-pack here for the riders in the Micro 3 Senior 7 to 8. So there is the 412 Cobra of Boone Lloyd. We've seen Boone running out in front today. Billy McLaughlin, and it looks like the 36 hanging on to that third spot, Edwin Meyer. 297 running fourth, that is Ezra Armbruster, and it looks like that's the 18, Wyatt Tedesco rounding out the top 5.
Bryson Smith coming across there in 6th on the 12 machine, and here comes a pretty good gaggle there behind Bryson. Indigo Spinaculp there in 7th, Brody Jones in 8th, Riley Gall, Riker Fitch, top 10.
And it's funny to talk about riders in the Micro 3 and say these are the usual suspects out front when you start to realize, you know what, these kids are already the ones we expect to see racing out front.
Yeah, it's a fact.
So again, Micro 3 Senior on the track. 65 10 11 limited next off the gate, and we need Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive. Final moto today down in staging. Looks like we will pick up the race program tomorrow morning with race 24, Schoolboy Division Racing.
Well, Boone Lloyd come across that first lap here, 2.27 seconds in front of Billy McLaughlin. Edwin Meyer, 1.7 seconds behind him in third. Armbruster in fourth, 2.8 seconds back, and then 1.9 back to Tedesco in fifth. Driving down the hill here into the Blake Baggett left-hander. See if anybody's going to triple out. Nope, guess they're all just opting to double.
And we have got these riders scheduled for a 15-minute plus one.
Oh. 15 minutes plus one out here in these conditions is really gnarly.
Brutal.
Have you raced moto a whole lot?
No. When I was younger, I was not in a position for anybody to buy me a motorcycle. I raced with a friend of mine whose dad would bring me to the races and would sign the form as my guardian. Now that the statute of limitations is worn out, we used to forge my and actually the track that I raced was on the national circuit back in the 70s called Pine Top. It was a ski resort. It was a ski place, Pine Top.
Pine Top. I thought you said Pine Time, and I was like, wait a minute.
It was in Rhode Island.
Okay.
And it was in Escaheg, Rhode Island. There was a racetrack there, and then they would ski in the summer, or in the winter, rather.
Huh.
And I raced there a few times, but honestly could never afford to get a bike.
Yeah.
And by the time I got old enough to do that, I had discovered that I could sing, and that seemed a lot easier. All right, Billy McLaughlin taking the lead. Meyer to second. Boone having a little trouble.
Where is Boone?
He
Boone
is going to drop back. Armbruster moves to
tipped
third.
over out there. There he comes.
All right, there you go. The 412 going to make his way through. So Lloyd down to sixth. So not hard to make a mistake at this time of the day on these micro bikes. So we'll see if he can recover there.
Well, I'm kind of like you. I grew up, didn't have a lot of resources, and so having a dirt bike wasn't. I did have a bike for a little while, but really couldn't race. But I was 43 years old when I dropped my first motocross gate. I road raced for a lot of years and then got into moto. And the first few times I ever got on a track this rough, it was just mind-blowing to me. And the beauty of it is when you get out on a track this rough and actually experience it, it gives you a whole new appreciation for even what we're seeing Billy McLaughlin doing out here, because what these kids are doing is absolutely incredible, and the conditions they're doing it in is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, see, I had a disorder with my right hand that I discovered would prevent me from really riding and enjoying it, and that's the fact that when I got on a motorcycle, my brain seemed to disconnect from my right hand, and I did not know when to let go of that throttle, so I thrashed myself a few times.
Right.
And then decided, you know what, a guitar is a whole lot easier to maintain.
Yeah, well, I've seen your cigar box.
Yep, cigar box guitars
that you make and listen to you play them, and absolutely incredible.
Yeah, like I say, I started to get into music when I was a lot younger, and that was kind of what took over my passion. I ended up in the announcing game because my son wanted to race.
Wow.
And again, money not always being that available, when they needed an announcer at Winchester Speed Park, I stepped up and started doing that, and that's what paid for his racing. That
Interesting.
paid to take us around New England and do stuff, and go south in the winter and do some stuff. So, yeah, it was really, I have to give my son credit for getting me into this game, and that's how I became an announcer.
Huh. It is funny when you talk to people about how they end up in the different positions in the sport, and a lot of times that's what it has to do with. For me, it being a preacher guy, everybody assumes that I like having a microphone, so I kind of got stuck with one.
We are looking at that overhead shot as the drone getting that sun right down the pipe there. And look at that, top of the hill. And you can see exactly, look at that line on the inside. He had to fade out over it because that is just so deep. That looked like it was the 710 or the 779 there trying to hold off. And, man, look at those lines. As you can see, good shot there with the drone to give you an idea exactly how deep that stuff is.
Yeah, some of these ruts deep enough for these 50cc machines, it could be very similar to the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, just
these little
drop
50s
down in there. You're
drop
down
in
there
there
with
and never come out. Yeah.
Submarine and a clipper ship down there with
Yeah.
you. You're down there with the dinosaurs in the land before time.
Well, here comes our leaders through the 12-pack into the VMAT switchback. 36 out front now.
Yep.
Edwin
Meyer
Meyer.
taking the lead. So McLaughlin in the second spot. We're at the halfway point, so McLaughlin still has plenty of time. Armbruster on the 297, picking the way through, hanging on to that third spot.
You can see as they're coming into the finish line face of the jump, the sun is just blasting them in the face here, so it's probably pretty blind coming into that section. So to add insult to injury, the track being as rough as it is with that sun in your eyes, you can't even see it anymore.
No.
So
Yep.
shadows growing long, so a lot of those ruts getting blurred out with the dark and light of the shadows, and it's tough. It's a tough time of day to run a track this tough.
Yeah, when you get that sun at that angle, you got to pick the right goggles because you need to have a little bit of protection from the sun in one direction, but you can't get those polarized ones because then you can't see
Too
anything
dark
on the other way.
direction, yep.
So working past the halfway point, Edwin Meyer, Billy McLaughlin, Ezra Armbruster, Bryson Smith, and Boone Lloyd now top five. So Lloyd, nice recovery to hold on to the fifth spot. We'll see if we can keep moving forward. Carter Renneker, Wyatt Tedesco, Brody Jones, Riker Fitch, and Riker Ward. That is your top 10. That is 2 Rikers in a row, both spelled the same.
Interesting. I know a Riker. Mitchell Oldenburg's little boy, his oldest name Riker.
Yep. Mitch
Edwin
having
Meyer.
a good year on the Supercross circuit this year.
He's doing pretty good, yeah.
he
You
is.
know, he's kind of changed teams again and riding that I can't think of the name of the bike. Yeah, Mitch moved over to that beta machine, and he's enjoying it. He's doing well over there.
They got a good program. It's always good to see manufacturers stepping into the game like that. Triumph coming in, Beta coming in. That's a good sign for the sport. It really is.
It is. And to see him being competitive.
Well, and it's also good for the riders, too, because now you got a few more teams that are looking for riders. You know, it can get to be a little thin sometimes. All right, so getting ready to, looks like close to the white flag time here. All right, so there we go. The 36 of Meyer, lap 4 in the books. McLaughlin, Armbruster, and Bryson Smith still running in the top 4 with Renneker just outside in the top 5. Boone Lloyd still sitting in the 6th spot, so Lloyd still trying to claw his way back up.
So Meyer turning a 3:06. McLaughlin turning a 3:06. He's 1.6 seconds off the back wheel. Should be seeing a white flag next time by, so we'll see if Meyer and McLaughlin can bring this thing down to the wire. Maybe have us a little battle going on for this final lap of the Micro 3 Senior 7-8 Limited. Race number 22 on the track, 23 on the gate. We got the P-Dubs making their way down to staging as well.
Yep, that'll be the final moto today, the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive. All right, looks like Boone Lloyd trying to put a beat on the 101 of Carter Renneker. As we follow the overhead, over-the-shoulder shot here. White flag is out as the 36 Edwin Meyer coming out there with the lead. White flag is out. There is McLaughlin. And there's Ezra Armbruster. So top three riders kind of solidifying their positions. They got a pretty decent gap back to Bryson Smith in fourth. So we're working the final lap here, Luke.
Well, McLaughlin was matching Meyer's lap times last time through. This time through, not so much. He was a couple seconds off, so he's relegated back to about 4 seconds off the back wheel of Meyer. So hoping that was going to come down to a battle here, and it still could. There's a lot that can happen, but as it is right now, looks like Meyer sitting pretty good out there with those 3 minute, 6 second lap times over the 3:08s of McLaughlin. With Micro 3 Seniors, 7-8, white flag flying. This thing winding down. We got one more moto to go for race number 23. Then we're going to clean the track up just a little bit, send these P-Dubs out, and then we got the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament as well as the Stasic races.
Yeah, 6 o'clock we'll do that Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. So if you're going to be taking part of that, get those fishing poles ready to go. And get your gear down together and head over to the big pond. You can head over there and do a little fishing now, but it does not count until we get over there and start the official. So don't be over there like trying to stash some fish in the weeds that you can pull out later on.
Somewhere, yeah. We had those guys last year up in the Northeast that got busted putting weights inside the fish.
Yeah, I saw that. And I'll tell you right now, you want to see a fist fight.
Whoa.
You cheat at a fishing tournament.
Well, those guys were lucky to leave there with their hide, man.
You ain't kidding. There's big money at hand on those things. There's big
and
money.
legally they got in a lot of trouble, and they should have.
Oh, yeah, as well.
Same
you're right,
here at the Big Kahuna Nationals. I mean, if you cheat, man, you looking at some jail time at very least.
Yep, we'll put you in the Freestone jail and make you pick up
Absolutely.
tear-offs for the rest of the week.
Yep, doing hard labor. Waiting for our race leaders to materialize here.
And looking over the shoulder in that lower section there, and man, again, these little bikes trying to dig through those ruts.
Look at the shadows in those ruts over there. Man, that's absolutely incredible. And then they turn and face into the sun and try to ride into the sun, shining in their eyes, and just begging for themselves to get to turn back and get the sun at their back.
Oh, luckily that rider was able to reach up and put some sunglasses on there real quick. That was no problem. Get those Ray-Bans out.
Well, it is kind of crazy about moto because it's so unfashionable to put your visor down to where you can actually use it. In moto, you got to have your visor pointing straight up, so it's useless. It's just a wind drag.
Now, you know, I was going to say, I think we've starting to see some riders that are starting a new trend with that, because I've noticed if you look at some of the 85s, they're starting to kick that
Bring
visor
it down a bit,
again.
get it where it's usable again.
Yep.
Here they come through the 12-pack. Looks like 36, Edwin Meyer. Made his way to the front a few laps ago and held on to take the checker here.
And I'll tell you what, McLaughlin was coming. He has closed it down to under 4 seconds there. He was way back for a little bit, and McLaughlin closing the gap right down.
Yeah, he was almost a solid second a lap faster there on that last lap.
So Ezra Armbruster looks like he's going to hang on a third. We're looking for Bryson Smith and Carter Renneker to round out your top 5. And right now it's going to be time to talk to, I am sure, a very happy Edwin Meyer down there on the victory podium. So, Dean, we will send it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm down with that. The opening laps wasn't there. How'd you make it happen, though? How'd you come out of the start?
Yeah, my bike fogged a little bit, so I had to work with how to work. Try to find the smartest lines, the ones that weren't the roughest, and try to make work with it.
You did that, man. I'll tell you what, it was an amazing ride. I was watching all the way through and pulling for you. But I got to ask you one thing. Are you going to do the fishing tournament tonight?
I didn't bring my fishing pole, but next year I'm definitely going to bring it, so I'll be there.
Absolutely. Coming gun top. Well, I know you're done racing for today. We going to get ice cream later?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I love to hear, man. Who would you like to thank?
My mom and dad, the good Lord for keeping me safe, the whole Game Moto team, Greg Albertson, GC, everybody at Cobra, Rob Mitness, whole family, Alpine Stars for my boots, helmets and goggles, FTA for my gear, Guts for my seat covers, 180 for my sick graphic kits, T-Rex for my throttles, cables and clamps, ASV for my levers, Pirelli for my tires, and PR2 for my suspension, and the track's great today. I love it when it's rough.
Awesome, bro. Give it up to Edwin Meyer for killing on here on the podium and on the...
That looked like it was the 30 or 66 of Eli Herrick grabbing the whole shot here for the 65-10-11 Limited.
Hey, he's powered on my jerky that I gave him a while ago.
That's
He came up here and ate a half a donut and some of my jerky.
Yep, adrenaline jerky. No, that's the adrenaline jerky kicking in there at the start for the 66 of Eli Herrick. Came up, had some beef jerky, had a half a donut, and then went and got a whole shot.
There you go. He's got it figured out. We might have to use that as some sort of a system there.
There you go. So we have got the race 23 on the track. Final moto today is going to be the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive. You should be lining up in the gate next. And that is going to be the final moto today. Again, Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive will be the final moto today. 6 o'clock, we start the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. So make your way over to the big pond with those fishing poles.
Looks like Beckham Smith has taken over that number 1 position from the 66. Back there in third now looks like the 32, and there comes the young lady back there in fourth. 257, I believe it is. 254, what's her number? 250.
Yep, Racing Kyler.
254, Racing Kyler. Somebody down there in the left-hander.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like maybe Beckham.
I can't really see who it is.
I think that may be the 32 machine of Parker Beckington. I think he was running in third.
Well, it looks like he's up now.
Oh, he's up and moving again, but he gave up several spots.
Yep.
In that little soil sample there.
And again, as we said before, the first lap is like just always the worst time to drop the bike.
Yeah, because
you'll get everybody go by you.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So 65, 10, 11 riders, limited class on the track. And again, we're going to line up the final moto of the day, the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive. You should be lining up on the gate.
They're out there in the dozers already, ready to clean things up for the P-Dub crew coming out here shortly. I got a feeling they're going to take a left just before they get down to the Blackett berm and cut back up and then hit the short order over here.
Yeah, we'll see. So there's the 23. Beckham Smith out front. 66 of Eli Herrick in the second spot. Racing Kyler running in third on the 254. Talon Hinson in the fourth spot. Maverick Gresham Lewis, the 914, rounding out the top 5. Yao Ferreira is in sixth on the 221. Parker Bennington in seventh. Landon McBride eighth. Braden Paxton running ninth. And Ryder Anderson rounding out your top 10. Tucker Tix, Tyler Hinton, Caden Sedgwick, Brim Brockmuller, And Diego Calbildo going to round out the top 15.
So Beckham come across 3.1 seconds out front of Eli Herrick. Behind Herrick was Kyler Henson, Gresham. That is your top 5. All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Race 28, which will be tomorrow, was the Division 1 250B. Division 2 250B is no longer going to be divisions. It's just going to be one race. So race 28 is no longer divisions. It's going to be one race.
Yep. Looks like we've had a couple riders move around or shift out of that class. So it is indeed going to be a single gate drop. No divisions in 28 tomorrow. So make a note of that if you're a rider in the 250B 12+ limited. But again, we'll be talking about that again in the morning tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
So just make sure you make a note of that if you can hear us. All right, your leader working through that section, the switchback. There's the 23. So Beckham Smith, Eli Herrick, and Rayson Kyler still top 3. And I'll tell you what, the 254 is starting to threaten the 66 for that second spot. She has picked up the pace.
Wow, she clicked off a 247 as well.
So that's going to close down the gap between those two riders. Beckham Smith kind of running his own race out front. Talon Hinson and Maverick Gresham Lewis still running 4th and 5th. But I got to tell you, keep your eyes on the 254 because Kyla looks like they have picked up the pace. She is really starting to put the pressure on Herrick.
Well, Herrick, Kyler, and Hinson all turned 247s that time. It looked like Hinson a little ways off as far as on the track goes, but all 3 of those riders turned at 247s. Hinson actually turned in a 247.3, just a touch faster than Kyler. But yeah, you're right. Kyler right on the back wheel of Herrick with 1.2 seconds off the back wheel of Eli Herrick. Beckham Smith turning 244s out there, so he's pretty well checking out on the field here early on. Smith, Herrick, Kyler, Hinson.
Yeah, right now Beckham Smith lap 2, that fast lap, the 244.3 or 0.03. Don't want to shave any of those tenths of seconds off on that. Got to give him credit for the right time.
Absolutely. Look at Rayson driving down the hill over here on the left side of the racetrack, trying to find the cleanest stuff she can find.
I know this is the time of day when it really does present the challenges for the riders, like you say, with the sun on one side, the shadows on the other side. They've got to figure out their line choice. It's a tall order for these little riders on the 65, 10, 11, and they are all performing absolutely flawlessly out there. So, again, a testament to the skill and the speed of these 65cc riders. Expect to see more of that all week long.
You've said a lot about the way the track is right now. It's rough, and that it's just gotten beat in with a lot of bikes, but with the shadows and that kind of stuff, it is challenging.
It is indeed.
It is challenging.
Well, and this is the thing, too. The track at this point in the day, you would think, okay, well, it's kind of rough, but that actually makes it a little slower for the riders, and that actually makes it a little safer. So when you get this kind of a rough track, these guys, they can only go so fast. So it does make it more of a safety factor at this point. That's why lots of times you don't see a lot of track work happen because you don't want to smooth it out.
Right, yeah. And the speed difference that they're carrying down the hill now versus those first couple of motos this morning is noticeable.
Yep.
Maybe
So
a few
you're-
more tip overs this time of day than there were, but they're going slow enough that they just kind of poof into the soft dirt.
So the overhead shot there as you look at your leader, the 23 of Beckham Smith heading into the mechanics area turn. And again, really like that change to the mechanics area over there. You can see a much clearer shot as you go through that section.
Well, Herrick pulls it out a little bit. He gets the 2:46 lap time over Racing Kyler that time, turning to 2:47. So that margin out to just a little over 2 seconds does Herrick have over Kyler. Wow, look at Henson turned to 2:44 that time. So he has 1.7 seconds off the back wheel of Racing Kyler. So keep an eye on the number 4 on the Yamaha, or excuse me, the 149 of Talon Henson.
We could have a 3-rider battle for that second spot before we know it here.
Yes, sir. Gresham Lewis turning 246s as well, so we'll see if Gresham Lewis has got anything left in the tank to try to reel up on the back wheel of Racing Kyler. Kyler turning one of her worst lap times of the day. Well, actually, it wasn't. It was actually her best lap time of the day. It looked like a 2:47.463 there, but folks around her turning just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, looking at your leader kind of paddling through the outside line of that section there. Got to put the outriggers out occasionally. And we're going to be looking at the white flag next time we see Beckham Smith, because that'll be lap 4 in the books, and they're going 5. So white flag in hand here.
Well, Beckham has that 8.8 second margin here, so I've got a sneaky suspicion Beckham going to come through this last lap. Put her in cruise control, keep enough concentration and not have any bobbles, but take advantage of that 8-second margin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cruise this thing around for the dub.
So here we go. White flag comes out for the 23 of Beckham Smith. As you watch him head up over that Dragon's Back section, looking over the shoulder of the rider out front here on the KTM. Big sweeping left-hander all the way up by the mechanics area. He's going to get that signal. Just keep doing what you're doing, man.
You guys, looks like some. Check. Looks like something happened to Eli Herrick out there. You got an update on timing and scoring? As we got to now see Beckham Smith, Talon Henson, Racing Kyler around to the top 3. And Eli Herrick's outside the top 10 now, so a tough break for Herrick.
All right, so the KTM rider Beckham Smith, the 23, looking to bring it home here and take the win in the opening moto, the 65 1011 Limited.
Well, watching that margin there between Kyler and Gresham Lewis, and it looks like Kyler was able to pull away from that. It looked like Gresham Lewis was just a couple seconds off the back wheel a while ago. Now he's 5.4, so Kyler looking solid there in the number 3 spot.
And we are looking for the 23 to make a run through the Texas 12 pack here.
Looks like Calvin reaching over to pull that checkered with the left hand. He's fixing to squeeze off on it. Here we go. Checker flag flies for the 23 from Beckham Smith. Our final moto of the day, with the exception of the P-Dub class. They're going to do a little bit of track work to get the track ready for them guys. That being said, Dean Diaz down there visiting with Beckham Smith here in just a minute. Beckham rolling up, getting ready to get his visit on, so we'll turn things over to Dean Diaz down here on the podium. Dean Diaz, what do you got?
Just waiting on this young man to take off his helmet, man. You know how much moto break, but you're getting it done here at both 65cc motos. How's it feel?
On the box, and it's just a good time.
Yeah, definitely a good time. Is it getting pretty challenging out there?
Yeah, with the sun, it's like terrible. Like you can't see at all.
Yeah, so you just got to keep that head down and pick and choose, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, man. Well, I know you're going to be getting ready for that big Kahuna fishing tournament, so tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, my brother, Beast Motor Lab, Fox, EVS, T-Rex Throttle, EVS, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, get up your first moto winner, Beckham Smith, the number 23 machine.
All right, well, thank you, Dean. So we have got the final race of the day on the start gate, the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive. And coming out to do battle here in the Micro 1 4-6, the number 10 out of Granby, Texas, that is Jackson Conley.
Check in. There we go. Out of Huntington Beach, California, Jackson Boyd.
Coming out of North Smithfield, Rhode Island, the 19 is Eli Labonte.
Out of Muskego, Wisconsin, on the 56 machine, Jake Graham.
The 71 from Livermore, California is Wyatt Watine.
Out of Argyle, Texas, on the 136, Brennan Badolson.
The 218 from Deer Park, Washington is Weston Fry.
Out of Plant City, Florida, on the 360, Brecken Talmadge.
The 454 from Anna, Texas is Cruz Galvin.
Out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, the 603 of Liam DeLowry.
The 613 from Birmingham, Alabama is Tatum Meadows.
Out of Odessa, Florida, the 630 of Grayson Clark.
On the 731, Ramsey Pruitt from Pittsburgh, Texas.
And round in the field, out of Dixon, Tennessee, the 902 of Clyde Manley.
So we've got 14 riders in the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive.
Hey, attention to the pits! Attention to the pits! We have a one of our esteemed media gurus up here. He has lost a cell phone, so if you would, please stop what you're doing, kind of take a look around a 10-foot diameter where you're standing, and just kind of scout out around your immediate area and see if you find a cell phone on the ground anywhere. It's a what? It's a Google Pixel phone. It'll be the only phone laying around on the ground, so no cover on it. So if you would, please kind of stop in your tracks and take a look 10 foot around you, just kind of check your immediate perimeter and see if we can find a phone and turn it up here at the tower.
The Micro 1 4-6 shaft guys, the race, it'll be race number 24 on the day. They're actually race number 38. We're just inserting them here to get these guys a good clean track. They got the dozers out there, going to clean some things up, going to try to make it a little more PW-ish.
Yeah, there's some of these sections that you've really got to just give them a little bit smoother, because otherwise it's a race of attrition.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure they have a good time out there, get as many laps in as they can. We want to give them a good surface to race on. And you know what? That is true of every class. We want to give them all a good surface to race on. And this is, again, a testament to the amount of love that the Miller family and the Freestone crew put into this event, because they want to make sure everybody, from the tallest to the smallest, has a good time and gets the most out of their race.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. So these 4-6 shaft guys, they'll be out here on a track that they're going to have a blast on here in just a few minutes. We're just going to have a pause for the cause, let these dozers come out, tidy things up just a little bit, because we could very easily lose a rider and a bike out here in the conditions as they were.
So once again, just want to remind folks that the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament is going to start at the completion of racing. We normally would start right at 6, but we still have one more race to run. So once this race is done, we will head over to the big pond over there and start the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. But again, going to push it back until we complete the races. So if you happen to be over there now, have fun, swim in the pond if you want. But the fishing tournament does not start until the end of the races when we get over there. So again, we've got the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive riders. That's the final moto today. And when this race is completed, we will head over to the big pond to start that Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. We know we were supposed to start at 6, but as with anything, plans have to change a little bit as the day got a little long, as we've had a lot of races in the day. So once again, we will start the fishing tournament at the completion of the race day. We've got one more moto to go. And then we'll head on over to the big pond. And again, if you're over there right now, that's fine. But you cannot be catching fish now for the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament.
Well, we're going to talk about this quite a bit. Sure enough, want to get it out there. The Syntex Utilities guys have paid for all the shaft drive entry fees. And so, man, what a beautiful way to get these youngsters out here and get them on the racetrack is to encourage them by coming out, paying their entry fees. So these kiddos getting to come out here and enjoy the sport on Syntex Utilities dime. So, man, much gratitude to you guys for showing these guys the love that you're showing them. And helping the sport of motocross continue to grow by doing what you're doing. So thank you, Syntex Utilities.
So once again, we have this final moto to run here, the Micro 1 4 to 6 shaft drive, presented by Syntex Utilities. And we're just touching up a few more sections of the track here as we get ready to go. And again, at the completion of this moto, we'll head over to the big pond to do the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. And FMF will have trophies for the biggest and smallest fish. And if you get the biggest fish caught, you're going to get yourself a Malcolm Stewart jersey. And again, we will do that after this final moto is complete. We understand it's 6 o'clock now, and we were going to start at 6. But like everything else in life, sometimes things change. And so we will do the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament once we're done with this moto. And this moto is the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive presented by Centex Utilities. So it looks like a few more sections they're going to touch up here as we get set to go with the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive. So again, touching up the track here as you see these dozers doing a little work. We're just trying to touch up the short course we'll be using for the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive riders.
Yeah, trying to get this thing dialed for the Syntex Utility Micro 1 4-6 shaft group. We think it's going to be coming out here and representing. The P-Dub's been the same since what, like 1983?
Yeah, I don't think they've ever changed that bike.
Wow. The only thing that's changed is the graphics, and they haven't changed much. Yeah.
Yep. The
Yeah,
PW50 is the definition of it does not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They designed that thing right back in the 70s and have not messed with it since.
Super, super neat little unit.
So again, don't forget, tomorrow we will be starting off with race number 24 in the order. That is Schoolboy 2. And again, to change to the program just a little bit with race 28 tomorrow, there is not going to be Division 1 and 2 for the 250B 12 Plus Limited. There is enough riders to line up on a single gate, it turns out, so there will not be divisions tomorrow for 28. Division 1, or I'm sorry, 250B 12 Plus Limited. That is listed as a Division 1, Division 2 race tomorrow for race 28. They are actually going to be one gate drop, not divisions in that class. So once again, we need to send a big shout out to the title sponsor here, 7MX. 7's 25 plus 1 collection available now. You can check out all the new Zero, Rival, and Vox lines in their latest drop, showcasing the innovative designs and materials that push the limits of product performance. So head over to 7mx.com, explore both the youth and adult collections. And this week only, use code Freestone20 at checkout for 20% off on select styles. Once again, that is code Freestone20 at checkout at 7mx.com to make sure you take advantage of that limited time offer. Again, it only lasts until Sunday, March 11th, so make sure you take advantage of that. The folks at 7MX, redefining limits. And again, got to send a big shout out to the folks over at TAMER, the original whole shot device, our presenting sponsor here. They have been trusted by all kinds of race teams. The number one whole shot device on the market, bar none. And they are used by the folks at Moto Concepts Racing, Club MX, Yamaha, Phoenix Racing, Honda, AEO KTM, Tylube Honda, Rock River Yamaha, and many, many more race teams. And TAMER is the original inventor and the patent holder on the front and rear whole shot devices. 25 years in the business, they can totally guarantee that they are the best. So TAMER, the number one whole shot device on the market for a reason. And it was chosen by Rocky Mountain ATV MC as the top whole shot device for 2024. And folks, numbers do not lie. They have got a great percentage of race wins and championships. This year at the 2024 Minios, 64% came from the TAMER whole shot riders. So again, get yourself over and see Kevin over at the TAMER rig. And say hi, check out what they have for the TAMER whole shot devices. And the Rocky Mountain ATV MC folks, proud to sponsor and support the James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship and races everywhere by being the primary source for off-road gear, parts, and accessories. You can rely on Rocky Mountain ATV MC from start to finish. So visit their website for the lowest prices, biggest inventory, and fast, free delivery. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
So Rowan Ainzo, need you to make your way up to the tower here. Rowan Ainzo. So attention to the pits. Rowan Ainzo, need you to make your way up to the tower. All right, all you Stasic riders, all you Stasic parents, we're going to relocate y'all's race to tomorrow night after the races. It was going to be tonight at 7. We're going to bump y'all over till tomorrow night. Things are running a little late here on the track, and most of you riders are going to be in the P-Dub class probably. So we're going to move y'all over to tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. So just make sure if you're in the Stasic racing, don't make your way down tonight for the 7 o'clock races. We're going to move y'all over to tomorrow night. We understood that Shan wasn't going to be able to be there. He's the announcer extraordinaire. He wasn't going to be able to be at the Stasic racing because he was going to be at the fishing tournament, the Big Kahuna fishing tournament tonight. So we're trying to open it up so he can come over and do the Stasic racing as well tomorrow night.
Yes, there was a groundswell of aggravation when they found out he would not be able to be there.
They found out the legend, the announcer extraordinaire, wasn't going to make it.
But again, we're going to be moving the Stasic racing to tomorrow. We will still be doing that FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, though. Again, that got a little delayed. I think that might be one of the reasons why things got pushed back a little. But again, that FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament going to get underway once this race is done. And again, we got the final race on the gate right now. And hey, folks, want to bring up one more thing here while we're looking at this track working down. Make sure you go online, check out what Verb Moto has done, because once again, the folks at Verb Moto making a splash in the amateur scene. They have put together the Verb Moto Prospects app. So go to the Apple App Store. They haven't got it up for the Android quite yet, but you go to the iOS App Store and download Verb Moto Prospects. And what it is, it's not only live timing, because you will get live lap times from all over the country, whatever track you're looking at, but there's also real-time results. They'll show you upcoming events. They'll show you national track maps, and you get a ranking system that will allow you to kind of compare yourself to other riders all over the country. So whatever event you go to, what your finish is and how many riders were on the gate with you will score a certain amount of points. And they'll use that system to kind of rank riders throughout the country. And just another cool way that Verb Moto trying to give you guys a little something extra and do something new with the sport. So again, it's a free download app. You can go to Verb Moto Prospect in the App Store and check it out. And again, Verb Moto pulling another one out of their hat there, folks. All right, here we go. The P-Dub's on the track. So final moto of the day underway here. The Centex Utilities Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive riders.
Well, Don, on the gate, we had the number 10 of Conley, Boyd on the 17, the 19 of Labonte, Graham on the 56, the 71 of Watine, but Olfson on the 136, the 218, Fry, Talmadge on the 360, the 454 of Galvin, DeLowry on the 603, the 613 of Meadows, Clark on the 630, the 731 of Pruitt and Manley on the 902. That is the field in this Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive, sponsored by Centex Utility.
Yeah, big shout out to the folks at Centex Utilities providing the entry for all of these shaft drive riders in this class. They wanted to do something to step up and help the little riders, and that is exactly what they have done.
They're making their way through that left-hander here, coming up over number 5 now. Our race leaders waiting for him to try to get him close enough to see if we can see some number plates here. Looks like the 17 machine out front, Jackson Boyd out of Huntington Beach, California. Looks like maybe the 218 of Weston Fry out of Deer Park, Washington, running in the number 2 spot. Man, these guys are ripping down the hill here, Don. Cruz Galvin in the number 3 spot on the 454 machine out of Anna, Texas. Looks like the 630 of Grayson Clark back there in the number 4 spot. Rider making the trek out of Odessa, Florida here.
All right. So here we are, the Centex Utilities Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive working their first lap. Going to make their way onto that Texas 12 pack.
Still out front, Jackson Boyd, the Huntington Beach Glad Boy, ripping through the 12-pack.
So there's the 17. So Jackson Boyd holding the early advantage. Weston Fry in the second spot. Here comes the battle for third through that roller section now. Into the VMAX switchback. And it is Cruz Galvin in third. Grayson Clark running in the 4th spot. Brecken Talmadge on the 360 going to round out the top 5. Looks like Eli Labonte running in the 6th spot. The 603 Liam DeLowry in 7th. Jackson Conley running in 8th on the number 10.
Well, Fry was keeping Boyd honest when they came by. It was just 2 seconds off the back wheel of Boyd, so we'll keep an eye on that margin, see if Fry can stay up there with Boyd. But it was 13 seconds back to Cruz Galvin on the 424 machine, back there in thirds, that final podium position. Little ways back, but not too far off his back wheel. 1.6 seconds back was Clark on the 630.
Yeah, and got to tell you, glad to see the 603 Liam DeLowry out there. That's a third-generation racer out there. Wow. Liam's grandfather, Jode, his dad, Pat, and the 603 Liam DeLowry out there. So, again, it's great to see 3 generations going through it.
It looks like that battle for the lead going around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree right now, and you can just see that the pace these two are carrying is just crazy fast, and I mean that in a good way. These guys are ripping.
All right, into that big Dunlop drop turn, going to make the left-hander and pop over the top of jump stand number 5. A good battle here. Jackson Boyd, Weston Fry going at it, trying to air out those jumps. Got to get those little bikes up in the air there, buddy.
All inch and a quarter of travel.
I'll tell you what, those things are fun to ride. You got a little kid you want to put on a motorcycle, that PW50 is money.
Yeah, it's a great little unit, tough as nails. Great place to start. Making their way through the Blake Baggett turn, headed up over the Texas 3-step. Looks like both of them are just going to opt to just go ahead and single that this time of day.
Yeah, jump to the first top there. I think trying to triple that on a P-dub might be a tall order there, Luke.
Could get a little interesting.
Would not be the best thing to do.
Yeah, probably not.
Although if somebody pulled it off, and our heads would explode. All right, here we go. Lap 2 in the books here, and it looks like it's still the 17 holding
white
off.
flag. White flag's out, Don.
Oh, white flag. All right, so here we go. Jackson Boyd, Weston Fry.
I think these two duked it out the other night over on the Supercross track.
You are right. I believe we did see these two going at it.
And they did just this exact same thing over there. I mean, they absolutely just took the gloves off and threw down and put on an impressive show. So Weston Fry, 1.39 seconds off the back wheel of Boyd, but he was 1 second faster than Boyd that time, or about a half a second faster than Boyd.
Good battle here between Cruz Galvin and Grayson Clark. That is 3rd and 4th.
Both of those riders clicking off 256s, but Clark about a 0.6 of a second faster.
There you go, and there's not much of a gap between them, so that could come down to the difference between taking that 3rd spot or 4th spot. Ooh, Eli Labonte on the 19, little feet off the pegs, paddle through that section.
Getting Grande swappy coming around the left-hander there.
DeLowry on the 603 going to move to 6th. Jackson Conley up to 7th on the number 10.
So they are on the white flag lap here. Checker flag be coming out there next time through. Jackson Boyd, 1.3 seconds ahead of Fry.
Yep, battle for the lead into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Both riders going to go to the outside line, sweep that momentum.
Looks like we're still at about that same margin, about a second and a half or so.
Yeah, looking over the shoulder of the P-dubs as they make their way down to the Dunlop drop. And these young riders really going at it. Tooth and nail battle.
Here they come, up over number 6. Still Boyd out front of Fry.
So working the final lap here, Luke.
Man, look at the form, the technique. Them boys standing on the pegs. Got those P-dubs heeled over on the throttle stop. Look like little Jet Lawrences out there, man. Beautiful stuff.
You know, that's a testament to how riders can pick up on things. As you see, we're watching PW50 riders now standing on the pegs going through turns. So that has really elevated the sport again.
Yeah, it's not that standing on the foot pegs is a new thing, but it's come to another level now.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it, the younger riders, are, like you say, they're seeing it and picking it up. And it's working for them. Look at the speed that they're carrying out here on this racetrack right now. It's incredible. Here they come, pounding through the 12-pack. They got some back markers ahead of them. They're going to get through clean.
And that is going to be the checkered flag. The 17, Jackson Boyd, gets the win. Weston Fry will hang on to 2nd.
Yeah. I'm up here with Jackson Boyd. He's bringing the whole crew up. Got the second place rider, Western Fry, up here. Putting the bike stands. They're super pumped. Hey, you know what's so cool? You're not only the last winner, dude. You won it sunset. How does it feel?
It was really good.
How'd that moto go for you? You get the whole shot?
Yeah.
Did that make the race a little bit easier for you?
Kind of because the track, it was a little deep, but it's just so fun up there.
Yeah, man, I'm super proud of you. You think maybe you could take an overall win here, or maybe just first moto?
I think an overall win for sure.
Oh, did you hear that over there? What do you think about that? He doesn't know. He says he's got some competition for you, man. But I know that moto, it was a tough one late in the day. Who would you like to thank for getting you here?
My mom, my dad, BC Goggles, Novice Shop, O'Neill, my coach, Money Inc., my Gigi, my papa, my family, my cousins, and everyone else. Thank you.
You forgot to thank the announcer.
Thank you, announcer, wherever you are. Oh.
All right, guys, give it up for Jackson Boyd for getting it done out there. An awesome podium interview. Like I said, got top 3 down here, so want to share him some love. Mr. Fry, man, second place. How's it?
Good.
Good? How good?
Really good.
Yeah? Well, you think you can get this overall maybe if you get the second moto win?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking too, man. It's another moto in the second motos, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom and dad, Money, Scott, All Sport, Dunlop, Blue Crew, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, give it up for him, guys. The second place in West. And Cruz Galvin is over here as well. Cruz, our third place finish first moto. Cruz, man, first of all, I like your gear, but how do you feel?
Good.
Good? Is that all you got for me?
No.
Did you get a good start?
Yeah.
What place were you in?
Third.
So you started third and finished third?
Yes, please.
So do you think if you start first, you can finish first?
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, the second moto that's on, isn't it? On like Donkey Kong.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, of course it's on like Donkey Kong. You going to rush over to the big fishing tournament?
Yeah.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Well, thank your sponsor so you can get over there.
Mom, Dad, Jesus God for making me save, Money Inc., Game Moto Lab, GC, Coach Greg. That's it.
All right, give it up to the top 3 on the podium here in the shaft class. Give me some practice going to the second motos. You guys, any parting words there in the Stasic Tower?
Indeed we do, Dean. That's great to see those PW50 diners down there on the podium. Get a little unique view. We've got our last 2 coming off and a good battle all the way through. Duking it out right to the finish. And that is going to be, it looks like, Wyatt Watane and Ramsey Pruitt rounding it out there. And that is going to do it for the Centex Utilities Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive. And that's going to do it for the race day here. So once again, race day number 1 for the 2023